If you had to choose a spirit and contract their abilities, which one would you choose? The spirit is the Bone Dragon King, who can revive all things, or the Bone Dragon Knight, who commands thousands, or a regular zombie, unbound by the laws of nature. At this moment, I looked at the Bone Dragon King and the Bone Dragon Knight, feeling somewhat hesitant. Contracting either of these spirits would place me at the pinnacle of the world. Even the 3 major academies have started vying for me, offering generous admission terms. However, just as I hesitated, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host, you have bound the strongest zombie system. As long as the host chooses to contract, the regular zombie can evolve into the Jiangcheng bloodline. However, upon seeing the introduction of the Jiangcheng bloodline, I shuddered. Jiangcheng is the manifestation of the Tao of heaven after Pangu opened the heavens. The resentment of the 3 pure ones transformed into Jiangcheng, the first zombie in the world. It possesses an immortal body, unbound by the laws of nature. After reading this, my eyes widened in shock, as if my mind had exploded. The Jiangcheng bloodline is terrifying. Its power rivals that of deities. It is said that spirits are immortal beings, but they cannot truly be deathless. But Jiangcheng can indeed be compared to the Bone Dragon King and the Bone Dragon Knight. I suddenly felt different in the next moment. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, I directly chose to contract the zombie. At the same time, 2 beams of light flew from the magic circle, landing on me and the zombie, transforming into 2 marks. At this moment, everyone was stunned, unable to close their mouths. No way, did I hallucinate? Wang Chen actually chose not to contract an S-level spirit but instead a C-level zombie. Isn't this just throwing away a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds? Heaven is fair, it gave him S-level talent but forgot to give him a brain. Doubts filled the air. However, I paid no mind to the mockery of the crowd and focused my thoughts to enter my spirit space. At this moment, the zombie, which had just been emaciated and malnourished, now stood at a full 2 meters tall, its formerly sallow skin transformed into a healthy wheat color. Its long black hair fell freely to its waist, and its eyes glimmered with a crimson glow. The 4 fangs appeared less dull, adding a touch of eerie beauty. Jiangcheng knelt before me, sensing my consciousness. The Jiangcheng zombie knelt on one knee, and a transparent face of its race appeared above it. The Jiangcheng talent of immortality has been unlocked. Circulation not unlocked, type A not unlocked, convenience not unlocked, teleportation not unlocked, no computer not unlocked. I thought immortality was the limit. I didn't expect it to just be the beginning. Jiangcheng truly embodies the resentment of Pangu. The abilities are absurdly numerous. Looking at Jiangcheng's attributes, I was completely stunned. Typically, an S-level spirit has about 45 skills or talents, but Jiangcheng's talents, I continued to look down and couldn't even count them. Moreover, any one of these abilities is incredibly powerful. When all these talents merge into one, how strong would that be? I wondered curiously when suddenly a system notification sounded in my ear. Participate in the power test to unlock the thunder control talent. Everyone was taken aback. It is well known that the power of thunder, the most rigid of yang, is the nemesis of spirits and demons. And now, a spirit is about to possess the ability to control thunder. How thrilling! I couldn't help but feel excited. The power test is the second assessment after the contracting ceremony, and those who perform well will be admitted to the 3 major spirit universities. After that, I pushed my consciousness out of the spirit space. I saw a group of people slowly walking towards me from the audience. The leader was Dean Qin from Qin City Wanlin University, who had recently urged me to attend his university. He not only waived all my tuition fees but also promised to provide me with unconditional resources and mentorship from a star-level expert. However, Dean Qin no longer wore his previous friendly demeanor. His face was dark and brooding. It was as if he had eaten a dead fly. Looking at Wang Chen, I really didn't expect you to make such a foolish decision, passing up the powerful Bone Dragon King and Bone Dragon Knight to choose a weak zombie. Dean Qin's voice was filled with disappointment and anger. Dean Qin, this zombie of mine is extraordinary. Its growth potential surpasses that of the Bone Dragon King and the Bone Dragon Knight. As soon as I finished speaking, Dean Qin was so enraged that he laughed. Are you an idiot, or do you think we're all idiots? Wang Chen, don't say anything. I am here to announce that our previous agreement is void. You, with your C-level contract, do not qualify to be a special student at Qin City Wanling University. To the deans of Qingshan Academy and Tianyun Academy, if you are still interested in Wang Chen, you may recruit him freely. From now on, Wang Chen has nothing to do with Qin City Wanling University, Dean Qin concluded. He turned and left. The dean of Qingshan Academy spoke calmly. Wang Chen, our tuition at Qingshan University is quite high, but if you can afford it, we would still welcome you. Yes, Wang Chen, as long as you're willing to pay the tuition, you can come to Tianyun University, and we guarantee equal treatment, the dean of Tianyun Academy followed. After their supportive comments, the two returned to the VIP seats. At this moment, a tall middle-aged man in military uniform stood before me. Young man, if you find yourself without a place to go in the future, come to the military. In the army, no one will mock you for your spirit. As long as you have sufficient strength, even if your contracted spirit is just a skeleton warrior, you will still earn respect. I paused for a moment and replied, I will seriously consider it. Then, the principal's voice echoed from the podium. Next, we will conduct a power test. As long as you can inflict a damage of 2 on the dummy, you will receive an invitation to Chin City Spirit University. At Spirit University, you will learn more about spirits, gain training, and quickly access resources to become stronger. I wish you all good results. As his words fell, a metallic dummy rose on the podium. The first tester is Chen Dongfeng. As the principal of Ijong finished speaking, no one stepped onto the stage. My skeleton warrior can inflict at most 100 damage, so I won't waste everyone's time and let the top students take the stage for testing. I won't waste everyone's time. Below the podium, Chen Dongfeng awkwardly shook his head. In response, the principal of Ijong nodded. As Chen Dongfeng's choice was not uncommon, C-level contractors rarely took the stage. After Principal Chen Yuro's words fell, Chen Yuro gracefully stepped onto the stage. Everyone held their breath, eager to see how much damage Chen Yuro, as a contract holder, could inflict. Then, Chen Yuro extended her hands, gathering her soul power, her entire body radiating with a black light. In the next moment, the space twisted. Chen Yuro transformed into a reaper draped in a black cloak. Under the sunlight, the blade of the scythe glimmered with a chilling light as Chen Yuro shouted. Swinging the face of death in her hand, she struck fiercely at the Iron Man. Immediately, a set of numbers appeared on the monitor connected to the Iron Man. 402. She actually broke through 400 battle power. This is the strength of the gathered undead. It's truly terrifying to see Chen Yuro's results. The audience erupted in excitement. Not bad at all. The principal showed a smile as well. After reverting from her transformation, Chen Yuro turned and calmly walked down from the test stage. In the audience, Wang Chen finally heard the principal call his name. I was extremely excited inside, eager to find out how much battle power I could unleash. However, the principal barely paused before his voice rang out again. Next up, Wu Yifan, wait a moment. Hearing the principal call the next name, I immediately shouted to stop him. The principal turned to look at me. I have something to say, principal. I want to take the test, I said directly. You want to test too? Is that really necessary? The principal couldn't understand why I wanted to go up and embarrass myself. I retorted directly, as a C-rank spirit contractor, I am also qualified for a battle power test, I'm just exercising my rights. If it weren't to complete a mission, I would have left long ago. Since you won't see the men, I'll just come up for the test. The principal said coldly, and then, under the disdainful gazes of everyone, I walked up to the stage. Task completion rewards. New task released, Control of Thunder. Slay 100 bronze-level demons to unlock the talent Plunder. Creatures you kill will be converted into energy for growth. Upon hearing the system's prompt, a flood of memories rushed into my mind, including the governance of Thunder and the next steps. A faint smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. In the next second, I channeled my soul power, opened the undead space, and with a loud boom, I felt a tremendous force merge into me, causing my body to undergo a strange transformation. I saw my height rise from 1.8 meters to 1.9 meters, my muscles bulging like granite, and my hair flowing down to my waist, swaying in the breeze. After my feet landed on the ground, the entire stage trembled twice. Wow! What's going on? Did I see that wrong? Is that really the malnourished zombie? This aura feels even stronger than Chen Yuro's as a reaper. At the moment I transformed into Jiangcheng, everyone was stunned. However, my next move shocked everyone even more. I pointed my fingers at the Iron Man with both hands. What, is Wang Chen crazy? He's a zombie not going up to bite the iron? How did he even form hand seals? Just as everyone was questioning me, a bolt of purple lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking the test board fiercely. Wow, I saw an undead controlling the lightning. Upon witnessing this, everyone felt a blankness in their minds. Then, a 4-digit number appeared on the test board. 1036. What? It actually broke 1,000? Is this really the damage a C-rank undead can inflict? The principal rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming once again that my battle power really did break 1,000. Why is a C-rank zombie's attack stronger than that of a reaper? Even the genius who contracted an S-rank undead in the capital this year only managed to inflict over 500 damage. Meanwhile, several deans in the VIP seats were also unable to sit still. That lightning just now must have been Zhang Jiyang's. An undead that can control lightning is truly rare. One might even say it's unprecedented. It seems we really misunderstood him. My actions proved that the undead I contracted is exceptional, even stronger than S-rank undead. Wang, why can your undead release lightning? The principal asked me in astonishment. It's not very reasonable for a zombie to release lightning, I replied nonchalantly. Then, I deactivated the fusion and turned to prepare to step down from the test stage. Seeing that I was about to leave, the principal hurriedly called out, Wang Chen, wait a moment. Let's discuss what happened during the contract. The principal wanted to ease the awkwardness from earlier. I smiled slightly and reassured him, don't worry, I'll remember this for a lifetime. I turned and walked down from the test stage. As soon as everyone saw my battle results, they immediately surrounded me with flattery. Yugu, I knew you were the best. A C-rank undead is even better than a rank 1 undead. What's that? Yugu should be called Rain God. Seeing this, I frowned and said, get lost. However, in response to my reprimand, no one dared to show displeasure. They still smiled and made way for me. Wang Chen, please wait. A figure rushed out of the crowd, standing in front of me. It turned out to be the principal of Qingshan University, and I frowned. Let's go in another direction, Wang Chen. I have a few words to say to you. Coincidentally, another figure rushed out. It was the principal of Tianyun University. Do you two have something to discuss? I didn't feel good about either of them. I would like to invite you to study at our academy, the principal of Qingshan Wanling University said awkwardly. I feel the same way, the principal of Tianyun Wanling University echoed. I shook my head directly and said, I have no money, no background, and no interest. Wang Chen, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I admit I was reckless and rude earlier, and now I formally apologize to you, said the principals of Tianyu Academy and Qingshan Academy, bowing in apology. This scene left everyone around dumbfounded. It's worth noting that apart from their titles as principals, both are diamond-level powerhouses. Even the Lord of Qinchang must treat them with respect. At that moment, Principal Qin, wearing rectangular glasses, calmly walked out of the crowd. He adjusted his glasses slightly, facing me with a warm smile. Wang Chen, you previously promised to become a special student at our Qingshan Wanling University. At that time, you would not only enjoy top-tier treatment but also gain access to abundant resources, with diamond-level powerhouses mentoring you specifically. Oh really? Is that true? I said as I cleared my ears. Principal Qin, looking unconcerned, smiled and said, of course, this is what we agreed upon. Principal Lu from your school can also testify. What Principal Qin won't mention is that it was just a verbal agreement, which is basically worthless. Moreover, you let it go, I said while pinching my nose. Principal Qin was infuriated, but he was also at fault for having broken his promise first. If you don't accept me, young man, don't be too arrogant, Wang Chen. I believe you should think carefully. No matter how talented you are, you will need abundant resources to rise. Without the support of the Undead University, it's very hard to grow. You will find it difficult to grow, Principal Qin said, staring at me earnestly. I advise you not to act impulsively. I can give you another chance to rephrase your response regarding my invitation to attend Qingshan Wanling University. At that moment, everyone felt that Principal Qin was like a volcano ready to erupt. I understood that Principal Qin's words were both a warning and a threat, but even without the school's training, I had plenty of ways to enhance my strength. There's nothing to consider. I refuse to attend Qingshan Wanling University, I answered firmly. As my voice rang out, Principal Qin's face turned a deep shade of purple. He looked worse than someone who had eaten a dead fly. At this moment, the principals of Qingshan and Tianyun were secretly pleased to see the tension between me and Principal Qin. Naturally, they didn't want to miss this opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Wang Chen, I think you should reconsider. Our Qingshan University and Tianyun University are also great. As long as you're willing to come, you can set any conditions. At this, my eyes lit up. This time, I was somewhat tempted. I think you should save your breath. I won't choose any school other than Qingshan Wanling University. He can only attend Qingshan Wanling University. Just as he finished speaking, the crowd parted behind him. Two figures approached, one after the other. The man in front appeared to be in his 40s, handsome, with a commanding presence, dressed in a tailored black uniform. He gave off an extremely oppressive feeling, and behind him, a boy, somewhat resembling the man, followed closely behind, his chin slightly raised. With an immensely proud expression, wow, he is the vice-captain of the Reaper Legion. Bai Yanlang is actually a star-level powerhouse. Upon seeing that the newcomer was Bai Yanlang, the principals of Qingshan and Tianyun gasped in shock. Bai Yanlang is the vice-captain of the Reaper Legion, one of the 10 major legions of Daxia. His wife is the only daughter of the esteemed Gu family in the capital, making him a significant figure whose slightest action could shake Daxia. The boy behind him is Gu Tianyuan from the Gu family in the capital, who has contracted the S-rank undead Lich King, Wang Chen. You can't go anywhere but Qinqing University. Besides, Principal Qin is my close friend. You were quite rude to him earlier, and now you must apologize, Bai Yanlang commanded, looking down at me. In contrast, at the moment Bai Yanlang and Gu Tianyuan appeared, I clenched my fists tightly, my eyes reddening as I glared at the two wealthy commanders. Your attitude is inappropriate, Wang Chen. After all, he is not one of your subordinates, he has the right to choose for himself. The principals of Qingshan and Tianyun spoke up for fairness, and people around them quietly nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Bai Yanlang narrowed his eyes and pointed at me. I'm his father. Do you think my words are inappropriate? Wang Chen is Bai Yanlang's son. Wasn't it said that Wang Chen's family members had all died and that he had been alone, working diligently to complete his studies? Bai Yanlang's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. Bai Yanlang, we have had no relationship for 3 years. Your son Bai Yu is dead. I am now Wang Chen, and even if I die, I will not choose Qinqing Undead University, Wang Chen said, his expression growing increasingly cold. This Bai Yanlang is essentially a version of the city lord from another world. After his mother became pregnant, he used the excuse of hunting demons to leave the city and never returned. His mother believed Bai Yanlang had met with misfortune and was heartbroken, weeping daily. After raising me until I was 5, she eventually passed away in sorrow, and I became an orphan, wandering the streets. Until one day, I inadvertently saw Bai Yanlang on television, having successfully risen to the position of vice-captain of the Reaper Legion. That's when I suddenly realized. The man my mother had been longing for hadn't died, he had simply abandoned us. I didn't even know what he had used to take the jewel of the Gu family in the capital. So, alone and helpless, I went through countless hardships to reach the capital, thinking I had found a support in Bai Yanlang, only to find myself in hell, living like a dog and becoming Gu Tianyuan's subordinate, enduring endless torment. All the while, Bai Yanlang, my father, merely watched coldly. Unable to bear the humiliation, I chose to jump into a lake, pretending to drown, and escaped from there, my body carelessly discarded outside the city. To commemorate my new life, I changed my name to Wang Chen and became a student at Qinqing No. 1 High School. Wang Chen, Bai Yanlang muttered this name, his eyes blazing with rage. How dare you take the same surname as the dead woman? Wang Chen, how do you speak to your dad? Do you understand the concept of respect for elders? Gu Tianyuan scolded, frowning. That's your dad, not mine. I retorted directly to the brat. I'm really giving you face, Bai Yanlang said as he pulled out his belt. Let me handle this. Before Bai Yanlang could strike, Gu Tianyuan stepped in front of him, glaring at me with a sinister smile. You, who were born but not raised by your mother, today let me teach you what respect for elders means. In that tense moment, Gu Tianyuan unleashed a powerful surge of soul power, creating a whirlwind. Then, he summoned the Lich King. As the dark light merged, Gu Tianyuan transformed into a figure about 2 meters tall, draped in a black cloak and wielding a skeletal staff. This is the aura only an S-rank undead possesses. The Lich King. It's actually the Lich King. No wonder he's a genius from the imperial capital. The moment the Lich King appeared, the crowd erupted in chaos. Even some high school students who had just completed their contracts were forced to retreat by the overwhelming aura emanating from the Lich King. Since you want to devour your master, I can only erase you. Gu Tianyuan's killing intent surged as he raised his staff. Whoosh! A basin-sized ball of ghastly green flame appeared out of nowhere, crashing towards Wang Chen. This was soul fire, capable of burning both flesh and soul, extremely vicious. For a newly contracted contractor, being touched by it meant certain death. This scene made people frown. Gu Tianyuan clearly wasn't trying to teach Wang Chen a lesson, he was aiming for Wang Chen's life. However, just as the soul fire was about to land on Wang Chen, Wang Yu had already transformed into a general and swung his fist, the size of a sandbag, directly shattering the ball of soul fire. S-rank, just like that, Wang Chen scoffed, shaking his head. So fierce? Everyone was shocked at this scene. To explode the soul fire with a single punch, Wang Chen's zombie form had such strong defense? Gu Tianyuan, after transforming into a lich, was filled with astonishment in his dead gray eyes. One must know that the soul fire of the Lich King was something even silver-ranked contractors above bronze would not dare to withstand. He never expected that his decisive blow would be so easily neutralized. It was simply absurd. So strong? Beside him, Bai Yanlang couldn't help but narrow his pupils. He was clearly shaken by Wang Chen's undead strength. If he had seen Wang Chen's practical test earlier, he definitely wouldn't have let Gu Tianyuan take action. Maybe he has strong resistance to magical attacks. Let's try physical attacks. After a brief moment of distraction, Gu Tianyuan raised his staff again, and the ground cracked open as more than a dozen skeletal warriors, holding bone knives, emerged from below. Undead summoning. A powerful Lich King could even summon an army of tens of thousands of undead. If Gu Tianyuan could become a starry or king-level contractor, he would be equivalent to an entire army, which was terrifying. Just cannon fodder. Wang Chen formed a hand seal, and the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. He can control thunder? Bai Yanlang and Gu Tianyuan exclaimed in shock simultaneously. The masculine thunder had always been the nemesis of the undead and demons. How could Wang Chen's undead control it? It was simply shocking. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen purple bolts of lightning descended from the sky, instantly reducing the skeletal warriors to fragments. One bolt of lightning struck towards the Lich King. No! Gu Tianyuan screamed in terror, unleashing all his soul power to form a translucent black shield in front of him. Crack! The purple lightning tore through the shield, reducing it significantly from the thickness of an arm to that of a thumb, but it still caused black smoke to rise from Gu Tianyuan's body. Tianyuan! Bai Yanlong's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly activated his soul power to help Gu Tianyuan resist the onslaught of the lightning, which provided some relief. However, Gu Tianyuan could no longer maintain the undead fusion state and reverted to his normal form. Instant kill. The people around nearly dropped their jaws. With just one move, he had annihilated the S-rank Lich King along with his summoned minions? Too fierce. Is this Wang Chen's true strength? Among the crowd, Chen Yuruo was struck dumb after witnessing Wang Chen's transformation into a general displaying such might. She could no longer fathom the gap between her and Wang Chen. Wow! Gu Tianyuan's face changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Tianyuan, are you okay? Bai Yanlong's expression suddenly changed upon seeing Gu Tianyuan coughing up blood. Finished, my Lich King has suffered heavy damage and cannot be summoned for the time being. Gu Tianyuan's face was pale. What? Bai Yanlong's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Wang Chen, shouting, "You wretched child, look at the good you've done. Look at what you've done to your brother. He's just a child, how could you bear to lay a hand on him?" It was clear that Gu Tianyuan was injured, but Bai Yanlang was heartbroken. If you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed yourself. His fate is entirely self-inflicted. Wang Chen shook his head regretfully. If Bai Yanlang hadn't intervened, Gu Tianyuan might have already died. Wretched child, do you dare to retort? Bai Yanlang was furious. Dad, you have to avenge me. Don't let him go. I want him to suffer 10 times, 100 times worse than I did. Gu Tianyuan glared at Wang Chen fiercely, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If looks could kill, Wang Chen would have died 100 times already. Son, don't worry, I'll make him kneel before you and apologize. Bai Yanlong's expression turned cold as he took a step forward, a powerful aura surging towards Wang Chen like a tidal wave. The starry-level soul power was incredibly strong, and Wang Chen's expression changed drastically. He felt like a small boat in a storm, at risk of being destroyed at any moment. He was forced back by this overwhelming aura. Wretched child, kneel down. Bai Yanlang shouted, his momentum reaching its peak. Boom! Wang Chen felt as if he were carrying a 1,000-pound burden, struggling to move. Yet, he still clenched his fists tightly, refusing to yield. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, pattering continuously on the ground. Not yielding? Good, then I'll beat you until you do. Bai Yanlang stepped closer to Wang Chen, his hand gripping his belt, veins bulging. But in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Wang Chen. It was a middle-aged man in military uniform, standing tall. With this person's arrival, Wang Chen felt the pressure drop sharply. It was him. Wang Chen's heart stirred. This was the soldier who had told him that if he had nowhere else to go, he could enlist. What does this mean? Is he going to protect Wang Chen? The appearance of the military man stunned everyone. However, they couldn't help but shake their heads. This soldier was merely a commander in the Qin City Defense Army, yet he was facing the vice-commander of the formidable Death God Legion. Who could stop him? Even if the city lord came today, he couldn't protect Wang Chen. Lu Changan, are you going to stop me? Surprisingly, Bai Yanlang recognized this soldier. The middle-aged soldier, known as Lu Changan, nodded slightly, as if discussing a trivial matter. He showed no fear of Bai Yanlong's identity, status, or strength. This person must have a significant background. Wang Chen concluded that this soldier was certainly not an ordinary commander of the city defense army. Bai Yanlang was initially furious, but then seemed to remember something, taking a deep breath to calm himself. You should know my relationship with Wang Chen. This is my private matter, you have no right to interfere, so step aside. If you say I should step aside, wouldn't that be very embarrassing for me? Lu Changtian replied to Bai Yanlang before turning to Wang Chen. What is your relationship? Without hesitation, Wang Chen answered with 2 words, enemies. Upon hearing this, Bai Yanlang's pupils constricted. Little wretch. Very good. Lu Changtian smiled with satisfaction. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so we are friends now. Lu Changtian fixed his gaze on Bai Yanlang. When a friend is in trouble, I, Lu Changtian, cannot stand by and do nothing. You! Bai Yanlang extended his hand, trembling as he pointed at Lu Changtian, wanting to curse him, but the words wouldn't come out. Who exactly is Lu Changtian? The vice commander of the Death God Legion, the son-in-law of the Gu family, is struggling to speak? Seeing this scene, the people around were also stunned. They never expected a twist in the situation. Lu Changtian, don't force me to fight you. After a long pause, Bai Yanlang finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Come, I want to see just how strong you, this privileged one, really are. Starry Glory 4 stars, or Starry Glory 5 stars? With such strength, how can you be the vice commander? There really is no one left in the Death God Legion. Faced with Bai Yanlang's threat, Lu Changtian looked down on him. At the same time, a sudden aura erupted from Lu Changtian, targeting Bai Yanlang alone. Step. Bai Yanlang was struck as if by lightning, retreating several steps in succession. Why your cultivation? You've actually reached Starry Glory 9 stars. Just knowing is enough. I will protect Wang Chen. If you're not convinced, let Gu Shan come and talk to me personally. Bai Yanlang's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Gu Shan is the commander of the Death God Legion, and Lu Changtian's words clearly showed he did not take him seriously. Go back and tell those old guys to wash their necks clean. The day I step into the realm of kings will be the day I settle accounts with them. Lu Changtian's voice was icy, filled with murderous intent, making Bai Yanlang feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He could sense that Lu Changtian had truly glimpsed the path to the king level. Lu Changtian, you can protect him for a moment, but you can't protect him for a lifetime. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Yanlang's gaze fell on Wang Chen. Not daring to confront Lu Changtian directly, he recorded the humiliation brought upon him by Lu Changtian onto Wang Chen. He hated Wang Chen for making him lose face. He hated Wang Chen for causing him to suffer humiliation. Lu Changtian also looked deeply at Wang Chen and said slowly, I don't need to protect him for a lifetime, just for a moment, and he will become an existence you dare not provoke. He was full of confidence in Wang Chen. Just him? Gu Tianyuan expressed his disbelief. A moment? Bai Yanlang scoffed, I could give him 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and he still wouldn't be able to see my back. To him, I am like a frog at the bottom of a well looking up at the sky. Clearly, he did not regard Wang Chen highly. He was a person who had been through it all and knew deeply how difficult it was to reach the Starry Glory level. Strength, talent, luck, and background were all indispensable. He had also paid a great price to get to where he was today. In fact, Bai Yanlang had always been grateful for his initial decision. If he hadn't chosen to cling to the Gu family's thigh but instead lived with Wang Chen's mother, that mediocre woman, it was uncertain whether he could have become a diamond-level powerhouse. Bai Yanlang's words received a lot of agreement from those around. Indeed, if it were that easy to rise, there wouldn't be just a few kings among the 200 million people in the Great Xia. Talents were as numerous as the stars, countless, but how many could truly rise to become a lord? What do you say? Lu Changtian did not argue with Bai Yanlang but instead asked Wang Chen. After a brief silence, Wang Chen replied firmly, Bai Yanlang, within 10 years, I will definitely become an existence you look up to, and we will settle our grudges. His voice was not loud, but it was incredibly resolute. Wang Chen understood that by now, they had already formed a deadly enmity. Whether he said this or not, Bai Yanlang would want to eliminate him. Lu Changtian looked at Bai Yanlang with a half-smile. Did you hear that? Good. I look forward to the day you settle accounts with me, Bai Yanlang said with a meaningful smile, then turned and left. Dad, who is he? Gu Tianyuan asked in confusion. We'll talk about it when we get back. But Wang Chen. I said we'll talk about it when we get back. Bai Yanlang shot a cold glance at Gu Tianyuan. Gu Tianyuan was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen Bai Yanlang look at him with such a gaze. Suddenly, he felt a bit afraid. You must live, I must personally wash away today's humiliation. He shot a fierce glance at Wang Chen, and Gu Tianyuan hurriedly followed Bai Yanlang. They left? Watching the two figures depart, Wang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He still felt a great deal of pressure facing Bai Yanlang. Yet, a voice in his heart kept reminding him, do not yield, do not yield. Wang Chen, what are your plans next? Lu Changan looked at Wang Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Wang Chen glanced at the heads of various academies. As a result, everyone quickly averted their eyes. The relationship between Wang Chen and Bai Yanlang was already well known. It could be said that they were like fire and water, difficult to reconcile. As a powerful figure of the starry 9 stars, Lu Changan was not afraid of Bai Yanlang or the Gu family, but they were. No matter how high Wang Chen's talent was, they dared not recruit him. Even with more money, they could not accept him. Of course, it's to hone myself and improve my strength. Wang Chen looked at Lu Changan. General Lu, I wonder if I can join the military? Wang Chen also understood his situation. It seemed this was the only path left. Of course you can. Lu Changan nodded slightly. However, I must remind you of one thing. In the military, strength speaks for itself. You will not receive special treatment because of your talent. To obtain resources for improving your strength in the military, you rely on merit. Understood. Wang Chen nodded firmly. I am willing to join the military. I do not need special treatment. I just want to kill demons. With the plundering talent about to be unlocked, Wang Chen believed that on the battlefield, his strength would improve even faster. Hearing this, Lu Changan smiled. You do have a passionate spirit. Who exactly is Lu Changan? You seem very afraid of him? A helicopter took off from Qin City. On the plane, Gu Tianyuan clenched his fists, confused. He is a madman. Moreover, due to certain events, he has become a sworn enemy of the Gu family. Hasn't the family eliminated him? Gu Tianyuan asked, puzzled. Many who had enmity with the Gu family had grass 2 meters high on their graves. They tried, but after losing 2 starry-level powerhouses, they gave up. Starry-level powerhouses have fallen. Gu Tianyuan was utterly shocked. Starry powerhouses were enough to serve as city lords, commanding millions. Nurturing one required immense effort, and losing one was a major event. Lu Changan killed a starry-level powerhouse of the Gu family and still roams free? Gu Tianyuan couldn't believe it was true. The Gu family, as a prestigious family in the imperial capital, controlled the Death God Legion. With countless strong individuals, few dared to provoke them, let alone suffer such a great loss. Bai Yanlang sighed helplessly, speaking weakly. If it were possible, the Gu family certainly wouldn't let it go. However, Lu Changan once served as the deputy commander of the Heavenly Punishment Legion. With great strength and a strong background, the Gu family is also helpless. A man whom even the Gu family could do nothing about. After hearing Bai Yanlang's words, Gu Tianyuan fell silent. He truly realized Lu Changtian's power. But, Wang Chen. Thinking of the humiliation suffered in the academy, Gu Tianyuan gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. Don't worry, Dad will definitely help you vent this anger. Mentioning Wang Chen, a cold glint flashed in Bai Yanlang's eyes. Only when Wang Chen is dead can I vent this anger. Gu Tianyuan's expression turned cold. You wouldn't be reluctant, would you? Bai Yanlang was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Silly child, what are you saying? How could I be reluctant? What is Wang Chen? In my heart, you are my only son. Saying this, Bai Yanlang affectionately ruffled Gu Tianyuan's hair. However, he did not notice the flicker of disgust in Gu Tianyuan's lowered gaze. We're almost there, ahead is our destination. At noon, a military vehicle drove into a military camp. Lu Changan looked at the scenery outside the window and spoke slowly. General Lu, this doesn't seem to be the City Defense Army's camp? Wang Chen peered through the car window but did not see the large flag of the City Defense Army. Even the soldiers passing by were not wearing the usual City Defense Army uniforms. You observe quite carefully. This is indeed not the City Defense Army, but the Demon Hunting Squad. Lu Changan gave Wang Chen a deep look. The Demon Hunting Squad. Wang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted at the mention. The defensive forces of a city are generally divided into 2 types. The first type is the City Defense Army. Usually large in number, with varying strengths, they are mainly responsible for the city's defense and public order. The second type is a combat unit composed of elite soldiers selected from the army, known as the Demon Hunting Squad. There is a lot of information circulating online about the Demon Hunting Squad. Within the squad, there are many strong individuals. Silver rank is merely the entry threshold, and each team leader is at least of gold rank strength, with even platinum rank experts. This is quite terrifying. It should be noted that a silver rank expert in the City Defense Army could serve as a centurion commanding 100 men. The main responsibilities of the Demon Hunting Squad are reconnaissance, decapitation, sniping, and other high-risk tasks, directly engaging with demons. In the words of Oldley, the Demon Hunting Squad fights elite foes. General Lu, you brought me to the Demon Hunting Squad, could it be? A possibility crossed Wang Chen's mind. I've seen your 2 actions, your combat power is not inferior to that of a silver rank contractor. Such strength would be a waste of time in a new recruit camp, so I want to recommend you to join the Demon Hunting Squad directly. Although the Thunder Demon Hunting Squad often battles demons and is very dangerous, there are also more opportunities to earn merits. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Fighting demons, isn't that exactly what he wanted? Thank you for the promotion, General. Hee, don't be in a hurry to thank me. Lu Changan shook his head. I'm just providing you with an opportunity. Whether you can successfully join the Demon Hunting Squad and become a member of the hunting team depends on whether you can pass the captain's test. Wang Chen's gaze flickered. Wanting to join the Demon Hunting Squad was indeed not that easy. However, he was confident in his own strength. Soon, the military vehicle stopped at a spacious training ground. When Wang Chen and Lu Changan got out of the car, they saw 4 figures standing in front of the vehicle. These 4, both male and female, were all dressed in combat uniforms and stood straight. Out of politeness, Wang Chen glanced at them and quickly shifted his gaze. When the 4 saw Lu Changan, they all saluted simultaneously. I called everyone here to recommend a new member to you. Lu Changan slightly turned his body to let Wang Chen step forward. After hearing Lu Changtian's words, the 4 focused their attention on Wang Chen. Wang Chen, these 4 are members of the Dawn team of the Demon Hunting Squad. Captain Qin Feng, Vice Captain Wu Lei, Team Member Zhou, and Team Member Han Yi. As Lu Changtian introduced them, Wang Chen looked at each one. Captain Qin Feng had a stern face, was tall, and exuded a powerful aura. Vice Captain Wu Lei had an ordinary appearance and smiled friendly when he sensed Wang Chen's gaze. Zhou had half her face hidden under a windproof mask, but from her eyes, Wang Chen read 4 words, "Please do not approach." Han Yi was a pale young man, looking drowsy and listless. General, may I ask which team Wang Chen belonged to before? Captain Qin Feng of the Dawn team inquired about some details. No team, his name is Wang Chen, a recent graduate from Qingqing One high school, and his contracted undead is a zombie. Lu Changtian answered truthfully. What? No team at all? That means he's just a pure rookie? Just graduated from high school, so he just completed the contract ceremony? His strength is only bronze 1 star? After hearing Lu Changtian's words, the members of the Dawn team were stunned and couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. General, does Wang Chen have any special relationship with you? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. He instinctively regarded Wang Chen as someone with connections. General, with all due respect, regardless of what relationship you have with Wang Chen, you shouldn't directly let him bypass the training of the city guard and come straight to the demon suppression team. Wu Lei's usually warm expression turned serious. The tasks executed by the demon hunting team are extremely dangerous and difficult. A high school graduate has less than a 10% chance of survival. What you're doing isn't helping this child, it's harming him. You all misunderstand. Lu Changtian shook his head helplessly. Although I have no relationship with Wang Chen, I also have no deep-seated hatred, and I certainly wouldn't harm him. I brought him here simply because I believe he has potential. Throwing him into the city guard would only bury his talents. As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Their gazes towards Wang Chen were filled with more confusion. A boy who had contracted one of the 3 wastes of the undead, a zombie, and you tell me he has potential? What a joke! Qin Feng said, General, with such a talent, wouldn't joining our Dawn squad be a waste? How about? Enough! Lu Changtian interrupted Qin Feng. Aren't you just worried that Wang Chen's strength isn't enough? To be honest, Wang Chen may not reach the level of an elite member, but he definitely meets the standards to join the demon hunting team. You can test him according to the recruitment standards for new members. With that, Qin Feng said, if Wang Chen can pass our test, I will agree to him joining our Dawn squad. Lu Changtian did not respond directly but looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, what do you think? I am willing to accept the test, Wang Chen answered without hesitation. From the conversation between both parties, Wang Chen realized that the Dawn squad was quite extraordinary. After all, not everyone could bargain with Lu Changtian. Joining the Dawn squad would only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Old Wu, you can conduct the test, Qin Feng directly assigned the vice captain. Wu Lei smiled maliciously. The kid answered quite decisively, but he's still too naive, unaware of the world's dangers. Today, I will give you a good lesson. Captain Wu, what is the content of your assessment? Wang Chen asked curiously. In our military camp, we don't look at talent, only strength. So, I want to see how strong you are. Your assessment is to withstand my attacks for 5 minutes, Wu Lei said seriously, spreading his palm. Wang Chen nodded in understanding, and then? If you can hold on for 5 minutes, that counts as passing the assessment, Wu Lei said, somewhat speechless. Does this kid really think that holding on for 5 minutes under my attacks is an easy task? Truly, ignorance is bliss. Hani shook his head in disbelief. Back then, he had barely managed to last 5 minutes with his silver 3-star strength, and afterward, he had to lie in bed for 2 days to recover. Wang Chen, a newly contracted bronze 1-star with the undead, still dared to ask what comes next? What comes next is finding a hospital to recuperate. I didn't mean anything else. Wang Chen, noticing the strange looks from everyone, realized he had been abrupt and awkwardly scratched his head. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's get started, Wu Lei said, leading the way to the center of the training ground. Wang Chen followed, stopping about 20 meters away from Wu Lei. Lu Changan, Qin Feng, Zhou Yu, Hani, and others stood outside the field, eagerly anticipating Wang Chen's performance. Merge with your undead, Wu Lei said, and as his voice fell, a surge of soul power erupted from his body, stirring up a whirlwind. In the next moment, a black light burst forth from Wu Lei's body. Roar! An angry roar echoed, and the black light dissipated. Wang Chen focused his gaze and saw that Wu Lei had vanished, replaced by a giant bear over 3 meters tall, its bones stark white. In Wang Chen's mind, the information about the undead form Wu Lei had taken quickly surfaced. Bone Bear, a B-class strength undead, adept in power and capable of communicating with the Earth's force to unleash powerful magic. Wang Chen also felt an overwhelming pressure. He understood that even if he gave it his all, he would definitely not be a match for Wu Lei. Don't be afraid, although I am a silver 9-star, I will only use the strength of a silver 5-star. At that moment, the Bone Bear spoke, Wu Lei's voice echoing out. As the voice faded, the aura emanating from the Bone Bear weakened significantly. Now I can actually fight. Wang Chen felt the pressure drop sharply and regained his confidence. Please, Captain Wu, teach me. Wang Chen took a deep breath, activating his soul power to communicate with Jiang Chen, powerful energy merging into his body. Boom! In an instant, Wang Chen completed the fusion. Is this guy's undead really a zombie? After the fusion, he looks a bit cool? In the distance, Qin Feng, Zhou Yu, and Hani, seeing Wang Chen transform for the first time, all had the same thought. It is well known that undead are usually eerie and terrifying. After fusing, humans also become quite ferocious. However, at this moment, Wang Chen had flowing long hair, healthy wheat-colored skin, well-proportioned and powerful muscles, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. The 4 slightly elongated fangs were not only not menacing but added a touch of otherworldliness. This was the most handsome undead they had ever seen. Wang Chen moved with incredible speed, swift as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wu Lei, throwing a punch that made the air moan under the strain. This punch was formidable. Wu Lei was taken aback. A true expert reveals their strength with a single move. As a silver 9-star powerhouse with rich combat experience and keen insight, Wu Lei immediately realized that Wang Chen's punch had reached silver level. Roar! The Bone Bear, transformed from Wu Lei, let out a low growl, swinging its paw the size of a pot lid to strike Wang Chen's fist, colliding hard with him. Bang! An invisible shockwave erupted from the point of contact, kicking up a cloud of dust, and both Wang Chen's transformed Jiang Chen and Wu Lei's Bone Bear staggered back. Wang Chen took 3 steps back, while Wu Lei took 2. It seemed that their strengths were mismatched, but one must not forget that Wang Chen's soul power level was only bronze 1-star. General, did Wang Chen really just contract an undead? In the distance, Han Yi's eyes widened, no longer in his previous lazy state. Wang Chen's performance truly surprised him. Beside him, Zhou Yu, her face hidden beneath a mask, also had disbelief flickering in her eyes. With just this move, she concluded that Wang Chen's strength was not much weaker than hers. I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be fake? Lu Changtian's face was filled with emotion. Wang Chen's performance was too unexpected. Not to mention that powerful lightning magic, even the strength he displayed now was comparable to silver 4-star. This kid is quite extraordinary. As the party involved, Wu Lei felt his arms ache and his bare paw tingle. While others were shocked by Wang Chen's strength, he was even more astonished by the intensity of Wang Chen's physique. He felt that the slap just now was like hitting a super alloy, injuring him from the recoil. Captain Wu, are you okay? Wang Chen vaguely noticed Wu Lei's discomfort and asked with concern. What are you talking about? I'm fine, absolutely fine. You don't think you hurt me, do you? Wu Lei controlled the Bone Bear to shake its head, feigning indifference. He dared not show any discomfort. Because if word got out that a silver 9-star was at a disadvantage under a bronze 1-star, he would lose face. If he felt unwell, who would know? It seems I was overthinking it. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. But that punch you just threw had the power of a silver 4-star. For your age, that's quite remarkable. However, if you want to hurt me, you're still far from it. If this is all the strength you have, it won't be easy to last 5 minutes under my hands, Wu Lei said proudly. However, those in the know understood he was putting on a show. But Wang Chen, lacking experience in battling strong opponents, took it at face value. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you're a silver 9-star powerhouse, you're truly impressive. It seems I must go all out." Facing Wu Lei, a silver 9-star powerhouse, Wang Chen felt he could only use his ultimate lightning technique to fight back. "Hadn't you just gone all out?" Wu Lei was surprised to hear this. "Come on. It's just a zombie. Being this strong is already outrageous. Go all out then, I want to see just how strong your undead really are." Wu Lei couldn't back down in front of a newcomer. Wang Chen formed hand seals, his lips trembling. Was he about to use undead magic? Wu Lei, Xin Feng, Zhou Yu, Hani, and others all had this thought. To be honest, it was the first time anyone had seen a zombie capable of casting undead magic. Boom! Suddenly, a flash of purple lightning appeared, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed through the sky. Why is it thundering out of nowhere? While Wu Lei was still puzzled, he glanced at Wang Chen, who was casting a spell, and a thought struck him. No way! Did Wang Chen summon this thunder? It can't be. Everyone knows that thunder is the nemesis of the undead. Crack! At that moment, Wang Chen pointed, and a purple lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck straight towards Wu Lei. Wu Lei's heart raced. It's real. He can really control thunder. This world is too crazy. The undead has become the Thunder King? Bear spirit protection. Faced with the rolling thunder, Wu Lei dared not be careless and immediately unleashed the strongest defensive skill of the Bone Bear. A shield formed in front of the Bone Bear, made of earthy power and dark undead energy, enveloping him like an eggshell. With this skill, his defense would receive a significant boost. Even if a silver 5-star soul power were used to cast this skill, a silver 6-star attack couldn't break through his defense. Crack! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the purple lightning instantly shattered the shield, and then a bolt the thickness of a thumb entered the Bone Bear's body. Then, arcs of electricity flickered across Wu Lei's transformed skeletal giant bear, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Wu Lei was tough, gritting his teeth and not letting out a single cry of pain. Hiss! Seeing this scene, those outside couldn't help but gasp. Everyone understood that Wu Lei must be in a lot of pain at that moment, but he didn't say a word. "General, where on earth did you find this freak?" Hani couldn't help but ask quietly. Wang Chen's displayed abilities were truly astonishing. A bronze-level contractor could make Wu Lei feel so embarrassed? Wasn't that a bit too outrageous? "I've said it before, Wang Chen was just a student from Class 1 before," Lu Changan said with a faint smile. "I see your team has been a bit too arrogant lately. It's just right for Wang Chen to give you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar shook the heavens, and purple lightning flickered in and out of sight. Gulp! The faces of Xin Feng, Zhou Yu, and Han turned grim. If Wang Chen did that again, could Wu Lei withstand it? "Captain, I think there's no need to continue the test." Just as everyone was worried, Wang Chen's voice suddenly rang out. He didn't immediately lower the lightning technique but instead stared at Wu Lei's transformed skeletal giant bear and asked. After a brief silence, Wu Lei slowly spoke. "Indeed, there's no need to continue, I've lost." Wu Lei's voice was filled with a strong sense of defeat. He had directly given up on testing Wang Chen. What? The vice captain admits defeat? On the edge of the arena, Han Yi looked incredulous. The thunder power released by Wang Chen is not weak. If old Wu wants to continue, he must go all out. According to the previous rules, using power beyond silver 5 stars means old Wu is lost. Beside him, Captain Xin Feng said slowly, so, admitting defeat directly is a bit more dignified for old Wu. If it weren't for General Lu personally bringing Wang Chen here, I wouldn't believe that Wang Chen's true strength is only bronze 1 star. Zhou Yu's voice had changed significantly from before. It was like two pieces of old bark rubbing together, making one feel a bit sore in the ears. Hani said, "Sister Yu, your real voice sounds much better. That clipped tone before made me want to laugh." "Get lost." Zhou Yu rolled her eyes dramatically. At that moment, Wang Chen and Wu Lei had both released their fusion state and approached the crowd. Captain Xin Feng stepped forward. "Wang Chen, welcome to the Dawn Squad. I am Captain Xin Feng, B-level undead abomination contractor, with soul power of gold 2 stars. Gold 2 stars? A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Gold 2 stars could be a principal at his graduated Qin City No. 1 high school. Yet here, he was just a captain. Indeed, the demon hunting squad was filled with elites. Member of the Dawn Squad, Hani, a level undead vengeful spirit contractor, with soul power of silver 7 stars, welcome. After Qin Feng, a pale and seemingly frail young man stepped forward. So he was a ghost-type undead contractor, no wonder he looked so weak. Wang Chen realized. Humans inherit some characteristics of the undead after contracting them. Ghost-type undead have very powerful soul power, which is why Hani appeared somewhat frail. Moreover, after activating undead fusion, Han Yi's body would become completely ghostly, making him immune to most physical attacks. Zhou, Siren, Silver's 7 stars. Finally, the only woman in the team stepped forward. This time, Zhou also spoke in her true voice without any deliberate affectation. It was like two pieces of old bark rubbing together. The change was due to her fusion with the Siren. After everyone finished their introductions, Wang Chen slowly began to speak, a bit shyly. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Chen, a recently graduated high school student, with soul power currently at bronze 1 star, and my contracted undead is a sea-level undead zombie. Stop! Suddenly, Vice Captain Wu Lei interrupted Wang Chen. Wang Chen? Wu, what's wrong? Tell me who rated your undead as sea-level, I have a couple of things to say to him. Wu Lei asked, very frustrated. To summon thunder and have the attack power of silver 7 stars at bronze 1 star, and you tell me it's a sea-level zombie? That's right. Wang Chen's undead absolutely cannot be sea-level. Captain Qin Feng nodded gravely. I once saw an S-level undead contractor during a contracting ceremony, and the attack power he unleashed was only close to silver level. Han Yi and Zhou didn't say much, but they also nodded in agreement. They absolutely did not believe Wang Chen's undead was a sea-level zombie. Wang Chen's undead is indeed not S-level. Lu Changan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. I believe it should be S+ level. General, is there such a level? Wang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. Lu Changan nodded affirmatively. There is indeed an S+ level, but it hasn't been publicly announced, and with my authority, I don't know if anyone has been rated at the S+ level. So mysterious? Everyone was taken aback. Lu Changan was a general of the empire, yet there were things he couldn't touch? If you knew another name for S+, you would find it reasonable. Lu Changan took in the astonished expressions of the crowd and smiled faintly. General, what is the other name? Yes, please don't keep us in suspense. The crowd showed great eagerness, with Wu Lei and Han Yi unable to contain their curiosity, directly asking. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Changan slowly revealed a name, the Divine Sequence. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. The Divine represents the Supreme, overlooking all beings, and is omnipotent. Until now, the existence of this level had only been a legend. However, everyone knew that if the Great Xia truly gave birth to a deity, it would surely eradicate the demons and restore peace to the world. Wang Chen noticed that Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Zhou, Han Yi, and others were looking at him with burning eyes, as if they were gazing at a rare treasure. Captain, Vice Captain, and everyone, with you looking at me like this, I feel a lot of pressure. Wang Chen's hands intertwined, feeling somewhat at a loss. I say you shouldn't put too much pressure on Wang Chen. Besides, this is just my personal opinion. Truly achieving S+ level requires rigorous assessments. Lu Changan laughed heartily. Right now, Wang Chen's identity is just a new member of your Dawn Squad. Next, you need to find ways to enhance your mutual understanding and quickly adapt. You know, there are many things you still need to do. As he spoke, Lu Changtian's expression gradually became serious. Yes. Qin Feng nodded heavily. We will definitely train Wang Chen well, making him an elite warrior in a short time. Good. I look forward to that day. Lu Changtian nodded in satisfaction and then left the training ground. Wang Chen, we are about to start formal training. Are you ready? After Lu Changtian left, Qin Feng asked seriously. Captain, I don't want to train. I just want to go into battle and kill demons. Wang Chen replied earnestly and seriously. He had chosen to join the military primarily to slay demons. If he really had to undergo months of training, he wouldn't be able to stand it. Good lad, you have courage. Qin Feng praised. However, your request does not conflict with our training content. As the most elite team in Qin City, our training goal has always been focused on practical combat. So, our real training ground is in the ruins outside the city, and demons are our whetstone. Qin Feng's voice gradually became passionate. That sounds fantastic. Wang Chen's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, I am always ready. Good, then let's set off now to hunt demons outside the city. Half a day later, Imperial Capital. The helicopter landed on the Gu family's helipad. Bai Yanlang and Gu Tianyuan had just stepped off the plane when a graceful and charming woman hurriedly approached them. To be precise, she came to Gu Tianyuan. The woman's eyes were filled with concern, and in her gaze, there was only Gu Tianyuan. Bai Yanlang stood by like air. Tianyuan, let mom take a look. The beautiful woman looked Gu Tianyuan up and down, her eyes filled with heartache. Gu Tianyuan said, Mom, I'm fine. It's just that my spirit has suffered severe damage and cannot be summoned for a short time. Your spirit has suffered severe damage. How could you possibly be fine with such serious injuries? Don't worry, I've spent 100 million to buy a soul-nurturing herb to heal your wounds, the beautiful woman said with concern. Thank you, Mom, Gu Tianyuan smiled broadly. At that moment, the beautiful woman finally turned her gaze to Bai Yanlang. Yen. Bai Yanlang wore a gentle smile. Without a doubt, this beautiful woman was the jewel of the Gu family in the imperial capital, Gu Yanyan. She was also the most powerful woman in the imperial capital. Without Gu Yanyan, there would be no Bai Yanlang today. You can still smile? I really don't understand why you still have the face to smile, Gu Yanyan scolded, surprising Bai Yanlang. His smile froze on his face. As a starry-level powerhouse, the vice commander of the Death Legion, one of the top 10 legions of the Great Xia, you can't even protect your son's safety? What are you doing? If I were you, I would just find a block of tofu to crash into or hang myself with a noodle. Gu Yanyan showed no fear of Bai Yanlang's identity, status, or strength. Yan, let me explain, Bai Yanlang said bitterly. First of all, I really didn't expect that Wang Chen's cursed contract spirit would be so powerful, instantly defeating Tianyuan and severely injuring him. Secondly, I really wanted to take revenge for Tianyuan. I even wanted to kill that cursed Wang Chen. If it weren't for Lu Changtian's interference, I would have succeeded. Mentioning this matter, Bai Yanlang felt a surge of anger. He didn't expect that an unexpected reunion 3 years later would lead to a lesson from Wang Chen. Don't tell me what happened, I only care about the result. How is Tianyuan? What about Wang Chen? Gu Yanyan coldly questioned. This. Bai Yanlang felt deeply ashamed. In the end, Tianyuan was injured, and Wang Chen was taken away by Lu Changtian, escaping unscathed. After saying this, Bai Yanlang dared not look at Gu Yanyan's aggressive gaze any longer. Despite being a starry-level powerhouse and the vice-commander of one of the top 10 legions, a prominent figure in the Great Xia, he felt utterly small before Gu Yanyan, because he owed his current status entirely to Gu Yanyan's support. Otherwise, he would still be an unknown demon hunter in Qin City, an obscure contract spirit user. More likely, he would have died at the hands of demons long ago for the sake of money. Ha, Bai Yanlang, you still know that the person who harmed my son is still at large? Gu Yanyan mocked. Then what are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be taking that cursed one's head to atone for my son? As she spoke, Gu Yanyan's expression suddenly turned cold, and the temperature in the air dropped sharply, as if transitioning from summer to late autumn. Hiss. Gu Tianyuan involuntarily shivered, hugging his shoulders. Mom, please don't be angry. Actually, this matter isn't entirely my dad's fault. If anyone is to blame, it should be Lu Changtian. Otherwise, Wang Chen would have been dead long ago. Moreover, on the way back, my dad also dispatched trusted subordinates to Qin City, planning to secretly eliminate Wang Chen. Really? After hearing this, Gu Yanyan looked at Bai Yanlang. Really, they should arrive in Qin City in about half a day. Bai Yanlang nodded seriously. On one side is your son, and on the other side is also your son. Can you really bear to be ruthless? Gu Yanyan asked again. Bai Yanlang suddenly laughed. A cold laugh. Heh, does Wang Chen even deserve to be my son? In my heart, I only have Tianyuan as my son. If it weren't for Tianyuan begging me to let Wang Chen stay as a plaything back then, I would have erased him long ago. Reflecting on that past, Bai Yanlang felt a wave of regret. Had he known today, he shouldn't have allowed Wang Chen to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Instead, he should have thrown him into a cage to feed the demon pets raised by Gu Tianyuan. At least you still have a bit of responsibility. However, Wang Chen has joined the military after all, so you must be careful. Don't leave any traces when you act, or it will bring considerable trouble. After a pause, Gu Yanran added, after all, Lu Changtian is a madman. If you provoke him, no one knows what might happen. Bai Yanlang smiled slightly. Yanran, just wait for the news of Wang Chen's death. Those few subordinates of mine, I haven't used them for a long time, so there won't be any evidence left. If you can't even handle this small matter, then you might as well give up being the vice-commander of the Death God Legion, Gu Yanran coldly snorted. She remained domineering. However, Bai Yanlang knew that this woman was not just speaking out of anger. She truly had the ability to dismiss him from his position as vice-commander of the Death God Legion. Yanran, don't worry, I will handle this matter properly. He patted his chest to assure her. At the same time, his hatred for Wang Chen reached its peak. That damned bastard almost got me killed. Tianyuan, let's go. Your grandfather hasn't seen you in a long time and misses you very much. Gu Yanran affectionately took Gu Tianyuan's hand. The old man has come out of seclusion? Bai Yanlang's eyes flashed with surprise. He has come out. After a pause, Gu Yanran added, this time, the old man's soul power has made great progress, and he is not far from the king realm. That's great. Bai Yanlang raised his fist in excitement. Doesn't that mean we can deal with Lu Changtian soon? The day the old man breaks through to the king realm will be the day we deal with Lu Changtian. The blood debt of the Gu family cannot just be settled like that. Gu Yanran's expression turned cold. However, you must not make this public. Wait until the old man successfully breaks through to the king realm, then we will thoroughly deal with Lu Changan, leaving him no chance to turn the tables. I understand. Bai Yanlang nodded seriously. I will go pay my respects to the old man right away. However, Gu Yanran shook her head. You can forget it. Handle your own matters first, then we can talk. You should know that the old man dotes on Tian Yuan very much. After saying that, Gu Yanran gradually walked away with Gu Tian Yuan. Throughout, she treated Bai Yanlang with a condescending attitude. In her eyes, Bai Yanlang was not a husband but more like a subordinate, one who could be summoned or dismissed at will. Bai Yanlang clenched his fists tightly, watching Gu Yanran's retreating figure, his eyes filled with hatred. So what if he was a son-in-law? Did he have no human rights at all? Should his dignity be trampled upon? Gu Yanran, Gu family, one day, I Bai Yanlang will trample you underfoot. The humiliation I have suffered over the years will be repaid tenfold or 100-fold. Bai Yanlang gritted his teeth. Wang Chen, that ruined town ahead is your training ground. Outside the ruined town dozens of miles from Qin City, Qin Feng said to Wang Chen. What should I do? Wang Chen asked, confused. Kill all the demons in the town, Qin Feng replied solemnly. Kill them all? Wang Chen's expression suddenly became serious. Just then, a piercing wind swept past everyone's ears, and a semi-transparent figure silently appeared before Wang Chen. It was Han Yi, transformed into a wraith. Captain, I've investigated. There are about 120 bronze-level minor demons in the town, along with 3 silver-level brute demons. Finally, Han Yi's gaze fell on Wang Chen. Captain, the number of demons is more than we estimated. Wang Chen alone may not be able to kill all these demons. At this moment, Captain Qin Feng also frowned slightly. Normally, a town of this scale would have about 10 to 20 demons. It is obvious that the number of demons in this town far exceeds their expectations. Can Wang Chen still handle it? One must understand that the battlefield is not a contest. A moment's carelessness can lead to death. Moreover, the bronze, silver, gold, and platinum levels are all very fearful of tactics involving sheer numbers. With over 100 demons charging at him, even Qin Feng, a gold-level powerhouse, felt a bit intimidated. Perhaps it would be better to change locations. Qin Feng thought to himself. Captain, I want to give it a try. Before Qin Feng could voice his thoughts, Wang Chen unexpectedly volunteered for the fight. Everyone was surprised to hear Wang Chen's words. Wang Chen, your strength indeed surpasses that of your peers, but there are over 100 demons here, along with 3 silver-level brute demons. It will be very difficult to deal with, Zhou Yu said in a sharp tone. However, Wang Chen could sense the concern hidden in Zhou Yu's words. He also realized that Zhou Yu, in order to protect his pride, chose to say very difficult to deal with instead of you have no chance of winning at all. Wang Chen, I think Zhou Yu makes a good point. We should find another place to train, Wu Lei said, believing that training should not be a death sentence. There was no need to stubbornly fight here. However, Wang Chen was already captivated by the more than 100 bronze-level demons and couldn't move. Just unlocking the talent for lightning control had made his attack power comparable to that of a 6-star silver. What if he unlocked the plunder talent? Wang Chen believed his strength would surge again. Besides, with the characteristics of the general, he might be able to single-handedly slay all the demons in the town. It just required some time. I still want to give it a try, but you can rest assured, if I really can't handle it, I will retreat quickly, Wang Chen insisted. Truly a young bull not afraid of tigers, Han Yi shook his head slightly. In his view, Wang Chen's decision was no different from throwing away his life. Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Zhou Yu, and the others exchanged glances. Alright, then let's give it a try. But I must warn you in advance, your decision is very dangerous. Even I might face life-threatening risks against so many demons, Qin Feng warned Wang Chen one last time. Thank you, Captain. You can rest assured, I will not make any unnecessary sacrifices. Wang Chen nodded firmly, then resolutely turned and walked towards the town. Although this kid's decision is a bit reckless, that courage is admirable. Wu Lei, the vice-captain, suddenly smiled as he watched Wang Chen's retreating figure. Indeed. Seeing him reminds me of my younger self, just as naive and impulsive. Qin Feng sighed and then instructed in a deep voice, everyone, conceal yourselves nearby. Zhou Yu, be ready with the anti-magic shield at all times, and when the moment is critical, put it on Wang Chen. Han Yi, you are a ghost-type undead, skilled in stealth. Hide in the shadows and appear when Wang Chen is unable to deal with the demons to help him fend them off. After a pause, Qin Feng looked at Wu Lei. As for the two of us, we will be ready to rush into the town and bring Wang Chen out. As soon as he finished speaking, black light began to emanate from Qin Feng's body, and he swelled up like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a terrifying creature over 4 or 5 meters tall, with skin that was yellow-green, resembling the Hulk, except for his bald head, a dorsal fin on his back, and layers of fat. Abomination, B-level undead. Proficient in strength, defense. After the captain fused with the undead, 2 more bursts of soul power erupted. Vice Captain Wu Lei transformed into a skeletal giant bear, about the same height as the abomination. The only female member of the team, Zhou, turned into a semi-ethereal state similar to Han Yi, her body somewhat illusory, with silver hair cascading down to her waist, and her eyes turned silver. Demon, B-level undead. Proficient in undead magic, mental magic. At this moment, Wang Chen had already fused with Jiang Chen and entered the small town, immediately enveloped by a sense of silence and desolation. The dilapidated houses swayed precariously, some roofs had already collapsed, exposing hollow frames. The streets were covered with rubble and debris, overgrown with wild grass, and occasionally a few resilient wildflowers swayed in the wind, adding a faint touch of life to the desolation. Directly in front of Wang Chen stood an ancient clock tower, its massive hands frozen at 4:25, as if time had also come to a standstill here. Dong dong dong. The deep, melodious chime suddenly rang out. Wang Chen's pupils contracted. He saw shadows flying out from the clock tower, twisting in the air and pouncing towards him. There were at least 40 or 50 of them. These creatures were small in stature, entirely black, but possessed a pair of black flesh wings that allowed them to fly. Their heads were slightly larger, with a pair of curved ram's horns protruding sharply from the top, keen and pointed. Their crimson eyes revealed cunning, cruelty, and greed. Their wide mouths gaped open, exposing sharp fangs. Little demons, low-level demons. But their true power is enough to crush sea-level undead contractors of the same rank. Relevant information quickly surfaced in Wang Chen's mind, and at the same time, he swiftly formed seals with his hands. In an instant, dozens of little demons have been alerted. We need to move faster. Outside the town, Qin Feng immediately spotted the demons, resembling a black cloud, and hurriedly called out. It should be noted that even he had to avoid their attacks. The others said nothing further and rushed towards Wang Chen with all their might. Even Zhou occasionally let out sharp sounds, her soul power beginning to coalesce. She was brewing a magical shield. Boom! But just at that moment, a thunderous roar shook the heavens and the earth. Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Hani, Zhou, and the others were all taken aback. They saw dozens of lightning bolts appearing out of thin air above the town, descending like divine punishment. Awu! Amidst the terrified screams, those dozens of little demons instantly turned to ashes. The group involuntarily halted, exchanging glances. Gulp! Vice Captain Wu Lei swallowed hard. Wang Chen can actually unleash so much thunder at once? He couldn't imagine what would have happened if Wang Chen had used such a powerful move during the test. Perhaps there would be nothing left but bone fragments? So strong. I would believe it if you said he was at the golden level. Hani smacked his lips. Wang Chen's value was still rising. This move annihilated dozens of bronze-level demons. Many golden-level undead contractors might not be able to achieve that. Qin Feng shook his head gravely, unless they specialize in large-scale attacks. Captain, what about us? Zhou asked hoarsely. Let's observe the situation, Qin Feng added. Maybe this kid can really wipe out all these demons by himself. Upon hearing this, everyone followed Qin Feng's suggestion. Slay 1 bronze-level demon, task completion progress, 45/100. Slay 1 bronze-level demon, task completion progress, 46/100. Slay 1 bronze-level demon, task completion progress, 47/100. Watching the continuously appearing task progress notifications, Wang Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad. Just by clearing a wave of monsters, he had completed nearly half. He was not far from unlocking the next skill. Woo woo woo! The sounds of battle stirred the entire small town. This time, shadows rose from all directions. They were all bronze-level little demons. But this was not the end. 3 demons, each about 5 meters tall and resembling monkeys, but covered in palm-sized black scales, charged from 3 different directions. They were 3 silver-level brutes, skilled in strength and defense. Although they were not adept at magic, their pure physical attacks were astonishing. Thunder Law! Wang Chen instinctively resorted to his old trick, using the power of thunder against the enemy. However, before he could form the hand seal, a sense of emptiness surged in his heart, preventing him from continuing. Oh no! His soul power was insufficient to use Thunder Law again. Wang Chen's heart tightened. He was out of mana. After all, his soul power was only at the bronze 1-star level, not limitless. To take down dozens of bronze-level little demons in one hit was already a remarkable feat. But it was fine. I know a bit about hand-to-hand combat too. Wang Chen simply gave up on using Thunder Law and charged directly at the oncoming little demons. Captain, it seems Wang Chen can't release his skills anymore? Outside the town, everyone watched Wang Chen's actions. When he suddenly abandoned his spell halfway and chose to fight barehanded, they began to speculate. Prepare to rush in for rescue. Wait, no, let's hold on a bit. Qin Feng changed his mind just after giving the order, because he saw that even without using Thunder Law, Wang Chen was still fierce. After breaking into the little demon's formation, he actually punched one little demon to pieces, and that astonishing power was moving. Facing the little demon's concentrated attacks, Wang Chen naturally had no time to dodge, so he simply chose not to evade at all. However, the little demon's attacks surprisingly failed to inflict any substantial damage on Wang Chen. Their sharp teeth and claws struck him, only to spark a series of flashes. Hiss! Wang Chen is not only powerful, but his defense is terrifying too. Hani gasped. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. Humph, you don't know. When I put all my strength into a hit on Wang Chen, it felt like hitting a super reinforced alloy. My hand went numb. Do you think his defense is strong? I estimate that unless it's a gold level attack, he can ignore it. Of course, I'm referring to physical attacks. I'm not sure about elemental or mental attacks. In this regard, Vice Captain Wu Lei, who had fought Wang Chen before, had the most authority. What? Everyone looked at Wu Lei in shock. Looking back at Wang Chen fighting in the town, two words involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Freak. Kill one bronze level demon, task completion progress, 98/100. Kill one bronze level demon, task completion progress, 99/100. Kill one bronze level demon, task completion progress, 100/100. Wang Chen's fists fell like raindrops, each punch taking the life of a bronze level little demon. Under his efforts, he finally succeeded in killing 100 bronze level demons. Along with this came the system's notification, task completed. Unlock, plunder. Plunder, creatures you kill will be converted into soul power, increasing your strength. Task issued, kill a gold level demon. Reward, 1 body transformation. Success! Wang Chen was overjoyed. At the same time, he swung his fist and exploded a little demon charging at him. Kill a bronze level demon, gain 10 points of soul power. Wang Chen immediately felt a significant change in his body. A cool breath surged into his mind, instantly restoring some of his depleted soul power. Not bad. Wang Chen was satisfied and continued to strike. After killing 10 little demons, his soul power had fully recovered. And there is a slight trend of growth. In other words, I can kill demons and still level up? This discovery surprised Wang Chen a bit. At this moment, a sound of breaking air rang out, and a huge shadow enveloped Wang Chen. He looked up, his gaze sharpening. It was actually a brute demon, leaping high and landing right above him. The brute demon was massive, like a small mountain. Its body was covered in thick scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. These scales were incredibly hard, seemingly able to withstand any attack. The brute demon's face resembled that of an ape, fierce and terrifying, with a pair of red eyes radiating a vicious light. At this moment, its strong limbs were coiled together, ready to unleash a devastating blow. This is good. Wang Chen looked at the brute demon before him, feeling no fear at all. Although this brute demon was powerful, it felt weaker than the suppressed Wu Lei he had faced before. He was not without the strength to fight back. Meanwhile, the brute demon let out a roar, swinging its massive fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, crashing down towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed as he quickly sidestepped. The brute demon's fist struck the ground, producing a tremendous sound, creating a huge pit and even leaving a spiderweb-like crack on the surface. One could imagine how strong the force of that punch was. In contrast, Wang Chen was as still as a maiden and as swift as a rabbit, seizing the opportunity during the brute demon's attack to swiftly move to its side, leaping into the air and delivering a side-like kick to the brute demon's knee joint. With a crack, the dark scales shattered. With another crack, the brute demon's leg bone bizarrely deformed. Wang Chen's kick shattered the brute demon's defense and broke its bone? Outside the town, Han gasped. He knew Wang Chen's zombie form was powerful, but competing in hardness with the brute demon, which had maxed out its physical defense, was still unbelievable. I've been emphasizing how ridiculously strong Wang Chen's body is, and you haven't listened at all. Vice Captain Wu Lei scoffed. He had fought with Wang Chen before, so he had the most authority to speak. Roar! With its leg bone broken, the brute demon let out a painful roar. It swung its hand, reaching for Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen stomped hard on the brute demon's knee, suddenly leaping towards its eyes. The brute demon sensed Wang Chen's intention and hurriedly swung its arms to block him. But Wang Chen was incredibly fast, instantly arriving in front of the brute demon, throwing a punch towards its eye. Boom! With this punch, dark green blood splattered. Wang Chen had actually burst the brute demon's eyeball. Damn it! Ant! The brute demon let out a painful scream, covering its eye with one hand while wildly swinging the other, trying to tear Wang Chen apart. However, its attacks, though fierce, had lost their form. Not only did Wang Chen evade them with agility, but the brute demon also accidentally smashed 3 or 4 small demons into a pulp. Taking advantage of the brute demon's painful struggle, Wang Chen launched another attack. He gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the brute demon's head. The force of this punch was immense, causing the brute demon's head to tilt slightly, and then Wang Chen followed up with another heavy punch. This time, accompanied by a series of intense bone-cracking sounds, the brute demon's head bizarrely rotated 360 degrees before it fell to the ground with a thud. In its last moment, the remaining eye of the brute demon was filled with disbelief. It had been defeated by a human ant in just 3 punches and a kick? Looking at the massive body of the brute demon lying at his feet, Wang Chen felt little joy in his heart, because the battle was not yet over. Before he had a chance to catch his breath, 2 more brutes arrived and charged forward. These 2 brutes were also over 5 meters tall, covered in thick scales, exuding a powerful aura. At the same time, dozens of little demons rushed up alongside the 2 brutes. These little demons were smaller in size but incredibly fast, emitting sharp cries as they lunged at Wang Chen. Seeing this, Wang Chen knew he had to deal with these enemies quickly, or the consequences would be dire. He immediately closed his eyes, focused his energy, and connected with the power of heaven and earth. Moments later, Wang Chen opened his eyes, and a flash of purple light flickered within them. At the same time, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the heavens and earth. Crack! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended in an instant. This lightning roared like a giant dragon, charging towards the demons. A large number of demons were instantly reduced to ashes beneath the thunder. The 2 brutes felt the immense power of the lightning and quickly halted, trying to evade it. But the speed of the lightning was astonishing, and it was upon them in an instant. Even the powerful brutes, rated at 5 or 6 stars in silver, could not withstand the force of the lightning for even a second before turning to ash. Is this the end of the battle? Outside the small town, those who had been waiting to help Wang Chen at a critical moment were stunned. They had been waiting for the crucial moment, but it never came. Xin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "I've been in the military for decades, seen countless people, and many geniuses, but I've never seen anyone like Wang Chen. Hey, a rookie who just made a contract, and he killed over 100 demons in one go, impressive." Hani gasped, "Captain, I heard there are many S-class geniuses appearing in this year's Imperial City. I wonder if Wang Chen can be stronger than them? Although I'm not S-class, I think there's no need for S-class to mess with him," Wu Lei said. The general said Wang Chen has S+ potential. With his current combat power, I would believe it if you said he was golden rank. Clearly, they had complete confidence in Wang Chen. "Let's go, clean up the battlefield and see if there are any stragglers," Xin Feng said, leading the way into the small town. However, as they entered, they found Wang Chen with his eyes tightly closed. "Wang!" Hani opened his mouth to speak but was silenced by Xin Feng. "Shu, keep it down. It seems Wang Chen is breaking through." Xin Feng guessed Wang Chen's situation. Breaking through? The others were taken aback. So sudden? Just then, a surge of soul power erupted from Wang Chen. For Xin Feng and the others, it couldn't be considered strong, but it had indeed reached the level of bronze 2 stars, confirming Xin Feng's earlier speculation. He just made a contract not long ago and is already breaking through? I don't quite understand. Han Yi's mouth twitched. It should be known that for a normal person to enhance their soul power, they needed to continuously practice soul tempering techniques in a tranquil environment. Who breaks through while fighting like Wang Chen? But in the next moment, Han Yi's eyes nearly popped out, because another wave of soul fluctuation suddenly erupted from Wang Chen. Bronze 3 stars? Xin Feng, Wu Lei, and Zhou Yu exchanged glances, all looking bewildered. He actually broke through 2 stars in a row? I can't understand this at all. Hani looked at Xin Feng. "Captain, how do we explain this?" "How to explain? I've never seen such a situation either. How can I explain it to you? Just know that this is a good thing." Xin Feng huffed, not in the mood. But his eyes never left Wang Chen, and he began to ponder what was really going on. Not just Xin Feng, but the others looked at Wang Chen as if he were a rare treasure. After a long while, Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes and saw pairs of eyes that seemed ready to devour him. "Captain, what's going on?" Wang Chen felt a bit awkward. He wasn't exactly a beauty, so why all this attention? "You've broken through 2 levels in a row, you've truly opened our eyes," Xin Feng exclaimed. "Actually, I'm quite surprised too," Wang Chen replied with an embarrassed smile. The boost in soul power from dozens of bronze level and 3 silver level individuals exceeded his expectations. Everyone, Can't you tell if you've broken through yourself? Qin Feng clapped his hands. Alright, the training for Wang Chen is over. It's time to return to the camp and start the official mission. Hani nodded with a smile. This time, our Dawn squad has rested long enough. If we don't move our muscles soon, we'll feel like we're rusting. After returning to the camp, Hani took Wang Chen to the dormitory, while Wu Lei and Zhou Yu left separately. Qin Feng quietly dialed a phone number. General, you're back. How did Wang Chen perform in this trial? How many demons did he slay? Did he show any fear on the battlefield? On the other end of the line, Lu Changtian's voice was filled with interest regarding Wang Chen's situation. General, you might not believe it. This kid Wang Chen is simply born for war. He faced over 100 minor demons and 3 silver-level demons alone, and not only did he not show fear, he was actually very excited. What's even more outrageous is that he single-handedly killed all the minor demons. When mentioning Wang Chen, Qin Feng's voice was filled with admiration, giving Wang Chen a mental thumbs up. What? He's that strong? On the other end of the line, Lu Changtian's voice rose a few notches, clearly shocked. He's incredibly strong. In my decades of service, this is the first time I've seen such a fierce newcomer. To be honest, even when you joined the Dawn Squad, you weren't as ferocious as Wang Chen. With no one around, Qin Feng even compared Lu Changtian's younger self to Wang Chen. What was even more astonishing was that the renowned star-level powerhouse Lu Changtian had once come from the Dawn Squad. Ha, you don't need to flatter me. This kid is much stronger than I was back then. I know that. Lu Changtian not only felt no jealousy but laughed heartily. By the way, General, there's one more thing. After slaying the demons, Wang Chen's cultivation also broke through. He broke through in battle? I didn't expect him to reach bronze 2 stars so quickly. That's impressive, very talented, Lu Changtian said, somewhat surprised but not overly so. General, Wang Chen didn't just break through to bronze 2 stars, he reached bronze 3 stars. What? He improved 2 levels in a row. Even Lu Changtian, who had seen much, was shocked. General, do you know what's going on? With no one else present, Qin Feng was also curious. On the other end of the line, Lu Changtian murmured softly, this situation proves that his undead has granted him some ability to absorb, devour, or seize. TSK, I've never seen such a strong zombie before. His talent is beyond my imagination. He's not just powerful in combat, but his growth rate will also be very fast. Lu Changtian's insight was beyond what Qin Feng could compare to. After a brief shock, he began to guess some possibilities. General, what should we do next? You've all rested long enough, it's time to take on some tasks and help Wang Chen grow quickly. Understood. Qin Feng hung up the phone and walked towards the mission hall. On the other side, after returning to the dormitory, Wang Chen fell into a deep sleep. The events of the past 2 days had left him feeling utterly exhausted. He slept straight through to the next day, when Hani woke him up. Are we going to carry out a mission? Wang Chen asked, confused. Hani nodded, yes. But before we execute the mission, I'll first help you register your rank and then receive your benefits. Hani smiled slightly. Benefits? Wang Chen didn't ask further. After a quick wash-up, he followed Hani to the supply office. With Hani's assistance, Wang Chen officially registered as a member of the Dawn Squad. Before long, a set of black combat gear was handed to Wang Chen. This is a benefit that every member of the Demon Hunter Corps can receive. Don't underestimate it just because it's the lowest level combat gear. It can withstand a full force strike from a silver 9 star. It costs 500,000 Great Xia coins, Hani introduced. So expensive? Wang Chen was moved. 500,000 was no small amount. He had previously worked part-time to support his studies, earning only 8 coins an hour. For someone whose savings had never exceeded 4 digits, 500,000 was an astronomical figure. Even many soldiers going to battle didn't know how many fights they would have to endure to amass such wealth. No wonder ordinary soldiers are so eager to join the Demon Hunter Corps, Wang Chen sighed. He was fortunate to have Lu Changtian's help, otherwise, he wouldn't have had such an opportunity. The benefits of the Demon Hunter Corps aren't just these. As long as you kill demons, you have the right to dispose of them as you wish. The materials you obtain can be sold directly to the Corps, and the purchase price far exceeds the outside market. Moreover, you can also buy what you need directly from the Demon Hunter Corps. For example, potions that can enhance soul power, or higher-level combat gear, weapons, etc., will all be available at the lowest market price. As your rank increases, the discounts you enjoy will also grow. With Han Yi's explanation, Wang Chen became increasingly excited. He hadn't expected that joining the military would come with so many benefits. Beep beep beep. At that moment, the communicator in Han Yi's hand rang. Looking down, Han Yi said to Wang Chen, "Go change into your combat gear, we have a new mission." Gather at the training ground in half an hour. Half an hour later, Wang Chen changed into the brand new combat gear and arrived at the training ground. Wang Chen, you look so handsome in that combat gear. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up. Wang Chen smiled slightly. Everyone looks great too. Alright, since everyone is here, I'll explain our mission this time. Qin Feng clapped his hands lightly, drawing everyone's attention to him. Our mission this time is quite special. Due to the increasing energy shortage in the city, many people are facing problems with electricity and water supply. So our mission is to go to an abandoned power station occupied by demons to retrieve a set of design blueprints. It is known that there are 2 golden level flame demons, over 10 silver level minions, and hundreds of minor demons there. As Qin Feng's voice echoed, a serious expression appeared on everyone's faces. This mission was indeed not simple. Our task this time is not to kill all the demons in the abandoned power station, so everyone should try to avoid conflict with the demons as much as possible. Otherwise, we will fall into a dangerous situation. Just then, 2 off-road jeeps drove in from a distance. Qin Feng glanced at them. Let's go, and we'll talk as we walk. On the other side, the imperial capital. Bai Yanlang also received a phone call. Are you sure that Wang Chen has left the camp to carry out a mission? Alright. I remember the abandoned power station. Keep a close watch on it, and report to me immediately if there are any changes. After hanging up the phone, a complex expression appeared in Bai Yanlang's eyes. But soon, the complexity faded, replaced by determination. They say even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Wang Chen, don't blame me. Who told you to block my way? I was also forced by you. Rest assured, when I one day take control of the Gu family and become a powerful ruler in the Great Xia, I will avenge you. Bai Yanlang steeled his heart and dialed a number. The target has left the Demon Hunting Corps camp. I will send you the detailed location shortly. Remember, cut the grass and eliminate the roots, leave no survivors, and don't let anyone related to them go. Half a day later, the car stopped in the wilderness. Wang Chen got out and saw in the distance several large chimneys standing tall like giants. That's our destination ahead. The road is very rugged, we can only walk from here. Qin Feng had appeared by Wang Chen's side at some point. The others had also prepared their gear and were ready to set off. As they got closer, the sprawling factory buildings came into view. The rusted steel structures, eroded by time, were covered in wild vines, stretching out freely. The massive machinery had long ceased its roaring, lying silently beneath a thick layer of dust. Some discarded parts and debris were scattered on the ground, as if they were fragments of memories abandoned by time. Once, this place was a source of energy, quietly contributing behind the bright lights of the city. Now, it lay abandoned in the wilderness, enduring the baptism of time alone. Small demons hid in the shadows. Only a dozen or so little demons wandered aimlessly inside the power station, as if on patrol. These beasts don't like sunlight, so we'll sneak into the archive room now and look for the blueprints. It shouldn't be difficult, Qin Feng said, holding a map that clearly marked the location of the archive room. After comparing, he found that the archive room was not far away and that there were no little demons guarding it. Captain, let me go, Han Yi volunteered. My undead are ghost types, good at hiding. As long as I'm careful, I won't make any noise and will be hard to detect. After a brief moment of thought, Qin Feng nodded. Be careful. Han Yi nodded firmly and then quietly left. After merging with the silent undead, he cautiously approached the archive room. After avoiding a wave of little demons on patrol, Han Yi successfully infiltrated the archive room. Ha! The others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Half of the mission was complete. Next, they just needed to wait for Han Yi to find the documents and safely retreat, completing the mission perfectly. However, in the next moment, everyone's heart sank. A crisis suddenly descended. Whoosh! A swaying incendiary bomb suddenly fell towards the archive room. Flames erupted instantly. The next moment, a chilling and terrifying roar echoed around them. Immediately, hundreds of demons surged from all directions, surrounding the archive room. These demons were of various types and shapes. Some were like giants, their bodies covered in hard scales, brutish and powerful. Others were small, like dwarfs, but agile, wielding sharp daggers, ready to launch surprise attacks at any moment. There were also winged little demons circling in the air, vigilantly searching for hidden enemies. This is bad, we've been ambushed. Qin Feng's face darkened instantly. Which bastard did this? Damn! Wu Lei, usually good-natured and very honest, couldn't help but curse under his breath, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he scanned the surroundings for the hidden assailant. Captain, it's not good. More and more demons are closing in. If they discover Han Yi, it could be disastrous. Wang Chen closely monitored the movements of the demons, his expression changing. Captain, Vice Captain, look, golden-level demons are coming too. Zhou Yu's ash-gray eyes looked into the distance. Two demons, engulfed in flames, were approaching. They resembled two massive fireballs. Wherever they passed, everything was ignited, turning many abandoned factories into a sea of flames. At that moment, everyone's expressions grew serious. Before them lay only two paths. One, to temporarily retreat, flush out the hidden enemy, and then continue with the plan. In doing so, Han Yi, who was carrying out the mission, would become a pawn, trapped in danger. Two, to charge out and fight the demon, covering Han Yi's retreat. This choice meant facing not only hundreds or thousands of demons but also hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. It was very likely to be a situation of being attacked from both sides. I've never betrayed my teammates. How I brought you out is how I will bring you back. All members of the Dawn Squad, attack! Qin Feng roared, and his body began to change. His muscles rapidly swelled, and his skin turned green. In an instant, he transformed into a grotesque figure, leaping to land in front of the archive room, like a wall, preventing the surrounding demons from approaching. Led by Qin Feng, Wang Chen, Wu Lei, and Zhou Yu also initiated their undead fusion. Boom! Transformed into a grotesque, Qin Feng swung his massive fists, sending 4 or 5 small demons flying with a single punch. A few small demons clawed at Qin Feng with their sharp claws, but the grotesque skin was incredibly tough. The attacks from the bronze-level demons couldn't inflict any harm on him. Roar! Wu Lei transformed into a skeletal giant bear and joined the battlefield. Covered in white bones, with 2 flames of soul fire flickering in its eye sockets, it looked terrifying. The skeletal giant bear possessed immense strength, its claws easily tearing through the bodies of the demons. It opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening roar, then charged through the demon horde, knocking them away one by one. In an instant, a large area was cleared on the other side. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Zhou Yu, transformed into a siren, finished her incantation, emanating a mysterious magical aura. The next moment, a translucent shield appeared around Qin Feng, Wu Lei, and Wang Chen. This shield could absorb damage, significantly increasing everyone's safety. Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled. After merging with the war minister, Wang Chen immediately unleashed his lightning magic. The next moment, dozens of bolts of lightning struck down like divine punishment, instantly turning 2 or 3 dozen demons into ashes. Among them were also 2 or 3 silver-level demons. Kill a bronze-level small demon, gain 10 points of soul power. Kill a silver-level brute demon, gain 100 points of soul power. However, there was not much joy on Wang Chen's face. Because for the hundreds of demons, losing a few dozen had little impact on the overall battle situation. Once the distant gold-level demons joined the fray, it would pose a significant crisis for them. Boom! Finally, the gold-level flame demon arrived on the battlefield. The flame demon was tall and imposing, its body engulfed in raging flames, as if it had emerged from hell. Each step ignited the ground with scorching fire. Its eyes were like 2 burning fireballs, radiating a terrifying light. Wang Chen, Wu Lei, and Zhou Yu's faces changed dramatically. Only by truly facing a gold-level demon could one understand just how terrifying they were. They were on a completely different level from silver-level demons. Even the surrounding small demons, fearing collateral damage, quickly distanced themselves from the battlefield. The battle of the gold level was beyond their involvement. One misstep could lead to accidental injury. Get out of the way. At a critical moment, Qin Feng, transformed into a grotesque, charged towards the flame demon without hesitation. The two collided instantly, producing a deafening roar. The grotesque swung its fists, striking fiercely at the flame demon. The flame demon opened its blood-red maw and spewed forth a searing flame. The flame collided with a fist, erupting in a powerful wave of energy. It was a stalemate. However, Wang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He noticed that the magical shield Zhou Yu had placed on the abomination shattered in an instant, and the flame demon's fire was continuously scorching the abomination's body, leaving behind some burn marks. Clearly, Qin Feng's power could contend with the golden-level flame demon, but the burning flames were also a significant burden for Qin Feng. He gritted his teeth and continued to battle the flame demon. Not good, another flame demon is coming. Before Wang Chen could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhou Yu's piercing voice rang in his ears. Wang Chen looked over to see a figure riding the flames suddenly descend. It was another golden-level flame demon. This time, we can only rely on ourselves. Wu Lei, transformed into a skeletal giant bear, charged towards the flame demon without hesitation. Magical shield. Magical dispel. Seeing this, Zhou Yu instantly cast 2 spells. The magical shield was placed on Wu Lei, providing him protection. The dispel magic was aimed at the flame demon, weakening the power of the flames surrounding it. If Zhou Yu were at the golden level, the effects of these 2 spells would surely be significant. Unfortunately, she was only at the silver level. The flames surrounding the flame demon were indeed weakened somewhat, but they still easily destroyed the black shield on the skeletal giant bear, burning its bones to a charred black. Roar! Earth's power. Dark shield. Wu Lei also released 2 spells to enhance himself and launched a fierce attack on the flame demon. Faced with the full-force strike of a silver 9-star and a necromancer skilled in strength, the flame demon did not dare to be careless and swung its fist to block. Bang! An invisible shockwave rippled out from the two. So strong. A feeling of helplessness surged in Wu Lei's heart. It seemed evenly matched, but he couldn't launch such an attack many times. Boom! However, in the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. A muffled sound suddenly came from the flame demon, which then retreated a few steps. Captain? Wu Lei immediately thought that the captain had made a move. After all, in battles of this level, only golden level experts could intervene. But when he saw the figure that had repelled the flame demon, the soul fire in the eye sockets of the skeletal giant bear flickered wildly. Wang Chen. Indeed, standing beside him was the tall, stern-faced Wang Chen. Wu team, are you alright? Wang Chen did not glance aside, still fixated on the flame demon ahead. He understood deeply that the gap between himself and the golden level was significant. The reason his previous strike had been effective was entirely because the flame demon had been distracted by the stalemate with the skeletal giant bear. I'm fine, but your strength is even greater than I imagined. Still, you should quickly get to the back. This fire is truly formidable, it's not easy to endure. Taking a breath, Wu Lei's first instinct was to get Wang Chen away from the battlefield. Wu team, do I look like someone who needs help? Wang Chen retorted. The soul fire in the eye sockets of the skeletal giant bear flickered again. At this moment, Wang Chen was surrounded by flames, completely unharmed. Even his long hair, which hung down to his waist, showed no signs of burning or scorching. He was far more composed than Wu Lei. I almost forgot, your physical strength is even more monstrous than your power. Now it can be confirmed that your physical strength should have reached the golden level. Wu Lei thought to himself, Wang Chen was simply a freak. He no longer opposed Wang Chen joining him to confront the golden level flame demon. Moreover, with Wang Chen's addition, his pressure was significantly reduced, and the two of them could barely contend with the flame demon together. However, as time passed, Wang Chen and Wu Lei's attacks became less sharp. Even Wang Chen began to feel the heat of the flames, as if he were in a furnace, about to be melted. If this continues, I won't be able to take it anymore. Wang Chen's heart sank continuously. At this moment, he had already fallen into a desperate situation. Captain, I've completed my mission. Suddenly, a figure burst out from the archive room. It was Han Yi. He was holding a silver safe in his arms. However, upon seeing the battle outside, he was stunned. Inside the archive room, he felt the ground trembling and heard the sounds of explosions, realizing that a battle was likely happening outside. So he hurriedly searched the archive room, and after much effort, he found the long-sealed safe. He didn't even have time to open it before rushing out. What he didn't expect was that the situation was far worse than he imagined. His teammates were actually fighting against golden-level demons. Retreat! Xin Feng caught sight of Han Yi out of the corner of his eye and shouted the order while trying to withdraw. On the other side, Wang Chen and Wu Lei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Han Yi's emergence meant that their mission was complete, and there was no need to fight these demons to the bitter end. Roar! As golden-level demons, they possessed intelligence not inferior to that of humans. They quickly realized the intentions of the Dawn Squad and let out a roar. Their voices served as commands to the surrounding demons. The bronze-level little demons and silver-level demons, fearing the repercussions, became energized as if they had taken stimulants, cutting off the squad's escape route. They want us all to die here. At that moment, the members of the Dawn Squad realized the problem. The hope that had just ignited was instantly snuffed out, and their hearts sank to the bottom. 2 golden-level fire demons made it difficult for the Dawn Squad to cope, and now with hundreds of bronze-level demons and a dozen silver-level demons joining in, what could they do? Humans! Let's bury you all here. The fire demons looked at the surrounded group with great satisfaction. You humans have a saying. Go to hell! Xin Feng shouted angrily, do you think you have us at your mercy? Even if I die, I will carve out a bloody path. Xin Feng decisively decided to sacrifice himself to buy time for the others. Captain! No! Wu Lei shouted in anger. Wang Chen furrowed his brows, feeling moved. At this moment, he already knew what Xin Feng was about to do, burning the fire of the soul to exchange for powerful strength in a short time. But once he did that, both Xin Feng and the contracted undead would be burned to ashes. Captain, wait a moment, I've already sent a distress signal, Zhou Yu also shouted sharply, trying to stop Xin Feng from burning. There's no time. If I sacrifice myself, you all will have a way out. 1 for 4, this is a huge profit for me. Xin Feng laughed heartily. Life and death had long ceased to matter to him. How I brought you out, I will ensure you return the same way. As soon as he finished speaking, unstable fluctuations erupted from his body. This was the precursor to burning the power of the soul. Team Qin, Team Lu, it hasn't come to that yet. I have a way, but it requires time. At that moment, Wang Chen's cold voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Everyone was taken aback. Xin Feng instinctively wanted to ask, "What method do you have?" Boom! A thunderclap suddenly echoed through the heavens and the earth. The dazzling lightning made the world turn white. Wang Chen had communicated with the power of heaven and earth, preparing to unleash the thunder technique once more. However, this time, the power of thunder continued to gather in the sky, not descending for a long time. This kid is brewing something big. A sudden chill rose in Xin Feng's heart. He felt a terrifying power within the thunderclouds. It was already enough to pose a threat to the golden level. Stop him! The voices of the two golden level flame demons turned low and cold. They clearly sensed the threat as well. Even the bronze and silver level demons on the periphery couldn't help but tremble. The flying little demons uncontrollably folded their wings and landed on the ground. Heavenly thunder had always been the nemesis of evil and undead creatures like demons and the undead. Wang Chen's use of thunder magic was quite professional, exerting a strong suppression on them. "We can't let them disturb Wang Chen," Xin Feng shouted and immediately rushed towards Wang Chen. However, the flame demon he was fighting was no fool. It wouldn't let Xin Feng succeed. Whoosh! In the next moment, a massive sword condensed from endless flames slashed down. Damn it! Xin Feng cursed. But this strike was the full force attack of the flame demon, and he didn't dare to underestimate it, quickly dodging to the side. Boom! The ground trembled, and flames soared to over 10 meters high, forming a wall of fire that blocked Xin Feng's path to assist Wang Chen. "Captain, you don't need to worry about me. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let anyone disturb Wang Chen. Kill!" Wu Lei roared, the skeletal giant bear howling as it charged recklessly at the flame demon before it. This flame demon also condensed a fire sword several meters long, striking at the skeletal giant bear. "Damn it! If you have the guts, kill me. If you can't kill me, then we'll kill you," Wu Lei shouted angrily. At the same time, he activated his skills to empower himself. Yellow and black light intertwined. Magic shield. Dispel magic. Behind, the Banshee Zhouyu unleashed waves of soul power. In a critical moment, she cast 2 dark spells on Wu Lei and the flame demon, desperately protecting her teammate and weakening the enemy. A new layer of shield appeared around the skeletal giant bear, and the flame demon's aura weakened by 2 points. Crack! 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 Under the attack of the flaming sword, the magic shield granted by the Banshee shattered first, followed by the shield Wu Lei had added himself. The third crack came from the skeletal giant bear itself. A paw of the bear, charred black from the flames, was brutally sliced apart by the sword. Then the flaming long sword struck hard against the body of the skeletal giant bear. Crack, crack, crack. Several ribs were severed in succession. The skeletal giant bear was sent flying far away by the sword, crashing outside the realm of flames. The undead body suffered heavy damage, and Wu Lei could no longer maintain his fused state, transforming back into human form. Wu Lei lay on the ground, staring with bloodshot eyes, fixated on the flame demon. Boom! In the next moment, the flaming long sword in the flame demon's hand also shattered, turning into countless sparks. Damn! So what if it's golden level? You still couldn't kill me? A victorious smile appeared on Wu Lei's face. He had succeeded. For an ordinary person, surviving a full-force attack from a golden level while being silver level was already a miracle. After all, there weren't many freaks like Wang Chen who could fight above their level. Human, you're too early to be proud. If I attack again, how will you defend? The flame demon once again unleashed its skill, condensing a shining fire sword. Wu Lei's expression changed drastically, despair evident in his eyes. If this attack landed, who could defend for Wang Chen? Wu Lei was extremely anxious. The flame demon's power exceeded his expectations, able to unleash 2 fire sword attacks in succession without a chance to catch its breath. If you want to harm Wang Chen, you must pass through me first. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Wang Chen, incredibly resolute. Han-yi. Wang Chen's pupils slightly constricted. He did not expect that this usually carefree young man would be so resolute. And me. Accompanied by a hoarse voice, the only woman in the group, Zhouyu, also displayed a scene of a woman not yielding to men. Without any hesitation, she stood in front of Wang Chen, ready to shield him from the upcoming attacks. Both of them had witnessed the intensity of the flame demon's previous assault, and standing here now meant they were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect Wang Chen. Xin Feng, Wu Lei, Han-yi, Zhouyu. Wang Chen's heart was unsettled. In that moment, he felt a spirit, an emotion. Swish! The flame sword slashed down. Neither Joyu nor Hani chose to retreat. They unleashed their soul power, dark light surging from their bodies, intending to clash head-on with the flame sword. Even knowing they were outmatched, they would still draw their swords. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the heavens and the earth. A purple lightning bolt, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the sky like a ferocious dragon, fiercely pouncing on the golden-level flame demon. I said, we still have a glimmer of hope. Wang Chen's voice echoed in everyone's ears. This thunderbolt from the sky was his masterpiece. The flame demon sensed the impending danger, a flicker of fear flashing in its eyes. It hurriedly abandoned its plan to attack Wang Chen and the others, swinging its flame sword to strike at the descending thunder. Bang! The thunder instantly shattered the flame sword into countless sparks, and then, without losing momentum, it plunged into the flame demon's body. A second later, the flame demon suddenly exploded into countless fragments. The golden-level demon, dead? Although they were mentally prepared, when this event truly unfolded before them, everyone was still shocked. After all, this was a powerful enemy that even the golden-level expert Qin Feng could not handle. Moreover, Wang Chen's true strength was only at the bronze 3-star level. No! It was no longer bronze 3-star. Slay a golden-level demon, gain 10,000 points of soul power. After Wang Chen killed the golden-level demon, the system's voice followed. Immediately, his soul power began to surge explosively. Bronze 4-star. Bronze 5-star. Finally, it peaked at the bronze 5-star level. Wang Chen felt that he was just a step away from bronze 6-star, and a breakthrough was not far off. No wonder it's a golden-level demon. Killing one is equivalent to me slaying thousands of bronze-level ones. Although the battle was tough, Wang Chen had to admit, it was truly satisfying. Mission completed. Reward, 1 body transformation. Detected that the host is in combat, rewards will be officially issued after the battle ends. Wang Chen's eyes lit up, it was quite humane. However, this also alleviated his concerns. After all, being in a critical moment of battle, if he fell into a slumber due to transformation, it would be a disaster for everyone. The next moment, Wang Chen's gaze fell on the golden-level flame demon that was still fighting, and he released his soul power once more. In the sky, the thunderclouds began to gather again, electricity swirling. Damn it, next time, I will not let you go. The flame demon, engaged in battle with Qin Feng, instantly felt that the entire demon city was in trouble. After all, just moments ago, when Wang Chen displayed his might and killed the golden-level demon, it was a bystander, witnessing its brother turn to ashes in an instant. To be fair, Wang Chen's attack was something that could neither be dodged nor endured, which truly left the demon in despair. If its good brother couldn't withstand it, it had no confidence to face such a terrifying attack. The only way was to launch an attack on Wang Chen, to slay him after his preparation was complete. However, with Qin Feng in front, it was a delusion to think of killing Wang Chen. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through the mind of the flame demon. In the end, there was only one choice. That was to retreat. A low, rumbling roar escaped its throat, gathering the power of flames into a long sword, forcing Qin Feng back several dozen meters, and then it turned and fled without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the firelight that the flame demon transformed into appeared several miles away, its speed astonishing. The surrounding little demons and silver-ranked demons, seeing their mainstay had fled, scattered like birds and beasts in a panic. This guy, he doesn't even want his home anymore? Hani clicked his tongue. He doesn't care about these little brothers either, Joyu said, looking at the fleeing demons, feeling speechless. Just moments ago, these demons had wanted to bury the Dawn Squad here, and now they were practically begging to grow 2 more legs to escape. This change was nothing short of rapid. Ha, Wang Chen, this time we survived, all thanks to you for turning the tide of battle, Qin Feng said as he helped Wu Lei over, a smile of relief on his face. Wu Lei, with a pale face, managed to smile as he looked at Wang Chen and joked, Wang Chen, well done. I originally wanted to take you to see the world, but unexpectedly, everyone was saved by you. A bronze rank killed a gold rank and made another gold rank demon flee in panic. I really learned something today. Wu Lei's expression was filled with emotion. Meanwhile, Han Yi and Zhou Yu nodded continuously. Knowledge gained +1, +1. I'm also very happy that everyone can survive. Wang Chen smiled slightly. However, before he could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. The host has exited combat status, rewards being distributed. Transformation beginning. Before the voice finished, Wang Chen felt a wave of fatigue and collapsed weakly. Fortunately, Hani was quick to react and hurriedly supported Wang Chen, preventing him from falling to the ground. Wang Chen, what's wrong with you? Hani called out loudly, but Wang Chen showed no response. Seeing this, the others quickly gathered around Wang Chen. It's nothing, he should have exhausted himself and temporarily fainted. He should wake up soon, Xin Feng said after briefly checking Wang Chen's condition, relieved. Wang Chen's breathing and heartbeat were steady, not showing signs of a serious issue. That's good. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, a discordant voice rang out, "Good? Where's the good?" "Not good." The little bastards who were secretly scheming couldn't hold back any longer. The members of the Dawn Squad changed their expressions drastically upon hearing the voice. The fleeting joy of surviving vanished in an instant. Tap, tap, tap. 3 sets of footsteps sounded, and 3 figures surrounded the Dawn Squad from 3 directions. These 3 figures were not human but had transformed into undead forms. Directly in front was a skeletal knight clad in black armor, riding a skeletal warhorse. An A-rank undead. To the left was a 5-meter-tall, hideously ugly undead. It had a repulsive head, the paws of a skeletal giant bear, and the body of a skeletal warhorse. It looked like a patchwork of various undead creatures sewn together. True to its name, the Stitching Giant. A very peculiar B-rank zombie-type undead. To the right was an undead cloaked in gray-black, holding a skeletal staff. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. An A-rank undead, a lich. 3 golden-level undead contractors ambushing us. I really don't know what deep-seated hatred exists between us. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the 3 undead contractors, Captain Qin Feng's heart sank to the bottom. Once they started fighting, they would have no chance of winning. In fact, even escaping would be extremely difficult. You don't need to probe into our origins. The purpose of our visit today is not all of you. Clop, clop, clop. The undead knight rode forward, its hollow eye sockets scanning everyone before finally landing on Wang Chen. Our target this time is this young man. It has nothing to do with you. As long as you hand him over to us, you can leave safely. The undead knight stated its intention directly. What? They want Wang Chen. A chill ran through the members of the Dawn Squad. What has Wang Chen done to offend you? Hani asked in a deep voice. That's none of your concern, the undead knight replied coldly. Wang Chen is already a member of the Demon Hunter Corps, under military protection. If you target Wang Chen, you won't have a good ending. Leave now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Xin Feng had no choice but to pull the military background card to provide protection for Wang Chen. Ha, military background? I'm so scared, the undead knight mocked. I don't even know how many military personnel I've killed. You can't intimidate me with that identity. My patience is limited. I'll give you 10 seconds to think. After 10 seconds, if you don't hand over Wang Chen, then none of you will leave. The undead knight's voice grew increasingly cold, and the murderous intent in its words was impossible to hide, sending chills down their spines. Hee, a small team should stick together. You must choose to live and die with your teammates, so we can kill you all. The Stitched Giant said in a strange tone, extending its dark green tongue to excitedly lick its lips, its eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. What should they do? The members of the Dawn Squad looked to Captain Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained silent. Only the cold countdown echoed in the air. 10, 9, 8, 7. I consider your grandmother. Qin Feng roared, instantly merging with the undead, transforming into a 5-meter-tall abomination, and punched the undead knight directly in front of him. Boom! No one expected Qin Feng to suddenly explode, so this punch accurately struck the undead knight, instantly sending it flying. Go! Qin Feng shouted at the front. The members of the Dawn Squad hurriedly followed. Stop them! The undead knight quickly stood up and ordered in a deep voice. In fact, before it issued the command, the Stitched Giant and the Lich moved simultaneously. The Lich raised its skeletal staff and unleashed the Fire of Souls. The greenish soul fire fell like rain, enveloping everyone. The Stitched Giant then lunged directly at Hani, Wang Chen, Wulei, Zhouyu, and the others. It aimed to pick the softest fruit first. Knowing that Qin Feng was difficult to deal with, it wanted to eliminate the squad members other than Qin Feng first. Damn it! Hani cursed under his breath. They didn't have Wang Chen's formidable defense. In the face of such an attack, they had no resistance. A golden-level attack could take his life in a single round. A rare look of determination and resolve appeared on Han Yi's usually cynical face. He spread his arms, releasing his soul power to protect everyone behind him. Even if he died, he wouldn't abandon any of his teammates. These beasts, I won't let you succeed easily. Wu Lei clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. More than anything, he felt powerless. He had already been severely injured and couldn't merge with the undead again in a short time. At this moment, his combat power was even less than that of the silver 7-star Han Yi. However, even so, he still firmly stood in front of Wang Chen, shielding him from the upcoming attacks. Wu Lei demonstrated with his actions that he would rather die in front of Wang Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a magical shield appeared around Wang Chen, Wu Lei, Hani, and even Qin Feng, who was fighting the undead knight in the distance. There was no doubt that this was the masterpiece of the Banshee Zhouyu. In this critical moment, everyone in the team was unleashing their powers as much as possible. Zhouyu, you. Suddenly, Wu Lei let out a cry of surprise, because he noticed that only Zhouyu did not have a magical shield. There's only so much I can do. Zhouyu smiled sadly. After continuously using necromancy, her soul power had been completely exhausted, and she simply had no ability to cast a magical shield for herself. I hope you can take my place. Just live well for me. There was no doubt that when the attack came, Zhouyu would be the first to die. Yet, there was still no regret on her face, only relief. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a rain of deathfire fell, and the giant's heavy fist descended like a meteor. However, a figure as imposing as a mountain ultimately bore the brunt of it all. It was Captain Qin Feng who arrived at the critical moment, blocking the flames of death and repelling the giant. Captain! 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 Wu Lei, Hani, Zhouyu, and the others all showed expressions of shock. I haven't fallen yet. I won't allow you to die in front of me. Qin Feng did not turn around but spoke to the crowd with his back to them. Tisk, TSK, such deep friendship, it's truly touching. The voice of the undead knight suddenly turned cold. I'm the kind of person who enjoys helping others, so I'll fulfill your wish first. I'll kill you, then I'll kill them. Hiss. The skeletal warhorse reared up and let out a roar, suddenly launching an attack under the control of the Death Knight. The warhorse galloped with astonishing speed. In just a moment, it covered the distance of several meters. The undead knight swung the white bone sword in his hand, slicing out a bright beam of sword light. Whoosh! The sword light flashed and Qin Feng fell as well. His massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, everyone could see the obvious burn marks on Qin Feng's face, arms, chest, and abdomen. Even more shocking was the huge dent in his chest, with ribs likely broken beyond count. Clearly, Qin Feng had also been injured by the flames of death. He had repelled the giant but paid a painful price. Now, he lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, green blood still seeping out. With old wounds unhealed, the attack from the undead knight left him with ghastly new injuries. At this point, Qin Feng was probably at the end of his strength. Severely injured, Qin Feng could no longer maintain the necromantic fusion state and reverted to his human form. However, the ghastly wound on his abdomen remained, with bright red blood flowing from it, staining the ground. I thought you were so strong, but it turns out you were already weak inside. If I had known this, I wouldn't have bothered talking to you. Seeing his attack succeed, the undead knight was also surprised, then mockingly laughed. He had previously asked everyone to hand over Wang Chen because he felt that the Dawn Squad posed some threat to them and wanted to avoid unnecessary casualties. And this was the result? Had he known the Dawn Squad was so easy to defeat, he wouldn't have wasted his breath? Captain Zhouyu pulled Qin Feng into the protective shield constructed by Han Yi's soul power. What should I do? What should we do? Zhouyu was a bit flustered. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid of her teammates dying with her. At this moment, the situation was not optimistic. Brothers, I'm sorry. Qin Feng bitterly shook his head, his face filled with guilt as he said, I'm afraid I have to go back on my word. I brought you out, but I can't take you back. As he spoke, his eyes grew dimmer, and he didn't even dare to look at the members of the Dawn team around him. Captain, what are you talking about? Wu Lei grinned, as members of the Demon Hunter team, who doesn't have their life on the line. What we do is dance on the edge of a blade, fighting against the elite. From the moment we left the camp, I had already put life and death aside. After decades in the military, the demons I've killed number at least 800, if not 1,000. I've long made my return. Dying here wouldn't be a loss. Wu Lei faced death with calmness, his outlook broad, without a trace of fear. Wu's right, a man travels far and wide. Where is not home? Wherever we die, that's where we are buried, and that place is home. I think that's good. Hani turned around, smiling freely. He was very young, only in his 20s, with plenty of years ahead, yet he was facing death now, but he showed no fear. With you all here, I wouldn't feel scared anywhere. At that moment, Zhouyu also spoke his heart. TSK, truly wonderful. I'm already moved by you all. The Death Knight smacked his lips, then raised the longsword in his hand, sneering, you want to be together, huh? How could I let you have your way? After you die, I will definitely throw you in different places, so you can never reunite. Kill. With his command, the lich behind him raised its skeletal staff. The overwhelming flames of death descended once more. Hani, being a ghost-type undead, suffered greatly reduced damage from physical attacks, so the lich's magic attack was more effective. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. The flames of death landed on the defensive shield and immediately ignited. Han Yi's brows furrowed tightly, pain flashing in his eyes. He suffered significant magical backlash, but he did not give up, still striving to hold on, not willing to lose, not giving up. Haven't you eaten? Give it your all and take him down. Seeing that they had fallen into a stalemate, the Death Knight couldn't help but scold the Lich. All right, Brother Zhou, the Lich replied in a deep voice. I said, when we're on a mission, don't call me Brother Zhou, call me Boss. The Death Knight shouted angrily. They didn't dare show their true faces because they feared exposing their identities. Got it, Brother Zhou, the Lich answered obediently. The Death Knight. If it weren't for the fact that you got hit in the head back when we fought together, I would have kicked you out of the team long ago. The Death Knight cursed fiercely. Hurry up and take them down, not a single one can be left alive. Yes, the Lich responded and began to chant a low incantation. 2 seconds later, the staff in his hand pointed towards Han Yi. Soul impact. Whoosh! A dark green beam, as thick as an arm, shot from the skeletal staff, instantly crashing into the defensive shield formed by soul power. Crack crack. Han Yi's shield, formed from soul power, could no longer hold, shattering in an instant, dispersing into countless fragments in the air. With a bang, a light exploded from Han Yi as well. He could no longer maintain his undead state and fell to the ground. He struggled a few times, unwilling to give in, trying to stand up, but he was too severely injured to succeed. Stop the pointless struggle, offer up your souls and heads. Clop clop clop. The hooves of the skeletal horse made crisp sounds as it stepped closer to everyone. All closed their eyes in despair. There was no chance left. After today, the Dawn Squad will become a thing of the past. Everyone thought this way, including the enemies. However, in the next moment, a sudden rustling sound caught their attention. Everyone opened their eyes again. They saw Wang Chen actually standing up from the ground. Wang Chen, you're awake? Qin Feng didn't know what to say. Wang Chen nodded. I didn't expect that after a nap, I would end up like this. After a pause, Wang Chen smiled slightly. Just now, you all fought desperately to protect me, now it's my turn to protect you. Captain, since you couldn't finish the task, let me complete it. Let me take you all home. Home? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Qin Feng, Zhou Yu, Wu Lei, Han Yi, and the others showed a dazed expression. Can we really go back? You actually woke up? In the distance, the Death Knight was also astonished. He didn't expect Wang Chen to stand up again. The one who should be lying down is you. Wang Chen's gaze swept over the 3 undead figures, his voice incredibly cold. His heart was filled with killing intent. After coming to this world, he wanted to kill for the second time. Wang Chen stepped forward, locking eyes with the distant undead contractor. Heh, let us lie down. You do have some strength, but facing the 3 of us, you have no chance of turning the tide. Arrogant. Die. The undead knight squeezed his legs, and the skeletal warhorse beneath him reared up, letting out a roar before suddenly charging at Wang Chen. The speed of the skeletal warhorse was incredibly fast, leaping across dozens of meters in an instant, as if teleporting. Get out of the way. This is a charge skill. Qin Feng shouted. He had personally experienced the power of the undead knight's strike. Even with a strong physique, he couldn't withstand a single sword. How could Wang Chen, with only bronze-level strength, endure this blow? Everyone only saw a flash of white light, and the undead knight was already in front of Wang Chen. He swung the skeletal longsword in his hand, aiming for Wang Chen's neck, wanting to behead him. Wang Chen! Zhou Yu exclaimed, turning her head aside, unable to bear watching Wang Chen's head being severed. Wang Chen! Wu Lei and Han Yi also silently shouted in their hearts, calling out Wang Chen's name. The 2 clenched their fists tightly, their nails piercing their palms without them noticing, blood flowing down their hands and dropping to the ground. Yet, Wang Chen silently merged with the general, facing the formidable enemy without the slightest retreat. However, what happened next was not the scene everyone imagined, with Wang Chen's blood splattering everywhere. Instead, the skeletal longsword in the undead knight's hand struck Wang Chen's neck, as if hitting a hard alloy, sparking a series of sparks. Then, Wang Chen and the undead knight's figures intertwined, still standing unharmed in place. The undead knight halted his skeletal warhorse several dozen meters away. How is this possible? How is this possible? Unbelievable exclamations rose and fell in an instant. The ones exclaiming included members of the Dawn Squad, as well as the undead knight and his 2 companions behind him. Everyone deeply understood the power of the undead knight's sword, yet Wang Chen hadn't even been cut? Was this not an illusion? It's my turn! Wang Chen grinned, his expression incredibly cold. This transformation of his body had greatly enhanced his physique. In terms of defense, he was comparable to platinum-level experts. In terms of strength, he was no weaker than golden-level experts. This was also why he dared to face the undead knight head-on. Confidence comes from strength. In the next moment, Wang Chen suddenly exerted his strength, charging at the undead knight like an enraged lion. The wind howled. He ran at an incredible speed, kicking up a whirlwind of dust beneath his feet. The undead knight showed no signs of weakness as it urged its skeletal horse to charge towards Wang Chen. The will to fight burns. As it galloped, the undead knight unleashed a skill. Suddenly, both it and its warhorse were engulfed in eerie green flames. The sound of hooves thundered like a storm, leaving a trail of ghostly green fireprints on the ground. Just as the two were about to collide, Wang Chen leaped high into the air, his body tracing a graceful arc. Charge! The undead knight thrust its longsword forward, the tip carrying the power of death aimed at Wang Chen. However, Wang Chen skillfully twisted his body in mid-air, evading the fierce strike. Immediately after, he did something reckless. He extended his powerful right hand, like a steel claw, and precisely grasped the undead knight's longsword. Seeking your own death? The undead knight was greatly puzzled. But in the next moment, Wang Chen twisted with all his might, using his immense strength to forcibly pull the undead knight off its horse. His strength is even greater than that of the abomination? The undead knight was stunned. It never expected that a boy with a soul power fluctuation at the bronze level could unleash a terrifying strength surpassing that of a golden 3-star, achieving what even Qin Feng could not. Good! Qin Feng shouted excitedly. To shoot the rider, one must first shoot the horse. To capture a thief, one must first capture the king. The undead knight's strength was largely due to its mount. Losing the mount would significantly reduce its combat effectiveness. He had previously entertained such thoughts and even acted on them, but the undead knight's power, speed, and attack intensity were all above his, and he had failed, suffering a severe blow from the undead knight's sword. Has Wang Chen become this strong? Wu Lei and the others were also astonished. Boss! Brother Zhou! In the distance, the two golden-level undead contractors on standby changed their expressions drastically and rushed over. Thud! The undead knight fell to the ground, and before it could rise, a piercing sound of air being sliced open rang out as Wang Chen's fists fell like raindrops. Each punch contained immense power, striking the undead knight's armor with a dull thud. In an instant, he had pummeled the undead knight with dozens of punches. The armor began to crack, and the eerie green soul fire flickered uncertainly under Wang Chen's assault. The undead knight attempted to counter with its bony claws, but Wang Chen easily dodged and then kicked the undead knight in the head. This kick was immensely powerful, sending the undead knight's head flying off, tracing an arc in the air before turning into a ball of ghostly green flames and vanishing. Clatter! Bones and armor scattered across the ground. The undead warhorse that had run off the battlefield let out a mournful cry before collapsing into a pile of bones. Then, all items related to the undead disappeared, and a middle-aged man appeared where the undead knight had fallen, lying motionless on the ground. Boss! The stitched giant let out a furious roar, its voice echoing like thunder in the valley. It swung its massive arm towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen seized the moment, charging forward just as the giant's arm was about to sweep him away. He rolled to the side and dodged. Then, he quickly circled behind the stitched giant, wrapping his arms around one of its legs. Wang Chen took a deep breath, his muscles bulging, and began to pull back with all his strength. The giant's enormous body swayed as it tried to stabilize itself, but Wang Chen's power was simply too great. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, and finally, he yanked one of the stitched giant's legs free. The giant lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Wang Chen then summoned all his strength to lift the stitched giant and slammed it heavily into the ground. Boom! Dust swirled as the stitched giant's massive body crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit. The stitched giant was also thrown into disarray, feeling dizzy and disoriented. However, before he could regain his senses, the sensation of a roller coaster hit him again as Wang Chen swung him and slammed him into the other side. Boom! 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 This continued repeatedly, once, twice, 3 times. The ground trembled incessantly, as if an earthquake had struck. Hiss! Wang Chen's sudden burst of power is a bit too monstrous, right? A golden-level powerhouse looks like a chick in front of him, easily manipulated. Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Hani, Zhouyu, and others were all astonished, unable to close their mouths. The difference in Wang Chen's strength before and after his fainting was simply earth-shattering. Crack! The stitched giant was once again heavily slammed to the ground, his massive body unable to maintain its form, shattered into pieces. This golden-level contractor could no longer maintain his fused state, revealing his true form. It was a dark and plump figure, now lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless, unaware of life or death. Wang Chen merely glanced at the dog-like figure before shifting his gaze to the distant Lich. At this moment, the Lich had already stopped in his tracks. Seeing his 2 teammates, who were stronger than him, easily obliterated by Wang Chen, a wave of panic surged within him. His withered hands began to wave in the air, chanting an ancient and evil incantation. As the incantation echoed, the ground around began to tremble, and skeletons emerged from underground one after another. Necromantic summoning. These skeletons wielded worn-out weapons, their eye sockets burning with ghostly blue flames, swarming towards Wang Chen. Following that, ghostly figures appeared in the sky, their forms transparent, emitting chilling shrieks. Some decaying zombies crawled out from the dark corners around, exuding a foul stench, dragging their incomplete bodies step by step closer to Wang Chen. As expected of a golden-level lich, the summoned undead army is already taking shape. The downside is that they are a bit weak. If they were all death knights like that, I would definitely turn and flee without hesitation. Wang Chen looked at the overwhelming army of undead, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew this was the lich's desperate struggle. He slowly raised his hands, closed his eyes, and began to concentrate his mental power. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky began to churn violently, a dazzling lightning bolt flickering within the clouds. The lich was taken aback by this scene, realizing that Wang Chen was about to cast a powerful spell. The earlier scene of Wang Chen summoning heavenly thunder had left a deep impression on him. Run! The lich, not wanting to be a living target, no longer hesitated and turned to flee. His withered body transformed into a shadow, darting into the depths of darkness. However, Wang Chen would not let him escape easily. He suddenly opened his eyes, lightning flashing within them. Thunder! The lightning in the sky seemed to be summoned, converging towards Wang Chen. A massive bolt of lightning formed above Wang Chen's head, flashing with blinding white light, the surrounding air ionized, crackling with sound. Wang Chen waved his hands, and the bolt of lightning surged like an enraged dragon towards the direction the lich was fleeing. The speed of the lightning was incredibly fast, instantly catching up to the lich. The lich felt a powerful force approaching from behind, and in terror, he turned around, only to see the dazzling lightning. The lightning struck the lich, and a powerful current instantly coursed through his body. The lich's withered body began to smoke, his black robe turning to ashes. His already dry skin cracked under the influence of the lightning, and a ghostly green light continuously seeped out from the fissures in his body. He struggled in pain, letting out a desperate scream. However, the power of thunder did not cease. It continued to wreak havoc within the lich's body, shattering its bones to pieces. As the last current flashed by, the lich's body was completely reduced to a pile of charred remains, scattered on the ground. The undead that had originally surged towards Wang Chen seemed to lose control at the moment the lich was obliterated, collapsing to the ground and turning into a heap of bones and dust. The lich was dead. Truly dead. He did not have the good fortune of the undead knights or the stitched giant. Under Wang Chen's devastating strike of thunder, his undead and contractors were turned to ash. Killed a gold 2-star lich, gained 12,000 points of soul power. Killed a bronze 1-star zombie, gained 10 points of soul power. Killed a bronze 1-star skeleton warrior, gained 10 points of soul power. Killed. Ha! Killing undead can also trigger the plunder talent? Hearing the sudden system notification, Wang Chen was taken aback. Immediately after, a wave of ecstasy surged within him. Because, in that instant, Wang Chen had gained nearly 20,000 points of soul power, and his cultivation level instantly broke through the barrier of bronze 6-star, and it was still rising. Bronze 7-star. Bronze 8-star. After consecutively leveling up 3 ranks, Wang Chen's soul power finally stopped increasing. Upgraded again? Han Yi was dumbfounded. Just luck, Wang Chen scratched his head. Ha ha ha, what luck? If you keep getting lucky like this, you might surpass me, Wu Lei said with a comforting smile. Wang Chen's strength had increased, and they were all happy for him. I never expected, truly never expected, that we would all survive. Xinfeng looked around at the chaotic battlefield and sincerely exclaimed, impressive. He gave Wang Chen a thumbs up. If it weren't for Wang Chen this time, we probably would have met our end here. Although they had previously made a resolution to face death, after surviving, Zhou Yu still felt a wave of emotion. To act recklessly, there is a prerequisite, which is being left with no choice. Who wants to die if they can live? After hearing Zhou Yu's words, Wang Chen slowly shook his head. Actually, it might be me who dragged everyone down. If it weren't for my reasons, you might not have encountered these guys. Wang Chen looked at everyone, feeling somewhat guilty. When he underwent his transformation, he wasn't completely asleep. He could receive messages from the outside world, just unable to respond. He had also heard the conversations from both sides and guessed that this incident was likely related to that white-eyed wolf father who married into the Gu family. Why are they targeting you? After hesitating, Xinfeng finally asked the question on everyone's mind. Let's first confirm if my guess is correct. Wang Chen approached the undead knight, stepping on the opponent's chest. I know you are awake. Where do you come from? Wang Chen asked coldly. Upon hearing this, the undead knight stopped pretending to be dead, opened his eyes, and looked at Wang Chen with a cold smile. You don't need to know who sent me. Just remember, if we fail, there will be even more terrifying strong ones coming for you, until they kill you. Ha, I'll go to hell and wait for your arrival. Amidst the laughter, the Death Knight contractor actually spilled black blood from his mouth, having bitten down on the poison hidden in his teeth. You forced the gold 4-star undead knight contractor to death, gaining 14,000 points of soul power. Wang Chen frowned slightly, looking at the fat stitched giant contractor. Before he could get closer or say anything, the stitched giant contractor actually swayed and stood up. Want to get information from me? Maybe in your next life. The contract holder of the stitched giant revealed a mocking smile, and then, under Wang Chen's gaze, his head suddenly exploded like a watermelon. This person was even more ruthless, directly detonating his soul power. You have forced the golden 3-star stitched giant contract holder to death, gaining 13,000 points of soul power. With a pop, a massive amount of soul power surged into Wang Chen's mind, instantly breaking through the constraints of his level, raising his soul power to bronze 9 stars. And it was the limit of bronze 9 stars, ready to break through to silver level at any moment. All clues are cut off? Qin Feng did not expect that a golden level expert would commit suicide without any hesitation. If nothing unexpected happens, my guess is correct. They are indeed raised dead soldiers, specifically doing some unspeakable deeds. Wang Chen was not surprised. Instead, he was even more certain of his guess. Can you really guess who they are? Anyone capable of cultivating golden level experts as dead soldiers is definitely not weak and must have significant power. Wang Chen, how did you get involved with such people? The members of the Dawn Squad all showed great concern. Wang Chen smiled and said, if nothing unexpected happens, the ones who want to kill me should be the generals of the top 10 legions of the Great Xia, the vice-commander of the Death God Legion, Bai Yanlang. Who? General Bai? Everyone was astonished. It should be noted that Bai Yanlang was a prominent figure who had emerged from Qin City, constantly reported in various news. Some scholars even suggested including Bai Yanlang in the history books of Qin City so that more people would remember this great figure. Wang Chen smiled faintly. That's right, the one who wants to kill me, kill us, is that pride of the people of Qin City, General Bai. But why would General Bai? No, Bai Yanlang want to kill you? That's a long story. Wang Chen slowly revealed his background. Qin Feng, Wu Lei, Zhou Yu, and Han Yi were all left dumbfounded. Even the pain from their injuries felt significantly lighter. Bai Yanlang is truly a white-eyed wolf. I used to regard him as an idol, and now I think about how my admiration over the years has gone to waste. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, but Bai Yanlang, he simply doesn't act like a human. The members of the Dawn Squad were stunned by the harsh reality. Is there really such a heartless father in this world? Bai Yanlang is unworthy of being a father. If he doesn't love, he shouldn't persecute. Speaking of which, it's my fault that everyone has ended up like this. Wang Chen showed a look of guilt on his face. What's the big deal? Being a soldier and fighting, it's inevitable to have some bumps and bruises. These minor injuries are nothing. Qin Feng grinned. Wu Lei said, the captain is right, we are all dancing on the edge of a knife, teetering on the brink of life and death. As long as we don't die, it's considered a light injury. Brothers, we all have today but not tomorrow. Living one more day is an impressive feat we've already gained. Han Yi, having regained some strength, stood up and walked to Wang Chen, gently patting his shoulder. Zhou Yu sighed with great concern. Wang Chen's talent was so high, truly astonishing, and he should be a treasure wherever he went, yet his own family was stabbing him in the back, which was both infuriating and heartbreaking. Beep beep beep. Qin Feng's communicator suddenly emitted a sharp sound. It should be the rescue team arriving. Qin Feng hurriedly picked up the communicator and replied, this is Qin Feng, our location is. Before long, a dozen figures in combat uniforms crossed the ruins and arrived in front of everyone. From the badges they wore on their chests, Wang Chen recognized that these people belonged to the Qin City Demon Hunting Team. They were from the Thunder, Gale, and Storm squads. Why do you all look so disheveled? The captain of the Thunder squad frowned. It's a long story, Qin Feng said with a bitter smile. Choose tasks that are within your capabilities as much as possible. You're an old team member, you should understand this principle. Not to mention, you brought along a rookie. The captain of the Gale team shot a cold glance at everyone and said in a deep voice, Wang Feng, stop being so sarcastic. Who are you calling overconfident? Wu Lei retorted unhappily, the reason we ended up like this is entirely because someone stabbed us in the back. We faced 2 gold-level opponents, over a dozen silver-level ones, and countless bronze-level attacks. In the end, 3 human traitors even attacked us. Let me ask you, what would happen to your Gale team if you faced so many strong enemies? What? The captain of the Gale team and the members behind him narrowed their eyes in shock. They didn't expect the Dawn team to encounter such formidable foes. Old Wu, are you serious? The captain of the Thunder team couldn't help but verify. Wu Lei rolled his eyes. Do you think I need to lie to you? The combat recorder we carry with us recorded everything. Exactly, it's easy to talk big, but it's another thing to be slapped in the face, Hani said, rolling his eyes at the captain of the Gale team. Competition within the demon hunting squad was fierce. Gale and Dawn had always been rivals, which is why the Gale captain was so sarcastic. Based on my investigation, what the Dawn team said is very likely true. At that moment, the captain of the Rain team also solemnly expressed his opinion. Hiss. How did they manage that? The captain of the Rain team's words were authoritative, and no one questioned them. The next moment, everyone looked at the members of the Dawn team with astonished eyes. However, no one from the Dawn team explained what had happened. What happened to them? Outside the emergency room of the camp hospital, Lu Changan strode in. Captain Qin and Captain Wu are seriously injured and still in surgery. Hani is resting in the ward, and Sister Zhouyu is taking care of him, Wang Chen replied softly. Lu Changan asked expressionlessly, do you know who did this? It was him, Wang Chen uttered 2 words. However, Lu Changan understood his meaning. Can you be sure? I can be sure, but I have no evidence. I don't need evidence to do my job. After Lu Changan finished speaking, he turned and left. General, where are you going? Wang Chen instinctively asked, watching Lu Changan's back. I never tolerate being bullied. Whoever hurts my people will pay the price. Lu Changan did not stop his steps, and his figure quickly disappeared at the end of the long corridor. The surgeries for Qin Feng and Wu Lei lasted 10 hours. When the two were wheeled out of the emergency room, they were bound up like mummies. Captain Qin, Captain Wu, you. Wang Chen was at a loss for words. Qin Feng knew what Wang Chen wanted to ask and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I just broke a few ribs and got cut once. It's not a big deal. I just have to lie in bed for 2 months. Me too, dozens of fractures all over my body. I'll be fine in 2 months, just consider it a vacation. Wu Lei grinned as well. But that smile quickly turned into a grimace as it tugged at an unknown pain. Captain Qin, Captain Wu, you're undead. Wang Chen remembered that both of them had been blown up in their undead fusion state, and normally, the injuries to the undead would not be light. My undead might need to sleep for a while. Wang Chen noticed that when Wu Lei said this, the light in his eyes dimmed noticeably. How long is a while? After hesitating, Wang Chen still asked. It could be a year and a half, 3 years, 5 years, or even longer, who knows? Wu Lei pretended to be relaxed as he spoke. To be injured this badly, Wang Chen felt as if struck by lightning. Only the dead would suffer a significant blow and heal through slumber. However, in this era where everyone contracted the dead, without the assistance of the dead, what difference was there between Wu Lei and a useless person? Not to mention, he was still a frontline combatant. The dead falling into slumber meant that Wu Lei's military career was coming to an end. For a soldier, this was a tremendous blow. Don't worry about me. Over the years, I've saved up a bit. It's enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life. Wu Lei laughed heartily. After all these years of being on edge, I'm tired. It's not bad to take this opportunity to retire successfully. Wang Chen knew that Wu Lei's words were meant to comfort him. Old Qin, why aren't you speaking? What is the state of your dead? Wu Lei looked at Qin Feng, signaling him to change the topic. Qin Feng was silent for a moment before speaking. I can only sense a faint connection, like a candle flame in the dark, ready to extinguish at any moment. Like a candle flame in the darkness, ready to extinguish at any moment. Wang Chen's pupils instantly contracted. This indicated that the state of Qin Feng's dead was very poor and was about to fall. As Qin Feng's words fell, the ward fell into silence. Wu Lei opened his mouth, but the comforting words caught in his throat. After all, in the face of reality, any words seemed very pale. For a contractor, the dead were their second life. The fall of the dead equated to the loss of a life for the contractor. This blow could not be understated. In comparison, his state was 100 times better than Qin Feng's. After all, his dead had merely fallen into slumber, and there would come a day when they would awaken. Captain Qin. Wang Chen's voice was a bit hoarse, but before he could finish, Qin Feng waved his hand. It's nothing. Qin Feng smiled. Actually, I've long wanted to retire, to spend time with my family. By the way, my daughter always complains that I don't have time to accompany her. Now, this opportunity has come, hasn't it? I can hang out with old Wu, drink tea, fish. It sounds quite pleasant, whether or not I have the dead. Wang Chen fell into deeper silence, because, during a private conversation with Zhouyu, he had inadvertently learned that Captain Qin's wife and child had died years ago in a demonic attack. Captain Qin, Captain Wu, you two rest first. I'll come back to see you later. After leaving the ward, Wang Chen clenched his fists tightly, the anger in his heart almost turning into a tangible force. He wanted to kill. By Yemlang, Gu Tianyuan, and the Gu family. There must be a way. There are many medicines that can nourish the soul, which also work on the dead. I believe there must be a way to reignite the soul fire of Captain Qin's contracted dead, to awaken Captain Wu's dead from slumber. Wang Chen took out his phone and opened the browser. However, the few pieces of information that popped up on the homepage stunned him. This morning, 3 chemical plants under the Gu Group in the capital exploded, with conservative estimates of losses reaching at least 300 million. Shocking. Experts on site speculate that the explosion at the Gu Group's chemical plant was not due to equipment failure, but likely man-made. Wang Chen's heart trembled. An explosion at the Gu Group's factory? This was definitely not a coincidence. With this thought, a figure emerged in Wang Chen's mind. Lu Changan. He believed this incident was absolutely related to Lu Changan. Then, Wang Chen typed search information into the browser, looking for ways to resolve the issues for Qin Feng and Wu Lei. However, opinions varied, and no one could provide an accurate answer. What are you doing here, kid? After an unknown amount of time, a puzzled voice reached his ears. Wang Chen looked over and saw a familiar figure walking from a distance. It was none other than Lu Changtian. Moreover, Wang Chen noticed an unmistakable weariness on Lu Changtian's face. General. What's the situation with old Qin and old Wu? Have they woken up? Lu Changtian asked in a deep voice. They have woken up. It's just. After a pause, Wang Chen took a deep breath. It's just that the situation is not optimistic. Captain Qin's spirit has suffered severe damage and is likely to fall, while Captain Lu's condition is slightly better, but his spirit will also fall into a deep sleep. After hearing Wang Chen's account, Lu Changtian fell silent. The situations of the two were truly getting worse by the moment. General, is there any way to save Captain Qin and Captain Wu? Wang Chen looked at Lu Changtian with hope. The answers online were varied, and Wang Chen felt it was more practical to ask a titan in the world of contractees. Lu Changtian said, Wu Lei's situation is relatively simple. As long as you continuously use potions that enhance soul power or rare treasures for nourishment, it can speed up the awakening process. Captain Qin's situation is very special. He needs the spirit restoration herb to have any hope of revitalizing his fading spirit. The spirit restoration herb. Wang Chen finally saw a glimmer of hope. I wonder how we can obtain the spirit restoration herb? That's very difficult, Lu Changtian replied. The price of the spirit restoration herb on the black market is as high as 100 million dasha coins, and it's still a seller's market. If you have the herb, even if you ask for 150 million, I believe someone would buy it. Wang Chen thought to himself, so expensive? 150 million? For someone who has never had more than 5,000 in his pocket, that was an astronomical figure. If it were the old me, I might have had some hope of using connections to get it. But now, it's very difficult, very difficult. Lu Changtian repeated very difficult twice, proving just how hard it was. Wang Chen fell silent. Lu Changtian was many times stronger than him, having once been the vice-commander of the Heavenly Punishment Legion, wielding immense power. If even he couldn't accomplish this, did he still have hope? It couldn't be said to be as hard as climbing to the sky. It was probably impossible to even find a way to climb. Because the spirit restoration herb had another special effect, which was to allow a person's spirit to evolve. Although there's only a 1% chance, it's enough to drive people mad. You must know that there are still many wealthy and powerful people in this world. They wouldn't hesitate to spend a few billion for themselves or their descendants. Lu Changtian explained why the spirit restoration herb was so precious. However, right now you actually have an opportunity to obtain the spirit restoration herb. Lu Changtian changed his tone and spoke to Wang Chen. Really? Wang Chen answered without hesitation, I am willing to try. Wang Chen was not a do-gooder. However, he understood what it meant to be grateful and to repay kindness. Qin Feng could have left, but he suffered severe injuries to protect him. Without the sacrifice of the Dawn Squad, he would never have been able to complete his transformation, and under the attack of 3 golden-level contractees, he would have certainly been obliterated. This kindness, he could not ignore. Qin Feng did not help the wrong person. You, kid, are quite loyal, Lu Changtian praised, then continued. To enhance the strength of the new generation, the Daxia government is holding an elite talent training camp, recruiting elite young talents under the age of 20 from universities and the military nationwide. Those under 19 years old with soul power above bronze 5 stars can participate. The training camp lasts for 2 months, and if you can rank first in the final assessment 2 months later, you will receive a precious spirit restoration herb, along with a large amount of resources and monetary rewards. Wang Chen listened intently, and when Lu Changtian finished speaking, he said without hesitation, "General, I want to participate in this elite talent training camp." "Don't rush to answer. Don't let the rewards cloud your judgment." Lu Changan said gravely and seriously, "The elite genius training camp is not just being held for the first time. The competition is extremely brutal, and the training methods are quite harsh. In every session, the elimination rate is as high as 80%, and among those 80%, at least 50% die, and 20% suffer severe injuries. Moreover, those who die are all geniuses. In fact, many of them possess strength comparable to that of silver level." Lu Changan solemnly reminded Wang Chen, "My overall combat power should be no weaker than that of a gold-level contractor." Wang Chen spoke with confidence, having a record of defeating gold-level contractors. "That's true, if you participate in the elite genius training camp, you should be safe. But you must not let your guard down." Lu Changan continued, "Many scions of noble families and tycoons have received various resources for training since childhood. Many of them reached the standards for contracting undead by the age of 15 or 16. Some in the training camp can rival gold-level powerhouses before they turn 19. Early contracting?" Wang Chen's face showed astonishment. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. To make the public feel a sense of balance, this matter is only circulated among a few. Moreover, not many can meet the standards for early contracting. Lu Changan said with some regret, "If you were born into a big family, perhaps you could have contracted early. Your soul power might have already become truly gold level." What a pity! Wang Chen's growth rate was unprecedented in his experience. He had only contracted for a few days and had already reached bronze 9 stars, which was astonishing. At Wang Chen's age, he was far inferior to him. "General, please sign me up." Wang Chen said firmly, "Even if it's a treacherous path, I must walk this journey." Lu Changan nodded lightly, "All right, go back and prepare, I will help you sign up later." The sky grew darker as the sun set. Wang Chen's dormitory door was knocked on. Opening the door, he saw a young officer in military uniform standing outside. "Are you Wang Chen?" "Yes. General Lu asked me to deliver this letter of recommendation to you and to take you to the station for your trip to the capital." The young officer explained his purpose. "So soon?" Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. "Yes, the elite genius training camp you sign up for has been recruiting for a while now, and there are only 3 days left until the deadline." The young officer glanced at the silver watch on his wrist. "Wang Chen, there is a train to the capital in 2 hours. You have half an hour to prepare, and I will take you to the station then." "Okay." Wang Chen said no more and turned to walk back into the dormitory. 10 minutes later, he changed into a black tracksuit and followed the young officer to the station. There were few trains heading to the capital. Due to the last-minute decision, Wang Chen used the military passage to buy a hard seat. Once on the train and finding his seat, Wang Chen noticed that many of the passengers were young people with luggage. For instance, the boys and girls around him were all heading to various places across the country for their studies. In this era, schools were ranked in tiers. The quality of faculty varied from one school to another. Actually, I tell my parents that there are no bad schools, only bad contractors. As long as you have that, it doesn't matter where you study. But they don't listen and insist on spending over $1 million a year on tuition for me to attend Cambridge Undead University. A boy with gold-rimmed glasses across from Wang Chen shook his head and sighed. Wang Chen merely glanced at him and caught a fleeting look of pride in the boy's eyes. It was clear, he wasn't being low-key, he was showing off. However, $1 million in tuition fees per year is already the ceiling in universities. $1 million dasha coins is not something an average person can afford. Cambridge University in the imperial capital, that's the pinnacle among private universities. Classmate, I'm also going to school in the imperial capital. Why don't we add each other on WeChat and look out for one another? The two girls beside Wang Chen and directly opposite him immediately brightened up. It must be said that the glasses-wearing guy's bragging successfully caught others' attention, and some chose to take the initiative. Sure, the glasses-wearing guy accepted their proposal, though not very enthusiastically. Wang Chen noticed that the glasses-wearing guy, while speaking, always looked intentionally or unintentionally at another girl beside him. The girl wore a simple white bear t-shirt, her long black hair casually draped, with fair skin, a high-nose bridge, and big eyes. Wang Chen felt she resembled the film star Reba from his past life. Compared to her, the two proactive girls were not even in the same league. Yet the girl seemed to have not heard the glasses-wearing guy's words, as she lowered her head to read a book about the undead. The unattainable always stirs restlessness. Seeing his crush remain indifferent, the glasses-wearing guy couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. However, he was still tactful enough not to disturb the girl who looked like Reba, but instead turned to the silent Wang Chen. "Bro, I see you must be going to school in the imperial capital too, right? It's fate that we met. Why not leave a contact so we can look out for each other in the future?" Wang Chen's calm gaze fell on the glasses-wearing guy. Ahem. The glasses-wearing guy cleared his throat and said, I told my family that there are no useless undead, only useless contractors. It doesn't matter where you study, but they just won't listen, insisting on paying $1 million in tuition every year for me to go to Cambridge University in the imperial capital. The glasses-wearing guy seized the opportunity to start bragging again. Wang Chen frowned slightly. No need. I'm not like you. I'm not going to school but to a training camp for training. Wang Chen felt that the name of the National Elite Genius Training Camp was too long and unnecessary to mention. Besides, he didn't like to show off. He was no longer on the same level as these teenagers. He simply had no mood to brag. Ah, going to a training camp for training? The glasses-wearing guy was taken aback. So you didn't get into university and have already joined the contractor organization? Wang Chen slightly closed his eyes, too lazy to respond to the glasses-wearing guy's words. TCH. What's there to be proud of? Someone who can't even afford university, how much potential can they have? It's obvious that the contracted undead is lacking. With limited potential, it would be tough for them to even eat 4 dishes in this life. The glasses-wearing guy curled his lip in disdain, secretly mocking. However, his goal had already been achieved. Wang Chen was merely a stepping stone. His real aim was to not be too abrupt in asking for the contact information of the girl beside Wang Chen. This, classmate, I wonder if you... The glasses-wearing guy smiled as he looked at the girl beside Wang Chen. As long as the girl was willing to give her contact information, he would have succeeded halfway. Besides, he really couldn't find any reason for the girl to refuse. I really don't think it's necessary. Why? The glasses-wearing guy was stunned. She actually rejected me? The girl finally lifted her head and looked directly at the glasses-wearing guy. Because we are not from the same world. I'm not attending university in the imperial capital. I'm going to the imperial capital for a training camp. Such a beautiful girl going to a training camp is truly a pity. However, such a girl should be easy to pursue, right? After all, the vast majority of those who go to training camps are hoping to find a good job. The bespectacled man felt a surge of joy in his heart. It's okay, I'm an approachable person. I don't care about your background or what kind of person you'll become in the future. I'm sorry, but I do care. You care? The bespectacled man was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, thinking to himself that this girl before him was a mix of class resentment and insecurity. At that moment, the girl turned to Wang Chen. Hello, my name is Lin Zhu. Perhaps sensing a shared fate, the girl expressed a hint of goodwill towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen, he replied. Wang Chen noticed that the girl squinted while looking at him, and given that she had been reading with her head down earlier, he guessed that she must have quite severe myopia. Humph, truly, birds of a feather flock together. Seeing Lin Zhu ignore him and instead take the initiative to be friendly with Wang Chen, the bespectacled man felt a surge of anger and huffed sarcastically. However, his actions drew no attention from anyone, instead evoking disdain. Feeling ignored, the bespectacled man found it boring and simply closed his mouth, plunging the carriage into silence. A night passed without a word. The next morning, the train arrived at the capital station. Leaving the noisy, stuffy environment of the carriage, Wang Chen felt a wave of refreshment wash over him, and his mood improved significantly. Upon exiting the station, Wang Chen saw many people holding signs to welcome new students. Capital's Undead University, Capital's Cambridge University, Capital's Vocational Technical College, Capital's Civil Engineering College. Various universities had organized people to come to the station to greet this year's new students. What the hell? The Elite Genius Training Camp has people here to pick up students too? Suddenly, a gasp arose beside Wang Chen. He instinctively looked over to see the bespectacled man, who had been sitting diagonally across from him, pointing at a spot with a banner for the Elite Genius Training Camp in astonishment. Elite Genius Training Camp? What kind of place is that? What company has such strength? What a grand display! They occupy such a large area, even bigger than the space taken by the Capital University, and they even drove their cars into the station. The two girls beside the bespectacled man asked in surprise. This isn't a training camp organized by a company, it's officially hosted by our great Xia. I heard from my family that to join the Elite Genius Training Camp, you can't be older than 19, and your soul power must reach bronze 5-star. The bespectacled man said enviously. Hiss, then aren't they all geniuses? The two girls were both astonished. If they're not geniuses, they are at least quite talented. In any city, they would have to be top scorers in the college entrance examination to have a chance to join. The bespectacled man's eyes were filled with hope. If I could join the Elite Genius Training Camp, I'd be willing to drive luxury cars and live in mansions. He silently prayed in his heart. Hey, Wang Chen is also looking this way. Suddenly, one of the girls beside the bespectacled man noticed Wang Chen. Who wouldn't be envious? He's also going to join a training camp, but his training camp is definitely not on the same level as the elite genius training camp." As the bespectacled man spoke, his pupils suddenly constricted. Wang Chen was walking over. Did he overhear our conversation? Let him come. So what if he heard? Does he dare to confront me? I'm at least a B-level undead contractor. I'm not afraid of him. The bespectacled man forced himself to remain calm. But Wang Chen seemed to ignore them entirely, walking past the crowd and heading straight for the banner of the elite genius training camp. In that moment, the bespectacled man and the two girls beside him were left in a daze. Wang Chen's training camp couldn't possibly be the elite genius training camp, could it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The bespectacled man shook his head. If he really went to the elite genius training camp, why wouldn't he say so? He's probably just asking for directions. In the eyes of the bespectacled man, such a great opportunity to show off was not to be missed. If he could join the elite genius training camp, everyone in the carriage would definitely know. The bespectacled man fixed his gaze on Wang Chen's actions. He saw Wang Chen take an envelope from his jacket pocket and hand it to the staff. The staff immediately stood up, a friendly smile on their face, and gestured for Wang Chen to board the business vehicle behind him. The moment the car door opened, everyone could see the luxurious interior inside. Wang Chen got in the car. The door closed. The bespectacled man and the two girls beside him finally came to their senses. He really got in the car. The training camp he mentioned isn't for job training, but for the elite genius training camp. The two girls sighed regretfully. After the bespectacled man's explanation, they had learned what the elite genius training camp was. If they had known Wang Chen was a genius from the elite genius training camp, they would have done anything to connect with him or at least leave their contact information. A super genius was far more appealing than a second-generation B-level undead contractor, right? He, unexpectedly, is a super genius? The bespectacled man felt as if struck by lightning. He couldn't accept that a small fry who couldn't even afford a college education had suddenly transformed into a genius he could only look up to. However, just at that moment, a striking figure caught the bespectacled man's eye. He noticed Lin Zhu squinting, searching for something. Was the opportunity to show off coming? The bespectacled man's heart reignited like dead ashes. Damn it, I actually forgot my glasses at home. Lin Zhu muttered to herself while dragging her luggage and searching. She had very severe myopia. Beyond 2 meters, she couldn't recognize anyone. Beyond 5 meters, she couldn't tell male from female, and beyond 10 meters, she couldn't distinguish between humans and animals. She couldn't see what was written on the banner at all. Lin Zhu, are you unable to find the training camp you're looking for? The bespectacled man approached Lin Zhu. Tell me the name, and I'll take you there. He tried to make his voice sound soft and magnetic. Thank you, Lin Zhu replied. I'm going to the elite genius training camp. Do you know where it is? No problem. It's just the elite genius training camp. Wait a minute. The bespectacled man suddenly froze, and then he looked at Lin Zhu with shock. What the hell? Lin Zhu was also a super genius going to the elite genius training camp. He was stunned. This world was too crazy. When did the elite genius training camp have so many geniuses that he encountered two at once? Is it hard to find? Lin Zhu, seeing the bespectacled man silent, murmured in confusion. Could it be that the staff for the elite genius training camp hasn't arrived yet? No. The bespectacled man awkwardly smiled. You can follow me, they are just over here. This time, the bespectacled man took the initiative to distance himself from Lin Zhu, leading the way for her. Previously, when Lin Zhu said they were from two different worlds, he thought she was just being self-deprecating and resentful of the rich. Now he understood that what Lin Zhu meant was that he simply couldn't reach her level. He wasn't worthy of being friends with a super genius like Lin Zhu. After all this, the clown turned out to be himself? Watching Lin Zhu being escorted to the car by the staff of the genius training camp, the bespectacled man felt a pang of bitterness. However, after turning around, he felt even more bitter. Because the two girls he had been chatting with on the train had also vanished without a trace. Where did you go? Didn't we agree to have a meal together later, and then I would take you to school? The bespectacled man took out his phone and sent a message to one of them. The result. A red exclamation mark immediately appeared in front of that message, along with a prompt. The other party is not yet your friend. Damn! It must be that they saw me provoke a member of the elite genius training camp and deleted me. The bespectacled man felt so frustrated he wanted to spit blood. It felt like losing both the wife and the soldiers. You actually joined the elite genius training camp? Seeing Lin Zhu get into the car and sit next to him, Wang Chen said in surprise. Yeah, what a coincidence, Lin Zhu smiled sweetly. The car then drove away from the station. With 2 days left until the official opening of the training camp, Wang Chen was arranged to rest at a nearby hotel. During these 2 days, Wang Chen didn't go anywhere and stayed in the hotel to adjust his state. So much had happened recently, it was more exciting than the first few years after he crossed over. Time flew by. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Wang Chen, along with Lin Zhu and 2 unfamiliar boys and girls, took a special car to the suburbs. Along the way, the 2 boys and girls closed their eyes to rest, looking like they didn't want to talk, while Wang Chen chatted a bit with Lin Zhu. After getting out of the car, Wang Chen saw a tall iron gate and a wall that seemed to stretch endlessly. As expected of an officially organized training camp, it really has strength. This is the imperial capital. Even in the suburbs, every inch of land is precious. Lin Zhu's voice came from beside Wang Chen. Today, Lin Zhu wore a black and gray sports outfit, her long hair tied in a ponytail, and a pair of black-framed glasses perched on her nose, giving her a more intellectual beauty, losing some of the youthful charm. You guys are the students from Qin City, Bai City, Hai City, and Lin City, right? At that moment, a middle-aged man in uniform walked up to everyone. I am the instructor Wang Zhong from the training camp. Now we will start roll call. When your name is called, respond with here. Without waiting for everyone to respond, Wang Zhong took out a list and called out loudly, Zhang Yang, here. Qian Jin, here. Wang Chen, here. Lin Zhu, here. After roll call, Wang Zhong closed the list. Instructor, can we enter the training camp now? The boy named Zhang Yang asked curiously. He was eager to know what was behind the black iron gate. Enter? Wang Zhong sneered, don't think that just because you are here, you are officially members of the training camp. Before entering the training camp, you will face an entrance assessment. Only those who pass the assessment can enter the training camp. Those who fail will be eliminated. Zhang Yang frowned, we can be eliminated before even entering the training camp? If you don't accept it, you can leave right now. Wang Zhong shot a cold glance at Zhang Yang. That gaze sent chills down one's spine. Wang Chen concluded that Wang Zhong must also be a seasoned warrior who had crawled out from a pile of corpses. An assessment is an assessment. I don't believe my bronze 7-star strength can't pass. Zhang Yang felt a bit unconvinced but still dared not show it too obviously. Everyone follow me. Wang Zhong took the list and walked to the black gate, speaking to a staff member in a similar black uniform at the entrance. Everyone is here. The staff member turned and opened a small door with a fingerprint scanner. Who goes in first? In order, Zhang Yang first, Wang Zhong said. Alright, let me see what this is about. Zhang Yang excitedly walked in. Then the small door closed. 5 minutes later, the gatekeeper's expression changed. Zhang Yang eliminated. Next. What? Eliminated so quickly? Qian Jin exclaimed. It should be noted that Zhang Yang had the sole power of bronze 7-star, which was even 1 star higher than her level. The assessment is also practical combat. If you don't give it your all, you will only fail, Wang Zhong sternly reminded everyone. Next, Qian Jin called out. Qian Jin reluctantly walked through the small black door. I wonder how long Qian Jin can hold on. Wang Chen heard Lin Zhu mumble softly beside him. He noticed Lin Zhu tightly gripping the hem of his clothes, clearly nervous as well. Wang Chen was also curious about what kind of test it would be. But just at that moment, a business vehicle drove into the camp, and 4 young boys got out of the car. A coach in a black uniform stepped forward and brought the 4 over. Wang Chen, it's actually you. One of them exclaimed as they approached. Gu Tianyuan? Wang Chen frowned. He recognized the one who had shouted. Wang Chen, is he the one who injured you? Gu Tianyuan's loud voice immediately made Wang Chen the center of attention. The 3 others accompanying Gu Tianyuan all turned their gazes toward Wang Chen. At that moment, a boy who looked slightly older than Gu Tianyuan asked in a deep voice, is that right, cousin? Gu Tianyuan nodded. Yes, that's the guy from Qin City. I just didn't expect that even though he has only had a contract for a few days, he has already reached the enrollment line for bronze 5 stars. Wang Chen replied indifferently, if you can do it, what's so surprising about me doing it? His words carried 3 parts disdain and 7 parts contempt, harshly mocking Gu Tianyuan. What level are you to compare with me? Gu Tianyuan shouted angrily, you're just an unwanted bastard. Enough! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. However, it was not Wang Chen or the coach who reprimanded Gu Tianyuan, but surprisingly, Gu Tianyuan's cousin. Fool, didn't you say he was taken away by Lu Changan? With Lu Changtian's strength and status, how hard could it be to help Wang Chen reach bronze 5 stars? Yes. Gu Tianyuan shrank his neck, instantly calming down a lot. It was clear that he was quite afraid of this cousin. Wang Chen, right? I've heard of you and know what you did to my cousin. Long Tianeo's eyes flickered with cold light as he stared at Wang Chen. You provoked someone from the Gu family, no one can come out unscathed. No one can protect you here. Wang Chen detected the threat in Long Tianeo's words, which clearly indicated that he would seek to restore the Gu family's face. This was normal. The Gu family was a prominent clan in the capital, with immense power and countless vassals. The Long family was just a dog raised by the Gu family. When Wang Chen injured Gu Tianyuan, it was equivalent to injuring his master, and now that Long Tianao had the chance, he would certainly seek revenge for Gu Tianyuan and curry favor with the Gu family. Cousin, you overlooked one thing. Whether Wang Chen can pass the assessment is still uncertain. Gu Tianyuan sized up Wang Chen and sneered, if he can't pass the assessment, he doesn't even qualify to be our opponent. That's right, if he can't even pass the assessment, he doesn't deserve to be my opponent. Long Tianao nodded proudly. Cousin, even if he manages to pass the assessment by luck, he still can't be your opponent. Gu Tianyuan said, you are an extremely rare early contract, having contracted a wraith at 15, and now your soul power has reached silver 9 stars. Who in this training camp is qualified to be your opponent? The more Gu Tianyuan spoke, the louder his voice became, making it seem as if he were the genius with an early contract and silver 9 stars. After hearing Gu Tianyuan's words, many people's faces showed surprise. If what Gu Tianyuan said was true, then Long Tianao was indeed an astonishing genius. There are always people better than you, and mountains beyond mountains. As far as I know, there are still 2 people in this training camp who can be my opponents. Long Tianao appeared very humble and low-key. After a pause, Long Tianao added, however, Wang Chen should not be among them. The assessment is a major hurdle, enough to keep him busy. Gu Tianyuan sneered, Wang Chen, you must pass the assessment, otherwise I'll have much less fun in this training camp. Just as Wang Chen was about to respond, he was interrupted. Enough, if you have the energy to argue here, you might as well adjust your state and face the assessment with all your might. Wang Zhong was actually reminding Wang Chen not to let anger cloud his judgment. After all, the information on Wang Chen's registration form stated he was a bronze 9 star. It was not a good choice to clash with a silver 9 star. Wang Chen withdrew his gaze, and at that moment, the staff member at the door spoke again. Qian Jin is eliminated. Next. So he really got eliminated? Wang Chen was very curious about what the assessment entailed. Wang Chen, it's your turn. Wang Chong reminded Wang Chen. Go for it, Wang Chen. Lin Zhu cheered for him, shaking her fist. You too, Wang Chen smiled rarely before stepping through the small door. Inside the small door was a spacious training ground, as large as a soccer field. In the center of the field stood a figure cloaked in a gray robe, holding a bone staff, a lich. No. Strictly speaking, this was a lich contractor. Wang Chen recognized the identity of the figure. Moreover, from the soul fluctuations emanating from the lich contractor, Wang Chen deduced that this contractor's level should be around gold 4 star, similar in strength to the lich contractor he had killed earlier. Wang Chen, you are a bronze 9 star, right? Contracting undead zombies? At that moment, the lich spoke in a hoarse voice. Yes, Wang Chen nodded. Good, as long as you can withstand the attacks of the undead I summon for 10 minutes, you will pass the assessment. If you can kill the undead I summon, you will receive extra points. The lich examiner briefly explained the assessment rules. If there are no issues, we can start the assessment. He had made himself clear, and normally, no one would find any problems. However, Wang Chen was not normal. Examiner, I have a question. If I defeat you, what reward will I get? Or how many points? What? The lich examiner was taken aback. Did I hear that wrong? A bronze 9-star zombie contractor dares to speak so boldly? Who gave him the courage? Even an S-rank silver 9-star contractor wouldn't dare say such a thing in front of me. You're confident you can defeat me? He asked uncertainly. I want to give it a try, Wang Chen replied seriously. Quite confident. I've been a trainer for 2 terms, and this is the first time someone has claimed they would defeat me. The lich examiner laughed. If you can last 10 minutes under my hands, you will pass the assessment. After 10 minutes, for every additional minute you last, you will earn 10 points, with a maximum of 200 points. If you can defeat me, you will directly earn 500 points. However, so far, no student has achieved this during the entrance exam. By the way, you probably don't know the purpose of the points, right? According to previous rules, the number of points will determine your ranking. The top student in past training camps was the one with the highest points. I see. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. With that said, he now had a reason to defeat the lich examiner. I'm ready, Wang Chen said solemnly. Unleash your undead, the lich examiner nodded, raising his bone staff. Suddenly, mounds of earth erupted in the training ground, with skeletal arms reaching out one after another. In the blink of an eye, over 100 bronze-level skeleton warriors emerged from the ground. At that moment, Wang Chen also completed his undead fusion, transforming into a powerful and robust figure. Wang Chen noticed that these skeletal warriors each had an aura comparable to a bronze 5-star, and even their weapons were not bone knives, but alloy battle blades that gleamed with a cold light, clearly much stronger than ordinary skeletal warriors. "These skeletal warriors are quite unusual," Wang Chen exclaimed, wondering whose summoned skeletons wielded alloy weapons. "The undead I summon are quite special. They are made from materials from our world, so there's no need to return to the realm of the dead. It makes sense for the undead I create to use the weapons I forge," the Lich Examiner explained simply. Wang Chen thought to himself, no wonder this person could serve as an instructor in the training camp. Their understanding of the undead was indeed unique, not something an ordinary contractor could compare to. Take the Lich contractor he had once slain, for instance. Their strength was far inferior to that of the Lich Examiner before him. "Your zombie looks quite unusual too. I've never seen one with such good looks. And it's quite powerful." Before Wang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly sprang into action like an arrow released from a bow. Whoosh! With just one step, Wang Chen crossed a distance of over 10 meters. What incredible speed! The Lich Examiner's pupils constricted, and his heart jolted. The speed Wang Chen was displaying was not something a bronze 9-star could achieve. In fact, even ordinary silver 9-star undead did not possess such speed. At this moment, Wang Chen's speed was already comparable to that of silver 9-star contractors skilled in speed, like shadow nightcats and ghostly leopards. "Attack!" The Lich instructor raised his staff. The skeletal warriors received the command and swung their alloy battle blades, forming a dense net of blades, launching indiscriminate attacks on Wang Chen. "Although I can't keep up with your speed, I don't believe you can break through my defenses. Unless you're willing to risk your life." The Lich Examiner was confident that Wang Chen would retreat from the onslaught. At the same time, he calculated several possible retreat routes Wang Chen might choose and secretly summoned dozens of ghosts to lie in ambush. The Lich Examiner thought of the various retreat routes Wang Chen could choose. However, he never considered that Wang Chen would not retreat at all. He actually charged straight into the encirclement of the skeletal warriors. Clang, clang, clang. The alloy battle blades in the hands of the skeletal warriors struck Wang Chen, creating a series of sparks. The Lich Examiner? No way, he could actually withstand the attacks of the skeletal warriors? Is this something a bronze-level being can do? Wang Chen's zombie seemed a bit too fierce. Instead of throwing punches, Wang Chen chose to charge through like an armored vehicle. Wherever he passed, skeletal warriors were knocked down, and some were even shattered upon impact, falling to the ground in pieces. Just like that, Wang Chen forcefully broke through the blockade of the skeletal warriors, heading straight for the Lich Examiner. Abnormal. The Lich Examiner cursed inwardly and raised his staff. A massive shadow instantly enveloped Wang Chen. Wang Chen looked up, his gaze sharpening. It was actually an abomination descending from the sky. Moreover, judging by the aura emanating from it, it was also a gold-level undead. A gold-level lich summoning a gold-level abomination. The Lich Examiner's worth was indeed on the rise. Boom! The abomination landed heavily in front of the Lich Examiner, like a wall, firmly guarding him from behind. As soon as the abomination appeared, the entire training ground seemed to tremble. Its massive body resembled a small hill, and its thick arms were thicker than an average person's waist. The muscles were as hard and solid as granite, with every muscle fiber clearly visible. Its eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red light, fixated on Wang Chen, filled with brutality. The figure of the Lich instructor was no longer visible on Wang Chen. "Kid, you're too fanciful. To serve as an instructor here, you need some real skills. But being able to summon a Plaguebringer, you still have some honor in defeat. According to the rules, you can already earn 200 points. The voice of the Lich instructor slowly reached Wang Chen's ears. From his words, Wang Chen sensed that the Lich instructor believed he had already secured victory. However, what if it was a golden-level Plaguebringer? He had slain creatures no weaker than a Plaguebringer, like the Stitched Giant. Without real skills, you wouldn't dare to participate in the training camp. 200 points won't satisfy my appetite. Wang Chen replied coldly. "What do you mean? Do you want to continue challenging me?" The Lich instructor asked in astonishment. "I've already summoned a Plaguebringer, and you still want to challenge me? Isn't that a bit overconfident?" "Yes. I really don't know who gave you the courage to confront a golden-level power." The Lich instructor was unsure whether to call Wang Chen ignorant or fearless. "Strength." Wang Chen calmly answered with 2 words. "Alright, then I'll see what strength you have." As the Lich instructor's words fell, the Plaguebringer launched its attack first. Its massive foot stomped heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud, like a war drum beating, causing the entire training ground to tremble slightly. Then, it charged at Wang Chen like an out-of-control heavy truck. Each step left a deep footprint on the ground. As it approached Wang Chen, the Plaguebringer swung its fist, the size of a wheel, with a howling wind, crashing down towards Wang Chen with the force of a mountain. There was no doubt about the power of this punch, it could easily leave a deep pit in the ground. Compared to the 5-meter-tall Plaguebringer, Wang Chen appeared incredibly small. He looked like a tiny ant standing before a giant, yet within his small frame lay terrifying power. Faced with the unstoppable punch of the Plaguebringer, there was not a trace of fear in Wang Chen's eyes, nor did he retreat or dodge. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, like an ancient tree deeply rooted in the earth. At the moment the Plaguebringer's fist was about to hit him, Wang Chen also swung his fist fiercely, meeting the Plaguebringer's massive fist head-on. Boom! A loud sound erupted, like thunder crashing in the training ground. The two fists collided violently, and a powerful shockwave spread outward from the point of impact. This shockwave whipped up the surrounding dust, forming a small dust storm. The ground beneath Wang Chen could not withstand the tremendous impact, cracking like a spider web spreading outwards. However, surprisingly, Wang Chen emerged unscathed from this hard clash. His body stood like a solid fortress, firmly withstanding the Plaguebringer's attack. Damn! His body strength and power can actually withstand the Plaguebringer head-on? This is just too ridiculous. Witnessing this scene, the Lich instructor was stunned. The shock Wang Chen brought him was truly overwhelming. Roar! Seeing its attack blocked by Wang Chen's frail body, the Plaguebringer let out a furious roar. Unwilling to be evenly matched with Wang Chen, its red eyes burned with even greater rage and humiliation. It opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening roar. Within this roar seemed to contain some mysterious power, the sound waves vibrating through the air, causing a sharp pain in people's eardrums. Immediately after, a layer of ghostly green light enveloped the Plaguebringer as it unleashed its first skill, power amplification. As this skill was unleashed, its already massive muscles began to swell even more violently, with veins writhing like small snakes across the surface. Each muscle seemed to be infused with new vitality, becoming harder and more powerful. Its strength at that moment had at least doubled. Before Wang Chen could react, the abomination flashed with light again and unleashed its second skill, speed enhancement. Its originally large and somewhat clumsy body became agile under the influence of this skill. The increase in speed combined with strength equated to a surge in attack power. It was like a car going 30 miles per hour suddenly crashing into something at 50. The abomination's figure flickered and instantly vanished from Wang Chen's sight. Wang Chen's heart raced, his senses heightened, he focused intently on the movements around him. Suddenly, he felt a powerful gust of air coming from the side, and he knew the abomination had launched a new round of attacks. Wang Chen quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the abomination's fist glowing with a ghostly green light. The punch grazed his clothes, creating a rush of wind. Seizing the moment while the abomination had yet to retract its fist, Wang Chen swiftly counterattacked. He accelerated suddenly, darting like lightning to the side of the abomination. His right fist, accompanied by a sharp rush of wind, struck fiercely at the joint of the abomination's knee, leaving deep dents in its body. The abomination seemed to lose its balance, staggering backward. Once the first punch was thrown, 100 more followed. Wang Chen's fists fell like raindrops upon the abomination. Each punch contained all his strength, each one leaving deep impressions on the abomination's body. The abomination attempted to retaliate, but its attacks gradually lost coherence. Meanwhile, Wang Chen grew bolder in battle, as if enveloped in an invisible aura. Fierce, overbearing, it pressed down on the golden-level undead, making it unable to lift its head. The abomination is going all out, and it still can't handle this kid? Is this really the battle power that a bronze 9-star can unleash? The Lich Examiner's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Wang Chen was so ferocious that he seemed almost inhuman. Boom! At that moment, Wang Chen leaped into the air, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the abomination's forehead. The abomination's massive body swayed, dazed from the blow. I don't believe it, I can't handle you. The Lich Examiner felt a surge of frustration. He raised the white bone staff in his hand, ready to unleash a soul shock. But before he could complete his spell, Wang Chen appeared before the Lich Examiner like a ghost. You! The Lich Examiner's pupils constricted sharply. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Chen launched his attack, his fists like shooting stars. Although the Lich also possessed a physical form, it excelled in magical attacks, and close combat was not its strong suit. Wang Chen's punch was visible to his eyes, and he thought to dodge, but his body's reaction speed couldn't keep up. Bang! The next moment, he experienced a sensation akin to riding the clouds. Then came Wang Chen's storm-like assault. 1 minute later, the Lich Examiner was directly overwhelmed by Wang Chen, shattering the fusion state of the undead, revealing a middle-aged face, and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The abomination vanished into thin air, returning to the realm of the undead. The skeleton warriors wielding alloy blades stood there as if they had lost their souls, staring blankly. Some ghostly undead began to wander aimlessly in place. "Examiner, don't sleep. You need to get up and announce the end of the assessment." Wang Chen suddenly felt very awkward. In the spacious conference room, the elite genius training camp leader, Zhao Wuji, sat upright in the main seat. Dressed in military uniform, his expression was resolute, and his gaze was captivating. Sitting next to him were the heads of various departments in the training camp, who didn't even dare to look at Zhao Wujie, not even daring to breathe. Because Zhao Wujie was not only the camp leader but also a renowned general of the Great Xia, a powerful star-level expert. He joined the army at 18, with no support, and in just 20 years, he had shouldered the mantle of a star general, guarding a region, with strength and cunning that few could match. Are there any outstanding candidates among this batch of recruits for the training camp? Zhao Wujie had just returned from the front lines and was not yet familiar with many matters. The head of the admissions office trembled and quickly replied, "General, we have 3 promising candidates this time. The first is Long Tianao from the Long family in the imperial capital, a rare early contractee. He is contracted an S-class undead emerald bone dragon, and in less than 3 years, his soul power has increased by over 10 levels, now at silver 9 stars. Is that really a good candidate?" Zhao Wujie scoffed. The children of wealthy families receive a lot of resources for training after their contracts, so their progress is rapid, but their foundation is unstable. When their cultivation reaches the later stages, the drawbacks will become apparent. Among the current kings of Great Xia, none were cultivated by financial magnates, aristocrats, or large families. Zhao Wujie's words showed no concealment of his disdain for the children of prominent families. "I know some of you must be unconvinced, thinking that star-level experts are already the backbone of Great Xia. That's true, but I hope to lay a foundation for true geniuses to become kings. I want those who come out of our training camp to become pillars of strength," Zhao Wujie said solemnly. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply. They didn't expect this new camp leader to have such ambition. "General, there's a second one." The head of the admissions office discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Speak." "The second seed candidate is named Han Dong, from Winter Snow City, also an early contractee, with an S-class ice snow demon. She is the same age as Long Tianao, but her soul power is only silver 6 stars. That girl Han Dong is here too." Zhao Wujie showed a look of surprise upon hearing this. "Do you know Han Dong, General? She is the daughter of a friend of mine. I even held her when she was little." "Hey, if that Long Outyan fought against Han Dong, the one who would win in the end would be Han Dong. Do you believe it?" Mentioning the daughter of an old friend, Zhao Wujie's serious face rarely broke into a smile, and he spoke a few more words with everyone. He looked like an old father bragging about how outstanding his child was. "Ahem. General, it's Long Tianao." The head of the admissions office awkwardly reminded him. "Whether it's Long Tianao or Long Outyan, the result is the same. Han Dong is far stronger than those geniuses cultivated by financial magnates and aristocrats. She truly possesses the qualities of a king." It was clear that Zhao Wujie had high hopes for Han Dong. Everyone became serious and firmly remembered Han Dong's name, planning to pay special attention to this favored daughter of heaven whom Zhao Wujie highly esteemed. "Is there anyone else?" "There are a few more, but they are relatively weaker." The head of the admissions office continued to mention several individuals, each from different cities. Each was an early contractee, secret weapons of their respective families, with the weakest possessing silver-level strength, all of whom would be considered geniuses elsewhere. After hearing the introductions, most of them lost interest, with only a few asking a couple more questions. "By the way, I remember General Lu from Qin City also recommended a candidate for the elite genius training camp. How is that boy?" Zhao Wujie suddenly asked. "General, that boy is too ordinary. Even with General Lu's help, he only has bronze 9 stars of strength," the head of the admissions office said, shaking his head unconsciously when mentioning Wang Chen. "Wang Chen would be fine in an ordinary city, and at a local university, he might even be a renowned prodigy. However, in a training camp filled with geniuses, he seemed to blend into the crowd. Old Lu really is something. I thought he recommended some extraordinary talent." Zhao Wujie shook his head and looked at the person sitting across from the head of admissions. He was the head of the assessment department. "How is the entrance assessment progressing?" 1/3 of the candidates have completed the assessment, and among those who passed, 1/3 have succeeded. Tap, tap, tap. After hearing this, Zhao Wujie pondered, lightly tapping his fingers on the conference table. "How's the scoring?" "Among those who passed, only 2 reached B level, the rest are all C level," the head of the assessment department replied. "To last 10 minutes under the examiner's scrutiny is considered C level, 20 minutes is B level, and 30 minutes is A level." "No A levels yet?" Zhao Wujie shook his head. This year's Elite Genius training camp participants were worse than he had imagined. The head of the assessment department wanted to say something more, but his expression suddenly changed. "General, there's been an incident." "What happened? Why the panic?" Zhao Wuji frowned and asked in a deep voice. "A candidate defeated the examiner," the head of the assessment department explained, bracing himself. Bang! Zhao Wuji slammed the table. "This year's batch is truly disappointing. Can even the examiners in the training camp lower their standards? How much can it cost to hire a gold-level contractor?" Zhao Wuji was furious, expressing strong dissatisfaction. "Well, General, the examiners responsible for assessments in our training camp are still gold level," the head of the assessment department replied, holding his ground. "What?" Zhao Wuji stood up abruptly. "Are you saying a candidate defeated a gold-level examiner?" His eyes widened, like an angry lion. "Yes, that's right. What is the name of that candidate?" I don't know. Let's go see." A glint of excitement flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes. "General, there are still some matters that haven't been reported. We'll talk about it when we get back." Zhao Wuji waved his hand impatiently and then strode out of the conference room, heading straight for the examination room. On the other side, Wang Chen had been guarding the Lich examiner for a long time but found no signs of him waking up. "There won't be any major issues, right? I've already held back my strength. A gold level should be in no life-threatening danger," Wang Chen muttered. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, Wang Chen heard a sound of footsteps. He turned around and saw another person dressed in examiner's attire walking towards him from a distance. Wang Chen's first reaction was, could there be a hidden assessment? If defeating one examiner earns 500 points, how much would defeating two yield? Wang Chen couldn't help but think. As Wang Chen assessed the examiner was also sizing up Wang Chen. He had witnessed everything that happened in the monitoring room. He watched in disbelief as Wang Chen, a bronze 9-star contractor, directly defeated a gold-level contractor. This completely overturned his worldview. Challenges across levels had occurred in this gathering of geniuses before, but he had never seen a bronze contractor strike down a gold contractor, crossing two major realms in one battle. Immediately, he reported this matter to the head of the assessment department and received instructions to enter the arena and replace the injured examiner to continue overseeing the exam. "Wang Chen, I know you are an examiner from the training camp." "That's right, I know you came to assess me," Wang Chen replied earnestly, but this response left the examiner momentarily stunned. He was not there to test Wang Chen, but was ordered to replace the examiner defeated by Wang Chen and to test the candidates below. "Examiner, I am ready, let the assessment begin?" Wang Chen replied in a deep voice, and in the next moment, his figure shot like lightning towards the newly arrived examiner. "No! Who the hell said they were going to assess you?" The examiner's expression changed, but the situation was critical, leaving no time for hesitation. Any further delay would mean getting hit. Soul fusion. In the next moment, the examiner activated the fusion with the undead. Hiss! A flash of black light appeared, and a skeletal knight riding a white-boned warhorse, clad in black patterned armor, emerged. The tall and eerie figure of the undead knight examiner cast a shadow of dark energy, and the white-boned warhorse beneath him had ghostly green flames burning in its eye sockets, occasionally emitting hissing sounds. Unlike the undead knight Wang Chen had fought before, this examiner wielded a massive spear instead of a long sword, its blade shimmering with a strange light, capable of easily reaping lives. At the same time, a powerful golden-level soul erupted from him in all directions. Normal bronze-level contractors would find it difficult to move under this aura, and silver-level contractors would also find their actions slowed. However, Wang Chen felt none of that. The moment the undead knight examiner transformed, he immediately launched an attack, squeezing the horse's belly hard, causing the skeletal horse to let out a long whinny, raising its front hooves and charging towards Wang Chen like an arrow released from a bow. The hooves struck the ground with a dull sound, each step seeming to tread on a person's heart. The undead knight examiner raised the massive spear high, slicing through the air with a cold light, and thrust it fiercely at Wang Chen. This thrust contained immense power, as if the air itself was being torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. However, facing this fierce attack, Wang Chen remained unfazed. Just as the spear was about to strike him, he let out a loud shout, his voice echoing like a great bell in the examination hall. He raised his right arm at lightning speed, meeting the spear with his fist. Wang Chen's action caused the undead knight examiner to snort disdainfully. "The knight's spear is not something a contemptible fist can compare to. You are being overly arrogant." He had seen the footage of Wang Chen clashing head-on with the contemptible creature. However, he did not believe Wang Chen could match him. With the horse and his strength combined, the power of this thrust was terrifying. Even the contemptible creature would be pierced through in front of him. With a loud clang, It sounded like a fierce collision of metal against metal, sparks flying. The force of Wang Chen's punch was so great that it forcibly halted the unstoppable attack of the undead Night Examiner. Wang Chen's body swayed and then returned to normal. This guy's strength is more powerful than I imagined, and his defense is astonishingly strong. The soul fire in the eye sockets of the undead Night Examiner flickered wildly. It should be noted that this strike could pierce even golden-level battle gear, yet there wasn't even a trace of blood on Wang Chen's fist. This was absurd. I refuse to believe I can't handle a bronze-level candidate. The undead Night Examiner, unconvinced, quickly adjusted his stance, using the horse's momentum to sweep the spear horizontally, aiming to cleave Wang Chen in half. Wang Chen's reaction was equally swift. He pushed off the ground with his feet, leaping high into the air, performing a backflip to cleverly evade the sweep. But he did not stop there. In midair, he adjusted his posture and swooped down towards the undead Night Examiner like a fierce bird of prey. His fists were tightly clenched in front of his chest, like two cannonballs ready to be fired. As he approached the undead Night Examiner, he struck out with both fists, one aimed at the examiner's face and the other at his chest. The undead Night Examiner quickly raised his arm to block, and Wang Chen's fist struck heavily against his arm, followed by a dull thud. This impact caused the skeletal horse ridden by the undead Night Examiner to sway a few times, and the examiner himself was jolted backward by the force. However, the undead Night Examiner quickly steadied himself. He flicked the reins, making the skeletal horse turn in place before charging at Wang Chen again. This time, he no longer relied solely on speed, strength, and the lance itself for the attack, but instead gathered the dark power within him onto the lance. Shattering Spear. This strike was like a thunderclap, its power several times stronger than the previous attack. The force of this blow was immense, and a rare look of seriousness appeared on Wang Chen's face. It was the first time he showed such an expression since entering the examination arena. Then, Wang Chen pointed a finger at the undead Night Examiner from a distance. Thunder Law. Not the thumb, nor the pinky, but what do you mean by pointing your fingers like a sword? The undead Night Examiner was filled with confusion. Surrender is not a gesture. Boom! A purple lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, descended from the sky without warning, aimed directly at the undead Night Examiner. Damn, this kid can actually summon thunder. The undead Night Examiner's pupils constricted sharply, looking as if he had seen a ghost. It is well known that thunder is the nemesis of the undead, and now there was an undead being able to control thunder, which was absurd. However, this also brought him a great sense of crisis. Immediately, he turned the sharp edge of the lance in his hand to meet the lightning. Bang! The dark sharpness on the lance shattered instantly, and the purple lightning transformed into countless small arcs of electricity, slithering over the undead Night Examiner's body like little snakes. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Both the undead Night Examiner and the warhorse beneath him let out painful, strange cries, standing stiffly in place. This was still the result of Wang Chen showing mercy, otherwise, the undead Night Examiner and the remaining warhorse would likely have been reduced to ashes. Good opportunity. A glint of light flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as he leaped forward and kicked the undead Night Examiner to the ground, then heavily stomped on his chest. Examiner, I've defeated 2 examiners in a row. I wonder how many points I can earn. Wang Chen asked from his elevated position. Points? I'll give you a hammer for points. I'm not here to take your exam. The undead Night Examiner was so angry he wanted to curse. However, the power of the thunder was rampaging through his body, leaving him numb all over, unable to speak. That's enough, stop. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Wang Chen turned to look and saw a tall middle-aged man in military uniform striding over. This man was none other than General Zhao Wuji of the Great Xia Empire. Third round? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. If you're not afraid of death, you can give it a try. Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, then released a powerful soul force. Boom! Wang Chen's vision blurred, as if he were a small boat adrift on the sea. The waves surged and rolled, and the boat could be smashed to pieces at any moment. The overwhelming soul force made Wang Chen feel as if he were suffocating. Step, step, step. Wang Chen involuntarily took a few steps back, only then feeling the pressure suddenly drop, making it somewhat easier to bear. Zhao Wuji was astonished. Hey, under my soul pressure, he only took a few steps back? What strong resistance. It should be noted that he was a star-level super powerhouse, and the pressure he released was not to be underestimated. An ordinary golden-level contractor would likely kneel under his pressure, yet Wang Chen did not. This performance was already comparable to that of a platinum-level contractor. No wonder he could defeat 2 golden-level contractors. This kid really has some skills. With such strength and performance at the bronze level, old Lu has really sent me a good seedling. Zhao Wuji asked lightly, do you still want to fight? Wang Chen shook his head,
decisively canceling his undead fusion state, revealing his handsome face. What a joke! The man in military uniform before him gave him the feeling of facing Lu Changan, with no chance of victory at all. He wasn't a battle maniac, he just wanted to earn points. No more fighting, but these 2 heads should count as points, right? Wang Chen pointed at the 2 examiners on the ground. General, I. At that moment, the undead knight examiner regained some composure and also cancelled his fusion state, propping himself up on the ground, his face showing shame. Alright, stop acting like a big girl who's been wronged. Although you were defeated, didn't you discover a good seedling for our training camp? Zhao Wuji said to the undead knight examiner. Upon hearing this, gratitude appeared on the other's face. Indeed, he is a general. Wang Chen's heart stirred, further confirming his previous guess. According to the rules of the Great Xia, a starry strongman isn't necessarily a general, but a general must be at the starry level. Tat tat tat. Just then, a series of dense and hurried footsteps sounded. Wang Chen saw several figures approaching the general. These people were both male and female, some in military uniforms, others in training camp instructor attire. I didn't expect my performance to attract so many people. Wang Chen was also surprised. He hadn't anticipated that such a small entrance examination would draw so many people. He thought, it can't be. General Lu said that many trainees in the camp have golden level strength. But what Wang Chen didn't know was that Lu Changan had told a little lie to instill a sense of awe in him. There were no geniuses who had reached the golden level before entering the camp. It was already very rare to become golden level after 2 months of training. Hey, why are there 2 people lying on the ground? After seeing the situation in the field, the head of the admissions office looked astonished. Zhao Feng? No, I asked you to replace Li Chang for the assessment. Why are you also lying on the ground? The head of the assessment office looked coldly at his capable subordinate, momentarily at a loss. Others were the same. Director, I don't know anything. As soon as I arrived at the exam site, that kid said I was some second round, and then he attacked me, and now I'm lying here. The examiner who had turned into an undead knight, Zhao Feng, lay on the ground, wanting to cry but having no tears. Good heavens, he defeated 2 golden-level strongmen in a row? This boy named Wang Chen has something special about him. Everyone looked at Wang Chen with shining eyes, as if they were gazing at a rare treasure. You must know, compared to Wang Chen, the geniuses of previous years were nothing. A bronze 9-star can defeat golden-level strongmen. Wang Chen has unlimited potential in the future. Sun Changlin, you are the head of the assessment office, you handle this matter. Everyone else, disperse and go about your business. While everyone was in a daze, Zhao Wuji issued the order in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the others immediately dispersed. By the way, don't miscalculate Wang Chen's points. He defeated 2 examiners and should receive 1,000 points. Zhao Wuji had just lifted his foot when it came back down. General. Sun Changlin appeared very hesitant. What's wrong, is it difficult? Zhao Wuji frowned and asked. Since the establishment of the training camp, no one has ever scored 1,000 points in the entrance examination. Sun Changlin said, we have never set a score of 1,000 points before. Moreover, he just entered the camp and got 1,000 points, which is too big a gap from others. I see. Zhao Wuji nodded in realization, then pointed at Wang Chen. Well, we didn't come before, but now that we are here, it exists. After speaking, he gently patted Sun Changlin's shoulder. He defeated 2 examiners and earned 1,000 points, which I think is quite reasonable. Let's do it my way. As for what others think, it doesn't matter. The number of points represents their strength, and that's just how it is. If it can't be changed, we have to accept it. This. Sun Changlin showed a troubled expression. What are you worried about? That someone can't accept it? Zhao Wuji's expression turned cold. This is an elite genius training camp, not a market where there's room for bargaining. Here, what I say goes, those who can't accept it can get the hell out. After Zhao Wuji finished speaking, he strode away. The heads of the other departments cast a deep glance at Sun Changlin, then silently followed Zhao Wuji out. Sigh. Sun Changlin sighed, then turned his gaze to Wang Chen. You passed the assessment. You can go through that door now. Someone will handle your formal entry procedures. Sun Changlin pointed to a 2-story building in the distance, where there was a black iron door on the first floor. Wang Chen knew that only by passing through that door could he officially start his life in the training camp. Soul reviving grass, here I come. Wang Chen did not forget the purpose of his visit, took a deep breath, and strode forward. On the other side, Wang Chen has been inside for over 10 minutes, he must have passed the assessment, right? Outside the camp. Gu Tianyuan's expression shifted from one of amusement to deep concern. He was worried that Wang Chen had passed the assessment. It seems we really underestimated Wang Chen. Next to him, Long Tianao couldn't help but frown.
As a member of a prominent family, he had some understanding of past assessment content. Although he didn't know the specifics of this assessment, it was definitely related to strength. The longer Wang Chen held out, the greater the possibility of passing.
Wang Chen.
Just then, a staff member in front of the iron door suddenly spoke up.
Long Tianao, Gu Tianyuan, and the others immediately perked up their ears.
Then, they heard the staff member's voice continue.
Passed the assessment. Next, Lin Zhu. Hearing this, Lin Zhu took a deep breath and walked into the black door. Wang Chen really passed the assessment. Watching Lin Zhu enter the door without seeing Wang Chen come out, Gu Tianyuan's anxious heart finally settled. Look at you, what a small achievement. What does it matter if he passed the assessment?
There are plenty of ways to get rid of him. Long Tianao whispered in a voice only the two could hear. The elite genius training camp is not a place for pampering. Those who come here for training must undergo harsh training, even more brutal than the battlefield. The casualty rate is terrifying. Wang Chen is human. Being human means he can die. Cousin, I understand.
Gu Tianyuan nodded heavily.
In an instant, he had several ways in mind to eliminate Wang Chen.
Wang Chen walked through the black door, and a middle-aged man in uniform approached him to handle various procedures. 10 minutes later, under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Wang Chen arrived at the dormitory.
It is worth mentioning that the accommodation environment in the training camp is quite good, with single rooms. Afterwards, Wang Chen took out the newcomer handbook he had just received and began to read it carefully, memorizing it well.
At 5:30 in the afternoon, Wang Chen left the dormitory and headed to the cafeteria. The newcomer handbook stated that mealtimes were at 7 in the morning, 11 at noon, and 6 in the evening, with an hour for each meal. If you missed it, you would go hungry. After battling 2 golden-level powerhouses consecutively, Wang Chen was already starving. 10 minutes later, following the map in the newcomer handbook, Wang Chen arrived at the cafeteria. As soon as he entered, Wang Chen noticed that many young boys and girls had arrived early.
However, the vast majority looked somewhat disheveled. Some had band-aids on their faces, others were wrapped in bandages, and a few even leaned on crutches. From their appearances, it was clear how difficult it was to join the training camp. The cafeteria was quite noisy, and the newcomers who had passed the assessment were mostly discussing their experiences from today's evaluation. The examiner is simply heartless. If it weren't for my tough skin and thick flesh, I would have been beaten to death. Ouch, my arm still hurts. I feel like the examiners here are venting their dissatisfaction with life on us.
There's definitely some personal grudge involved.
Hey, don't be angry. Let me tell you something uplifting. I heard that 2 examiners were beaten into the hospital by a candidate.
Really? Is that true? Can a candidate be that fierce? Are you just bragging? Don't doubt it, it's absolutely true.
I saw the examiner being carried onto the ambulance with my own eyes.
If someone is really that fierce, I, Jibuchang, would recognize him as my godfather. Wang Chen.
He didn't expect the news of the examiners being beaten would spread so quickly.
Suddenly, Wang Chen spotted Gu Tianyuan.
At that moment, Gu Tianyuan no longer looked rebellious. Instead, his face was bruised and swollen, with only a narrow slit left for his left eye, making it hard to see.
Wang Chen, you're actually fine. Gu Tianyuan also noticed Wang Chen and couldn't help but exclaim softly. He was in such a sorry state, yet Wang Chen seemed completely unbothered. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Wang Chen is really stronger than me? Gu Tianyuan thought to himself, unwilling to accept this fact.
You're in this state, so don't worry about him. Don't worry, he won't be bouncing around for long.
Long Tianao placed a hand on Gu Tianyuan's shoulder and then led him to another spot, a position far from Wang Chen. He was worried that Gu Tianyuan would suffer another blow.
Let you all bounce around for a bit longer. When the real training starts, it will be your end.
Watching Long Tianao and Gu Tianyuan walk away, a cold glint flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Wang Chen certainly knew that these people wanted to target him, but how could Wang Chen not want to eliminate them?
Every time he saw Gu Tianyuan, the images of Qin Feng and Wu Lei lying in hospital beds would unconsciously surface in Wang Chen's mind.
Recalling the oppression he faced at Qin City No. 1 high school. Deep down, there was an emotion suppressed to the extreme that wanted to explode, a desire to kill Gu Tianyuan, to kill Bai Yanlang, and even to wipe out the entire Gu family. Wang Chen knew that it was the emotions buried deep within his predecessor that were stirring.
At 6 o'clock sharp, dinner officially began.
Wang Chen took a tray and sat down in a corner. Teriyaki chicken leg, braised pork ribs, broccoli, and water spinach.
It couldn't be said to be luxurious, but in this era of severe material shortages in human activity areas, it was already quite sumptuous. When Wang Chen was working his way through school, he often just gnawed on steamed buns and pickled vegetables.
However, before Wang Chen could enjoy his dinner, a gentle voice rang out. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" Wang Chen looked up and saw Lin Zhu standing in front of the table with a tray. Wang Chen noticed a detail: Lin Zhu had no obvious injuries and appeared quite relaxed, which meant she had likely passed the assessment with ease. "In this training camp, you're the only one I know. In our group, it's just the two of us left." Lin Zhu and Wang Chen exchanged glances and smiled gracefully. "Of course, you can." Wang Chen withdrew his gaze and picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib to eat. "Not bad, much better than steamed buns and pickled vegetables." "Wang Chen, it seems you have quite a conflict with Long Tianao and Gu Tianyuan." After taking a few bites of the meal, Lin Zhu hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Wang Chen lowered his head to eat, as if he hadn't heard Lin Zhu's question. "Don't get me wrong, I just heard some news in the cafeteria before you arrived, and it might not be good for you." Lin Zhu thought of something and quickly explained. "What news?" Wang Chen asked curiously. "I can tell that Gu Tianyuan's strength might not be as good as yours, but Long Tianao's strength is extraordinary." Lin Zhu pushed up the frame of his glasses and whispered, "Long Tianao is one of the dual kings of the training camp. His strength is not to be underestimated. You must be careful." Wang Chen was puzzled. Didn't our training camp just start? How can there already be dual kings? "I heard them say it's based on performance. The dual kings are those who scored A-level in the assessment, with a total of 200 points, which is far more than we have." Lin Zhu sighed. "People like us are considered outstanding in his city, but unexpectedly, we're at the bottom in the elite training camp." After listening to Lin Zhu's explanation, Wang Chen slowly nodded. "So that's how the dual kings came to be. One is Long Tianao, and who is the other?" Lin Zhu didn't answer immediately but looked around before fixing his gaze in one direction. "Do you see that girl with blue hair? Her name is Han Dong. She's the other one who got an A-level." Wang Chen looked over but could only see a figure with blue hair cascading down to her waist. "Thank you for telling me so much, I will be careful." Wang Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. He realized that Lin Zhu was sitting here to remind him. "But I can see that you haven't taken my words to heart," Lin Zhu pouted. Wang Chen smiled awkwardly. "Is it that obvious?" "Wang Chen, although we have both joined the training camp, the gap in strength between us is still quite large. Remember this saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't underestimate the youth in poverty. You are still young, your life has just begun, and there are infinite possibilities ahead." Lin Zhu couldn't help but advise Wang Chen. "I will consider your advice." Wang Chen smiled slightly and continued to eat. 30 years is too long. 3 days, however, he could accept. At exactly 7 o'clock, dinner time ended, and a low horn sounded, gathering everyone to the playground in the camp. Sun Changlin, the head of the assessment office, stood in front of everyone and said loudly, "A total of 312 people registered for the Elite Genius Training Camp, and 102 passed the assessment. Among them, 2 withdrew from the training camp due to serious injuries and could not participate in the training. So this session of the Elite Genius Training Camp has a total of 100 people, only 100 people? How cruel!" Everyone gasped. It's important to know that those eliminated from the Elite Genius Training Camp were all talented individuals. For those who passed, don't get too complacent. Because, for those of you who remain, you will face even more brutal training. It won't be long before you realize that this is not heaven, but hell. Sun Changlin grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "Today is your only day of indulgence, so enjoy your life well." After saying that, Sun Changlin turned and left. The welcome ceremony for the newcomers ended just like that. However, everyone's hearts did not feel the slightest bit relaxed. Instead, they sank to the bottom. "What are you afraid of? Since I dared to come, I never thought of going back intact. If I can't succeed, I'd rather die than not become strong." Many young people, full of passion, shouted loudly. "Hey, what are they posting?" 2 instructors from the training camp posted 2 sheets of paper on the bulletin board before leaving. Once the 2 left, everyone hurriedly gathered around. "First phase points ranking?" The person in front read out the large characters on the first row. "Is it the points ranking? I'm really curious, which of the 2 kings is better? Hey, read it out loud. Is Long Tianao first or is Han Dong at the top?" The crowd in front was packed tightly, and those behind couldn't see the names on the list, only feeling anxious. "Neither. It turns out neither of them. The first place, it's actually him. Who is it? Hurry up and let me see." The people behind rushed to the front, instantly dumbfounded. Wang Chen? Who is he? How can he surpass the 2 kings and take first place? What the hell? 1,000 points? Goodness, I can't believe it. Wang Chen has 800 points more than the second and third place, and 1,000 points more than me. What the hell is this? Wasn't it said that the highest rated A only gets 200 points? Could it be that Wang Chen has a powerful woman at home? Did she just give him 1,000 points? Various shocked voices rose and fell. Wang Chen, the first on the leaderboard, it can't be you, right? In the back of the crowd, Lin Zhu felt as if struck by lightning, slowly looking at Wang Chen, hoping for a confirmation. Wang Chen slowly nodded. Everything was unspoken. Really, is it you? Even though she had her suspicions, at that moment of confirmation, Lin Zhu's heart couldn't help but tighten. Wang Chen's figure grew more towering in her heart. Then, Lin Zhu felt a bit awkward. Just a moment ago, she had advised Wang Chen not to provoke Long Tianao, and now thinking back, it seemed so ridiculous, truly worrying over nothing. How could Long Tianao compare to Wang Chen? Cousin, you learned a lot about the training camp before coming here. Is it true that someone can get 1,000 points just by entering the camp? In the crowd, Gu Tianyuan was also stunned, looking at Long Tianao in confusion. At this moment, Long Tianao appeared to be in a daze. How is this possible? A nobody like Wang Chen actually surpassed me in the rankings, and left me far behind. Long Tianao's confidence took a severe hit. He had always held himself in high regard, thinking that he was on the 5th level while Wang Chen was on the 1st, not even worthy of carrying his shoes. But reality had slapped him hard. Wang Chen was not only comparable to him but could also leave him far behind, to the point where he couldn't even see Wang Chen's back. I don't believe that Wang Chen can do what I can't. He just contracted not long ago. Even if he's an S-level undead, there's absolutely no way he could take first place and get 1,000 points. Long Tianao concluded his assumptions and stepped out of the crowd. Cousin, where are you going? Gu Tianyuan hurriedly called after him. Long Tianao didn't look back. I'm going to find the camp leader and seek the truth. Go find the camp leader? Cousin, are you serious? Gu Tianyuan hesitated. The training camp was like a military camp, requiring absolute obedience. This meant that even if there were doubts, they had to be endured. If you can tolerate this humiliation, I can't. Long Tianao said darkly, I don't believe anyone can surpass me by 800 points. After saying that, Long Tianao strode away. Gu Tianyuan watched Long Tianao's figure grow distant, gritted his teeth, and followed him. I'm leaving, going back to rest. In the back of the crowd, Wang Chen stretched lazily and said a word to Lin Zhu before leaving the training ground. Lin Zhu watched Wang Chen's retreating figure, smiling helplessly. I was worried about him before, but now it seems I was really overthinking it. When they first met on the train, she felt that Wang Chen was a bit different from others, and now she realized just how extraordinary he truly was. Wang Chen did not know that at the edge of the crowd, a pair of deep blue eyes were also fixed on him. As he left, a thoughtful expression appeared on the face of the observer. General, Wang Chen's acquisition of 1,000 points has indeed caused a great stir. Many newcomers have expressed their dissatisfaction and gathered together, demanding an explanation from us. Sun Changlin, the head of the assessment department, hurried to Zhao Wuji's side, his expression serious. Oh, Zhao Wuji paused for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. These little ones are quite brave to come and demand an explanation from me? General, what should we do next? Sun Changlin hesitated for a moment but decided to seek Zhao Wuji's opinion. What can we do? Just let it be. Zhao Wuji smiled lightly. I see they can't tell who is the big boss and who is the little boss. Whoever comes to demand an explanation, just put a soul power suppression bracelet on them, and let each of them run 100 kilometers. General, isn't that too cruel? The head of the assessment department hesitated. It should be known that once their soul power was suppressed, these people would be no different from ordinary people. Running 100 kilometers would leave them half dead, if not worse. It's precisely because they can't complete it that I can achieve my goal, Zhao Wuji said flatly. I want to cut down their arrogance and make them understand that questioning comes with a price. I want them to know that in the training camp, I am the sky, and my words cannot be doubted. The rules of the academy? I won't abide by them. Zhao Wuji's voice was firm and cold, exuding dominance. Sun Changlin trembled at his words. He understood that Zhao Wuji was also using this opportunity to remind him not to question. Yes, I will take care of it right away. Sun Changlin's attitude underwent a significant change at that moment. Complete obedience. Late at night, Wang Chen was awakened by the sound of a horn echoing through the camp. What kind of strange wind is this? Wang Chen glanced at the watch on his bedside, and it was exactly 12 o'clock. However, he did not hesitate, quickly putting on his clothes and rushing out of the dormitory towards the training ground. Along the way, he saw many people in a similar state to his own. He even saw a guy who was still in a daze, running down the road in nothing but his underwear. When he arrived at the training ground, Wang Chen found that quite a few people were already there. Two familiar faces were none other than Long Tianao and Gu Tianyuan.
At that moment, they were lying on the ground in a sorry state, their clothes soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies. Their hair was also in disarray, as if they had just been pulled out of the water.
What happened? Wang Chen murmured softly. Isn't it all their own doing?
At that moment, a tall figure approached Wang Chen, speaking with a hint of glee. This boy was someone Wang Chen recognized. It was Ji Buchan, who had been shouting in the cafeteria, "Whoever can defeat the examiner, I will recognize as my godfather."
Care to elaborate on what happened?
As soon as Ji Buchang said this, it immediately attracted the attention of those around them. I heard that they expressed dissatisfaction over the points issue and went to cause a scene with the head of the training camp. As a result, each of them received a soul power suppression bracelet and 100 kilometers of long-distance running.
Ji Buchan laughed. Look at them, they only ran 70 kilometers, and now they're all exhausted like dead dogs?
Tisk,
to receive such a severe punishment without any explanation is really unreasonable, isn't it?
After understanding the ins and outs of the situation, the people around couldn't help but gasp, feeling that the training camp's style of doing things was too overbearing.
Ji Buchang rolled his eyes. Do you think this is your home or school?
This is a training camp, where military rules are enforced.
It's all about absolute obedience. But we are still just children,
the person argued stubbornly.
Here, there are no children, only warriors. At that moment, a towering figure stepped into the arena and spoke in a deep voice. Wang Chen's pupils constricted. This person was Zhao Wuji, the general he had met once. As Zhao Wuji's voice echoed, the entire venue fell silent. Obeying orders is the duty of a warrior. If you do not comply, I have ways to make you obey.
Zhao Wuji's sharp gaze swept over everyone as he spoke slowly.
At that moment, no one dared to breathe.
Then, Zhao Wuji's gaze fell on the dozen or so people lying on the ground.
Look at what you've become. Get up.
Long Tianao, Gu Tianyuan, and the others felt a tightness in their chests and quickly stood up. In their eyes, a hint of fear flashed.
They were intimidated.
They were genuinely intimidated. Zhao Wuji suppressed their soul power and made them run 100 kilometers. It was as if he was taking their lives.
The others were also obedient, having seen the miserable state of Long Tianao and Gu Tianyuan.
Release them, Zhao Wuji commanded, and instructors at the edge of the arena immediately stepped forward to remove the bracelets. As the soul power surged back into their bodies, Long Tianao, Gu Tianyuan, and the others felt so moved they almost cried.
Aren't you all curious why Wang Chen was able to earn 1,000 points? Now I will tell you why. Zhao
Wuji's gaze swept over the crowd again, then landed on Wang Chen.
Wang Chen, step forward. Hearing this, Wang Chen walked out without any hesitation. He even heard Ji Buchan's surprised voice. Dude, so you are Wang Chen.
The moment Wang Chen stepped out of the crowd, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to see what the genius who surpassed Long Tianao and Han Dong by 800 points looked like. After Wang Chen reached the front, Zhao Wuji called out two more names, Han Dong, Long Tianao, step forward.
The crowd? This didn't seem like a simple introduction? Tap, tap, tap.
Han Dong was the first to step out of the crowd and stood beside Zhao Wuji.
After a brief hesitation, Long Tianao also came forward. Zhao Wuji said, Han Dong, Long Tianao, you two will team up to deal with Wang Chen.
What?
This can't be a joke.
As soon as these words were spoken, most people in the arena showed expressions of shock. It should be noted that Han Dong and Long Tianao had earned 200 points, proving they had withstood the attacks of golden-level experts for half an hour. Such strength was terrifying for the trainees.
No matter how strong Wang Chen was, he couldn't withstand the combined efforts of the two, right? General, I can handle Wang Chen alone.
Long Tianao glanced at Wang Chen and volunteered. He didn't know how Wang Chen had earned 1,000 points, but he knew that Wang Chen had only recently contracted with the undead. He should have some limits, right?
You alone? Zhao Wuji looked Long Tianao up and down and shook his head disdainfully.
You alone won't do, two might be just passable. Wang Chen had already defeated two golden-level experts in one go. What qualifications did a kid who could barely exchange a few moves with a golden-level expert have to challenge Wang Chen alone? Zhao Wuji had Han Dong and Long Tianao team up to directly illustrate the gap between them and Wang Chen. Thus, he created pressure for everyone in the training camp. After all, without pressure, what kind of training camp would it be? However, Long Tianao was a proud son of heaven wherever he went. He had never suffered such contempt. Zhao Wuji's words and gaze felt like a knife stabbing deeply into his heart.
Oh, so you look down on me, huh?
Just wait. I'll take this kid down for you to see.
He thought angrily, clenching his fists tightly.
He wasn't foolish, he knew that arguing with Zhao Wuji would be pointless, so he shifted all his hatred onto Wang Chen. At that moment, his desire to kill Wang Chen had reached its peak. Seeing Long Tianao silent, Zhao Wuji said, Alright, since there are no objections, let the competition begin.
Wang Chen? No, I didn't agree. Wang Chen, you must work hard. If you win, I can give you an additional 200 points as a reward. How about that? Zhao Wuji asked Wang Chen with a smile. That sounds better. Wang Chen nodded slightly. 200 points was quite a lot. But before he could voice his thoughts, a powerful surge of soul energy suddenly erupted, accompanied by a chilling aura. Wang Chen looked over to see the previously silent blue-haired girl, Han Dong. At this moment, she had activated her undead fusion, and her body had undergone a significant transformation. She was now tall, her skin as white as snow, and her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, gently swaying in the wind. Her ice blue eyes sparkled with a mysterious light, and she wore a white robe adorned with exquisite snowflake patterns, enhancing her noble and cold beauty. S-Class Undead, Ice Snow Siren. Information related to her immediately flashed in Wang Chen's mind. The Ice Snow Siren excelled in necromancy and ice magic. She was the most beautiful undead Wang Chen had ever seen. If one didn't look closely, it was impossible to discern her undead nature. Roar! Suddenly, at the other end of the training ground, a fully green skeletal dragon roared, baring its fangs and claws. Its massive body was composed of mysterious green bones that emitted an eerie glow, containing deadly toxins. The green skeletal dragon. It was the undead form of Long Tianao. Originally, the skeletal dragon was an A-class undead, but after absorbing potent toxins, its rank had significantly increased, rated as S-class by the Great Xia. The green skeletal dragon opened its massive mouth and roared, creating a whirlwind in the arena, green toxic gas spewing from its mouth, quickly spreading through the air, causing people to change color at the smell. Many instinctively began to retreat. It should be noted that this toxic gas had a strong corrosive nature, capable of rapidly eroding an enemy's body. Once hit by the gas, an enemy's skin would quickly rot, and their strength would gradually diminish. Kid, you don't plan to fight against two S-class undead in your human form, do you? Zhao Wuji looked at Wang Chen, who had yet to move, and reminded him impatiently. Wang Chen rolled his eyes. He still wanted to live. General! Fusion! Wang Chen silently shouted in his heart, and his soul power erupted suddenly. In the next moment, black light radiated from him, and Wang Chen transformed into the general, standing proudly in the arena like a deity. The general was tall and robust, his body seemingly forged from steel, with clearly defined muscle lines, each muscle appearing to contain endless power. His face was stern and resolute, his eyes revealing a fearless expression. I thought Wang Chen's undead was impressive, but you tell me it's a zombie? It's different. Wang Chen's zombie looks so cool. No matter how cool, it's still a zombie. The strongest known zombie-type undead is the A-class zombie bride. Wang Chen's zombie probably doesn't even reach A-class. General Zhao actually sent out two S-class undead to deal with Wang Chen's A-class. Isn't that overkill? At the moment Wang Chen's undead was revealed, the arena fell silent for a moment, followed by an uproar. Before Wang Chen fused with the undead, they speculated that his undead must be a powerful entity at least on par with S-class, but it turned out to be a zombie that didn't even reach A-class. The disparity was truly too great. What could a mere zombie do against the Ice Snow Siren and the green skeletal dragon? However, in the next moment, everyone closed their mouths in unison. Because as Wang Chen casually moved his body and threw a couple of punches, the air emitted a low, rumbling sound as his fists cut through the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Wang Chen casually stomped his foot, and the stone slab instantly shattered into pieces, cracks spreading like a spider web in all directions. The powerful shockwave distorted the surrounding air, producing a deafening roar. Guliolu. Seeing this scene, many people in the arena began to swallow nervously. Wang Chen's speed and strength seemed a bit outrageous. Hey, this kid is interesting. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up as he shouted, the battle begins. It can only end when one side is down. This rule was quite absurd. The battle erupted instantly. The Ice Snow Demoness launched the first attack, her cold and chilling aura exploding as she summoned countless ice spikes that shot towards Wang Chen like a torrential rain. Wang Chen was confident he could withstand such an attack with the powerful physique of Jiang Chen. However, without gauging his opponent's strength, Wang Chen chose not to take it head-on and calmly dodged the ice spikes. The ice spikes fell to the ground, piercing deep holes into the stone slab, more terrifying than the firepower of a rifle. Roar! The earth trembled, kicking up clouds of dust. The green bone dragon transformed from Long Tianao was also unwilling to back down, charging towards Wang Chen. The attack power should be considerable, but the speed is too slow. Wang Chen sidestepped, avoiding the green bone dragon's attack. The green bone dragon missed and roared in anger, turning back to charge at Wang Chen again. Are you asking for trouble? A cold glint flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as he seized the moment, delivering a powerful punch to the dragon's head as it approached. Boom! Wang Chen's immense strength caused a dent to appear in the green bone dragon's skull. Ah!
The green bone dragon let out a painful roar that echoed Long Tianeo's agony, staggering back a few steps.
What the hell? Did a zombie just smash the bone dragon's head? Witnessing this scene, someone outside the arena exclaimed in shock.
Many others were left speechless. In everyone's mind, the green bone dragon was definitely stronger than the zombie, and by more than double.
But what was happening now was overturning their understanding.
The zombie in the arena seemed terrifyingly strong.
Could it really achieve the feat of single-handedly taking on two S-rank opponents?
Wang Chen was unaware of the shock his formidable performance had brought to others. He only knew that after landing a hit, he had to press the advantage.
Boom!
He pushed off the ground with force, creating spiderweb-like cracks as he shot towards the green bone dragon like a cannonball.
Ice, gather!
The ice snow demoness pointed, and the power of ice and snow coalesced into a wall of ice between Wang Chen and the green bone dragon.
Wang Chen took a big step forward, crashing his body directly into the ice wall.
With a loud bang, the ice wall shattered instantly, turning into countless ice shards scattered across the ground. However, the green bone dragon had already retreated several dozen meters.
Wang Chen bent his knees to gather strength, ready to pursue again. Awaken! Ice Snow Spirit!
The ethereal voice of the ice snow demoness rang out once more. She summoned a group of ice blue spirits that charged at Wang Chen. The spirits flew through the air with astonishing speed, emitting eerie cries. They surrounded Wang Chen, trying to claw and bite him. However, after merging with Jiang Chen, Wang Chen's physical strength was astonishing, comparable to diamond-level undead. How could he be harmed by these bronze and silver-level spirits? Get lost! Wang Chen roared, like thunder crashing. Immediately, arcs of purple lightning erupted from his body. You have killed a bronze-level snow wraith, gaining 10 points of soul power. You have killed a silver-level snow wraith, gaining 100 points of soul power. Thunder was the nemesis of the undead.
The snow wraiths contained ice attributes, but they were still undead.
Before the raging thunder, they were torn apart like paper, turning into Wang Chen's experience points.
The power of the soul replenished, Wang Chen felt a wave of comfort in his body. Bring it on! Wang Chen provocatively looked at the ice and snow female demon.
At that moment, Han Dong, who had transformed into the ice and snow female demon, was dumbfounded.
You can actually control the power of thunder?
Han Dong's heart was bleeding. She had put in a lot of effort to create so many snow wraiths, and now they were all gone.
Controlling the undead with thunder, isn't that basic operation? Can't your undead do that? Wang Chen feigned surprise in his retort. Han Dong.
Being questioned like this by Wang Chen made her feel like she wanted to spit blood.
Is this even human language? Which proper undead can control thunder? Outside the arena, the crowd was agitated.
Wang Chen had essentially launched a broadside, not only mocking Han Dong but including all of them as well.
This kid really deserves a beating.
I'm almost at the king level, and I have to avoid thunder. I definitely don't have the ability to control it. Zhao Wujie had a blank expression, suddenly hoping that Han Dong and Long Tianeo could stand up for themselves and give Wang Chen a lesson.
Looks like you can't summon snow wraiths infinitely either? Seeing that Han Dong didn't continue summoning the undead, Wang Chen shook his head in disappointment.
He was hoping to provoke Han Dong into summoning a couple more undead to gain some experience. However, the disappointment in Wang Chen's eyes felt like a knife stabbing deeply into Han Dong's heart.
Is he looking down on me? Han Dong was going crazy inside.
As a proud daughter of heaven, she had never been so offended.
Freeze the world! At that moment, Han Dong's heart was filled with boundless rage.
She decided to go all out and cast her strongest ice magic.
She raised her hands high, and the sky suddenly darkened with clouds, countless massive ice spikes falling from the sky, crashing down towards Wang Chen. Something's coming! Wang Chen saw this and quickly dodged, not a single ice spike hitting him.
However, he was shocked to discover that the ice spikes scattered on the ground emitted an astonishing chill, instantly filling the area. Within the cold, Wang Chen's movements became sluggish, and soon a layer of white frost covered him, which then condensed into ice crystals.
Crack, crack, crack.
Thick ice armor formed around Wang Chen, resembling an ice sculpture, maintaining a running posture. Han Dong, this girl, has such a high affinity with the ice and snow female demon.
She can even unleash the female demon's ultimate technique?
Seeing this scene, Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Han Dong's performance was much better than he had imagined, her strength sufficient to contend with an average golden-level powerhouse.
Good, let him be arrogant, now he's been hard-controlled, right? Take advantage of his weakness, go for the kill, get him.
The crowd outside shouted loudly.
In fact, without their reminders, Long Tianeo had already launched an attack.
The Emerald Bone Dragon seized the opportunity to pounce on Wang Chen again,
its powerful hind legs leaving deep footprints on the stone floor. It opened its mouth wide, revealing teeth as sharp as blades, ready to swallow Wang Chen whole. There was no doubt about the biting power of the emerald bone dragon. One bite could snap a small car in half, crushing steel as easily as eating potato chips. Wang Chen. Outside, Lin Zhu, who knew Wang Chen, suddenly exclaimed, her eyes filled with emotion, because she saw the emerald bone dragon actually hanging Wang Chen in its mouth. Crack! The ice covering Wang Chen shattered into fragments under the sharp teeth of the emerald bone dragon. General Zhao, aren't you going to stop this? If you don't act soon, Wang Chen will be in serious trouble. Outside, Lin Zhu's heart was in her throat. She even turned her head away, not daring to watch the ensuing battle, because she was afraid of seeing the scene of Wang Chen being bitten in half. Crack, crack. A sound of bone snapping echoed through the arena, and suddenly, the place fell silent. Roar! In the next moment, the furious roar of the emerald bone dragon reverberated throughout the venue. Something seemed off? Lin Zhu instinctively looked up and was taken aback. She saw that several of the emerald bone dragon's teeth had shattered, while Wang Chen stood unharmed in the giant dragon's massive mouth. The fearsome emerald poison had no effect on him. What kind of physique is this? Even the bone dragon's teeth have broken? This zombie is ridiculously strong. After a brief silence, the arena erupted with exclamations. At this moment, Wang Chen also moved. He lifted his right foot and stomped down fiercely. With a crack, cracks immediately appeared on the jaw of the emerald bone dragon. Roar! The emerald bone dragon roared in anger, wildly shaking its head, trying to throw Wang Chen out of its mouth. But Wang Chen's hands gripped the dragon's teeth like iron pincers, his feet continuously lifting and stomping down, each strike filled with power. Boom, boom, boom. With each thunderous sound, the emerald bone dragon suffered a heavy blow. After several strikes, the dragon's body could no longer withstand Wang Chen's attacks. Its jaw was brutally kicked off, falling to the ground. The emerald bone dragon collapsed as well. Bang! Having suffered a severe blow, Long Tianao could no longer maintain the undead fusion state. With a flash of light, his true form was exposed before Wang Chen. Why you, don't come any closer. Seeing Wang Chen closing in, Long Tianao was completely panicked. I declare the battle over, the winner is Wang Chen. Zhao Wuji's voice suddenly rang out. Wang Chen paused, stopping in his tracks, feeling a bit regretful. Although he wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate Long Tianao, it was clear that Zhao Wuji would not allow him to succeed. After all, as the highest authority of the training camp, Zhao Wuji could not just watch a student die right before his eyes. Moreover, the purpose of this match was simply to let the students know about Wang Chen's strength, not to provide him with an opportunity to kill. I still have fighting strength. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind Wang Chen. Han Dong was unwilling to concede defeat. You've seen Long Tianao's fate. How long do you think you can last under Wang Chen's attacks? Zhao Wuji spoke coldly. Han Dong fell silent. Wang Chen's physical strength was indeed monstrous. She realized that if Wang Chen had not intended it, he would not have been frozen at all. Wang Chen's purpose in doing this was to lure Long Tianao into a trap and then deliver a devastating blow. Now that Long Tianao had been defeated, what would happen if Wang Chen turned to attack her? In an instant, Han Dong found her answer. There was no way. If she faced Wang Chen alone, there was no chance of victory. Even if I could last a few more moves, it wouldn't change the outcome of the battle. Zhao Wuji's calm voice rang out again, striking at Han Dong's heart. Bang! In the next moment, the power of ice and snow dissipated, and Han Dong released her undead fusion state, her true form appearing before everyone. Her face was pale, her eyes downcast, and she said nothing. However, at that moment, her silence was deafening. Everyone knew she was saying two words, I concede. Is that it? Two S-class silver 9-star powerhouses couldn't defeat Wang Chen? As the dust settled, many students still felt a sense of unreality. At first, no one had high hopes for Wang Chen, believing he could only fail in a one-on-two situation. Yet, Wang Chen had forcefully slapped everyone in the face with his actions. He not only won but did so effortlessly. What is strength? This is strength. Wang Chen's soul aura seemed to be only at the bronze 9-star level? Having crossed a great level to defeat his opponent, I really don't know how he did it. They say zombies are weak. How do you explain beating a bone dragon? Damn, if I had known zombies were this strong, I wouldn't have contracted a hatred. Some people were in awe, while others shook their heads and sighed in regret. Wang Chen, you're quite impressive. You have some of the flair I had when I was young. After the two medical staff carried Long Tianao away, Zhao Wuji looked at Wang Chen and generously praised him. However, Wang Chen frowned. While it sounded like a compliment, upon closer thought, it was clear that General Zhao was just using this opportunity to boast about himself. A dignified general of the Great Xia, yet a narcissist? I hope General Zhao won't forget the previous promise, Wang Chen said. For him, points were everything, because only the one with the highest points would be the first in the training camp, and only the first could receive the resurrection grass as a reward. Don't worry, a mere 200 points is nothing to me. Zhao Wuji waved his hand, then his gaze turned cold as he scanned the crowd. You've all seen Wang Chen's strength. Anyone who still doubts his qualification for 1,000 points can step forward to challenge him. If you can defeat him, I will also give you 1,000 points. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward to challenge. 1,000 points sounded tempting, but the prerequisite was whether one could actually obtain it. Wang Chen's combat power was evident. Even an S-rank contractor with silver level 9 stars was like a grandchild to him. What could they compare with? Challenging Wang Chen was just asking for trouble, wasn't it? Some even recalled the rumors they heard during the camp entrance exam, where a student had beaten an examiner into the hospital. They had previously thought it was absurd, impossible. After seeing Wang Chen's performance, they felt that perhaps it wasn't so impossible after all. Since you all have no objections, I will take it as your acknowledgement of Wang Chen. From now on, this matter shall not be mentioned again. Zhao Wuji nodded in satisfaction at the crowd's silence. Who would dare to cause trouble? That would be no different from seeking death. The crowd grumbled inwardly. Ahem. Zhao Wuji cleared his throat, adjusted his voice, and continued, the entertainment activities before training are over. Let's begin the formal training now. Ha? Training right after 12? I feel like I'm falling apart after the assessment. I need a good rest. As soon as Zhao Wuji's words came out, complaints erupted. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Want to rest, huh? It's simple. Whoever completes the training first can go rest. The training content isn't difficult for you, it's just running 80 kilometers, and the top 10 will receive rewards of 1 to 10 points. Just run 80 kilometers? General Zhao, you should have said so earlier. My undead is a shadow phantom leopard. I can finish it in half an hour. Hey, my undead is a bone rock eagle. I'm not slow either. After hearing the training content, smiles returned to people's faces. You all seem very happy? This training is too easy, not to mention 80 kilometers, even 100 kilometers would be a piece of cake. Hee hee, you all are too early to be happy. Zhao Wuji smiled maliciously and snapped his fingers, put soul-suppressing bracelets on them. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Immediately, dozens of uniformed soldiers came in, carrying a large bag of handcuffs to put on everyone. Wait, isn't this going to kill us? Those who had just boasted about the training being simple were now on the verge of tears. Without soul power, they couldn't merge with the undead, and without merging with the undead, they were just ordinary people with average physiques. Ordinary people running 80 kilometers would be lucky to survive without falling apart. Rest? What rest? If they could finish it by tomorrow, that would already be impressive. General, we are contractors. This kind of training is of no use for our level advancement, right? Indeed, I think we should learn about soul power, the undead, and demons. We shouldn't waste time on meaningless things. It really is of no use. But, Zhao Wuji said solemnly, the knowledge about soul power, the undead, and demons is taught better by school teachers than in training camps. However, the purpose of the training camp is not to teach you these things, but to sharpen your will and cultivate a king's heart. A true strong person not only possesses great power but also has a will that ordinary people cannot reach. An indomitable, undefeated, and unyielding will is the foundation that allows our human race to survive the ravages of demon invasions until now. An undefeated will. Zhao Wuji's words instantly ignited a sense of passion, and thoughts drifted back to that era of unending war. Demons occupied 80% of the Great Xia's land, and humanity faced the crisis of extinction. If humanity had chosen to submit, to give up, and not resist at that time, they would have long become livestock raised by demons, or even gone extinct. However, it was precisely because of the unyielding, unrelenting, and indomitable will that the people of Great Xia were able to reclaim most of the lost territory, allowing the spark of humanity to survive to this day. Look at what you all have become? Zhao Wuji scolded, pointing at those who were complaining. Have you really eaten well for a few days and lived in peace for a while, thinking the world is at peace? You have truly lived too comfortably. Your current situation is the result of countless ancestors and warriors sacrificing their lives. They have endured far more hardships than you. Countless ancestors shed their blood and sacrificed their lives, fighting for generations so that future generations could take the opportunity to recuperate and grow stronger, not to let you live off their efforts and wait for death. Moreover, I can tell you in advance, your good days are coming to an end. The demons are becoming increasingly active, which is a sign of a great war. Once the war breaks out, no one can remain uninvolved. At that time, strength will be your capital for survival. Zhao Wuji's voice grew increasingly serious. From the past to the present, he painted a picture of what was to come, and these words felt like invisible stones pressing down on everyone's hearts. General, I was wrong. A young man bowed to Zhao Wuji and then started running. Isn't it just 80 kilometers? Even if I die running, I will complete it. I cannot betray the sacrifices of my ancestors, and I must be worthy of my future self. Even if I cannot become a super strong person, I must at least strive. One by one, the young men began to run. After all, they are still young, their blood is still hot. Zhao Wuji whispered softly, a voice only he could hear. In these people, he saw the shadows of himself and his comrades from back then. But, those comrades from back then, am I the only one left now? Wang Chen, you really are quite the hidden gem. Among the running crowd, Wang Chen suddenly heard a familiar voice. He turned to see Lin Zhu had come to his side. I have never hidden anything, Wang Chen said with a rare smile. Since entering the training camp, he had never suppressed or hidden himself, because he knew very well that to gain attention and preferential treatment, he had to show corresponding strength. If he wanted to be the best in the training camp, he had to demonstrate overwhelming strength against all other talents. You really are quite straightforward, Lin Zhu smiled, but Wang Chen's frankness made her feel quite favorable towards him. In today's world, honesty is a precious trait. Wang Chen. Suddenly, another voice reached Wang Chen's ears. He turned to see Han Dong, whose face was slightly pale, approaching him. Wang Chen frowned slightly. Don't worry, I'm not here to argue or throw down harsh words about how 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Han Dong immediately saw through Wang Chen's thoughts. Wang Chen was taken aback, thinking to himself that something was off. In novels, aren't those defeated prodigies always looking to reclaim their honor with 7 grievances and 8 resentments? Seeing this, Han Dong guessed what Wang Chen was thinking and shook his head helplessly. I still have self-awareness, your strength is indeed far above mine. If I were to throw down any harsh words, that would just be foolish. After a pause, Han Dong continued, I came to you because I hope we can spar often in the future. Due to my status, the people I fight with often have to hold back against me and can't go all out. Actively seeking a spar? Wang Chen didn't expect Han Dong to make such a request. Don't worry, our sparring will be compensated, you can set the price. We'll settle up after the training camp ends, Han Dong said proactively. I agree. After a brief silence, Wang Chen nodded. Han Dong, at such a young age, already possessed the strength of a silver 9-star, indicating he was no ordinary person. Moreover, he needed some potions and rare items to nourish the undead for Team Wu, so he could directly ask Han Dong for them later. Good, then I wish you the best in securing first place in the 80-kilometer run. With Wang Chen's response, Han Dong slowed down. For her personal physical condition, 80 kilometers was a hurdle. Improperly distributing her stamina could very well lead to failure. Wang Chen, however, had no such worries. After the zombie transformed into a general, his body had received a certain degree of enhancement. He had secretly tested it before, even without merging with the undead, his own strength had already reached the bronze level. With bronze level strength, running a few dozen kilometers was still easy. Wang Chen, good luck. I can't keep up anymore. 10 minutes later, Lin Zhu also slowed down. Wang Chen nodded and continued silently. Come on, don't fall behind, there are points to earn for finishing in the top 10. The students encouraged themselves while running. Points are money, they can be exchanged for supplies before the training camp ends. You should know that many things in the training camp can't be bought outside. Hey, if that's the case, I'm definitely going for that 100 points for first place. A tall boy grinned. Ji Buchang. In the crowd, Wang Chen recognized him at a glance. Of course, his knowledge of this person was limited to the name. Where he came from, what kind of undead he was, and the level of his soul power were all unknown to him. Hey, I want that 100 points too. All young people, none willing to back down. You? Ji Buchang raised an eyebrow. I'm a 185 athlete, 9 seconds 58 for the 100 meters, and an hour 15 for 20 kilometers. What do you have to compete with me? As Ji Buchang spoke, the others shrank back. What was there to compete about? His physique had already surpassed that of ordinary athletes. Fine, I'll let you have first place, I'll take second. Those who were previously unwilling now conceded. Trash. Ji Buchang sneered, slightly raising his chin. He saw behind him Han Dong and Wang Chen, 2 contract holders whose strength far surpassed his own. What if their strength is greater than mine? Everyone's soul power is suppressed, the next part is my stage. Ji Buchang felt he was standing tall. What did you say? Don't get excited, I didn't say you were trash, but that everyone is trash, huh? Ji Buchang laughed heartily and strode away. Even he deliberately showcased a speed of 9. 85 seconds for the 100 meters to everyone. In his view, first place was already in the bag, consuming a bit more stamina or a bit less didn't make much difference. This guy may have a foul mouth, but his speed is really impressive. I'm afraid the first place at 80 kilometers truly belongs to him. Left far behind by Ji Buchang, everyone felt quite powerless. However, in the next moment, a figure suddenly burst out from among the crowd. Wang Chen. He's so fierce too. Looking at the figure that stood out from the crowd, no one expected it to be Wang Chen. At this moment, Ji Buchang also turned back confidently, only to be stunned. He saw a figure rapidly closing in on him like an arrow released from a bow. Wang Chen, he's too fierce. His speed must have entered under 10 seconds now, right? Ji Buchang was dumbfounded. It should be noted that sports also require talent. A strong soul power and a powerful contracted spirit do not necessarily mean that one's physical fitness is also very strong. No way, I've already put on a show. If Wang Chen takes first place, how am I supposed to survive in the training camp from now on? Ji Buchang gritted his teeth. He would use every ounce of strength to secure first place. Besides, he didn't believe Wang Chen could surpass him in physical fitness. Don't ask. Just ask a sports student's confidence. Then, he mobilized all his strength again and suddenly surged forward. His speed actually increased again. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. In an instant, Ji Buchang crossed the 100-meter distance, and combined with the distance he had accumulated earlier, it was nearly 200 to 300 meters. This was a tremendous burden on Ji Buchang's body. His skin turned red at a visible rate. Due to the soul power, the physical limits of people in this world were still higher than those of Wang Chen's previous life on Blue Star. Take Ji Buchang for example. At this moment, his speed had absolutely reached 9 seconds for the 100 meters. Don't underestimate the difference of a few tenths of a second. This was already an astonishing improvement. Blast him! Someone shouted. He was cheering for Wang Chen. Don't worry, I'll definitely blast him. Ji Buchang silently responded in his heart. He had already given it his all. Could Wang Chen still surpass him? Ji Buchang instinctively turned back confidently, but he didn't see Wang Chen's figure. Phew! I said I would blast him. Ji Buchang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was averted. However, when he refocused his gaze ahead, he was suddenly shocked. What the hell? A ghost! He saw that Wang Chen's figure had somehow appeared in front of Ji Buchang. Moreover, he was continuously increasing the distance between them. Ji Buchang was dumbfounded. Wang Chen's speed should have reached 8 seconds for the 100 meters by now. Wang Chen is simply not human. Ji Buchang cursed inwardly. Wang Chen, do you really have to compete with me? Ji Buchang gritted his teeth and asked. Wang Chen did not turn around. His voice slowly came. I'm not interested in competing with you. I just want to get first place. What? Ji Buchang was taken aback. At first, he thought Wang Chen's words were profound, but upon reflection, wasn't he still competing with him? When he wanted to say something more, he found that Wang Chen had already pulled a long distance away from him. I haven't lost yet. Ji Buchang looked at Wang Chen's back, his eyes turning red. In the next moment, he roared and exerted all his strength to run. Under Wang Chen's stimulation, he actually also broke into the 8-second barrier for the 100 meters. However, the good times didn't last long. At such a speed, Ji Buchang could only hold on for a few dozen meters before his body was exhausted, and then he fell flat on his face, losing consciousness. Wang Chen really blasted Ji Buchang. I've grown tired of saying this word awesome, but unfortunately, I lack culture. The people in the back could only marvel at the scene. Wang Chen's figure grew increasingly larger in their hearts. As they looked at Wang Chen, an involuntary sense of reverence appeared in their eyes. In the distance, Wang Chen noticed the situation behind him, slightly slowing down and shaking his head helplessly. It's just a run, why are you playing with your life? Although Wang Chen's physical fitness couldn't maintain a freakish speed of 7 seconds for 100 meters for long, running 80 kilometers in 2 hours was still manageable. Glancing at the time, it was not yet 3 o'clock. Wang Chen stretched lazily, yawned, and returned to his dormitory for a nap. On the other side, in the conference room, Zhao Wuji also received the notification. General, Wang Chen has completed the 80-kilometer training and has returned to the dormitory to rest. Sun Changlin, the head of the assessment department, immediately reported the news he had just received to Zhao Wuji. About 2 hours for 80 kilometers, can you do that now? Zhao Wuji asked Sun Changlin. Hearing this, Sun Changlin slowly nodded. About that. Really? Zhao Wuji casually tapped the table. It's a bit strenuous. Sun Changlin's old face flushed. There are no outsiders here. Speak honestly, no one will laugh at you. Zhao Wuji suddenly smiled. Sun Changlin awkwardly smiled back, "General, your insight is sharp. My physical fitness is 8 seconds for 100 meters, and for long distance running 80 kilometers, it might be around 2 hours and 15 minutes. Zhao Wuji nodded, maintaining this level, you're already quite good. After all, you haven't reached the diamond level and haven't undergone the baptism of a large amount of the power of the deceased, your body hasn't transformed. Sun Changlin nodded, sighing, although the power of the soul and the power of the deceased subtly changed the bodies of the contractors, Wang Chen's current level has a somewhat freakish physical strength. His combat power, physique, and everything related to the undead far exceed his peers. It seems we might really have a future king emerging from our training camp. A future king. Sun Changlin's pupils constricted, quite shocked. General, you think so highly of Wang Chen? Zhao Wuji did not answer this question and asked instead, has the demon I wanted arrived? It should arrive around 5 in the morning. That's good. Zhao Wuji instructed, increase the difficulty of the original combat training by 1 level. This golden 9-star demon will be the final boss. Sun Changlin hesitated upon hearing this. General, isn't the difficulty of the golden 9-star a bit too much? This level is no longer something the trainees can challenge, right? Zhao Wuji snorted, isn't it a bit too easy? Besides, this golden 9-star demon is for show, not for people to challenge. Ha! Sun Changlin was confused. You should know that the purpose of our training camp is to cultivate the will of the trainees. But you should know Wang Chen's strength. He can definitely take on a golden 5-star demon alone, which means the final challenge we set up is almost no difficulty for him. Zhao Wuji countered, if there's no difficulty, where's the pressure? Without pressure, how can we temper the will? Then what significance does Wang Chen have in our training camp? Sun Changlin suddenly realized, so the general brought in this golden 9-star demon specifically to increase the intensity for Wang Chen. Wang Chen comfortably slept until noon. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he noticed something was off. Are there fewer people coming to eat? Wang Chen noticed only a scattered 10 or so individuals. What are you looking around for? Are you looking for me? Just as Wang Chen was surveying the area, a playful voice rang out. Wang Chen turned around and saw Lin Zhu holding a tray, standing behind him. If you think so, then let it be. Wang Chen smiled generously and sat down nearby. Lin Zhu naturally sat across from him. However, Wang Chen noticed that Lin Zhu was staring at him with a half-smile. Come on, even if I'm handsome, you don't have to look at me so strangely, right? Wang Chen said irritably. Narcissist, Lin Zhu rolled her eyes, I just find it funny. Am I really that funny? Wang Chen was puzzled. He thought to himself that he wasn't a funny guy. It's not you that's funny, it's Ji Buchang. What does he have to do with this? Lin Zhu explained, Ji Buchang originally had the strength to be in the top 3 in physical training, and it was even very likely for him to become second after you. But because he was competing with you, he overexerted himself and fainted. When he woke up, he found out he was actually last, and he cried in anger, even going to the instructor to appeal for another chance. Wang Chen pouted, I already said I'm not competing with him. I just want to be first. He took it too seriously and treated me as a rival. Lin Zhu couldn't help but smile. She had never seen someone so full of themselves. By the way, after we finish eating, are you going to challenge the practical combat level? Lin Zhu asked curiously. What is the practical combat level? Wang Chen paused with his chopsticks, confused. There are so few people in the cafeteria today because most chose to challenge the practical combat level. You didn't know? Lin Zhu looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. I didn't know. Wang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. I took a nap and woke up at noon, then came to the cafeteria to eat. Wang Chen then realized that something significant had happened in the training camp while he was sleeping. So you really didn't know? I thought the experts would come out last, Lin Zhu said helplessly. What was Wang Chen doing? Not knowing such a big deal. The practical combat level, as the name suggests, is where the training camp students engage in real combat. It was announced at 9 this morning. The practical combat level is divided into 9 stages, each guarded by a powerful demon. Defeating the demon at each stage allows you to challenge the next one and earn points. The first stage gives 200 points, the second 400 points, the third 600 points, the fourth 800 points, and by the 5th stage, the points nearly double to a whopping 1,500 points. The 6th stage gives 2,000 points, the 7th 2,500 points, the 8th 3,000 points, and the 9th stage reaches an astonishing 4,000 points. Lin Zhu counted on her fingers. Wang Chen noticed that Lin Zhu's eyes were shining, as if she were a money lover. But, a wise person doesn't speak in riddles. With so many points at stake, he was also quite tempted. Slap. Wang Chen slammed his chopsticks on the table. What's wrong? Lin Zhu jumped in surprise. Forget the food, Wang Chen said. I can't wait to try this practical combat level. Don't rush, challenging it isn't that easy. I heard from those who have challenged it that the demons in the first few stages range from silver 1 star to silver 9 stars. By the 5th stage, it's directly golden level demons, which are not something a person can challenge. After a pause, Lin Zhu remembered something and said to Wang Chen, "You probably don't count as a person." Wang Chen. "What I mean is, you're not an ordinary person." Wang Chen. "Is that it?" Lin Zhu was embarrassed. "What I meant to say is, you shouldn't be in that category. You have a good chance of challenging golden level demons. Thank you for thinking so highly of me." Wang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Eat. Lin Zhu buried her head in her food. "The rules for the practical combat level are that you fight your own battles. You don't need to compete for monsters. A person is iron, and food is steel. If you don't eat enough, how can you have the strength to fight?" Lin Zhu took a bite of the braised dish and closed her eyes happily. So delicious. Wang Chen. He noticed 2 characteristics of Lin Zhu: money-loving and greedy. After the meal, under Lin Zhu's guidance, Wang Chen arrived at the location of the practical challenge. This was a newly opened area that Wang Chen had never visited before. It was called a challenge, but it resembled a sports arena. However, the trainees could not enter freely. Those who wanted to participate had to register in advance. At this moment, outside the practical challenge, a large number of trainees had gathered. Almost everyone who could come was there. Wang Chen also saw some people wrapped in bandages, with faint bloodstains on their bodies, clearly injured during the challenge. The training ground was like a battlefield. Wang Chen realized that Zhao Wuji's words were not just talk. He really dared to push the trainees to their limits. "Do you see that screen? It records the scores of everyone in our training camp. Whoever is at the bottom will be automatically eliminated after 7 days." Lin Zhu pointed with her slender finger in a certain direction. Wang Chen looked over and saw a large screen erected outside the practical challenge. It displayed a simple table. The first column was the ranking, the second column was the name, and the third column was the score. Wang Chen noticed that the first place was surprisingly Long Tianao, with a current score of 2,200 points. In second place was Han Dong, also with 2,200 points. The third place was a person named Wang Jianghai, whom Wang Chen did not know, with a score of 2,100. As for Wang Chen, he searched for a long time but did not see his name. Instead, he saw Gu Tianyuan, with a score of 2,100, ranked 10th. Lin Zhu was ranked 22nd, with a score of 2,000. No wonder they say that the elite genius training camp is full of monsters. This is no lie. To reach the 5th challenge, one must have defeated the silver 9-star demon. Having such strength at this age is not weak, even very strong. Wang Chen did not look down on others because of his own strength. Lin Zhu, who seemed delicate, was also not to be underestimated. In the Qin City Demon Hunting Team, she could already serve as a vice-captain. Surprised? Lin Zhu noticed the change in Wang Chen's expression and giggled. "Can't find your name up there, right? Did you wake up and find the sky has fallen?" Wang Chen shook his head. "What's the big deal? Being behind is only temporary. Once I make my move and clear the challenges, catching up is just a matter of minutes." Wang Chen did not know what the 5th challenge was like. But he was very clear that as long as he passed the first 4 challenges, he could easily reclaim the first ranking. "Wang Chen, can't find your ranking? You should look from the bottom up. You'll find yourself soon." Just then, an unpleasant voice rang out. Wang Chen frowned slightly. He saw Gu Tianyuan and Long Outyan, surrounded by a few people, pushing through the crowd to stand in front of Wang Chen. When it came to rankings, Gu Tianyuan's face could not hide his smugness. Looking at Wang Chen's 87th ranking, Gu Tianyuan felt a wave of satisfaction. After being suppressed by Wang Chen for so long, he finally felt he had turned the tables. What's there to be proud of? Wang Chen hasn't even challenged the practical challenge yet. He just needs to pass the 3rd challenge to surpass you. No, Wang Chen currently has 1,300 points. If he passes the 3rd challenge, he will reclaim the 1st ranking. Before Wang Chen could speak, Lin Zhu could not help but defend him. Looking at Gu Tianyuan's spoiled face made her angry, so she decided to confront him first. As soon as she said this, the smile on Gu Tianyuan's face quickly faded. So what? My cousin's strength is about to break through. By then, his strength will surge, and he will definitely pass the 6th and 7th challenges. Gu Tianyuan felt inadequate and immediately brought up Long Tianao. What? Lin Zhu's delicate body suddenly trembled. Is Long Tianao about to break through? You must know that a genius like Long Tianao, once he breaks through, his strength will soar. By that time, many instructors in the training camp may not be his match. Can Wang Chen still suppress the golden level Long Tianao? Lin Zhu couldn't help but feel worried for Wang Chen. Wang Chen, gaining a slight advantage at the start means nothing. only those who laugh last are the true kings. Long Tianao chuckled lightly. Do you remember what you said before? I think it fits my current mindset perfectly. I don't see you as an opponent, I'm just pursuing first place. Wang Chen could feel that Long Tianao was different from before. He was no longer so frivolous, he had matured a lot. The setbacks he had faced did not defeat him but instead helped him grow. Moreover, the impending breakthrough in his soul power gave Long Tianao confidence in his strength. Alright, let's see who can laugh last, Wang Chen replied calmly. It was good that Long Tianao had competitive thoughts, that way, he would have the chance to defeat him. If he acted like a shrinking turtle, he wouldn't find any opportunity. Once Long Tianao and Gu Tianyuan left, Wang Chen felt it was about time. It's my turn to challenge the levels. With that, Wang Chen walked directly to the registration desk and completed his sign-up. 10 minutes later, under the call of the training camp instructor, Wang Chen entered the challenge. Cousin, Wang Chen has gone in, Gu Tianyuan said, clenching his fists as he watched Wang Chen's back. I see, Long Tianao replied nonchalantly. Cousin, how many levels do you think Wang Chen can pass? Gu Tianyuan asked in a low voice. Long Tianao did not answer immediately but pondered Gu Tianyuan's question seriously. After a while, Long Tianao let out a breath and said slowly, although we are mortal enemies with Wang Chen, I have to admit that this kid is quite capable. When I fought him before, I found his physical strength to be outrageous. He should have already reached the golden level, and his power is surprisingly great. His true combat power is likely at the golden level, so the first 4 levels should pose no difficulty for him. The 5th level is a boss that is already a golden level demon, but only at 1 star. Wang Chen might be able to defeat it. Ha! Is he really that strong? Gu Tianyuan was stunned. He didn't expect Long Tianao to have such a high opinion of Wang Chen. Did you think that Han Dong and I held back when we fought Wang Chen? Long Tianao said solemnly, we did not. Wang Chen absolutely possesses golden level combat power. However, at this point, Long Tianao's voice suddenly paused. However what? Gu Tianyuan pressed. However, the 5th level should be Wang Chen's limit. According to the training camp's usual standards, the 6th level should be a demon around golden 3 stars, which is several times stronger than 1 star. Long Tianao continued, moreover, the strength of demons is not just in their powerful physiques, they also wield magic. Wang Chen's strength is high, and his defense is strong, but a weak magic or a defense-reducing spell could incapacitate him. Faced with a powerful demon, he would only be trampled. So, I conclude that he will stop at the 6th level. After a moment of silence, Gu Tianyuan nodded, the 6th level, huh? That's not unacceptable. This outcome was certainly better than saying Wang Chen breezed through all the levels. Young Master Long, if you break through to the golden level, how many levels do you think you can pass? At that moment, someone beside Long Tianao asked curiously. Long Tianao smiled proudly, before the 8th level, I fear nothing. The 8th level? I've heard speculation that the demon at the 7th level is very likely to be Diamond 5 stars. Can young Master Long contend with such a powerful existence once you break through? Notice that young Master Long said he would stop before the 8th level, which means he could clear the 7th level, indicating that young Master Long's strength will exceed golden 5 stars. Hiss, impressive. Dragon young master, please accept my knee. The crowd around Long Outyen gasped in astonishment, their flattery palpable. At this moment, Wang Chen had already entered the checkpoint. Though it was called a checkpoint, it resembled a stadium, with high walls on 3 sides, and directly in front of Wang Chen stood a tall black iron gate. The gate remained closed, and Wang Chen had no idea what lay beyond it. However, he could faintly hear an angry roar. Name of the student. At that moment, a voice echoed in the empty space, confirming Wang Chen's identity. Wang Chen, he replied. Identification passed. Please stand in the center of the arena and merge with the undead. Just like that, identification was passed? Wang Chen followed the instructions and stepped into the center of the arena, then merged with Zhang Chen. Boom! A surge of power flowed through his body once more, bringing a knowing smile to Wang Chen's face. Countdown, 10 seconds. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the word 1 fell, the tightly shut iron gate thunderously opened. Immediately, Wang Chen saw a black figure towering around 5 meters tall, charging out like a runaway truck. With menacing horns, sharp teeth, and pitch-black scales, it was a silver-grade brute demon. Boom, boom, boom. With each step the brute demon took, the ground trembled. If an ordinary person stood there, they would likely be shaken off balance. But Wang Chen was not an ordinary person. Facing the ferocious brute demon, he stepped forward with his right foot, launching an attack like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! In the next moment,
Wang Chen's right fist slammed hard against the brute demon's head. Crack! The brute demon's head spun a full 360 degrees. You have killed a silver 1-star brute demon, gaining 100 points of soul power. The kill was successfully completed. Wang Chen immediately received feedback, causing his soul power to increase, bringing him one step closer to the silver grade. I'm really not far from breaking through to silver grade, Wang Chen thought.
Wang Chen, you have passed the first level. Do you wish to continue challenging the second level?
The brute demon was instantly killed by Wang Chen's punch, and 5 or 6 skeletal figures entered the arena to carry the brute demon away.
At the same time, a voice rang out. Continue, Wang Chen answered without hesitation.
He wanted to see where his limits lay, if possible.
Then let's clear the level. The countdown begins now. The second level challenge will start in 10 seconds. 19, 18, 17. The countdown began. Wang Chen stood tall and proud. His gaze was sharp, like a sword about to be unsheathed, his long hair flowing gently in the wind. Boom! The black gate opened once more.
The demon of the second level emerged.
Blade Demon? Wang Chen looked at the opponent, a name surfacing in his mind.
The blade demon was tall and strong, its muscles robust like granite. Its skin exhibited a strange dark gray hue, as if it could absorb light, giving it a matte texture. Its arms resembled 2 massive curved blades, glinting with a cold light. These 2 curved blades were incredibly sharp, and with a casual swing of its arms, the blade demon could create a fierce gust of wind, as if wielding the scythe of death.
Human, I will cut you into 8 pieces. While Wang Chen assessed the blade demon, its crimson eyes were also sizing him up.
Upon confirming that Wang Chen's soul aura was only at silver 9 stars, it opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and said menacingly. Before the words had even left its mouth, the blade demon launched its attack. Whoosh! The blade demon's attack was fierce and swift, its movements as quick as lightning, making it hard to see clearly.
Wang Chen had studied knowledge about blade demons during his school days.
The speed of a silver-level blade demon can reach an astonishing 2 seconds per 100 meters, and its razor-sharp arms can easily slice through the defenses of silver-level combat suits.
Even silver-level weapons cannot withstand a few exchanges with the blade demon's arms. Among demons, its attack power is not weak.
However, facing it today, Wang Chen discovered that the blade demon was not only fast and sharp-armed but also incredibly strong.
Each step of the blade demon left deep imprints on the ground.
Swish, swish, swish. The blade demon also had a wealth of combat experience. Fearing that Wang Chen would predict its attacks, it continuously changed positions, making it difficult to track its movements. Yet, in the face of such rapid attacks, Wang Chen appeared exceptionally calm. His gaze was as tranquil as water, showing no signs of panic. When the blade demon charged at him with lightning speed, Wang Chen merely sidestepped lightly, effortlessly evading the attack. His movements were light and graceful.
How is this possible? The blade demon was taken aback. After exerting so much effort, a strike it was determined to land was so easily dodged?
However, taking advantage of this opening, Wang Chen did not hesitate to counterattack. His speed was equally astonishing, his fist striking like a bolt of lightning, crashing down on the blade demon. The force of this punch was immense, sending the blade demon flying. It rolled through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Chen did not give the blade demon any chance to catch its breath. He quickly rushed over and delivered another strike. This blow was even more powerful, directly hitting the blade demon in the heart, piercing through its chest and exploding its heart. Ah! The blade demon let out a piercing scream, struggled a few times, and then fell silent. You have killed a silver 2-star blade demon, gaining 120 points of soul power.
Wang Chen withdrew his fist, wiped the blood off on the blade demon, stood up straight, and retreated a dozen meters away, waiting for the staff to clean up the battlefield. Throughout, there was not a hint of pride on his face, only calmness and composure. He knew this was just the beginning. Stronger enemies lay ahead. Second stage challenge successful. Do you wish to continue to the third stage?
The instructor's voice rang out again, but Wang Chen detected a slight tremor in the other's tone, as if shocked by his performance.
Continue, Wang Chen replied indifferently. Starting 10-second countdown, 19, 18, 17. The instructor wasted no time and began the countdown.
This time, before the iron door even opened, Wang Chen felt the temperature in the arena rise sharply. It might be a fire-related demon, Wang Chen speculated quietly.
Soon, the countdown ended. The iron door opened. Wang Chen saw the demon of the third stage.
This demon was the size of an average person, with a very peculiar appearance. Its body took on a humanoid shape but had no skin, only a layer of burning flames, resembling a burning skeleton. The flames surrounding it were a bizarre red, like blood, and the temperature of its flames was so high that it could instantly melt solid metal.
The air around the flame demon was distorted by the heat, and the entire stage felt like a massive furnace. Flame demon. Wang Chen recognized the identity of this demon as well. It must be said that the training camp had put a lot of thought into this aspect. Each demon possessed strength far beyond its level. However, Wang Chen was not intimidated by the flame demon's aura. He had only one thought in his mind: to slay the demon. Boom! The flame demon did not charge in recklessly like the blade demon. It was steady. After stepping out of the iron door, it immediately unleashed a powerful flame force, turning everything within 100 meters into a sea of fire. This was its innate ability, flame domain. The flames blazed fiercely, crackling and popping. The sea of fire boiled, causing the temperature in the arena to rise sharply, making it difficult to breathe. Moreover, the sea of fire was extremely scorching, capable of easily melting alloys. A silver-grade combat suit, if thrown into the sea of fire, would be burned to ashes in just a few breaths. The infernal demon's plan was to activate the flame domain, close in on Wang Chen, compress his range of movement, and then directly burn him to death. However, in the next moment, Wang Chen made a move that shocked it. Wang Chen actually took the initiative to enter the sea of fire. Without any hesitation, he was resolute. Is this human insane? Who gave him the courage to do such a reckless thing? Even when the Golden Grade Undead contractor captured me, they used undead skilled and ice power to suppress the flame domain to succeed. The infernal demon was somewhat bewildered. Wang Chen had no ice power. In fact, it recognized that the undead form of Wang Chen was merely the lowest level of zombie. But how could he dare? The moment Wang Chen stepped into the sea of fire, the surrounding flames, like loyal guards sensing an intruder, rushed towards him. The raging fire instantly engulfed Wang Chen, making it hard to see his figure. That kid is really too reckless. The flames of the infernal demon are not ordinary flames, they have an astonishingly high temperature. By entering voluntarily, isn't he seeking death? In the monitoring room, a middle-aged instructor in uniform had a serious expression. His sole power was golden 2 stars, but he didn't dare let the infernal demon's flames envelop him. The middle-aged officer turned to Sun Changlin beside him and couldn't help but say, "Director, this boy is a good seedling. If we don't stop him, he is very likely to be crippled by the infernal demon. Do you remember how you got here?" Sun Changlin did not answer his question but countered. The middle-aged instructor was taken aback and replied seriously, "I wasn't originally selected to be a camp instructor. I heard that an instructor had an accident and was injured, so he had to withdraw from the training camp. Therefore, the instructor's position was passed down, and it fell to me." Sun Changlin nodded. "Not bad, you are very honest." The middle-aged instructor was stunned. He didn't understand how this question related to whether or not to save Wang Chen. The middle-aged instructor couldn't help but remind, "Director, that Wang Chen. No need to worry about it." Sun Changlin waved his hand indifferently. "What? Such a good seedling." The middle-aged instructor felt it was a pity. Are you worried about him?" Sun Changlin smiled meaningfully. "I just think Wang Chen has high potential, and our training camp's purpose is to discover geniuses and cultivate pillars for the Great Xia. You're right, I haven't forgotten my mission, but..." After a pause, Sun Changlin said, "You don't need to worry about this kid, even if you have trouble, he won't." "What? I'm a golden grade." The middle-aged instructor was astonished. "Golden grade is nothing." Sun Changlin curled his lip. "Do you know why I asked you how you got to the training camp? Because the instructor who had the accident was beaten into the hospital by Wang Chen." "Huh?" The middle-aged instructor was shocked. He had never thought such a thing would happen. Wang Chen is only bronze grade, but the instructors are all golden grade. But he defeated a golden grade. I've seen countless geniuses, but this is the first time I've seen something so outrageous. Sun Changlin couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, he pointed at the monitor. "It's time to witness a miracle." Hearing this, the middle-aged instructor once again focused his gaze on the monitor. He saw Wang Chen's figure break through the flames and appear before the infernal demon, like a deity reborn from the flames. The infernal demon, seeing Wang Chen pass through the sea of fire unscathed, revealed a look of surprise and anger in its eyes. It opened its mouth and let out an angry roar, then lunged at Wang Chen. At the same time, the blazing power of fire transformed into a burning longsword, gripped tightly in its hand, exuding a fierce aura. However, as the fire demon charged towards him, Wang Chen showed no signs of panic in his eyes, appearing calm and unruffled. The moment the fire demon drew near, Wang Chen extended his hand. His movement was light and graceful, as if he were caressing a delicate flower. Yet, his hand contained immense power, directly gripping the fire demon's neck. The fire demon let out a piercing scream, its body thrashing in Wang Chen's grasp. But Wang Chen's hand was like an iron clamp, firmly holding the fire demon's neck, rendering it immobile. His gaze was filled with indifference,
as if the fire demon were merely an insignificant existence in his eyes. With a slight exertion, a crisp sound echoed as he snapped the fire demon's neck. The fire demon's body instantly lost its strength and collapsed to the ground. The flames on its body gradually extinguished, like a candle that had burned out. Kill the silver 6-star fire demon, gain 160 points, is that it? In the monitoring room, the middle-aged instructor was astonished. What else could it be? Sun Changlin retorted. Third round cleared, will you continue? Continue. The ethereal voice rang out again, and Wang Chen answered affirmatively. This time, as his opponent appeared, the temperature in the arena dropped by several degrees. Silver 9-star. Ice Demon. Unlike the fire demon, the ice demon stood at towering 3 meters tall, with strong, powerful limbs resembling massive ice pillars. Sharp ice claws grew from its arms, each claw like a razor. A long icy tail trailed behind the ice demon, moving like a flexible whip. Its body was covered in a layer of translucent ice armor, resembling an indestructible fortress. This layer of ice armor shimmered with a cold blue light, each piece having sharp edges capable of easily slicing through anything that came near. Around the ice demon, a chilling mist filled the air, emanating from its body. This mist caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, making one feel as if they were in a frozen wasteland. Ice Domain. The ice demon bore some resemblance to the fire demon. It was very steady. Even when facing Wang Chen, a bronze 9-star human, it planned to open its domain first to secure an invincible position. However, with the experience from the previous battle, Wang Chen no longer waited passively but took the initiative to strike. Boom! His foot stomped heavily on the ground, instantly creating spiderweb-like cracks on the surface. In the next moment, Wang Chen appeared before the ice demon, his fist smashing towards its chest. Seeking death on your own? A hint of disdain flashed in the ice demon's eyes. This layer of ice armor was no joke. Comparable to a silver-grade battle knife made of alloy, it could slice through iron like mud. In its view, Wang Chen's actions were akin to voluntarily placing himself under the knife, ready to be slaughtered. Boom! Crack! First came a dull thud, followed by a crisp sound. Wang Chen's punch shattered the ice demon's protective ice armor. Yet, Wang Chen remained unscathed. What kind of freak is this? The ice demon was horrified. A bronze 9-star soul power contractor could easily break through its defenses? However, this thought became its last. Boom! Wang Chen threw another punch, directly shattering the ice demon's heart. Thud! The ice demon fell. Its eyes remained wide open in death. Wang Chen, however, did not spare the ice demon another glance. In fact, he did not wait for the instructor to ask, but proactively said, "Next round." Are you sure? The 5th round features a gold-grade demon. In response to the inquiry, Wang Chen's answer was still 2 words, confirmed. Inside the arena, Wang Chen had experienced 3 battles, passing through 3 levels. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, only 10 minutes had gone by. Moreover, most of this time was taken up by cleaning the battlefield. Wang Chen had almost resolved each battle within 10 seconds. Cousin, Wang Chen has been in there for a while now. How many levels do you think he has passed? Gu Tianyuan couldn't help but ask. Long Tianao thought seriously for a moment and replied solemnly, based on my experience, he is very likely to have passed the 2nd level and is challenging the 3rd. Of course, there is also a possibility of challenging the 4th level, but that possibility is very small. So impressive? Gu Tianyuan didn't expect Long Tianao to have such a high opinion of Wang Chen. After all, he had put in a lot of effort to pass the 3rd level, and he had exhausted all his trump cards by the 4th. I know you have a grudge against him, and he has a grudge against me. But hatred cannot blind our eyes. We must seriously acknowledge the strength of our opponent. Long Tianao said in a deep voice, Wang Chen's strength is even greater than mine. If I can easily defeat the demons of the first 2 levels, he can definitely do it even more effortlessly. Gu Tianyuan pouted, I got it. Just then, the large screen suddenly flashed with light. The rankings have been updated. Outside the levels, the crowd erupted in cheers. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of eyes were fixed on the big screen. When they saw the name at the top of the list, everyone's heart skipped a beat. First place, Wang Chen. It really was him. Long Tianao had already guessed this result. But when it was confirmed, his heart still skipped a beat. Gu Tianyuan's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Long Tianao had finally won a round, only to have it snatched back by Wang Chen so quickly. Wang Chen, you really deserve to die. If I had known back then that you would end up like this, I should have dismembered your corpse and fed it to the fish. Gu Tianyuan had thought this more than once in his heart. If he could travel through time and space, he would definitely leave no room for mercy. The next moment, the points behind the rankings were also refreshed.
points, 3,300. What? 3,003? That's a direct gap of 1,000 points. Damn, Wang Chen had 1,300 points before. If he wants to get 2,000 points, he must pass the first 4 levels. How many minutes has it been? Damn it, those demons weren't just carried off the stage, were they? Thinking deeply, Wang Chen's strength once again refreshed people's understanding. Cousin, you are still too conservative. After seeing the points, Gu Tianyuan fell silent for a moment and said lightly. Long Tianao looked as if he had lost his soul. Weak human, do you dare to challenge the great Sarukas? Inside the level, Wang Chen's opponent stepped onto the stage. Wang Chen's opponent was a golden-level demon named Demon Sarukas. The burning demon Sarukas was massive, standing at 5 meters tall. Its skin was a dark red, resembling burning flames, radiating intense heat. Sarukas's head resembled that of a fierce lion, with blood-red eyes flashing with a cruel light that could penetrate a person's soul. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs, each one like a sword, sending chills down one's spine. The demon's limbs were thick and powerful, covered in hard scales that looked as if they were forged from steel, gleaming with a metallic luster. Its tail resembled a giant python, constantly swaying, seemingly effortless, yet making a cracking sound like a long whip. It seems this opponent is quite extraordinary. When Wang Chen first saw the burning demon Sarukas, he couldn't help but be shocked by its overwhelming presence. The burning demon can be understood as an advanced version of the flame demon, possessing not only powerful flame abilities but also incredible strength. The bloodline levels of demons are divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. The flame demon is merely a middle-tier demon, while the burning demon is an upper-tier demon. However, despite the strength of his opponent, Wang Chen felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. If I kill the burning demon, I should at least be able to advance to silver rank, right? Looking at the burning demon, a greedy glint appeared in Wang Chen's eyes. Dare to show such greedy eyes? Be destroyed, human! The burning demon Sarukas roared angrily, a deafening sound echoing through the air, and then it swung its massive claws, lunging at Wang Chen. The claws carried immense power and searing flames, as if they could turn everything to ashes. Wang Chen nimbly sidestepped, avoiding Sarukas's attack. Crackle! He quickly unleashed his lightning magic, blue arcs of electricity flashing between his hands. Wang Chen concentrated the power of the lightning magic in his hands and then hurled it fiercely at Sarukas. The dazzling thunder struck Sarukas like chains, producing a tremendous sound. After being hit by the lightning, Sarukas's skin split open, and it roared in fury. Wang Chen's attack did not instill fear, instead, it ignited Sarukas's ferocity. The flames on its body blazed even more fiercely, instantly engulfing the area. I will tear you into countless pieces. Sarukas launched another attack, opening its gaping maw and unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The flames surged like a giant dragon, charging at Wang Chen. Seeing this, Wang Chen focused his energy, pushing the power of his lightning magic to the limit. Countless arcs of electricity flickered around his body, at that moment, resembling a deity wielding thunder. Crack! He charged at Sarukas, the power of thunder gathering in his hand like a spear of divine punishment, thrusting towards Sarukas. How can he be so powerful? Sarukas sensed Wang Chen's immense strength and tried to evade. But Wang Chen's speed was too fast, it couldn't dodge in time. The lightning instantly pierced through Sarukas's body, producing a deafening sound. Sarukas's body trembled slightly and then slowly fell to the ground. The great Sarukas, dead at the hands of an ant? The battle ended so quickly that even the burning demon itself was caught off guard. Gulp! Killed a gold rank? In the monitoring room, a group of instructors stared wide-eyed at each other after witnessing Wang Chen slay the gold rank burning demon Sarukas. They could hardly believe their eyes. Wang Chen was so powerful that he could kill a gold rank demon with such ease. This Wang Chen is truly impressive. Even seasoned gold rank contractors might not be able to slay a gold rank demon as effortlessly as he did. Not to mention others, I certainly couldn't. A gold rank instructor shook his head. And did you notice, after killing the burning demon, Wang Chen showed no signs of fatigue, he still has energy left. Just how far can he go? Many gold rank contractors thought to themselves that if they faced such an attack, they might not handle it as easily. Unknowingly, they felt a growing sense of recognition and admiration for Wang Chen. This kid, what a talent. Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled, lost in thought. Killed a gold 1-star burning demon, gained 11,000 points of soul power. The notification sounded. Wang Chen's soul power began to surge. He closed his eyes, concentrating on feeling the changes in his body, guiding the soul power to merge with himself. His soul power level began to rise. Whoosh! Centered around Wang Chen, a powerful surge of soul power suddenly erupted, sweeping through the area and stirring up a strong wind. I broke through. In the monitoring room, there were no weaklings. Each one was a golden-level contractor, truly the elite of humanity. As veterans, they naturally recognized Wang Chen's current physical state. Not bad, he's broken through to silver level now, Zhao Wuji said with a satisfied smile. In fact, after witnessing Wang Chen's talent, he had secretly contacted Lu Changan. After repeated requests, Lu Changan swore that he had never provided Wang Chen with any resources. This meant that Wang Chen had reached this point entirely through his own efforts. Moreover, Zhao Wuji knew an important fact: Wang Chen had only recently completed his contract. Normally, at Wang Chen's age, unless he was an early contractor, he would need a large amount of medicine and rare treasures to possibly reach a bronze 5-star soul power in such a short time. But Wang Chen had not. This indicated that Wang Chen's undead had abilities beyond anyone's imagination. He had struck gold. Zhao Wuji felt delighted. Wait, something's off with this kid. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted sharply as he stared intently at the screen. General, what's wrong? Zhao Wuji's actions immediately drew the attention of those around him, and the atmosphere became tense. Is something wrong with Wang Chen? Should I go stop him now? Sun Changlin asked, his mind racing. Don't move, Zhao Wuji quickly waved his hand to stop him. This kid is doing great right now. I really didn't expect him to break through consecutively. What do you mean by consecutively breaking through? The crowd was stunned, then their faces turned pale. Through the monitor, they saw a powerful surge of soul power erupting from Wang Chen, stirring up a cloud of dust. He actually reached silver 2-star in one go? That's outrageous. I've lived for decades and have never seen anything like this. Silver 2-star? Inside the checkpoint, Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the soul power within his body, a smile crept onto his lips. Silver 2-star. Although bronze 9-star was only 3 levels away from silver 2-star, those 3 small levels were worlds apart. Wang Chen's soul power at this moment was at least 2 to 3 times stronger than before. A stronger soul power also meant he could gather more thunder, and his combat strength soared. Now, I have more confidence in clearing the level. Wang Chen clenched his fists and whispered confidently. The next moment, Wang Chen suddenly frowned. Is there any staff here? Get this burning demon's body taken away quickly. As soon as he said this, a necromancer instructor in the monitoring room muttered under his breath, remotely controlling several skeletons to carry the dead burning demon off the field. Wang Chen, congratulations on passing the 5th level assessment. Do you wish to continue challenging? Continue. Wang Chen thought, he hadn't cleared the level yet, how could he stop? Prepare to start. In the monitoring room, Wang Chen is continuing the challenge. Right now, I'm not concerned about whether Wang Chen can pass the 6th level. I'm more curious about how many moves a golden level shadow demon can withstand under Wang Chen's hands. A golden 3-star upper demon is also skilled in stealth and escape. Even if it can't defeat Wang Chen, dodging shouldn't be a problem, right? I estimate it can last at least 10 rounds. The instructors speculated curiously. The black gate opened. The arena suddenly darkened. The shadow demon appeared, bringing with it a vast expanse of shadow. The appearance of the shadow demon was extremely bizarre, its head resembling a twisted dark vortex, with deep, hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie purple light. A light that seemed capable of devouring a person's soul, sending a chilling sensation through anyone who met its gaze. The limbs of the shadow demon are long and slender, resembling tentacles that can stretch and twist at will. These tentacle-like limbs are covered in sharp barbs, each glinting with a cold light, as if they were the sharpest of weapons, capable of piercing through any object with ease. What a tricky fellow, Wang Chen said, his brow furrowed, a serious expression on his face. The greatest strength of the shadow demon lies in its ability to hide in shadows. It can perfectly blend with the surrounding darkness, making it difficult for anyone to perceive its presence. Whether it's the shadow of an object or the shadow of the earth, they can all become its hiding places. When it conceals itself in the shadows, it is as if it has vanished, without any breath or sound, making it nearly impossible to defend against. It can move freely within the shadows, appearing beside its enemies in an instant to launch a surprise attack. This ability makes the shadow demon an extremely dangerous opponent, giving it the power to slay foes far beyond its level. I smell Sarukas on you, you killed Sarukas, didn't you? The shadow demon rasped, inquiring of Wang Chen. Wang Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected the shadow demon to have such keen senses. Are you silent by default? It seems I must use all my strength to deal with you. As the shadow demon's voice faded, it instantly disappeared from sight, merging into the surrounding shadows. Wang Chen immediately heightened his vigilance, his gaze quickly scanning the environment, trying to locate the shadow demon's trace. However, the shadow demon hid itself exceptionally well, leaving no clues behind. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt a powerful force surge from behind him. He swiftly sidestepped, only to see a black tentacle sweep past the spot where he had just stood, creating a sharp whooshing sound. Crack! The tentacle struck the ground like a long whip, leaving a deep mark. Yet, seeing that its attack had missed, the shadow demon quickly concealed itself in the shadows again, preparing for its next strike. How bizarre, Wang Chen thought, knowing he had to find a way to uncover the shadow demon's hiding place, or he would remain in a passive position. He closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the surrounding aura and energy fluctuations. But he found nothing. The shadow demon's innate ability was not so easily deciphered. If the shadow demon did not actively attack, it would be nearly impossible for Wang Chen to detect it. In that case, let it attack. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Chen devised a countermeasure. He would use himself as bait to lure the shadow demon into attacking. When the shadow demon launched its attack, it would also be his moment to counterattack. Victory or defeat would hinge on a fleeting moment. Boom! The next moment, as if sensing something, Wang Chen punched into the void before him. Naturally, it landed in empty space. It must be here. Wang Chen's gaze shifted, and he kicked out, producing a piercing sound as he broke through the air. Undoubtedly, this kick also missed. In fact, due to the excessive force, Wang Chen found his center of gravity unstable, his body teetering on the edge of losing balance. Whoosh! Just then, a pitch-black tentacle appeared, like a long whip, striking fiercely at the back of Wang Chen's head. A powerful dark force surged like a tide, and a nightmarish figure slowly emerged. It was the shadow demon, its form resembling a gigantic octopus, exuding a chilling aura of evil. The shadow demon's massive body writhed, its tentacles swinging through the air like long whips, producing a heart-stopping sound as they cut through the air. The speed of the tentacle was incredibly fast, leaving a blurred shadow in the air, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Wang Chen. However, Wang Chen appeared completely oblivious. Crack! The tentacle struck hard against the back of Wang Chen's head, producing a dull thud. But to the shadow demon's astonishment, Wang Chen was completely unharmed. Remarkably, not a single hair was out of place. The shadow demon was stunned. It had never expected that its attack would have no effect on Wang Chen. To be clear, its attacks were extremely fierce, capable of instantly shattering even a typical golden grade combat suit. The opportunity has come. After enduring the shadow demon's assault, Wang Chen quickly reacted. His hand shot out like lightning, grabbing hold of the shadow demon's tentacle. The tentacle thrashed violently in his grip, but Wang Chen's strength was immense, firmly holding the tentacle and preventing the shadow demon from breaking free. A cold smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Now it's my turn to attack. Despicable human. It was only at this moment that the shadow demon realized it had fallen into a trap. It roared in anger, trying to break free from Wang Chen's grasp, but to no avail. At this time, with one hand gripping the tentacle, Wang Chen launched his attack. His fist struck the shadow demon like meteors, each punch containing tremendous power. The shadow demon was forced to retreat, its body trembling continuously. Clearly, Wang Chen's punches were not easy to endure. Despicable, despicable, despicable. The shadow demon kept cursing angrily. It understood that continuing like this would bring no benefit. It had to find a way to escape Wang Chen's attacks, or it would face annihilation. However, Wang Chen's strength was simply too great. It could not break free from his grip. Since I can't break free, then I'll just let it go. Thus, the shadow demon made a difficult decision and chose to sever its own tentacle. With a loud bang, the shadow demon forcefully tore off its own tentacle. A large amount of dark energy surged from the severed end, instantly enveloping Wang Chen. Enjoy the gift I give you. The shadow demon let out a sinister laugh. This dark mist had a weakening effect, diminishing strength, speed, and even defense. Not good. Once enveloped by the dark energy, Wang Chen immediately felt changes in his body. His strength was rapidly waning, his speed slowed, and all aspects of his physical abilities were weakening. He even felt his defensive capabilities diminishing. Arrogant, huh? Weren't you very brave just now? The shadow demon was overjoyed at this sight, believing it had finally found a lethal opportunity. It immediately launched a full-force attack. The shadow demon's tentacles began to thrash once more. This time, the tips of the tentacles glimmered with black light, shooting towards Wang Chen like arrows, moving so fast that evasion was nearly impossible. Ding 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 ding. In an instant, several tentacles pierced Wang Chen's body almost simultaneously. However, to the shadow demon's disappointment, the gruesome scene it had imagined, flesh torn and bloodied, did not occur. Although Wang Chen's defensive capabilities had weakened, its attacks still failed to break through his defenses. How is this possible? How can this be? The shadow demon could not understand why this human, with only a silver 2-star soul power, possessed such terrifying defensive capabilities. It was simply not human. What kind of undead could be so abnormal? Boom!
Just as the shadow demon was in shock, a powerful hand pierced through its chest, crushing its heart with a crunch. Thud! The shadow demon fell helplessly to the ground. Kill the golden 3-star shadow demon, gain 1,300 points of soul power. Looking at the shadow demon's corpse, Wang Chen said lightly, "Your weakening magic is impressive. If it were 10 times stronger, it might actually cause me some harm." As his words fell, the soul power within Wang Chen began to surge once more. Hiss! The shadow demon is dead too? In the monitoring room, after a brief silence, many instructors collectively gasped. I've grown tired of this word awesome. But aside from that term, I really don't know how to describe my feelings at this moment. A trainer shook his head in admiration. It is indeed awesome. Although I am a golden 3-star contractor, defeating this shadow 3-star demon is not an easy task, another trainer said seriously. Come on, don't be so hard on yourself. Your hatred for the undead means that against shadow demons, you have a 90% chance of losing. The shadow demon's weakening magic is the nemesis of pure physical attack undead demons. Sun Changlin rolled his eyes. Director, you don't have to be so harsh, do you? The trainer who was called out awkwardly scratched his head. But after being hit by the weakening magic, Wang Chen's body was still able to withstand the full force attack of the shadow demon. Isn't that a bit too abnormal? The thought was chilling. With the comparison, everyone began to realize the terror of Wang Chen. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's gaze fell on the monitoring room, on that towering figure. Zhao Wuji had remained silent, always facing away from the crowd, staring at the monitor screen, lost in thought. It is indeed quite abnormal. After a long pause, Zhao Wuji finally nodded. I have been paying close attention throughout. During the battle, Wang Chen did not use any soul power to release skills, which means he relied solely on his physical strength against the shadow demon. Being able to withstand the shadow demon's attacks without losing a single hair proves that his defense must have reached platinum level. His fists are something even golden demons dare not confront head-on. His attack power is probably far beyond that of an average golden level, Zhao Wuji said with a complex tone. One must admit, Wang Chen's strength had once again refreshed his understanding. Platinum level defense, golden level power, and combat ability. After hearing Zhao Wuji's words, 2 words inevitably surfaced in everyone's minds: abnormal. However, Zhao Wuji had not finished speaking. After being hit by the weakening magic, Wang Chen still did not have his defense broken by the shadow demon's full force attack, which proves that his defense has not dropped to golden level. In other words, his physical defense is likely close to the peak of platinum level, and his strength has not dropped to golden level. After all, Wang Chen broke through the shadow demon's defense with just one punch. That's really quite abnormal. Wang Chen's zombie undead is definitely the strongest I've ever seen. In the monitoring room, everyone was dumbfounded. Yes, Wang Chen's zombie undead is indeed ridiculously strong. Anyone who thinks his undead is an ordinary sea-level undead is gravely mistaken. In fact, Wang Chen's zombie undead is currently the strongest zombie-type undead. Stronger than many S-level undead, Zhao Wuji commented. Stronger than S-level undead? Doesn't that mean it's the legendary S+ level undead? Sun Changlin's pupils contracted, letting out a soft gasp. Zhao Wuji shot Sun Changlin a glance. Don't speak carelessly, S+ level undead are not so easily assessed. So far, I've heard that there are only a few in the Great Xia, and I only know of 2 codenamed Eternal King and Lord of Souls. Surpassing the same level and even challenging higher levels is just the basis for assessing S+ level undead, but it's not the only standard. Growth potential is also very important. I've seen many outstanding undead before. They were excellent in the early stages, but in the later stages, they lacked growth potential and ultimately stopped at platinum or diamond level. Can someone as outstanding as Wang Chen not be assessed as S+ level? Everyone's expressions turn serious. Once an S+ level grows, it won't just be the backbone of Great Xia, but a treasure for all humanity. It must be treated with caution. Zhao Wuji scanned the crowd and said solemnly, "General, it seems Wang Chen is about to break through again." Suddenly, someone noticed something unusual and exclaimed while pointing at the screen. Zhao Wuji and the others simultaneously turned their gazes to the screen, where they saw the soul power erupting from Wang Chen, swirling the dust to form a vortex. As expected, Wang Chen had leveled up again. Zhao Wuji felt a jolt in his heart. Looking at it this way, Wang Chen's potential for growth was indeed very strong. Perhaps there really is a possibility of becoming S+ level. Zhao Wuji decided to observe a bit longer. If Wang Chen could continue to demonstrate such rapid growth, he would report Wang Chen's information and let those old fellows assess it. Outside the checkpoint. He has already passed the 4th checkpoint. Why hasn't Wang Chen come out yet? He wouldn't still be challenging, would he? Gu Tianyuan's eyes were fixed on the direction of the checkpoint, filled with impatience and anxiety.
He was genuinely afraid that Wang Chen would keep challenging.
I told you, Wang Chen possesses golden level combat power. If he is careful, passing the 6th checkpoint shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Next to Gu Tianyuan, Long Tianao appeared very calm. Cousin, I really don't want him to pass the 6th checkpoint. After hearing Long Tianao's words, Gu Tianyuan's face was filled with unwillingness. It's like XX, you can't resist, you can only accept it. But I also said that the 6th checkpoint is already his limit. Moreover, it won't be long before I break through to golden level, and at that time, I will break Wang Chen's record, far surpassing him, so he won't even see my back. As he spoke, Long Tianao puffed out his chest, displaying a proud expression. It has to be you, cousin. Gu Tianyuan gave a thumbs up. If it weren't for you being here, I wouldn't know how badly I would be bullied by that brat Wang Chen.
Once we leave the training camp, I will definitely tell my mom about the help you gave me here, and I will repay you well.
Tianyuan, we are family. We don't need to say such things about repayment. As your cousin, could I just stand by and watch you get bullied? Long Tianao said seriously. You're right, cousin. Gu Tianyuan was moved. However, before Gu Tianyuan could feel touched, he heard Long Tianao say, but I do need some rare treasures and potions to quickly enhance my soul power. It would be even better if there were any potions to improve the undead grade. I was moved for nothing. Gu Tianyuan thought to himself. If you want money, just say so, why play the emotional card? Want to be a whore and still set up a memorial arch? Swish! At that moment, the large screen outside the checkpoint flashed with light. The rankings were updated again. Without hesitation, everyone turned their gaze back to it. The first place, as expected, was still Wang Chen. People could remain calm about this. However, when they saw the points, everyone could no longer maintain their composure. What the hell? 7,800 points? Am I seeing things? My god, how did he achieve 7,008 points? That's enough to buy my life. Exclamations rose one after another. They could no longer stay calm. First checkpoint 200 points, second checkpoint 400 points, third checkpoint 600 points. In the crowd, Lin Zhu was seriously calculating with her fingers. After a moment, she finally figured it out. Passing the 6th checkpoint rewards 2,000 points. Exactly 7,800 points. Lin Zhu's mouth slightly opened. According to everyone's speculation, the guardian demon of the 6th checkpoint was very likely a golden 3-star. She had thought Wang Chen was strong, but she had never imagined he was this strong. Could it be that the rumors from when he first entered the camp were true? Oh my! When we first entered the camp, there were rumors that a new student injured an examiner during the assessment and sent him to the hospital. It can't be true, right? On the other side of the crowd, a tall boy also thought of something. He was Ji Buchang. Even he recalled how he had once boasted loudly in front of everyone, saying that if someone could achieve such a feat, he would willingly recognize the other as his adoptive father. Looking back now, it was somewhat shameful, but not entirely bad. I don't mind, just don't know if Wang Chen minds? He thought chaotically. Cousin, didn't you say Wang Chen's limit was the 5th level? Now he has already passed the 6th level. Gu Tianyuan was somewhat angry, his tone hiding deep reproach. Under questioning, Long Tianao's eyes flickered uncertainly, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Previously, he had confidently asserted that Wang Chen would stop at the 6th level. Now that Wang Chen had cleared it, wasn't that a slap in his face? I underestimated him. Wang Chen's cunning is beyond my expectations. Wang Chen must have hidden cards we are unaware of. However, after using those cards, what else does he have to continue challenging? Long Tianao asserted again, he passed the 6th level by luck. Let's say he was fortunate, but this must be his limit. He absolutely cannot pass the 7th level. I estimate the demon level of the 7th level is at least gold level 5, far surpassing Wang Chen in strength. In the face of absolute power, any schemes will be crushed. Long Tianao was full of confidence. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyuan thought to himself, it would be best if that were the case. On the other side, inside the checkpoint, a popping sound came from within Wang Chen's body. His soul level had broken through, and his aura began to surge. In the blink of an eye, it reached the limit of silver 3 stars. In the end, Wang Chen's aura still did not break through to silver 4 stars. As expected, after becoming silver level, breaking through requires a tremendous amount of soul power. It seems that to quickly improve, I need to kill even more powerful undead. Wang Chen thought to himself. However, if his thoughts were known to Zhao Wuji, Sun Changlin, and others, they would surely be speechless. After all, he had only contracted a few days ago and had already reached the level of silver 3 stars. Wasn't that enough? If it were Long Tianao, Han Dong, and others, they would be laughing in their dreams. I want to continue challenging. After waiting for a while and seeing no one asking, Wang Chen took the initiative to say loudly, "Ah, good." The instructor in the monitoring room finally came to his senses and quickly controlled a few skeleton warriors to take the corpse of the shadow demon away. This time, no one advised Wang Chen to think carefully. The black iron door opened once more. The next powerful demon appeared. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps approached, each step booming like thunder on the ground. Following that, a massive demon slowly crossed the black iron door and appeared before Wang Chen. Wang Chen's pupils shrank sharply, because when this demon appeared, the tall black iron door seemed somewhat small. Of course, it wasn't that the iron door was small, but rather that this demon's size was simply too enormous. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, its body loomed like a gigantic mountain. Its skin displayed a deep dark red color, as if it had been burned by hellfire for a long time, emitting an eerie glow. The demon's head resembled that of a giant beast, with two curved long horns extending from either side of its forehead, glinting with a metallic sheen. Wang Chen had no doubt that these sharp horns could easily pierce an armored vehicle. "A little human brat dares to challenge me? Who gave you the courage?" The demon's eyes burned like two flames, the red light within flickering, revealing endless evil and cruelty. Its mouth was wide and ferocious, sharp teeth arranged like saw blades, sending chills down one's spine. Red Rock Demon. Wang Chen confirmed the demon's race. The Red Rock Demon had skin as hard as iron, and ordinary weapons could not leave a mark on it at all. Even sharp alloy weapons could only spark faintly against its skin. Moreover, the red skin of this demon had a strong resistance to magic. In simple terms, whether it was physical or magical attacks, it was difficult to break through the Red Rock Demon's defenses. What a troublesome guy. Wang Chen's face rarely showed a serious expression. If he were facing other demons, Wang Chen might still maintain his confidence. However, the Red Rock Demon's abilities were very similar to his own, possessing immense strength and terrifying defensive power. It could be said that Wang Chen had no advantage against the Red Rock Demon, but since he was already here, there was no retreat. Wang Chen slightly bent his body, preparing to exert force. At that moment, the examiner's voice echoed in the arena, "Wang Chen, if you cannot cope, you can voluntarily concede, and someone will stop the fight." The examiner's voice resonated in the empty space, filled with concern and worry. However, Wang Chen showed no signs of retreating. He fixed his gaze on the Red Rock Demon and suddenly exerted his strength. Whoosh! Wang Chen shot up like an arrow, charging straight for the Red Rock Demon's face. Whether he could win could only be known by fighting. "You want to engage me in close combat? Who gave you the confidence?" The Red Rock Demon sneered disdainfully in its heart, swinging its fist to meet the attack. Boom! In the next moment, their fists collided heavily, producing a dull thud. The massive body of the Red Rock Demon was actually forced back a step. Don't be fooled by just one step. This meant Wang Chen had the strength to challenge it. How could such terrifying power be contained in that frail body? The Red Rock Demon had to take Wang Chen seriously as an opponent. At this moment, Wang Chen landed on the ground and launched another attack. The Red Rock Demon did not dare to be careless, focusing all its energy to respond. Although Wang Chen's physique was much smaller compared to the demon, his strength and defense were not weak. His movements were incredibly agile, like a nimble cheetah. He quickly charged at the Red Rock Demon, fists clenched, striking with the sound of rushing wind. The Red Rock Demon, undaunted, swung its massive fists to meet Wang Chen's attack. When their fists collided, a thunderous roar erupted, as if two mountains had crashed together. The powerful impact shook the surrounding air, and deep cracks appeared in the ground. With the attack missing again, Wang Chen was not discouraged at all. He alternated between attacking the demon's head and its legs, constantly changing the angles and methods of his attacks, trying to find the Red Rock Demon's weakness. The Red Rock Demon, relying on its massive body and powerful strength, repeatedly withstood Wang Chen's attacks, maintaining a seemingly seamless defense. Its fists were like enormous hammers, each swing carrying immense power, forcing Wang Chen to respond cautiously. Gradually, as the battle continued, both Wang Chen and the demon sustained injuries. Wang Chen's face was grazed by the demon's fist, leaving a deep blood mark. His arm was also clawed by the demon, blood flowing continuously. The Red Rock Demon was not in a much better state. It had several dents from Wang Chen's attacks, and black blood slowly oozed from its wounds. The battle reached a fever pitch, with neither Wang Chen nor the Red Rock Demon showing any signs of retreat. "Human, you are playing with fire. The regeneration ability of the undead cannot compare to that of a demon." Seeing Wang Chen injured, the demon revealed a sinister smile, believing it would be the victor. After all, the demon's recovery ability was absolutely beyond what the undead could match. "Really?" A strange smile suddenly appeared on Wang Chen's face. "What do you mean?" The red flames in the Red Rock Demon's pupils flickered. Its instincts warned it that something bad was about to happen. However, in the next moment, it realized it had underestimated Wang Chen's regenerative abilities. Wang Chen's soul power erupted, and soon his injuries were completely healed. How is that possible? How can an undead possess such powerful recovery abilities? The Red Rock Demon was stunned. The abilities Wang Chen displayed had completely overturned its understanding. After all, its own wounds were still bleeding. How could an undead be stronger than it in terms of recovery? It was absurd. Are my injuries that severe? As long as I'm not dead, it's just scrapes, Wang Chen sneered inwardly. Immortality, invincibility, and indestructibility were merely the basic abilities of a loyal servant. Recovering from some injuries was nothing to worry about. What a freakish recovery ability! Does he have such a trump card? In the monitoring room, many instructors were left speechless. Although undead creatures were called immortal beings, it was actually quite difficult to achieve true immortality. After sustaining injuries, they often required a long period of sleep to recover fully. No one had ever been able to fight while recovering at such an astonishing speed like Wang Chen. I never expected this, truly unexpected. Zhao Wuji shook his head. I thought I had a good understanding of Wang Chen, but he has once again done something beyond our expectations. Goodness, I've opened my eyes today. It turns out there are undead that can do this. Zhao Wuji's words revealed his admiration for Wang Chen without reservation. What is. What is not. Rewards for merit and penalties for faults had always been Zhao Wuji's way of doing things. Wang Chen's performance was evident, and any praise for him felt insufficient. What a pity, Wang Chen was discovered by Lu Changan. Zhao Wuji felt a twinge of regret. What a great heir he could have been. How did Lu Changan get to him first? The battle within the checkpoint continued. However, as time passed, the Red Rock Demon found itself in an increasingly difficult situation. Its massive body was covered in wounds, some of which were severe, with bones visibly caved in, clearly suffering heavy damage. The recovery ability the Red Rock Demon prided itself on seemed somewhat inadequate at this moment. In contrast, Wang Chen's condition was hundreds of times better than it appeared. The damage inflicted on him by the Red Rock Demon had mostly healed. Every punch and kick he delivered was at peak combat effectiveness. Soon, the Red Rock Demon began to show signs of decline. Under Wang Chen's relentless attacks, it started to retreat. With the first step came the second, and then countless more. Boom! 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 The Red Rock Demon kept retreating, and its injuries made it increasingly powerless. Its strength and speed began to diminish significantly, and gradually it could no longer keep up with Wang Chen's pace. Finally, Wang Chen broke through the Red Rock Demon's defenses, using its body as a stepping stone to leap onto its head. Ha! In the next moment, Wang Chen gathered all his strength and stomped down heavily, crushing the Red Rock Demon's head. Boom! As this kick landed, the Red Rock Demon's skin split open, and its bones cracked under the terrifying force, with its foot sinking into the ground. Wang Chen's kick also contained a terrifying thunderous power, with flashes of lightning. Arcs of electricity spread across the Red Rock Demon's entire body like serpents. Ugh! The Red Rock Demon tried to struggle, but the thunderous power had paralyzed it completely, leaving it with no choice but to let out a heart-wrenching roar. This roar did not last long before it ceased. At the same time, it also proclaimed the complete fall of the invincible Golden 5-Star Demon. Kill the Golden 5-Star Red Rock Demon and gain 15,000 points of soul power. The notification sound rang out. Wang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He bent down, gasping for breath. As expected, he had easily broken through to Silver 4-Star and reached the peak realm, not far from 5-Star. However, Wang Chen did not show much joy. The continuous battles had taken a significant toll on his mental and physical strength. Moreover, this exhaustion could not be compensated for merely by the increase in soul power. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 7th level. Would you like to continue? Unbeknownst to him, the instructor monitoring the levels had greatly changed his attitude towards Wang Chen. A single word, please, was enough to say it all. In the instructor's minds, Wang Chen was no longer a student but a powerful being. A being stronger than them, worthy of their respect. Wang Chen intended to pause the challenge. He felt the fatigue in both mind and body, but this was not giving up. After all, this challenge had no time limit. As long as it was during the training camp, he could challenge at any time. He could wait until he had fully recovered before coming back. However, before he could finish his sentence, the system's notification sound rang out again. Task released, break your own limits. Keep the momentum going, continue to challenge all remaining levels and clear them. Reward, unlock space talent. Another task was released? Wang Chen's eyes lit up. If he had space talent, Could he open a door to anywhere and perform spatial teleportation? Or even create spatial rifts to attack enemies directly? Wang Chen thought excitedly. The thunder control talent and the plunder talent had already propelled his strength to new heights, far surpassing others of the same level. What if he had another space talent? Wang Chen believed that after awakening the space talent, his strength would see a significant increase. Perhaps, by then, I will have the strength to fight against platinum-level powerhouses, Wang Chen thought. I will continue the challenge. Wang Chen changed his mind and replied firmly. Although he was very tired now, he could still persist. For the sake of the space talent, he decided to take the risk. The demon in the 8th level possesses the strength of Golden 7-star. Under Zhao Wuji's instruction, the instructor reminded Wang Chen. If it were someone else, Zhao Wuji wouldn't have bothered. But having discovered such a promising talent in Wang Chen, he couldn't bear to see him encounter danger. I've thought it through. I will continue the challenge, Wang Chen replied resolutely. At the same time, he was very clear that in the upcoming battles, he could only win and must win. General, Wang Chen insists on continuing the challenge. In the monitoring room, the instructor looked seriously at Zhao Wuji. When Wang Chen killed the golden 5-star demon, everyone could see his fatigued side. Everyone unanimously believed that Wang Chen had reached his limit. Perhaps he wants to see just how strong the golden 7-star really is, Zhao Wuji said quietly after a moment of silence. It doesn't matter, if he encounters danger, I will step in. Let him prepare. The countdown ended. A suffocating aura spread from within the iron door, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping Wang Chen's throat. Wang Chen took a deep breath, realizing the power of this demon. Moments later, a shadow slowly flapped its wings and flew out. This demon was not large. At first glance, it might even give the impression that it was not that terrifying. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover the chilling aura it emanated. Its body was covered with a layer of black scales, which were like hard armor, and behind it were a pair of demonic wings. The wings were broad and powerful, covered in intricate patterns resembling ancient magical runes. However, what drew the most attention was its face. It bore a visage similar to that of a human, with a short, sharp horn growing from the center of its brow. Black-scaled demon. Wang Chen's heart trembled slightly. He recognized this demon's race at a glance. The black-scaled demons were a powerful and mysterious race of demons. Although they were relatively small in size, their strength and defense were not inferior to that of other abominations of the same level. However, what truly made the black-scaled demons fearsome was their unparalleled mental power. This terrifying mental strength allowed them to easily create various realistic illusions, trapping their enemies within them, making escape nearly impossible. Many had lost themselves in these illusions, ultimately meeting a tragic end. According to the information Wang Chen had gathered, one of the major demon lords currently invading Blue Star was from the Black-Scaled Demon clan. This indicated that the Black-Scaled demons held a very high status among demon races, surpassing that of ordinary upper-level demon clans. Wait, it also has golden pupils. What truly moved Wang Chen was that this black-scaled demon possessed a pair of unique black vertical pupils. These eyes signified that the black-scaled demon before him was a descendant of a demon lord, with power far exceeding that of ordinary black-scaled demons. At this moment, Wang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, I originally thought my current strength was enough to sweep through the entire training camp, but I didn't expect that after passing the 5th level, every opponent I encountered would be so formidable. Wang Chen took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. No matter how powerful the enemy before him was, he had to overcome it, and he must overcome it. Boom! With a loud bang, Wang Chen suddenly exerted his strength, his figure darting toward the black-scaled demon like lightning. He knew that the first to strike would gain the upper hand. Only by taking the initiative could he control the battle. His power surged like a torrent into the ground, causing the stone slabs beneath him to shatter, showcasing his astonishing strength. The black-scaled demon sensed Wang Chen's threat, letting out a sharp, long howl, fearlessly spreading its fleshy wings and lunging at Wang Chen. The two collided instantly, producing a tremendous sound, and an invisible ripple spread out from their center in all directions. Wang Chen's fist collided with the black-scaled demon's scales, sparks flying. The black-scaled demon's scales were incredibly hard, and Wang Chen's attacks could not easily break through its defenses. At the same time, Wang Chen also saw surprise in the black-scaled demon's eyes. Clearly, it had not expected Wang Chen's defense to be so strong. Continue. With no clear winner from the first strike, Wang Chen remained undeterred. After all, this was in line with the strength of a demon lord's descendant. He firmly believed that as long as he kept fighting, he would eventually find an opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged blows over a dozen times. Each clash was evenly matched, neither side gaining the upper hand.
As long as I can hold on, victory will surely belong to me. Although he had not yet gained the upper hand, Wang Chen was not anxious. He knew he possessed a robust physique and remarkable recovery abilities, which were his true advantages. The black-scaled demon chose to engage him in close combat, which was actually to its disadvantage. As time passed, Wang Chen's advantage became increasingly evident. The scales on the black-scaled demon began to shatter under Wang Chen's fierce punches, and it was already injured. Howl! The black-scaled demon let out a strange cry, abandoning the direct confrontation and instead using its fleshy wings and agile body to continuously evade Wang Chen's attacks. It would sometimes spiral in the air, and at other times, suddenly dive down to launch surprise attacks on Wang Chen. The speed of the black-scaled demon caught Wang Chen somewhat off guard. Starting to play tricks? A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. As the black-scaled demon dove down again from the air, he summoned the power of thunder, his entire body bursting forth with dazzling electric light, instantly enveloping the black-scaled demon within. Crack, crack. In an instant, the black-scaled demon was struck by lightning, its skin torn and flesh exposed, with charred wounds appearing. Boom! Wang Chen concentrated all his strength and leaped up like a cannonball, pouncing towards the demon's flesh wings. The black-scaled demon sensed Wang Chen's intent and tried to dodge, but it had already sustained heavy injuries and could not evade in time. Wang Chen's palm, like a blade, struck fiercely against the demon's flesh wing, producing a crisp sound. The demon's flesh wing was torn apart by Wang Chen, blood splattering everywhere. The black-scaled demon let out a painful roar, its eyes filled with rage. However, Wang Chen did not give it any chance to breathe. He swung his arm again, launching a fatal strike against the demon. This time, Wang Chen's attack accurately hit the demon's vital point, severing its head with a heavy blow. Scalding blood sprayed high into the air like a fountain. The demon's body lost control and fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Finally dealt with it, Wang Chen sighed in relief, thinking he had finally defeated his enemy. But soon, he furrowed his brows. Why was there no system prompt this time? Where was the feedback from the soul power? Could it be that guy isn't dead? Wang Chen's heart jolted, and he looked in shock at the black-scaled demon's corpse. Just then, something astonishing happened. The demon's body began to tremble and slowly struggled to stand up. Impossible! Wang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. The demon's vitality was indeed tenacious, but even so, it shouldn't be able to resurrect after having its head severed. According to the knowledge from the academy professors, Wang Chen understood that only a king-level demon lord could survive decapitation. Some demon lords with abnormally strong vitality required their bodies to be torn into many parts and suppressed separately, taking a long time to kill. But his opponent was clearly only at the golden level. In an instant, Wang Chen felt a chill rising from his feet, rushing straight to his head. His clothes were instantly soaked with sweat. Not good. I've fallen into an illusion. It was only at this moment, facing this completely irrational and bizarre situation, that Wang Chen realized he had long been trapped in an illusion set by the black-scaled demon. General, the situation is not good. Wang Chen seems to have fallen into an illusion. In the monitoring room, everyone's mood became extremely tense. They watched helplessly as Wang Chen charged back and forth in the center of the arena, his fists striking like thunder, but it was merely a one-man show. No matter how fierce his attacks were, they had no effect on the distant black-scaled demon. Worse still, throughout the entire time, the black-scaled demon stood quietly in place, showing no movement, merely coldly observing Wang Chen's every action. Zhao Wuji frowned and said, "It seems he has indeed fallen into an illusion, and he is deeply trapped within it. If this continues, his physical strength will likely be greatly depleted. If he cannot break free from the illusion, failure is only a matter of time." Someone couldn't help but suggest, "Should we pause this battle?" Zhao Wuji shook his head, indicating no need. Wang Chen has been breezing through challenges, his confidence extremely inflated. If this black-scaled demon can teach him a lesson and make him suffer a bit, that wouldn't be a bad thing. It would help him understand that our training camp is also quite challenging. Therefore, Zhao Wuji did not intend to intervene in the battle immediately. Understood. The instructor said no more and continued to watch the monitoring screen. Whoosh! At that moment, Wang Chen saw the headless black-scaled demon suddenly launch an attack against him. Its body rushed in like a bolt of black lightning, the speed astonishing and breathtaking. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from it, as if it were about to tear the entire space apart. This aura was so overwhelming that it sent chills down one's spine. Faced with such a fierce assault, Wang Chen instinctively reacted. He prepared to strike back with a punch but instantly changed his mind. Not only that, he closed his eyes and stood quietly in place, waiting for the attack of the black-scaled demon to descend. Wang Chen could clearly hear the sound of the fierce wind howling, the rush of air created as the black-scaled demon charged towards him at an incredible speed.
He could even feel the sharp claws rapidly approaching, aimed directly at his chest. However, despite knowing that this strike could have fatal consequences, Wang Chen remained calm and composed. He showed no signs of retreat or evasion, silently bracing himself for what was to come. Yet, when the black-scaled demon's attack finally landed on Wang Chen, the scene of blood splattering did not occur. Instead, Wang Chen stood unharmed in place, as if nothing had happened. His clothes were not even slightly torn, as if the recent attack had no effect on him. As expected, Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes, a hint of relief in his gaze. The surrounding environment was still familiar to him, nothing had changed. The black-scaled demon stood quietly not far away, its golden-yellow pupils flickering with surprise. Indeed, I have been fighting against an enemy of my own imagination. The corners of Wang Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. Just moments ago, he had grasped the truth of it all. In fact, everything that had happened had developed according to the battle trajectory he had envisioned beforehand. However, the black-scaled demon had cleverly used its powerful mental abilities to present these scenes one by one before Wang Chen, immersing him in the experience, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. "Human, you truly surprise me." At this moment, the black-scaled demon finally broke the silence, its voice deep and hoarse, carrying the authority of a superior being. "I originally thought you would exhaust your strength in this endless illusion and ultimately perish, but I did not expect you to escape so quickly. I also did not expect your ability to fabricate illusions to be so powerful that I would unknowingly fall into it." Wang Chen had to admit that the black-scaled demon's abilities were indeed formidable. Meanwhile, the black-scaled demon was also contemplating a countermeasure. It had previously tried to make Wang Chen indulge in the surrounding environment, dying quietly, but this scheme had clearly failed. The black-scaled demon knew that if it could not win with cunning, it would have to attack with its true form. At this moment, the air was thick with tension, as if the calm before a storm had been abruptly shattered. A powerful mental force surged from the black-scaled demon like a raging tide, and Wang Chen felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. Wang Chen saw the figure of the black-scaled demon split like a ghost, instantly dividing into dozens of black-scaled demons. The black-scaled demon can create clones. Wang Chen's eyes widened, a wave of shock rising within him. He had never seen such a bizarre ability. The simultaneous appearance of dozens of black-scaled demons left him in a passive position. But Wang Chen was no ordinary person. He quickly adjusted his mindset, preparing to face this difficult battle. The dozens of black-scaled demons did not give Wang Chen much time to think. They almost simultaneously launched their attacks. He saw these black-scaled demons flapping their wings, wielding their sharp claws, descending upon him like a torrential rain. Wang Chen looked at the overwhelming assault, his scalp tingling. He knew he could not sit idly by, he had to take the initiative. Wang Chen's figure flashed, charging like lightning towards one of the black-scaled demons. His fist struck out with the force of thunder. However, to his surprise, his attack missed completely. The figure of the black-scaled demon became illusory at the moment his attack was about to hit, as if it had never existed. Fake. Just as Wang Chen's attack missed, a black-scaled demon beside him seized the opportunity and struck out with a claw. Wang Chen had no time to react and could only instinctively lean slightly to the side. Even so, the black-scaled demon's attack still sent him staggering back. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, a surge of anger rising within him. He hadn't expected the black-scaled demon's attack to be so bizarre, leaving him defenseless. Wang Chen quickly turned around and attacked the black-scaled demon that had harmed him. His speed was incredibly fast, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. However, just as his attack was about to hit, he found that the black-scaled demon had also turned into an illusion. Another fake? Wang Chen was taken aback. This ability to create illusions was truly troublesome. He couldn't tell which was the real black-scaled demon and which was a phantom. This uncertainty made his attacks feel aimless, while the black-scaled demons could continuously launch their assaults. "It seems I've fallen into an illusion again, but this time, it's even harder to break." Wang Chen stopped his attacks and began to defend. At the same time, he tried to discern the patterns of these black-scaled demons to find the real body. After a moment, Wang Chen abandoned the idea of using his eyes to catch the true form of the black-scaled demons. At times like this, it's the eyes that deceive. The dozens of black-scaled demon figures left Wang Chen dizzy and frustrated. Rather than continue to look, it was better to stop. Wang Chen recalled the method he used to deal with shadow demons. Since it was difficult to find their traces, he would strike back. In the next moment, he suddenly closed his eyes. In an instant, Wang Chen was attacked repeatedly over a dozen times. Fortunately, his body's defense was extremely strong, comparable to that of a platinum-level warrior, so he wouldn't suffer significant damage in a short time. And Wang Chen didn't just take the hits. "Found you." The repeated attacks allowed Wang Chen to determine the direction of the strikes. Still with his eyes closed, his fists began to strike out like a windmill, landing blow after blow. What he saw was not necessarily real. Sometimes, the eyes could become an obstacle to judgment. At that moment, Wang Chen deeply understood the meaning of this saying. He realized that when he let go of his reliance on sight and instead relied on his inner intuition, he could make more accurate judgments. Bang! 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 Previously, when Wang Chen opened his eyes, he couldn't hit the black-scaled demon, but with his eyes closed, his fists rained down like a storm, each punch carrying a fierce gust of wind, landing heavily on the black-scaled demon, producing a dull sound. This was the first time since their confrontation that Wang Chen successfully hit a black-scaled demon, and a hint of joy surged within him. However, he did not stop his assault but continued to launch a fierce offensive. Wang Chen knew well that when facing a powerful black-scaled demon, if he gave it a chance to breathe, he might lose the opportunity for victory. Therefore, he went all out, attacking like a torrential storm, not giving the black-scaled demon a moment to retaliate. Although the black-scaled demon was powerful, it was still inferior to Wang Chen in terms of physique and strength. Under Wang Chen's storm-like attacks, it gradually became overwhelmed. The increasing injuries made its movements sluggish, and its attacks grew weaker. Finally, under Wang Chen's last strike, the black-scaled demon crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wang Chen stood in place, panting heavily, watching the fallen black-scaled demon. Opening his eyes, he saw that the black-scaled demon was covered in dents, its scales shattered in many places, and its breathing was weak, already on the brink of death. However, in the face of death, the black-scaled demon showed no fear, instead appearing quite calm. A silver-level soul power can unleash combat strength far beyond that of an ordinary gold level. How astonishing that such a prodigy has emerged among the human race. Unfortunately, you encountered me. And fortunately, you encountered me. Ha ha ha. One of the black-scaled demon's eyes, struck by Wang Chen's punch, could no longer open, but the other eye flickered with a golden light. You seek death. Wang Chen had a bad premonition. Yet, he did not know where the problem lay. Without hesitation, he immediately launched an attack, taking a step forward to the black-scaled demon and kicking its neck. However, at that moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from within the black-scaled demon. This force was as fierce as a volcanic eruption, instantly sending Wang Chen flying. Wang Chen tumbled through the air, barely stabilizing himself, but his heart was filled with vigilance. At that moment, a golden eye suddenly appeared not far away. The instant that golden eye appeared, Wang Chen felt as if space had been sealed off. At that moment, the only thing he could move was his mind. He widened his eyes in terror, staring at the golden eye as if witnessing the apocalypse. This golden eye radiated endless pressure, making Wang Chen feel as if his soul was about to be crushed. He struggled desperately, but his body was completely immobilized. Deep within that golden eye, it seemed a mysterious power was brewing, preparing to launch a fatal strike against Wang Chen. Just then, a dazzling light, as brilliant as gold, shot out from the eye and directly entered Wang Chen's body. As the golden light gradually dissipated, the mysterious golden eye quietly transformed into nothingness. Is it over? At that moment, Wang Chen truly sensed the breath of death. Yet, that golden eye did not inflict any harm upon him. Could it also be an illusion? Wang Chen thought to himself. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. This was not the end. Not good. A cry of alarm came from the monitoring room, Zhao Wujin's voice. Before anyone could react, Zhao Wujin had already vanished from the monitoring room. Something big has happened. The examiners in the monitoring room all wore serious expressions. They all understood that General Zhao had truly been on the battlefield, and if he looked so changed, something monumental must have occurred. Although Wang Chen had successfully killed the black-scaled demon, the strange golden light emitted from the eye had burrowed into his body like a maggot. Despite his attempts to expel it with soul power, he remained powerless. What exactly is this golden energy? Wang Chen's heart was filled with confusion and unease. However, in the next moment, Wang Chen suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, and a figure appeared before him like a ghost. Upon closer inspection, the visitor was none other than Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin looked grimly at the corpse on the ground and said heavily, "Unfortunately, I still arrived a step too late." Wang Chen hurriedly bowed to Zhao Wujin and asked, "General, what brings you here?" Zhao Wujin replied in a deep voice, "I know what you want to ask me." Then, he shifted his gaze to Wang Chen and slowly said, "You must have a mysterious energy within you now, right?" "Yes," Wang Chen nodded. Zhao Wujin continued, "You've been cursed." Hearing this, Wang Chen's heart jolted. A curse was an extremely insidious and malicious skill. Some curses can cause a person's level to regress, some will prevent them from ever breaking through, and others can leave them bedridden with illness. The types of curses are numerous and incredibly complex, with varying effects,
but being plagued by a curse is certainly not a good thing. Zhao Wuji's expression grew increasingly grim, as if shrouded in an unshakable gloom. He continued, I never expected this demon to be so strange, able to trigger the demonic bloodline power within you at the golden level and cast a curse on you. Let me see what kind of curse you've received. After Zhao Wuji spoke, Wang Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of soul power crashing towards him like a tidal wave. However, surprisingly, Wang Chen did not sense any hostility from this power, so he decided not to resist. After a while, Zhao Wuji angrily stomped his foot, and with a crack, the ground beneath him cracked in circles like a spider's web. Damn it! He roared. Wang Chen cautiously asked, General, is my current situation very bad? Zhao Wuji did not answer directly but said solemnly, Fortunately, this curse will not cause your cultivation to regress, nor will it weaken your body, and it will not have any negative impact on your lifespan. Hearing this, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but he knew things might not be that simple. Then what is the misfortune? Wang Chen pressed on, knowing that Zhao Wuji's words surely had more to follow. Sure enough, Zhao Wuji continued, Unfortunately, the difficulty of breaking through to higher levels such as gold, platinum, and diamond will greatly increase. Moreover, as your realm rises, the difficulty of breaking through will become even higher. Wang Chen was taken aback by this, inwardly muttering, Is that it? If so, then there was no need to fear. After all, he possessed the talent of plunder, and breaking through would not be difficult. A mere small curse would not affect his strength enhancement at all. So, he uncertainly asked, Really? Zhao Wuji nodded affirmatively, explaining that he had conducted no less than 100 examinations of Wang Chen's body in an instant, and there was absolutely no mistake. He then told Wang Chen that to break this curse, he must eliminate the source of the black-scaled demon's bloodline, which meant slaying that black-scaled demon king. Wang Chen fell silent. Slaying a demon king? That was simply a fantasy. Although he had an advantage, he had no idea when he would become a king-level existence, let alone slay a well-known and ancient demon king. Seeing Wang Chen in a daze, Zhao Wuji mistakenly thought he was feeling despair and disheartened. Zhao Wuji looked at Wang Chen, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out a large hand and gently patted Wang Chen's shoulder. Don't be disheartened, child. You just have a harder time breaking through, but it's not impossible. Rest assured, I will do everything I can to help you. He did not elaborate on how he would help Wang Chen, but just this sentence made Wang Chen feel a warmth and strength. Wang Chen gently nodded in gratitude. General. Wang Chen raised his head, looking at Zhao Wuji with determination. Feel free to say anything. Zhao Wuji replied gently. I want to continue challenging. Wang Chen's voice was low but firm. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji was slightly taken aback, then a look of appreciation appeared on his face as he nodded heavily. Good. He seemed very satisfied with Wang Chen's determination and courage. However, you just went through an intense battle, and your physical and spiritual energy are greatly depleted. Rest for a moment and recover before we proceed, Zhao Wuji said with concern. After saying this, he turned and strode towards the exit of the checkpoint. However, at the moment he turned, a deep sense of regret flashed in his eyes. Perhaps he felt regret for Wang Chen's predicament. What a good seedling! What a pity! One must know that with this curse in place, breaking through will become increasingly difficult. As long as the Black-Scale Demon King is alive, Wang Chen will probably never be able to break through to the diamond level in his lifetime. Although the diamond level is outstanding and rare, for Wang Chen, this is far from his limit. Originally, a peerless genius about to become a pillar of the Great Xia, he can only be reduced to an ordinary elite contractor. The gap is truly too vast. General, Wang Chen is he really useless now? When Zhao Wuji returned to the monitoring room, some department heads hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but ask. Zhao Wuji did not answer directly but silently nodded. This silent gesture felt like a heavy stone pressing down on everyone's hearts. Wang Chen should have had infinite possibilities. Fate always seems to enjoy playing tricks, making him bear a heavy burden. If it weren't for this curse, Wang Chen would become an invincible existence, his name etched in the annals of history, becoming a legendary figure admired by all. But now, he can only struggle in a limited space, striving for a higher realm. This makes one sigh. Why does fate toy with people so? Perhaps, this is the helplessness of life. Time passed second by second, and everyone waited quietly. Finally, Wang Chen's voice broke the silence. I've rested enough, we can begin. His tone was firm, ready to face all challenges. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Zhao Wuji, anticipating his instructions. Sun Changlin showed a hesitant expression and reminded, General, this demon possesses the peak strength of a golden 9-star. He expressed concern about whether Wang Chen could defeat such a powerful enemy. Zhao Wuji's expression became very complex as he slowly said, Originally, I intended to use this demon to suppress Wang Chen, to let him know what it means to be high and low, to put pressure on him. He had planned to use this final challenge to test and temper Wang Chen, but now he was filled with contradictions. But now I really hope this kid can get through this challenge. Or rather, how great it would have been if I hadn't set this challenge, so he could perfectly pass all the levels, leaving a strong mark on his training camp journey. A hint of regret and sorrow was revealed in Zhao Wuji's voice. He realized he might have set the difficulty too high for Wang Chen, and now he hoped he could overcome the difficulties and succeed. At this moment, everyone fell into silence. They felt Zhao Wuji's inner turmoil and anticipation, while also sweating for Wang Chen's fate. Let him challenge it. In the end, Zhao Wuji made the decision. As the iron door opened, a massive figure gradually appeared before Wang Chen. Wang Chen immediately recognized that this demon belonged to an ancient race, the Night Demon. The Night Demon looked extremely hideous and terrifying. It stood over 5 meters tall, its body large and strong, like a black iron tower. Its skin was a deep inky black, like the endless night, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The light in the chamber seemed to be eerily absorbed by the Night Demon. It had a pair of curved black horns on its head, resembling 2 matte daggers. These horns were not merely decorative, they symbolized its power. It is said that the Night Demon can manipulate the night as a weapon through its horns. Behind it were a pair of enormous black wings, covered in sharp bone spurs. When these wings spread, they could block out the sun, giving an overwhelming sense of being unable to escape. My opponents just keep getting stronger. Wang Chen excitedly licked the corner of his mouth. Interesting. A powerful opponent represents a source of immense soul power. However, he dared not underestimate him in the slightest. The Night Demon's abilities were also formidable. He could manipulate the power of darkness, transforming it into powerful weapons and means of attack. He could also cast dark magic, plunging people into fear, despair, and chaos. Night Demon. General, isn't this trump card of yours a bit too strong? When the Night Demon made his appearance, the instructors in the monitoring room became unsettled. The oppressive aura emanating from the Night Demon was overwhelming. Zhao Wujie said calmly, "When I brought the Night Demon to the training camp, I mentioned that this demon is meant to be shown to them, not to be challenged. It is used to create a sense of oppression." General. At that moment, a soldier in uniform entered the monitoring room. "What's the matter?" Zhao Wujie frowned. "The commander-in-chief has arrived." "What?" Zhao Wujie was taken aback. "I'll go greet him." He lifted his foot to head out. In the next moment, a voice echoed into the monitoring room. "No need to trouble yourself, I have already arrived." As the aged voice came through, Zhao Wujie was startled and quickly looked up. He saw a group of people in neat military uniforms walking solemnly into the monitoring room. Their steps were firm and powerful, and their eyes revealed an invisible pressure. Among this group, an elderly man in military attire stood out remarkably. His hair and beard were completely white, and his face was lined with deep and shallow wrinkles, as if time had left its marks on him. However, despite his aged appearance, the old man's eyes were bright and full of authority and dominance. This elder was clearly not an ordinary general. The aura he exuded commanded respect. Upon closer inspection, one could see that 5 dazzling golden stars were embedded on his shoulders. This was the insignia of a 5-star general. In the entire Great Xia Kingdom, only one person held such a rank, and that was the Great Xia King, Dongfang Wujie, who had once single-handedly defended a city, saved 300,000 citizens, and slain 2 demon kings. Now, he had become the commander-in-chief of the military, holding an extraordinarily high position. Faced with such a distinguished figure, even someone as unruly as Zhao Wujie did not dare to show any negligence. He understood the prestige and power of this Great Xia King, and at the same time, Dongfang Wujie was the person he respected the most. Therefore, upon seeing Dongfang Wujie, he immediately shifted his gaze to the side to avoid being seen as disrespectful. "Zhao Wujie, I came uninvited. You shouldn't hold it against me, right?" The old man looked at Zhao Wujie, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Zhao Wujie dares not." Zhao Wujie replied solemnly. "Is it that you won't, or that you dare not?" Dongfang Wujie asked again. Zhao Wujie said, "Both." "Ha ha ha." Dongfang Wujie suddenly laughed, his laughter bright and resonant, capable of piercing the clouds. His gaze was sharp, fixed intently on Zhao Wujie, his eyes glimmering with a keen light. "You need not be too nervous. I came today because I heard you discovered a very promising talent, likely to rank S+, so I couldn't help but come to see what outstanding qualities he possesses." Dongfang Wujie said lightly. "But Commander-in-Chief's news is indeed well informed." Zhao Wujie smiled wryly and shook his head. He secretly marveled at how extensive the Commander-in-Chief's network was, far beyond imagination. He hadn't even completed his report yet, and news had already reached the ears of this influential figure.
You should know how important an S+ level prodigy is to us, so you should forgive me for coming uninvited, right? Dongfang Wujie asked with a smile, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Zhao Wujie quickly nodded. Of course, it is our honor for the commander-in-chief to come personally. He deeply understood the importance of S+ level prodigies to the Great Xia. They were the hope for the future, the pillars supporting the Great Xia. Therefore, he was not surprised by the attention and importance placed on him by the commander-in-chief. Could I dare not forgive? Zhao Wujie smiled helplessly, a bitter expression on his face. Who would dare to say a word of dissent in front of you? He was acutely aware of the gap between himself and this powerful being before him, and did not dare to easily go against the other's wishes. Dongfang Wujie gently patted Zhao Wujie's shoulder and said earnestly, "Young man, do not harbor resentment. Rest assured, if Wang Chen truly possesses S+ level qualifications, you will have made an invaluable contribution in discovering him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie let out a silent sigh in his heart. If it had been before, Zhao Wujie would have been very happy. Discovering a pillar of support would be a tremendous achievement, comparable to winning a major battle. However, the current situation was entirely different. Wang Chen was cursed. Even if he was assessed to have S+ level qualifications, he had already lost his future. This meant that an unparalleled genius might sink into oblivion, and Zhao Wujie felt deep regret and sorrow. Commander-in-chief, look, Wang Chen is currently challenging the level. Zhao Wujie stepped aside to reveal the monitor. The screen showed Wang Chen confronting the night demon. Oh, Dongfang Wujie smiled slightly, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. I want to see just how extraordinary Wang Chen is. He stared intently at the monitor, anticipating that Wang Chen would bring surprises. Soon, Dongfang Wujie's gaze was fixed on the monitor. His eyes were instantly captivated, as if drawn by a powerful force that he could not look away from. Zhao Wujie noticed the look of surprise on Dongfang Wujie's aged face. It should be noted that Dongfang Wujie was an invincible powerhouse who had experienced countless grand scenes. Yet, at this moment, he was shocked by the scene before him. If I am not mistaken, that demon is the golden 9-star night demon, right? At this moment, Dongfang Wujie asked without turning his head. His voice carried a hint of uncertainty, but more so a confirmation of his own judgment. Yes, Zhao Wujie replied, Wang Chen's performance has been outstanding. He has surged through from the first level to the 9th level in one go. He continued, moreover, Wang Chen is currently only a silver 3-star. No, just now he has already broken through to silver 4-star, and more importantly, when he first entered the level, he was merely a bronze 9-star in soul power. With Wang Chen successfully killing the black scale demon, he received feedback on his soul power, allowing his own soul power level to break through once again. This achievement was astonishing, showcasing Wang Chen's incredible potential and strength. What? Dongfang Wujie's face instantly turned extremely shocked upon hearing this news, his body trembled, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Absolutely true, Zhao Wujie said earnestly, raising his right hand to solemnly swear. Commander-in-chief, we have all witnessed it with our own eyes. General Zhao is not wrong. The other instructors echoed in agreement. We can provide a replay. The instructor responsible for monitoring stated that they could provide evidence to prove this. Good, good, good. Dongfang Wujie clapped his hands excitedly, laughing joyfully. In my lifetime, I have seen countless people, but I have never encountered such a genius. Even those already confirmed as S+ level prodigies cannot compare to Wang Chen. He spoke with great excitement, holding Wang Chen in high regard. Even when I was his age, I was far inferior. Dongfang Wujie sighed deeply, a look of comfort and pride on his face. In that moment, he seemed to have become 10 years younger, filled with passion. It was clear that his admiration and expectations for Wang Chen were overflowing, truly heartfelt. However, when Dongfang Wujie was in a good mood, Zhao Wujie felt a heavy heart, filled with self-blame and guilt. He believed he was the root cause of Wang Chen suffering from the curse of the black scale demon. Commander! Zhao Wujie clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and tried to confess his mistakes to Dongfang Wujie. Just then, Dongfang Wujie interrupted him. Don't rush to speak, the battle has already begun. I am very curious how long Wang Chen can withstand the fierce attacks of the golden 9-star demon. Hearing this, Zhao Wujie had countless words in his heart, but at this moment, he found it hard to speak. In that case, he would wait for an opportunity to explain everything after Wang Chen's defeat. At this moment, the battle within the checkpoint was about to erupt. Whoosh! The night demon launched the first attack, flapping its enormous wings, creating a whirlwind as it pounced on Wang Chen. This whirlwind carried endless dark power, making it hard to breathe. The Night Demon was a high-ranking bloodline among the Demon Clan, its combat power far exceeding that of its peers, and even a platinum-level powerhouse would not dare to take its attacks head-on. Although Wang Chen had a platinum-level body, He did not want to easily experience what it felt like to be struck by such powerful force. Thus, he chose to dodge to the side. However, Wang Chen's character was not one to simply defend passively. At the moment he dodged, he also launched an attack. His fist shot out like a meteor, carrying unmatched momentum. The night demon reacted quickly, using its massive arm to block Wang Chen's attack, then let out a furious roar and lunged at Wang Chen again. Wang Chen did not panic when his attack was blocked, he remained calm. He continuously dodged the night demon's attacks while seizing opportunities to counterattack. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows over a dozen times. Each encounter was accompanied by intense energy fluctuations and booming sounds, causing the entire space to tremble, with cracks appearing on the ground in varying depths of footprints. Good! To hold your ground against the golden 9-star demon without losing an inch. It seems I underestimated his strength. In the monitoring room, Dongfang Wujie praised without reservation. As soon as Dongfang Wujie's words came out, everyone was filled with envy. Undoubtedly, to receive such recognition from Dongfang Wujie proved that Wang Chen's talent was truly remarkable. Zhao Wujie had a deep understanding of Dongfang Wujie. He knew that among the younger generation today, no one had been praised like this by Dongfang Wujie before Wang Chen. When someone is valued so highly by Dongfang Wujie, it signifies a future that can bear the weight of boundless potential. However, the more outstanding Wang Chen's performance was, the more Zhao Wujie felt heartache. Boom! At that moment, during a brief pause in the night demon's attack, Wang Chen leaped up, his fist like thunder, striking towards the night demon's eyes. The night demon sensed Wang Chen's attack and quickly closed its eyes, using its massive arm to block the blow. Although Wang Chen's attack did not succeed, he did not give up. Hundreds of exchanges had given Wang Chen a profound understanding of the night demon's strength. Speed, power, explosiveness, he had grasped them all clearly. It's time to counterattack. Wang Chen thought to himself, and after landing, he immediately adjusted his stance and launched another attack at the night demon. This time, his fist carried a powerful force, directly breaking through the night demon's defenses and hitting its abdomen. The night demon howled in pain, swinging its massive arm to smash down on Wang Chen. With the boost of anger, the power of this strike from the night demon not only did not weaken but became even more terrifying. The fist compressed the air, producing a piercing sound. Seeing this, Wang Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he immediately knew he couldn't take it head-on. He nimbly dodged the night demon's attack and then launched another offensive. His speed increased, and his punches became more ferocious. The night demon began to feel the strain, having to exert all its strength to counter Wang Chen's attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chen unleashed a relentless barrage of fierce strikes on the night demon. Gradually, the night demon found itself at a disadvantage, being pushed back step by Wang Chen's onslaught. Finally, a powerful punch landed squarely on the night demon's forehead, breaking off one of its black horns. The night demon then flew backward like a sandbag, crashing heavily to the ground far away. Did I see that wrong? Is the night demon about to lose? This is a demon of the golden 9 stars, over 10 levels higher than Wang Chen. Upon witnessing this, the instructors became unsettled. Especially Zhao Wujie's words echoed in everyone's ears. The 9th level is for the students to observe, not for them to challenge. Zhao Wujie's purpose in setting up the 9th level was to put pressure on the students and motivate them, but it seemed to be giving experience to others instead. This kid. Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with intensity. Wang Chen's performance had once again exceeded his expectations. Not bad. Impressive. Keen insight, precise control, swift thinking, accurate judgment, decisive action. Wujie, this Wang Chen is quite extraordinary. Wang Chen's speed and strength are on par with the night demon, yet he displays an effortless dominance, a crushing posture. This young man is remarkable. Everyone could only exclaim in awe. Dongfang Wujie, however, provided a detailed evaluation of Wang Chen. As the only 5-star general of the Great Xia Empire and the commander of the military, his analytical ability was truly admirable. Wang Chen's performance is even better than I imagined. I am very pleased with this child. The light in Dongfang Wujie's eyes flickered continuously. The scene shifted, and Wang Chen had already closed in on the night demon. During the battle, Wang Chen realized that the night demon's wings were crucial to its abilities. If he could destroy the night demon's wings, its speed would undoubtedly decrease significantly. Thus, Wang Chen decisively changed his target, transforming his palm into a blade and striking fiercely at the night demon's wings. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed in the air as Wang Chen's blow struck the night demon's wings, eliciting a painful roar. A deep wound appeared on its wings, and bright red blood gushed out, dripping onto the ground. Human, you are seeking your own death. The night demon roared in anger. Eternal night descends. The night demon, enraged by its injury, became even more furious and volatile. It desperately unleashed powerful dark magic. In an instant, the entire battlefield was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent, as if night had fallen. Wang Chen lost all sight, the silence around him was deafening, and his sense of smell became ineffective. The entire space felt as if it were imprisoned. Worse still, in this pitch-black realm, Wang Chen felt his body gradually weakening. This is the terror of the night demon race. He knew well that if he continued to be attacked by the night demon's dark magic, he would lose his fighting capability. Then I shall shatter the darkness with thunder. To shatter the darkness with thunder. When Wang Chen's deep voice rang out, the night demon hidden in the darkness clearly paused for a moment. What nonsense is that human brat talking about? Can he summon thunder? It is well known among demons and spirits that thunder is the natural nemesis of demons and the undead, their attributes countering each other. What a load of nonsense. Summon thunder? Why not just say he can summon the god of the undead directly? The night demon scoffed inwardly, believing Wang Chen was just putting on a show. However, in the next moment, the night demon was stunned. With a thunderous roar, a deafening clap of thunder erupted outside the barrier, as if it were tearing the entire world apart. Immediately after, a thick purple lightning bolt, as massive as a giant python, struck down from the sky, resembling a raging dragon, carrying endless might and destructive power, violently tearing apart the dome of the barrier. This lightning was like divine retribution, bearing immense pressure that instilled a sense of awe. It pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, illuminating the entire area, transforming the originally eerie and terrifying atmosphere into one of brightness. Under the illumination of this lightning, countless electric serpents danced wildly, densely woven in the air like a spider's web, emitting a heart-pounding glow. They seemed to be imbued with life, continuously writhing and spreading outwards, instantly shattering the night summoned by the night demon. The night demon widened its eyes, incredulously watching everything unfold before it. It never expected that Wang Chen could truly summon such powerful lightning. At this moment, it finally realized it had underestimated this young man. His strength far exceeded its imagination. Perception, power, instinct. All sensations returned to Wang Chen's body. Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes, adjusted to the light, and finally saw the situation in the arena. He saw that the night demon had numerous gruesome wounds on its body, deep enough to see the bone. Its skin was torn and shredded by the lightning, black blood continuously flowing out. The most severe injury was on its right arm, which had been blown to pieces, leaving only a bloody stump. I won! Wang Chen gasped for breath, sweat trickling down his forehead, but a relieved smile appeared on his face. This battle was the hardest he had ever fought. His soul power, physical strength, and energy were nearly exhausted. But it was worth it, he had ultimately defeated a powerful enemy. The night demon trembled as it extended its remaining hand, pointing weakly at Wang Chen, seemingly wanting to say something. However, before its voice could emerge, it abruptly fell silent. The night demon's body crashed heavily to the ground. It was only at this moment that Wang Chen noticed a huge hole had appeared at the top of the night demon's head, blood gushing from it. This hole had penetrated the night demon's skull. It turned out that the lightning Wang Chen summoned not only tore through the darkness but also directly pierced the night demon's body, delivering a fatal blow. I won! I'm so tired of saying this word. What is a prodigy? This is it. Wang Chen's battle experience has surely broken all records of our great Xia, right? At this moment, cheers erupted in the monitoring room. After a brief shock, Sun Changlin's face showed an awkward expression. General, it seems the pressure you set was still not strong enough. Wang Chen really accomplished the feat of challenging the Golden 9 Stars. Sun Changlin's voice was filled with astonishment. Wang Chen's performance truly took him by surprise. Zhao Wuji smacked his lips, unsure of what to say. It should be noted that this Golden 9 Stars demon was meant to be a spectacle for people to witness, yet Wang Chen had actually killed this demon. This kid, he really is something, Zhao Wuji murmured, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He looked at Wang Chen on the screen, filled with pride. Wang Chen's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. He not only successfully defeated the Golden 9 Stars demon but also set a new record. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a crisp and resounding applause suddenly erupted. This applause drew everyone's attention. They all turned to see who was clapping. They were astonished to find that the person applauding was none other than the supreme commander of the Great Xia's military, Dongfang Wujia. He bore 5 shining military stars on his shoulder, signifying his noble status and exceptional position. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Dongfang Wujia seemed completely unconcerned with the gazes of those around him. His eyes were fixed intently on the screen, sparkling with admiration. He did not hide his awe for the battle, saying, "The silver 4 stars actually managed to kill the Golden 9 Stars Night Demon. Such a feat is truly astonishing. I can hardly remember the last time I saw such an outstanding young person. Hearing Dongfang Wujie's praise, everyone felt a deep shock. After all, gaining the recognition of this military commander was no easy feat. Commander. Zhao Wujie hesitated for a moment but ultimately could not help but speak up. He felt it was time to confess the true situation regarding Wang Chen to Dongfang Wujie, even though he knew it might bring some trouble. Zhao Wujie, I know what you want to say, you want credit, right? Don't worry, I won't shortchange you on the benefits you deserve. Dongfang Wujie laughed heartily. You might not understand the S+ level prodigies well enough. Wang Chen can definitely rank as S+. In fact, Wang Chen's talent is even stronger than that of the Lord of Souls and the Eternal King. His future achievements may very well surpass mine. He is a truly good seed that needs to be nurtured well. I have decided to provide him with the highest level of resources for training. Zhao Wujie held the rank of general but could not determine Wang Chen's level. Yet, Dongfang Wujie casually declared Wang Chen to be S+ and offered the top training conditions. The gap between the two was beyond words. What? His future achievements may surpass those of the commander. When Dongfang Wujie said this, everyone felt as if struck by lightning. It should be noted that in the Great Xia, there were not two people who had achieved more than the commander. Here, the two referred to truly only two individuals. Thud. With a muffled sound, Zhao Wujie's knee heavily struck the floor, his face growing increasingly grim, filled with guilt and self-reproach. He knelt on one knee, bowing his head deeply, repenting for his mistakes. Zhao Wujie, what are you doing? Dongfang Wujie, having experienced countless storms, still felt confused by this sudden scene. He had never expected this usually composed subordinate to act so unusually. Commander, I am guilty. Zhao Wujie's voice was filled with endless regret and self-blame, his body trembling slightly, revealing his extreme unease. At that moment, he seemed to bear a heavy burden, each word heavy enough to suffocate. Stand up and speak. What exactly happened? Dongfang Wujie's expression turned serious, his gaze sharp as an eagle, fixed intently on Zhao Wujie, trying to find answers in his words and actions. Commander, I think I should speak while kneeling. Zhao Wujie still kept his head down, not daring to meet Dongfang Wujie's eyes. He felt that only in this way could he express his deep understanding of his mistakes and his remorse. However, Dongfang Wujie did not accept his request. His tone became stern and resolute. I said, stand up. His words echoed like thunder throughout the room, and the undeniable tone forced Zhao Wujie to comply. Despite still feeling resistant inside, Zhao Wujie's body involuntarily stood up, straightening his back to face Dongfang Wujie. Speak. Dongfang Wujie uttered a single word. Commander, Wang Chen encountered an accident during the previous battle, and it may have a significant impact on the future, Zhao Wujie said cautiously. What kind of accident? Dongfang Wujie frowned and asked. He has fallen under the curse of the black-scaled demon, and from now on, it will be very difficult for Wang Chen to break through. Unless he kills the black-scaled demon king, it will be hard for him to return to normal. Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth and described his recent experience. After hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Dongfang Wujie fell into a brief silence. He believed that Zhao Wujie would not joke about such matters, so there was no need to consider the truth of the situation. What needed to be considered was how to solve the problem. At that moment, everyone in the monitoring room felt that time was passing slowly. They did not know what decision Dongfang Wujie would make and did not dare to easily disturb his thoughts. After a moment, Dongfang Wujie let out a long sigh. It was clear that he felt a heavy weight in his heart and needed this simple way to relieve it. I'll go take a look at that little guy first, then make a decision. Dongfang Wujie slowly stood up and said. At that moment, his voice sounded somewhat aged and weary. After speaking, he left the monitoring room, and everyone followed closely behind. They knew that this decision concerned Wang Chen's future. Kill the Golden 9-Star Night Demon, you have gained 19,000 points of soul power. Clear all levels. Reward, control of spatial talent. The notification sounds rang out in succession. First, Wang Chen's soul power began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, his soul power broke through to Silver 5-star. However, this was just the beginning. As time passed, his soul power continued to soar, and moments later, it reached Silver 6-star. But this was not the most shocking thing. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt as if his body had broken free from some kind of restraint, and a brand new power surged within him. He discovered that he had a deeper understanding and perception of space. Is this the legendary power of spatial control? Wang Chen was secretly astonished. His eyes sparkled with a silver light, as if he could penetrate all obstacles. With this newly acquired power, he could clearly see the spatial nodes around him. With just a gentle strike, he could easily tear through space and create spatial rifts. What a powerful ability this is! Wang Chen took a deep breath, feeling this immense power. If he had mastered this ability earlier, dealing with the night demon would have been much easier. Tat tat tat. At that moment, a series of urgent and powerful footsteps approached from a distance. The sound grew clearer as it drew near. Hearing the footsteps, Wang Chen's heart tightened slightly, and he instinctively turned around to look in the direction of the sound. He saw a group of extraordinary individuals in military uniforms striding towards him. Their steps were uniform, each carrying a sense of determination and authority. Leading the group was a tall, kind-faced elder. His gaze was deep and bright, revealing an indescribable wisdom. The elder was also dressed in military attire, but what caught Wang Chen's attention was the 5-star insignia on the elder's shoulder. A 5-star general. Wang Chen was astonished to find that General Zhao Wuji was obediently following behind this elder. This surprised Wang Chen greatly, as he had never seen Zhao Wuji treat anyone with such respect. So, who exactly was this elder? Wang Chen's heart was filled with confusion and curiosity. He stood quietly in place, watching the elder approach step by step. His mood grew increasingly tense, but he still tried to remain calm. The elder stopped in front of Wang Chen, looking at him with a warm smile, like the gentle sunlight of spring. Don't be nervous, little guy. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dongfang Wuji. Wang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the elder before him. The name Dongfang Wujia is like thunder, resounding in everyone's ears. He is a legendary figure of the Great Xia, revered as the stabilizing needle of the sea. His wisdom and strategies have helped the empire through countless crises, and his name is widely known among the people. However, to protect the stabilizing needle, the Great Xia Empire has limited the public's knowledge of Dongfang Wujia to just his name and deeds. Very few know what he looks like. Wang Chen never expected to encounter such a great figure today. Faced with this legendary person, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and reverence. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and then bowed to Dongfang Wujie, saying, "Greetings, General. You are quite impressive, young man. I see a reflection of my younger self in you." Dongfang Wujie praised Wang Chen. However, Zhao Wujie and the others felt something strange. Wasn't the chief commander saying that Wang Chen was even more outstanding than he was at a young age? Why now say he is just as remarkable as he was back then? It turned out that the chief commander also had a penchant for vanity. "Thank you for your praise, General," Wang Chen replied, neither humble nor arrogant. "I heard from Zhao Wujie that you've encountered some issues. May I take a look?" Dongfang Wujie asked straightforwardly. Sure, Wang Chen understood. Dongfang Wujie must be referring to the curse. If he had a way to resolve it, that would be a good thing. Good. Dongfang Wujie nodded and released his soul power onto Wang Chen. In the next moment, Wang Chen saw Dongfang Wujie's brows furrow. The general's expression was tense. Wang Chen's heart sank immediately. However, in a flash, he understood the reason. It must be related to that mysterious curse. "You are the most powerful zombie necromancer I have ever seen. Very impressive." Dongfang Wujie's expression quickly became serious, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. "Young man, keep it up." He patted Wang Chen's shoulder lightly, leaving behind a word of encouragement before turning to leave. Zhao Wujie and the others felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The fact that Dongfang Wujie did not mention any treatment for Wang Chen meant that his situation was not optimistic. "Wang Chen, you actually broke through 9 levels in one go. It truly amazes me." Zhao Wujie's originally serious face struggled to form a smile. "You should return to your residence and rest." Okay. After Dongfang Wujie and Zhao Wujie disappeared from sight, Wang Chen also stepped out towards the checkpoint. Oh my god, Wang Chen has already passed the 8th level. Outside the checkpoint, a wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd, everyone wide-eyed, incredulously staring at the electronic display. Since the large screen updates every 10 minutes, Wang Chen's score for the 9th level had not yet been updated. The demon of the 8th level must be incredibly strong. Wang Chen's current score is something I wouldn't even dare to dream of, someone murmured, their tone filled with admiration and astonishment. At this moment, the atmosphere outside the checkpoint was exceptionally lively, with everyone shocked by Wang Chen's astonishing performance. Long Tianeo's face turned extremely dark, as if water could drip from it. He stared intently at the electronic display, his eyes flashing with anger and jealousy. First place, Wang Chen. Score, 12,300. This number appeared particularly glaring in Long Tianeo's eyes, making him feel an overwhelming sense of defeat. How could a lowly bastard deserve such a good score? However, what they did not know was that Wang Chen's score for the final level had not yet been updated. If they knew the truth, they would likely be even more shocked. "Cousin, didn't you say?" Gu Tianyuan couldn't help but speak beside Long Tianeo, but before he could finish his sentence, Long Tianeo shot him a fierce glare.
The coldness and warning in his eyes made Gu Tianyuan immediately shut his mouth, swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue. I admit my previous predictions were flawed. Wang Chen's strength has repeatedly exceeded my expectations. However, I can't speak for the other levels, but the 9th level is undoubtedly guarded by a golden 9 stars demon. Such power is definitely beyond what Wang Chen can contend with, Long Tianeo said, looking at the large screen ahead with a serious expression. A hint of determination shone in his eyes. He firmly believed that his judgment would not be wrong, even though the previous predictions had been overturned by reality. He still insisted on his viewpoint. Long Tianeo took a deep breath and continued, "Trust me one more time." His voice carried a hint of earnestness, as if hoping everyone could trust him again. However, Gu Tianyuan silently listened to Long Tianeo's words, inwardly grumbling. He had once been full of confidence in Long Tianeo's predictions, but over time, he realized that Long Tianeo's forecasts were not always accurate. Especially when facing an opponent like Wang Chen, Long Tianeo's predictions seemed somewhat powerless. Although he didn't voice it, he no longer fully trusted Long Tianeo's words. Just then, a sudden gasp swept through the crowd. People turned their attention to the exit of the level, where a familiar figure appeared. Wang Chen! It's Wang Chen! The crowd shouted Wang Chen's name, excitement evident in their voices. At that moment, Wang Chen was like a star in the spotlight. His appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere, and many rushed forward to congratulate and show their respect. Some female students even cast him flirtatious glances. Wang Chen, however, remained unmoved, coldly walking through the crowd straight to Lin Zhu's side. Wang Chen, you really? Lin Zhu was filled with confidence in Wang Chen, but his performance still left her astonished, and she found herself at a loss for words in front of him. A genius? Describing Wang Chen as a genius felt too pale. Let's go, Wang Chen simply said, then turned to leave. What's he so proud about? You'd think he cleared the level, Gu Tianyuan thought, feeling a pang of sourness as he saw Wang Chen surrounded by admirers. Although he pretended not to care on the surface, his heart was filled with envy and jealousy. Once, Wang Chen had seemed like an insignificant character in his eyes, but now he had become the focus of everyone's attention, a genius he had to look up to. This stark contrast was hard for him to accept. Be arrogant, show off. It won't be long before I break through to the golden level, and then I can surpass him. Long Tianeo still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the screen, constantly telling himself that he must surpass Wang Chen. However, just then, the rankings on the big screen suddenly updated again. At first, no one paid much attention, but soon someone noticed something unusual. Surprised voices began to rise from the crowd. Look at the scoreboard. Wang Chen's score has increased again, reaching an astonishing 16,300 points. Everyone's attention was drawn to the screen. Oh my god, what does such a high score mean? Could it be Wang Chen cleared the level directly? Another person widened their eyes, disbelief written all over their face. 16,300 points, that's simply terrifying. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, discussions and exclamations filling the air. Wang Chen's outstanding performance once again sparked amazement among the crowd. Clearing the level in one go, such strength was simply shocking. He cleared the level. Gu Tianyuan felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in shock. How is this possible? Long Tianeo's face turned incredibly pale, his body trembling slightly. In that moment, his heart was nearly shattered. He had still held onto a glimmer of hope, expecting that after breaking through to the golden level, he could clear all obstacles and suppress Wang Chen. However, when he witnessed Wang Chen's astonishingly high score with his own eyes, the last shred of hope in his heart was completely extinguished. He truly felt that he seemed to have no hope of surpassing Wang Chen anymore. On the other side, in the conference room, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt almost suffocating, as if the air had solidified. Dongfang Wujie sat upright in the main seat, his expression as cold as ice, exuding an invisible pressure. Zhou Wujie, Sun Shanglin, and others stood at the lower positions, each one silent as a grave, not daring to breathe. After a long while, Dongfang Wujie let out a low sigh, like a heavy hammer falling on everyone's heart. Commander, you should have seen Wang Chen's situation. Is there any good way to resolve it? Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with hope as he asked urgently. Dongfang Wujie first slowly shook his head, then gently nodded, his expression complex. I saw it, the child indeed has the curse of the black scale demon within him. If the curse is not removed, it will be exceptionally difficult for him to break through in the future. Diamond level may already be his limit. Dongfang Wujie's voice was filled with deep regret and helpless sighs. He had witnessed Wang Chen's performance firsthand. If everything progressed normally, his future achievements would be astonishing. Dongfang Wujie had once said that Wang Chen could very well surpass him,
and that was not just empty talk. So how do we lift the curse? Zhao Wujie felt a tightness in his chest, nervously looking at Dongfang Wujie, hoping to hear a glimmer of hope from him. Dongfang Wujie said, "Did you not already have the answer?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie felt as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale, devoid of any color. In that moment, the last flicker of hope in his heart was snuffed out. Is there no other chance besides killing the Black Scale Demon King? Zhao Wujie asked unwillingly, his voice sounding somewhat hoarse. There is none. Dongfang Wujie sighed heavily. I know your emotions are stirred right now, but please calm down. The bloodline power of the demon race is extremely mysterious and powerful, and the curse planted with the blood of the Demon King can only be addressed from the root. Killing the Black Scale Demon King is the only solution. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts felt heavy. Killing the Black Scale Demon King, how easy could that be? The Black Scale Demon King had ravaged Blue Star for 100 years, affecting at least 3 generations. If it could be easily eradicated, how could it have dragged on until now? Ah, but that child Wang Chen is truly a rare talent. Zhao Wujie said with deep guilt. If he had been more vigilant back then, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie looked at Dongfang Wujie with determination. Commander, I have decided to resign from the position of head of the elite genius training camp. His voice was steady and resolute. Dongfang Wujie frowned slightly, as if guessing something, and asked, Are you planning to find the Black Scale Demon King? Zhao Wujie took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Yes, Commander. I cannot just watch Wang Chen be wasted, he deserves a broader world. Dongfang Wujie sighed, understanding Zhao Wujie's concern for Wang Chen, but still reminded him, General Zhao, you need to think this through. The Black Scale Demon King's whereabouts are unpredictable. Where will you go to find him? Moreover, even if you find him, what can you do? Don't forget, you are currently only at the Starshine 9 stars level, not yet having broken through to the King level. Facing the Black Scale Demon King with such strength is tantamount to seeking one's own death. Even if you become a King-level contractor in the future, it will be difficult to contend with the Black Scale Demon King for a long time. General Zhao, think twice before you act. Zhao Wujie's decision shocked and worried everyone present, and they all spoke out to dissuade him. Zhao Wujie silently clenched his fists, his expression growing serious. As a general, he held a high position and great power, but at this moment, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Dongfang Wujie saw Zhao Wujie gradually calm down and solemnly promised, Don't be anxious. I promise you that I will immediately issue orders to fully search for the whereabouts of the Black Scale Demon King and strive to slay him. Hearing this, Zhao Wujie gratefully clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. You don't need to thank me. I do this not only to help you but also for the benefit of the entire Great Xia, Dongfang Wujie said, extending his hand to gently pat Zhao Wujie's shoulder. Wang Chen is an outstanding young man with immense potential. He could become an important pillar of Great Xia in the future. I cannot bear to see him fade into obscurity and become an ordinary person. However, the Black Scale Demon King is very cunning, and slaying him is no easy task. We need time and patience. I just hope it's not too late, that it won't affect Wang Chen's growth. At this point, Dongfang Wujie's gaze became somewhat distant, as if lost in thought. Zhao Wujie understood the difficulties involved. The Black Scale Demon King was powerful and elusive. Finding and slaying him would not be easy. Yet, he still felt grateful for Dongfang Wujie's promise and held a glimmer of hope for the future. Because Dongfang Wujie was their only hope. Without relying on Dongfang Wujie, he truly did not know what to do. Commander-in-Chief, what level of resources should we allocate to Wang Chen? Zhao Wujie asked again. He remembered that Dongfang Wujie had previously said that Wang Chen should receive the highest level resources for training. But at that time, Dongfang Wujie did not understand what was happening with Wang Chen. As for what Dongfang Wujie thought now, he could not guess. That depends on Wang Chen's personal abilities. Whatever level of evaluation he can achieve, he will receive resources of that level. After thinking for a while, Dongfang Wujie made his decision. Zhao Wujie understood that Dongfang Wujie's earlier statement about providing Wang Chen with the highest level resources no longer counted. But this could not be blamed on Dongfang Wujie. After all, he did not know Wang Chen's specific situation before and was only judging based on talent and potential. Now, although Wang Chen's performance was outstanding, his future prospects were bleak and did not reach a level that satisfied Dongfang Wujie. Therefore, Dongfang Wujie still handled this matter according to his usual principles. Sigh. What a pity. Zhao Wujie sighed inwardly. Originally, that child Wang Chen had the potential to soar to great heights, but unexpectedly, he had fallen back to the mundane. General Zhao. Commander-in-Chief, is there any other order you have? Zhao Wujie felt a tightness in his heart. It's not really an order. I actually have something I want to discuss with you, Dongfang Wujie said. Zhao Wujie's heart stirred, and he quickly asked respectfully, "Commander-in-Chief, please go ahead." Dongfang Wujie slowly said, "Although Wang Chen's future is greatly restricted, no one knows how far he can go. However, he is currently quite extraordinary and should not be wasted." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did Dongfang Wujie have other thoughts? "Sure enough," he continued, "I want to use Wang Chen as a sharpening stone to hone someone." At these words, Zhao Wujie's heart jolted, and he blurted out, "Who?" Dongfang Wujie smiled slightly, looking at Zhao Wujie, his tone calm. "The Eternal King." The Eternal King. Zhao Wujie's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this name, a wave of incredulous shock surging within him. Although he was not clear about the specific strength of the Eternal King, he understood what it meant to be rated as an S+ level prodigy. In a vast country like Daxia, there were very few talents with such gifts, and he could count them on one hand. At this moment, Dongfang Wujie actually proposed to use Wang Chen as a sharpening stone for this unparalleled prodigy, which was beyond his imagination. Dongfang Wujie seemed to sense the confusion and disbelief in Zhao Wujie's eyes, but he did not rush to explain. Instead, he turned his gaze to the people around, his eyes revealing an unspoken hint. The instructors immediately understood his meaning and stood up to take their leave. "Commander-in-Chief, we take our leave." They understood that the identity information regarding the S+ level prodigy was confidential and not within their knowledge. Sometimes, knowing less about certain matters was actually more beneficial for their safety. With the departure of the instructors, only Dongfang Wujie and Zhao Wujie remained in the conference room. Dongfang Wujie took a deep breath and slowly spoke, "General Zhao, have you ever heard of the Eternal King?" Zhao Wujie nodded, his expression serious as he replied, "I have heard of him. It is said that he is a mysterious and powerful being, hailed as the future king." Dongfang Wujie smiled slightly and continued, "Indeed, the Eternal King is a genius among millions, possessing unparalleled talent and potential. His emergence signifies that our Daxia will surely gain another pillar to support the heavens." After hearing this, Zhao Wujie nodded with a grave expression. He had never doubted the future achievements and potential of an S+ level prodigy. At that moment, Dongfang Wujie spoke again. "The Eternal King is of similar age to Wang Chen and has just recently broken through to the gold level, having slain a gold 9-star demon with a Demon King's bloodline, which has greatly boosted his confidence. At this moment, it is just right to use Wang Chen to give him a lesson, to make him understand that even an S+ level prodigy can be surpassed by others if he does not work hard. He needs to know that S+ level prodigies are not invincible." After a moment of silence, Zhao Wujie said, "But, isn't such a battle too unfair for Wang Chen? After all, one is at the gold level, while the other is only at the silver level. The gap between them is too great." "Zhao Wujie, you should know that there has never been absolute fairness in this world," Dongfang Wujie said with a calm expression. "Moreover, you are also aware of Wang Chen's current situation. If he can become the sharpening stone for the Eternal King, perhaps this will be the most glorious moment of his life. When he is old, he can still reminisce about this experience." In Dongfang Wujie's subconscious, there was no place for Wang Chen at the peak of future Daxia. Competing with an S+ level prodigy had already been the greatest fortune of Wang Chen's life. After a long while, Zhao Wujie slowly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and compromise. "I wonder what plans you have, Commander-in-Chief? Or do you hope for me to do something?" A smile appeared on Dongfang Wujie's face, as if he had already made up his mind. "It's actually very simple. I plan to have the Eternal King directly parachute into the elite genius training camp to face Wang Chen head-on." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie immediately understood why Dongfang Wujie wanted to discuss this matter with him. "So when will this be scheduled?" Zhao Wujie pressed. After a moment of thought, Dongfang Wujie replied, "Since it has been decided, there is no need to delay. There is no better day than today. The Eternal King happens to be in the imperial capital, and he can come to the training camp tomorrow. In addition, I will send a few powerful demons to fill the gaps in the checkpoints," said Dongfang Wujie. "All right," Zhao Wujie nodded. Dongfang Wujie continued, "Once the Eternal King clears the 9 checkpoints, we will immediately proceed to the next training content." Zhao Wujie was taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. "Commander, isn't it a bit too fast to push for the next item right away? The Eternal King may be able to handle it, but the other trainees might need more time to improve their strength. There is a significant gap between them and the Eternal King. If we rush into the next training, it might put too much pressure on them. Shouldn't we consider giving them more time to adapt and improve?" The existence of the training camp was to train the trainees, seemingly putting them under considerable pressure, but it was all within a controllable range. Once Dongfang Wujie's decision was implemented, it would exceed Zhao Wujie's control. Tap, tap, tap.
Dongfang Wujia's fingers lightly tapped on the table, his expression serious as he slowly said, "There isn't much time left." His voice was deep and powerful, carrying a sense of urgency. Zhao Wujia's heart sank. He could sense the urgency and tension in Dongfang Wujia's words. He knew something important was about to happen, which made time so pressing. He immediately straightened his body, his expression becoming grave.
"Yes, I understand, Commander. I will arrange the subsequent training plan as soon as possible to ensure everyone can complete it smoothly." Wang Chen and Lin Zhu were walking when they heard a call from behind. Wang Chen turned around and saw Han Dong. "Do you want to spar with me right now?" Wang Chen couldn't help but ask.
He didn't have much interaction with Han Dong, only a prior agreement, and he wasn't sure if Han Dong had come for that. "Of course not," Han Dong gently shook her head.
Wang Chen was slightly taken aback. "Then what is it?"
"Congratulations." Han Dong's cold face suddenly revealed a faint smile, like the warm sun in winter. This smile softened her originally cold demeanor.
Wang Chen looked at Han Dong in surprise, not understanding why she would suddenly say such a thing.
However, before he could ask, Han Dong continued, "You are now undoubtedly the top person in the training camp. I used to think our strengths were about the same, but now I see the gap between us is so large.
Treating you as a rival is truly an overestimation of my abilities."
Han Dong shook her head gently, a hint of emotion and helplessness showing on her face. Looking at Wang Chen, a glimmer of admiration flashed in her eyes. She knew Wang Chen had limitless potential and possibilities, and his future achievements were immeasurable. He was already on a different level than herself.
"Thank you," Wang Chen said sincerely. The two exchanged smiles, both understanding each other's feelings.
"I came to find you to tell you to be careful of one person." Han Dong suddenly lowered her voice.
"Who?"
Wang Chen frowned slightly, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart. "Long Tianao," Han Dong slowly uttered the three words. "I don't know what your relationship is with him or where you have provoked him, but I have received some information privately that he is secretly investigating matters and information related to you. You need to be careful."
Upon hearing this name, Wang Chen's expression instantly became serious. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to deal with Long Tianao and Gu Tianyuan.
"I can't take it anymore, I really can't." The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. However, the training ground was in disarray, with Han Dong lying on the ground, gasping for breath, her face showing signs of extreme fatigue. Wang Chen released the fusion state with the undead and stood not far away, his expression calm and his breathing steady, showing no signs of the intense battle that had just taken place affecting him in the slightest. According to their agreement, he had come to the training ground early in the morning to act as Han Dong's sparring partner. After a fierce fight, Han Dong finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground.
"Wang Chen, how much strength did you use in our battle just now?" Han Dong asked expectantly. Wang Chen smiled slightly, "About 30%, I suppose."
After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen decided to underreport his strength to avoid hitting Han Dong too hard. After all, people like Han Dong, who were beautiful, kind-hearted, and tough, were rare. Wang Chen was worried that if Han Dong felt too discouraged, she might not seek him out for practice anymore, especially since he was counting on her for the soul-nourishing medicine from Wu Lei. However, when he said this, he noticed Han Dong's mouth had slightly opened, her face showing surprise and disappointment. "Huh? Only 30%? Clearly, she felt somewhat let down by this result. As a prodigy, she had her own pride.
Was she actually wanting more? Wang Chen was taken aback. "That's already quite a lot." Wang Chen rolled his eyes in annoyance.
He had just claimed to use 30%, and that was already a significant understatement.
Was that still not enough? He knew that with his current strength, using only 30% could easily defeat a gold-level demon. 30% could even take Han Dong's life. Hearing this, Han Dong couldn't help but mutter, "Straight man." Clearly, she was not satisfied with Wang Chen's answer.
Wang Chen smiled helplessly, rubbed his nose, and was too lazy to respond.
At that moment, Han Dong spoke again, her tone filled with curiosity. "Wang Chen, what level is your undead?"
"Sea level,"
Wang Chen answered honestly.
However, Han Dong shook her head repeatedly, expressing disbelief. "Impossible.
"If you're only sea level, then my S level is way too inflated." Wang Chen shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Then you decide."
Han Dong suddenly became serious and said earnestly, "I believe your undead can definitely be rated as S+ level." Upon hearing this, a rare look of daze appeared on Wang Chen's face.
He couldn't help but think of Dongfang Wuji.
His outstanding performance had caught the attention of that big shot, but after meeting with that person, he had received no further news. If he really had the potential to be rated as S+ level, how could there be no movement at all? Just how powerful is an S+ level contractor? Wang Chen suddenly wanted to see for himself.
Just as he was lost in thought, a voice calling out interrupted his reverie. Wang Chen, Han Dong, you're here. Wang Chen and Han Dong turned their heads simultaneously to see Lin Zhu rushing over from a distance. With such a big event happening in the training camp, you two can still practice with ease. No wonder your strength is so formidable, Lin Zhu couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Chen looked confused and asked, what happened in the training camp? I heard a genius has parachuted into the training camp, and they are currently undergoing the entrance assessment. Everyone is waiting to see how many points that guy can score, Lin Zhu said, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Genius? Parachuted? Wang Chen frowned slightly, sensing the unusual nature of the situation. How could that be? That doesn't comply with the training camp's rules, Han Dong said, even more puzzled. Some people have said the same. But General Zhao personally came to explain, and if you want to talk about rules with General Zhao, you better have a fist bigger than his, otherwise, he is the rule. Lin Zhu recalled the scene of Zhao Wuji explaining and still felt a bit scared, shrinking her neck. From Lin Zhu's expression, Wang Chen could tell that General Zhao was definitely not just talking, he must have shown off his big fist as well. He just didn't know who was so unlucky. A genius who parachuted in must have a significant background. Wang Chen, let's go take a look. Han Dong's eyes were filled with eagerness. In the city where Han Dong lived, no one among her peers could match her. But after arriving at the training camp, she experienced what it meant to have hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There was always someone better. She was eager to see the gap between herself and the top talents, and then surpass them. Understanding the geniuses, becoming a genius, and surpassing the geniuses, this was the goal Han Dong set for herself. Wang Chen nodded lightly, and then Lin Zhu led the way ahead. When Wang Chen arrived outside the assessment venue, he found that almost everyone from the training camp had come. The front was completely blocked. Many people in the back were cursing, saying that those in front were blocking their view, and they couldn't see anything. The universe god is here. However, when Wang Chen stepped into the arena, someone shouted loudly. After a brief silence, chaos ensued. Quick, make way. Anyone who doesn't want to die, step aside. People scrambled around like headless flies. The crowd, which had just been packed tightly, suddenly opened a path. It was clear they were making way for Wang Chen. Wang Chen was a bit dazed. He didn't expect to receive such supreme treatment. Wang Chen, I didn't expect everyone to be so afraid of you, Han Dong chuckled behind him. Wang Chen rolled his eyes. I, Wang Chen, have always liked to win people over with virtue. This time, it was Han Dong and Lin Zhu who rolled their eyes in response. Didn't you listen to what you just said? Can you believe it yourself? In fact, everyone knew that the reason Wang Chen was treated this way had nothing to do with his virtue. It was entirely because of his score of 16,300. This was something earned through real strength. Who wouldn't be convinced? As he walked through the crowd, Wang Chen heard someone say, Universe God, you are the backbone of our training camp. You must hold your ground. Right, we can't let this outsider genius ride on our heads. I believe Universe God, no matter who parachutes in, he can take them down. At that moment, the training camp students, who had been extremely out of place just yesterday, rarely set aside their prejudices and united against a common foe. However, in the next moment, everyone fell silent. As Wang Chen approached the crowd, the gate for the assessment opened. A figure walked in from behind the black iron gate. Is he the parachuted genius? It was a small, slender figure. From the build, Wang Chen thought it looked like a child of 8 or 10 years old. However, the person wore a mask, making it impossible to tell whether they were male or female, or how old they were. After seeing this genius who had parachuted into the training camp, everyone was taken aback. This figure looked like a child. Could this child really be the legendary genius? A hint of doubt and curiosity arose in everyone's hearts. They wanted to see just how much stronger a child could be compared to them. Humph. At that moment, the masked person also sensed the gazes of the crowd and let out a dissatisfied cold snort. This cold snort was like thunder, causing everyone to involuntarily shudder. At the same time, they noticed that the masked person's gaze had turned sharp, like two swords piercing straight into the depths of their souls. Hiss! This guy is not simple. Many people were intimidated by this scene. What are you being so arrogant about? Someone couldn't help but mutter. Do you really think being parachuted in makes you invincible? Another person echoed. Who among those present wasn't a genius? Each of them was a standout in their own family, school, and even city. After arriving at the training camp, they held a certain awe for Wang Chen, but when it came to everyone else, they were unwilling to submit to anyone. Moreover, the newcomer's sudden arrival gave them a sense of rejection. Silence. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out in the quiet environment. A simple sentence, yet it was like a thunderclap, breaking the calm. Following that, a uniformed instructor walked in with steady steps. His tall and upright figure exuded an invisible pressure. Upon seeing the instructor's serious and imposing face, the previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent, all mouths closed, fearing even the slightest sound. After the instructor arrived, he announced loudly, "I now declare that Zhao Hong has passed the camp assessment and has received a reward of 1,000 points. How much? 1,000 points. The instructor's words were like a thunderbolt. People were stunned. 1,000 points was an astonishing number. This meant Zhao Heng's performance in this assessment was exceptional, receiving a very high evaluation. It was known that only Wang Chen had such a number when he first entered the training camp. "Ha! Do you have anything to say now?" Zhao Hong smiled coldly. Everyone's hearts trembled involuntarily. They subconsciously took a few steps back, no longer daring to approach Zhao Hong easily. After all, to receive such high points indicated that his strength was not to be underestimated. Even those who had just scoffed at him instinctively began to avoid him, their faces showing awkward expressions. They still vividly remembered Wang Chen's ferocity. And now, this short Zhao Hong could also earn 1,000 points, which meant he was no weaker than Wang Chen. They really couldn't afford to provoke him. Everyone is a student here to improve their strength. I hope you won't engage in any exclusionary antics. The instructor's gaze was sharp as an eagle, coldly scanning each person's face, as if trying to see through their innermost secrets. The others nodded subconsciously, secretly bitter. What exclusion? At this moment, even if someone ordered them to exclude others, they would probably refuse without hesitation. I'm quite curious, who among you is the strongest? At that moment, the masked Zhao Hong finally spoke. His voice was not as immature as his small stature and youthful appearance suggested. Instead, it sounded exceptionally mature. In that instant, everyone realized that although this masked person was short, his age was not much different from theirs. Is there really not a single capable one among you? Zhao Hong asked again, this time with a clear hint of disdain in his voice. This was simply looking down on everyone. Everyone unconsciously turned their gaze to Wang Chen. There was no doubt that if anyone were to ask who was the strongest in the training camp, the answer would undoubtedly be Wang Chen. Oh, so it's you. Zhao Hong wore a mask, so no one could see his expression at that moment, but from his eyes, everyone could sense a keen interest, as if Wang Chen was the prey he had long awaited. Then, Zhao Hong made a shocking statement. I now challenge you, do you dare to accept? His words were filled with provocation. What? He actually wants to challenge Wang Chen. This guy is too arrogant. This guy doesn't think there's anyone in the training camp. He doesn't even regard them as people. When Zhao Heng said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Wang Chen was also very surprised. He hadn't expected Zhao Hong to harbor such strong hostility towards him. Wang Chen frowned slightly. Why do you want to challenge me? Zhao Heng's lips curled into a cold smile. I'm not challenging you. I'm challenging the top rank in the training camp. Whoever is first, I will challenge them. Wang Chen, do you dare to accept? Wang Chen's expression darkened, ready to respond. At that moment, the instructor at the door suddenly spoke up. Zhao Hong, I must remind you that fighting privately is strictly prohibited in the training camp. If you truly want to surpass Wang Chen, then do it through points. Zhao Hong turned his gaze to the instructor, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, but he nodded. All right, since I'm in the training camp, I will naturally abide by the rules here. But how do I earn points? The instructor looked at Zhao Hong expressionlessly, showing no intention of answering his question. Although he had little interaction with Zhao Hong, he had already sensed the man's arrogance, which he found very distasteful. Classmate Zhao Hong, I know how to earn points. Let me explain it to you in detail. Someone suddenly reached out from the crowd and squeezed through. Wang Chen frowned slightly. This person was none other than Gu Tianyuan. After noticing Wang Chen's gaze, Gu Tianyuan's lips curled into a cold smile. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He saw that Zhao Hong held great hostility towards Wang Chen, naturally positioning himself against Wang Chen. This was good news for him. Gu Tianyuan understood that relying on Long Tianao to defeat Wang Chen would be difficult, but the newcomer Zhao Hong could earn 1,000 points, indicating he was not weak. As long as the other party dealt with Wang Chen, he would be his friend. Do you know me? Gu Tianyuan approached Zhao Hong and couldn't help but ask. As a well-known young master from the capital, very few people did not recognize him. If they knew each other, things would be easier. Should I know you? Zhao Heng's eyes flashed with impatience. If you know how to earn points, just say it. If not, get someone else. I'm not interested in wasting time with you. Gu Tianyuan felt a bit displeased. As the young master of the Gu family, he was used to others being respectful towards him, who would dare to disrespect him, let alone someone daring to scold him to his face. However, at this moment, facing Zhao Heng's rudeness, he chose to endure it, forcing a smile. The most effective way to quickly earn points is to challenge the levels. Let's walk and talk. After saying that, Gu Tianyuan led the way ahead.
Zhao Hong nodded in response.
Wang Chen, wait for me.
Soon, I will surpass your points and prove that I am the strongest.
And you can only watch my back until you can no longer see it.
Before leaving, Zhao Hong shot Wang Chen a fierce glare and said coldly. Wang Chen frowned, feeling puzzled about why this person was so inexplicably hostile.
Wang Chen, have you offended someone? Why do I feel that Zhao Hong has a great deal of animosity towards you? After Zhao Hong left, Han Dong couldn't help but frown and asked Wang Chen. This Zhao Hong is incredibly arrogant, acting like he's invincible.
Lin Shu pushed up her glasses, her eyes flashing with anger and disgust. She had a gentle personality, but this was the first time she felt repulsed by someone upon meeting them. Exactly, he's not big, but his arrogance is boundless. It's simply outrageous.
Han Dong said indignantly. The other students echoed, expressing their dissatisfaction with Zhao Hong.
Everyone hoped that Wang Chen could win this duel and severely crush Xiao Heng's arrogance. Wang Chen silently observed all of this, feeling little turmoil in his heart.
He then slowly turned and walked towards the levels.
Although he didn't know Xiao Heng's background, since Zhao Hong was targeting him so directly, he naturally wanted to understand the other's strength. Arrogant as Zhao Hong was, earning 1,000 points also proved he was not weak.
Interesting, really too interesting.
At the back of the crowd, Long Tianao revealed a cold smile on his face. He had been closely watching the conflict between Wang Chen and Zhao Hong, secretly calculating how to take advantage of this opportunity. He knew that as long as Wang Chen and Zhao Hong consumed each other, he could reap the benefits and become the top of the training camp. Before that, he just needed to wait for the right moment, letting Wang Chen and Zhao Hong kill each other. On the other side,
in the monitoring room,
Zhao Wujie frowned, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction as he said, "This Eternal King is really a bit arrogant." Every move Zhao Hong made was captured by them, and Zhao Wujie's evaluation of him could be summed up in 2 words: arrogant.
Did you see that? Now you understand why I wanted to temper him, right? The chief commander, Dongfang Wujie, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. Once young people achieve something, how many of them are not proud and complacent?
Of course, if it weren't for his arrogance, I wouldn't have specially arranged for him to come to the training camp for Wang Chen to temper him. As long as we can rein in his sharpness, Zhao Han will surely become an incredibly sharp long knife, a blade to defend the country. And if Wang Chen can successfully temper this knife, it would be a full realization of his value. After listening, Zhao Wujie fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking, but I think this approach is not appropriate.
Dongfang Wujie did not back down, firmly replying, "You don't need to think, I just need to think." But if we hadn't airlifted the Eternal King, Wang Chen would be the first in this training camp and could gain a lot of resources.
Zhao Wujie felt a bit guilty.
This time, Dongfang Wujie fell into silence.
After a moment, he slowly spoke, "After the training camp ends, I will compensate him. I will definitely not let him receive less than the first place in the training camp."
Look, the rankings have been updated.
After Zhao Hong entered the checkpoint, everyone stared intently at the monitor outside the checkpoint.
After 10 minutes, they finally welcomed another update. Zhao Heng's ranking appeared at the bottom position.
From 1,000 points, it changed to 2,200 points.
After deducting the 1,200 points from passing the assessment, does that mean he has now gained 1,200 points? He cleared 3 checkpoints?
Such a fast speed, he's almost catching up to Yushin. It seems Zhao Hong should still have some strength left. I just don't know how many checkpoints he can ultimately clear.
From the current situation, he should be able to clear a few golden level checkpoints.
After seeing the ranking update, everyone was astonished.
You are still too conservative. How could someone who can be airlifted be mediocre? Hearing the discussions, Gu Tianyuan sneered, Zhao Hong clearing 9 checkpoints is completely without any problem.
If it weren't for Wang Chen coming a bit earlier, the first place would have nothing to do with Wang Chen.
As he spoke, a proud expression appeared on Gu Tianyuan's face. TCH, what's there to be so proud about?
Lin Shu rolled her eyes at the sight. With that tone, I thought you had the strength to clear the checkpoints and surpass Wang Chen.
You! Gu Tianyuan's smile instantly stiffened at Lin Shu's interruption.
His expression darkened terrifyingly. He was about to retort, but when Wang Chen's cold gaze fell on him, a trace of rationality was born in his heart, quickly taking over and suppressing his anger.
Can't I just avoid him if I can't provoke him? Thinking this, he moved to the other side. Out of sight, out of mind.
So as not to see that wretched Wang Chen and lose control of his emotions.
Being a lackey and still so proud?
The Gu family is a prominent clan in the capital, yet they produced such a spineless descendant.
If the ancestors of the Gu family knew about this, they would probably rise from their coffins, right?
Han Dong had a complicated identity and knew a lot about the Gu family.
However, Gu Tianyuan completely pretended not to hear. As long as he could kill Wang Chen, anything was worth it. 10 minutes later. Good. As expected of a genius parachuted in, he has already cleared the 5th level. Just watch. He will definitely surpass Wang Chen and become the top of the training camp. The big screen updated again, and Gu Tianyuan excitedly waved his fist and shouted. The next moment, dozens of eyes fell on him simultaneously. It was very quiet. No one spoke, they just kept staring at Gu Tianyuan. What do you mean by this? Gu Tianyuan awkwardly lowered his hand, puzzled. Zhao Hang is your father, and you're so happy. What a filial son. Still the same thing, I can accept that Yushin is the top of the training camp, but I don't acknowledge anyone else. Someone spoke bluntly, reprimanding Gu Tianyuan in an unpleasant tone. Are you looking for death? Gu Tianyuan's eyes flashed with fierce light. Looking for death? Someone laughed maliciously, then I'll give you a chance. Do you want to challenge us all, or do we all challenge you? What? What do you want to do? Seeing these aggressive people, Gu Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. After all, he wasn't a freak like Wang Chen. Even at the bronze level, he could easily defeat any silver level opponent. In this training camp, everyone's talent was not to be underestimated, and he was already struggling to deal with one person, let alone facing a group all at once. This was simply life-threatening. Thus, Gu Tianyuan decided to back down. I think we don't need to create unnecessary conflicts because of others, right? Moreover, the training camp clearly states that private fights are not allowed. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances but didn't say much. They then shifted their attention back to the big screen, quietly waiting for Zhao Heng's results. 10 minutes later, the scores updated, and people knew from the points that Zhao Heng had cleared the 5th level. 20 minutes later, he smoothly passed the 6th level. 30 minutes later, he conquered the 7th level. 50 minutes passed, and Zhao Heng successfully broke through the 8th level. An hour later, Zhao Heng walked out of the checkpoint. With the score update, people also learned that Zhao Heng, like Wang Chen, had cleared all 9 levels. At this time, on the leaderboard, his score was second only to Wang Chen. Boring. It's really too boring. The demon of the 9th level is only at the level of golden 9 stars, and can't compete with me at all. Zhao Heng shook his head, speaking carelessly. Golden 9 stars, and you say it's boring? Everyone looked at Zhao Heng's pretentious demeanor, secretly muttering, just keep pretending. Why haven't you been beaten to death? As expected of a genius who can parachute into the training camp, I've really gained some insight. Among those present, only Gu Tianyuan was there to flatter Zhao Heng. He even spoke loudly on purpose and meaningfully glanced at Wang Chen while saying this. Wang Chen, what else do you have to say now? Zhao Heng provocatively asked. Wang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He didn't understand why some people in this world like to provoke others for no reason. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he was absolutely not afraid of it. He coldly replied, what are you so proud of? Upon hearing this, Zhao Heng's eyes slightly changed, but he quickly returned to normal. After clearing the levels, Zhao Heng became even more unconvinced. After experiencing the difficulty of the levels, he believed that Wang Chen was just a name without substance. Heh, who gave you that confidence? Han Dong couldn't help but sneer. You took over an hour to clear all the levels. Do you know how long Wang Chen took? Could it be that Wang Chen was faster than me? Zhao Heng realized he might have overlooked an important issue, and his gaze sharpened. What do you mean? Are you saying Wang Chen cleared the levels faster than I did? That's right. Han Dong smiled faintly. Wang Chen took just over half an hour to challenge all the levels, while you took an hour. So what are you bragging about? After saying this, Han Dong couldn't help but snort coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. What? Half an hour? How could the difference be so great? Zhao Heng was taken aback, his face showing disbelief, his tone filled with surprise. He widened his eyes, focusing on Gu Tianyuan, as if seeking an explanation or answer from him. Gu Tianyuan nodded with a somewhat gloomy expression. That's true, many people witnessed it at the time. However, I believe that wasn't Wang Chen's true strength. After all, when he challenged the levels, his soul power was only at bronze 9 stars. He tried to belittle Wang Chen and elevate Zhao Heng. However, his words only shocked Zhao Heng further. Gu Tianyuan, you mean he only had the strength of bronze 9 stars when he challenged the levels? Zhao Heng's tone noticeably rose, even becoming sharp with surprise. Yes, that's right, bronze 9 stars, I can't be mistaken. Gu Tianyuan looked at Zhao Heng with some confusion, not understanding why he was so agitated. Is there a problem? Gu Tianyuan asked cautiously, beginning to worry if his words were appropriate. However, he didn't know that his answer had deeply pierced Zhao Heng's heart. Is there a problem? Zhao Heng silently questioned himself, unable to hold back a curse. This is a huge problem. You see, as a powerful golden 1 star, it took him a full hour to clear the levels. The reason it took so long was that his soul power was not infinite and also needed time to recover. And Wang Chen? A mere bronze 9 stars was somehow faster than him. This was simply unbelievable. He turned his gaze back to Wang Chen, his eyes filled with shock. How did this guy do it? A bronze level, with seemingly endless soul power? Shock, confusion, and disbelief filled Zhao Heng's heart. He racked his brain, repeatedly reasoning, and believed this was impossible. After all, he was one of the few S+ level geniuses in the Great Xia, with insights far beyond those of Gu Tianyuan and others. However, even the other S+ level prodigies could not compare to Wang Chen. If all of this were true, then Wang Chen's talent would be astonishing, far surpassing those S+ prodigies. It can't be wrong, he just contracted a spirit in the recent college entrance examination. Gu Tianyuan added to make his words sound more credible. I saw it with my own eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind swept in front of Gu Tianyuan. It was Zhao Heng, who had arrived before Gu Tianyuan at an astonishing speed. What did you say? Wang Chen isn't a pre-contractor? Gu Tianyuan raised his hand, pointing to the sky. I swear, it's absolutely true, not a word of a lie. This. Zhao Heng didn't know what to say anymore. He felt increasingly lost. A person who had just contracted not long ago had already reached the realm of bronze 9 stars, which was truly hard to comprehend. Even those talented disciples from prominent families needed the power of drugs to reach the level of bronze 5 or 6 stars. No matter what means Wang Chen used, his growth rate could only be described as monstrous. What exactly is Wang Chen's background? Why is everything happening to him so unreasonable? It's truly baffling. Zhao Heng's mindset underwent a significant change at that moment. He realized that the commander-in-chief's decision to transfer him to this training camp might not be so simple after all. What is your current strength? He looked at Wang Chen and asked in a low voice. What is your current strength? When Zhao Heng asked this question, everyone keenly sensed a huge shift in his attitude. Simply put, he had become less arrogant and proud. Oh, not so arrogant anymore? Someone whispered mockingly. Those who do evil will meet their end. Aren't you just being made a fool by the cosmic god sect? Another person chimed in. One should not be too much like Zhao Heng. Everyone should take this as a warning, or they would end up embarrassed themselves. They all witnessed this and began to whisper among themselves. Deep down, a sense of vindication arose within them. The way they looked at Wang Chen now held a bit more respect and admiration. In response to Zhao Heng's question, Wang Chen simply replied, no comment. He felt no goodwill towards someone like Zhao Heng. Judging from the previous challenge results, it was clear that Zhao Heng was far behind him, so he didn't need to care too much. That's right. Wang Chen was just that realistic. Zhao Heng was taken aback, his face showing shock, but he quickly regained his composure, his tone turning cold and severe. Wang Chen, you need to understand the situation. I'm not afraid of you. I just think you barely qualify as my opponent. Asking you about your strength is me showing you respect, giving you this opportunity. I hope you don't waste it. Sorry, I'm not interested in the opportunity you offer, Wang Chen retorted without backing down. Zhao Heng was just starting out, while he was already at a higher level. If Zhao Heng had been polite when he first entered the camp, Wang Chen wouldn't have treated him so coldly. How strong can he be? At most, he just broke through to the silver level, not worth mentioning in front of you, Gu Tianyuan said disdainfully as he looked at Wang Chen. Although Wang Chen's combat power exceeded his, deep down, he was filled with contempt for Wang Chen, which did not prevent him from looking down on and opposing him. It was like a rich second-generation student looking down on those who got into prestigious universities. So what if you have talent? I have family background, and I have money. Shut your mouth, you have no place to speak here, Zhao Heng said coldly, glaring fiercely at Gu Tianyuan. Although he was arrogant, he was not foolish and had a clear mind. He could naturally see the conflict between Gu Tianyuan and Wang Chen, and Gu Tianyuan's friendship with him was merely a means to deal with Wang Chen. But wasn't he also using Gu Tianyuan to quickly understand the situation in the training camp? To him, Gu Tianyuan was just a lackey. Now that Gu Tianyuan had no value left, he didn't mind kicking him aside. After being reprimanded, Gu Tianyuan's face showed embarrassment and anger, but he ultimately chose to remain silent. He knew well how difficult his situation was. With an irreconcilable hatred towards Wang Chen and now a conflict with Zhao Heng, he felt caught in a dilemma. If he continued to oppose Zhao Heng, it might lead to him losing his footing in the training camp, so he had to yield to reality and chose to retreat. However, Gu Tianyuan was not a simple character. He silently held a grudge against Zhao Heng in his heart. When you and Wang Chen are both defeated, I will surely wash away today's humiliation. Gu Tianyuan vowed silently in his heart. Good, very good. Wang Chen, since you are unwilling to tell me, I can only come personally to test your strength. Zhao Hong was determined to ascertain Wang Chen's capabilities.
Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul energy emanated from him, and a black light enveloped him tightly.
As the light flickered, Zhao Heng's figure vanished, replaced by a mysterious silhouette cloaked in gray.
This figure resembled a lich, but upon closer inspection, one could see that the hand gripping a white bone staff was quite eerie. The skin appeared to be in a phantom state, as if it could dissipate at any moment, while also exuding a strange aura.
What kind of undead is this?
It looks like a lich, but not entirely, someone asked in confusion.
Yeah, it gives off a feeling of being insubstantial.
But in any case, I believe its strength must be no less than A level. Another person shared their opinion. When Zhao Heng's undead appeared before everyone, it immediately caused quite a stir. Because whether in books or at school, they had never encountered this type of undead. At that moment, Han Dong, who was beside Wang Chen, furrowed his brows. Wang Chen, be careful, I sense a very strong pressure.
Wang Chen's brows also slightly knitted together.
Han Dong's undead was an S-level existence. If even Han Dong felt pressure, it meant that Zhao Heng's contracted undead was definitely not an ordinary A-level, but rather an S-level.
Moreover, it was highly likely to be even more powerful than the ice snow nymph.
It seems this person has some merit. I must be cautious, Wang Chen silently warned himself, putting away his underestimation. Of course, this did not mean that his general was weak, it was just that the gap in soul power compared to Zhao Hong was simply too vast.
If they were at the same level, Wang Chen was confident he could easily suppress Zhao Heng.
Merge with your undead, or you won't have a chance, Zhao Heng's deep voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Wang Chen's thoughts. Wang Chen knew he could not afford to be careless, so he immediately took action. In the next moment, his soul power erupted, and he decisively merged with his general, preparing to face the upcoming challenge.
Zombie undead?
The moment Zhao Hong saw the general, a look of astonishment immediately appeared on his face. The sharp fangs of the general were too striking. No other undead had such features besides zombies.
However, Wang Chen's zombie undead was quite good-looking.
He had seen many zombie undead, and at the very least, they all had stiff, bluish dead faces. But on Wang Chen's zombie undead, he saw none of these characteristics. The face was fair, with long flowing hair, and the fangs did not give a fierce impression. Instead, they exuded a kind of enchanting charm.
Is this the undead of the cosmic god? So handsome. No wonder it's so strong. Good looks represent strength.
If I had this undead, even without strength, it would be fine. Mainly because the doctor said my stomach isn't good. Many people had never seen Wang Chen's undead before, and now they were all amazed.
What good is being handsome? Can it be eaten? Zhao Hong retorted disdainfully.
As his words fell, a powerful aura erupted from him. The presence of a golden-level powerhouse forced those around him to step back several paces, crashing toward Wang Chen like a tidal wave. Wang Chen did not sit idly by, his soul power erupted. Gu Tianyuan, Zhao Hong, and the people around them all showed looks of astonishment.
Silver. 5 stars? Silver 5 stars. The cosmic god's strength has actually improved so much since just entering the camp. My god, hasn't it only been 2 days? This is too exaggerated. As expected of the cosmic god, it's like a little cow flying on a plane. Cosmic god, please tell me how you trained, I really want to improve.
When Wang Chen revealed his true level, everyone was stunned. Immediately, various envious and jealous gazes fell upon Wang Chen. They couldn't believe that someone who had just joined the camp could elevate their strength to such a terrifying degree in just 2 days. However, just as everyone was in awe, a figure shrouded in a gray cloak spoke with Zhao Heng's voice. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he possibly break through to silver 5 stars in such a short time?
There must be something wrong.
His voice was filled with disbelief, as if he had heard a fairy tale.
Who could possibly raise their level by 5 or 6 in a single day?
This was simply beyond reason and common sense.
Moreover, what an astonishing achievement this was. If the facts were indeed as everyone said, then Wang Chen's speed of soul level improvement could only be described as a miracle.
This speed was not only unprecedented but even the best S+ necromancers of their generation could only look up to it. Even the S+ necromancers of the previous generations had never experienced such a monstrous growth rate. On the other side, in the monitoring room, a large screen was displaying the confrontation between Wang Chen and Zhao Heng. The military commander Dongfang Wuji stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed on the screen, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Wuji stood behind one of Dongfang Wuji's shoulders.
Good, very good, Dongfang Wuji said with a smile.
I really don't see what's so good about it, Zhao Wuji replied, pouting. General Zhao, I think you have some strong personal emotions here, Dongfang Wuji said with a half-smile as he looked at Zhao Wuji. You see, I said to let Wang Chen be a sharpening stone for Zhao Hong, and it's clearly effective.
Haven't you noticed that Zhao Hong has become much more restrained compared to when he first joined the camp? Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow, carefully observing Zhao Hong on the screen. Indeed, compared to his earlier arrogance, Zhao Hong now appeared much more subdued. He was no longer as flamboyant as before, no longer carrying the attitude of "I am the best," but instead showed a sense of calm and caution. Zhao Wuji nodded. That is true. This is the result of training, Dongfang Wuji said with satisfaction. We need to cultivate not just his abilities, but more importantly, their mindset and character. Only through real challenges and tempering can one support the great Xia. The purpose of sending Zhao Hong to the training camp was precisely to temper his character, right? I didn't expect such results on the first day. Wang Chen really hasn't disappointed me. Dongfang Wuji was very pleased with this outcome. However, Zhao Wuji was not as satisfied, even feeling a bit unwilling. Commander, is there really no other way? You must have seen that kid Wang Chen's talent. In just 2 days, he broke through from bronze 9 stars to silver 5 stars. This speed of improvement is simply unimaginable. Even you back in the day didn't have such an astonishing growth rate, did you? Zhao Wuji frowned, his tone filled with reluctance and regret. Indeed, this child's speed of improvement is truly remarkable. Dongfang Wuji nodded, his eyes shining with light. There are no outsiders here, so let me tell you the truth. My speed of improvement back in the day doesn't even compare to Wang Chen's. But, his words suddenly paused, his tone becoming complex and heavy. Then he continued, but I didn't have the curse of the Demon King back then. After saying this, he sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness and sorrow flashing in his eyes. After a pause, Dongfang Wuji added, General Zhao, I know you feel guilty towards Wang Chen, but I hope you won't act impulsively. Moreover, today Wang Chen has also established a bond with Zhao Heng. You should know Zhao Heng's talent. The Eternal King is not just a title. His contracted undead is a rare time lich, wielding the power of time, and his talent is unmatched by many. Becoming a king is just around the corner, and his future achievements should not be weaker than mine. In fact, if Zhao Hong becomes a king in the future, he might even slay the Black-Scaled Demon King to help Wang Chen break the curse on him, right? Relying on Zhao Hong to help Wang Chen break the curse? Zhao Wujie didn't say anything, but couldn't help but scoff inwardly. By that time, the flowers would have wilted. Just then, Dongfang Wujie suddenly spoke up, Hey, they might be about to make a move. General Zhao, it's time for you to step in and stop this farce. After all, there are rules in the training camp, and private fights are not allowed. I'm on it. Zhao Wujie nodded, and then his sturdy figure disappeared from the monitoring room. Zhao Hong, are you scared now? Ha ha ha, coward. But to be fair, who wouldn't be afraid facing such a freakish opponent as the cosmic god? I still prefer his unruly demeanor. Zhao Hong, I believe you are the strongest and can easily handle the cosmic god. Right, how could Zhao Hong be afraid? It's all an act. The words of those around him surged into Zhao Heng's ears like a tide, pulling him from his thoughts. His gaze sharpened. Am I scared? He let out a cold laugh, his voice echoing in the air, filled with determination and confidence. What a joke. I don't even know what fear is. Even if what you say is true, I admit that Wang Chen's soul power is increasing at an astonishing rate. However, the growth rate of soul power does not represent a person's strength. Even if he is a silver 5-star, being a silver 9-star does not mean his combat power can compare to mine. His eyes revealed intense confidence. The crowd couldn't help but be shocked by his momentum, wondering if Zhao Hong could really defeat the cosmic god. Zhao Hong pointed at Wang Chen with his translucent hand. I'm gold level, he's just silver level. It would be hard for me to lose. If I lose today, without anyone saying a word, I will voluntarily withdraw from the training camp and avoid Wang Chen from now on. However, Wang Chen also did not believe he would lose. After mastering the space talent, he had yet to unleash his full power. Enough! Just as tensions were high, a deep voice rang out. The crowd instinctively parted, and Zhao Wujie's figure stepped forward. General Zhao! General Zhao! People around called out. Are you two trying to turn the world upside down? Zhao Wujie coldly questioned, scanning Wang Chen and Zhao Hong. General Zhao, it's not that I want to cause trouble. Wang Chen's expression was serious, his eyes fixed on the undead formed by Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong remained silent, and the white bone staff in his hand suddenly shone with bright light, shooting directly at Wang Chen. This sudden attack surprised everyone, and Wang Chen immediately reacted, preparing to meet the blow. Do you think my words are just wind in your ears? Zhao Wujie's brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure on his face, his voice cold enough to send shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Wang Chen felt a flash before his eyes, and Zhao Wujie appeared before him like lightning. Zhao Wujie clenched his fist with one hand and unhesitatingly struck at the light. Although Zhao Wujie had not fused with the undead, he displayed astonishing strength at this moment, exuding a powerful aura. However, when his fist collided with the light, something unexpected happened. The light seemed to have a life of its own, instantly merging into Zhao Wuji's body. At that moment, everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend this strange phenomenon. Zhao Wuji's expression changed in an instant, seemingly surprised by the power of the light. How strange! Wang Chen frowned, a look of vigilance on his face. He could clearly sense that the mysterious power had not completely dissipated. It still lingered within Zhao Wuji, but he could not understand the reason behind it. Just then, Zhao Wuji suddenly took a step forward, producing a crisp cracking sound. The stone slab beneath his feet shattered instantly, and he dashed toward Zhao Hang like lightning, his speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Zhao Hong, unhesitatingly throwing a punch. This punch contained the force of thunder, overwhelming in momentum, as if it could destroy everything. However, strangely, despite his fist being mere inches from Zhao Hang's body, it did not strike him. Time seemed to slow down at that moment, creating a sensation of an agonizing weight. The illusion of being mere inches apart yet feeling as if separated by hundreds or thousands of meters made the entire scene appear exceptionally bizarre. Bang! With a loud crash, the spirit that Zhao Hong had transformed into was finally sent flying by Zhao Wuji's punch, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Wuji stood before Zhao Hang like a mountain, looking down at him with a cold tone, questioning, "Did you hear what I just said?" Due to the gray cloak obscuring his face, Zhao Hang's features were not visible, but an extremely cold voice emerged from beneath the cloak. "General Zhao, the grace bestowed today, Zhao will surely remember. I will seek your guidance again in the future." As the words fell, Zhao Hong struggled to rise from the ground, like a wounded beast, slowly walking toward the edge of the arena. A threat? Zhao Wuji raised an eyebrow slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I'll be waiting for you, I hope it won't be too long." Like many others, he had long harbored dissatisfaction toward Zhao Hong, and this punch truly brought him great satisfaction. But in the next moment, Zhao Wuji's expression suddenly changed. The strange power that had entered his body was running amok, causing his face to shift between dark and light. This power was exceptionally troublesome. Even with his formidable strength, he found it difficult to completely eliminate it and could only wait for it to dissipate on its own. However, during this time, his bodily functions would accelerate in aging. Damn it, being hit by this skill means I've lost at least 2 or 3 days of my life. Is this the horror of the power of time? It is neither a curse nor dark magic, yet it can exert powers similar to curses and weakening magic, and is extremely difficult to eliminate and dispel. Truly deserving of being rated as an S+ level monster, this ability is indeed extraordinarily bizarre. Zhao Wuji marveled inwardly. Only through personal experience did he truly understand how perverse the ability to manipulate the power of time was. And because Zhao Hong possessed the power of time, his body was bound by it, forever remaining on the day he contracted the spirit. At that time, Zhao Hong was still a 12-year-old boy. "General Zhao, are you alright?" Wang Chen asked with concern, looking at Zhao Wuji's back. Regardless of the reason, Zhao Wuji had firmly stood in front of him, which made Wang Chen develop a good impression of him. After all, in this world, there were not many who could genuinely help others. "Is there something? What could possibly be wrong with me?" Zhao Wuji sneered dismissively, seemingly not taking the earlier conflict to heart. "Don't say it's a golden 1-star. Even if it's a diamond 1-star or platinum 1-star, what of it? Even if I just stand here and let him attack, he wouldn't be able to hurt me in the slightest." Zhao Wuji told a small lie. Then, Zhao Wuji's expression turned serious. "Everyone remember this, private fighting is not allowed in the training camp. This is the first and last time. If anyone dares to do it again, no matter who it is, pack your things and get the hell out." Zhao Wuji glanced around, speaking. His gaze was like lightning, sweeping over each person's face. Everyone was startled, quickly lowering their heads, not daring to meet Zhao Wuji's eyes. They were well aware of Zhao Wuji's character. Anyone who dared to violate the rules would face unimaginable consequences. In addition, there is an important announcement to make. You have been here for a while now, and it is time to test your abilities. 3 days from now, there will be a practical assessment. I hope you are all well prepared. With that, Zhao Wuji turned and strode away, not sparing another glance at the crowd. The group exchanged glances, their expressions varied. They hadn't expected to face a practical assessment so soon, and their mood instantly turned tense. Once Zhao Wuji had completely left, a wave of noise erupted among the crowd. Someone complained, "Oh my god, we have to start the practical assessment so soon? Yeah, it's too sudden. He said we've been here for a long time, but we've only been in the training camp for less than 2 days. Exactly, we haven't even had a single normal class since joining, and now we have to be assessed? This is ridiculous. If they want to eliminate us, they could just call out our names. This assessment is a complete waste of everyone's time and energy." For a moment, everyone was discussing fervently, their emotions running high. Various voices of dissatisfaction rose and fell, and the crowd resonated with each other, entering a frenzy of complaints. Wang Chen noticed that Lin Zhu, Han Dong, and others around him also looked troubled. It was clear they were feeling the pressure too. The elimination rate in past practical assessments had always been very high, and few felt a sense of security. There have always been assessments, but they usually start after a period of training. This time, it really is too sudden. Could it be that there's something else going on behind this rush? Women's intuition was still quite sharp. Han Dong and Lin Zhu exchanged glances, then turned their gaze to Wang Chen. "Don't look at me," Wang Chen shrugged, "this has nothing to do with me." Lin Zhu adjusted her glasses, looking like a little detective. "There is only one truth. It must be related to Zhao Heng. After all, he came in from outside. Something unusual must be afoot." "Exactly, the one who is setting us up is definitely that Zhao Heng." Lin Zhu's voice was unrestrained, and after it spread, it gained the agreement of many. "Brothers, I suggest we should jointly petition for Zhao Heng to withdraw from the training camp." This statement immediately received a response from the crowd, and everyone expressed their agreement. Thus, a group of people immediately rushed in the direction Zhao Wuji had disappeared. Soon after, Wang Chen saw that group of guys helping each other back, each one with bruised faces, clearly having suffered a beating. One of them gasped for breath and said, "We went to negotiate with General Zhao, but he didn't agree." Another added, "However, General Zhao successfully persuaded us." At this point, the attitude of these few had completely changed, showing a significant shift compared to before. Looking at their battered appearances, someone nearby couldn't help but laugh. "From your current state, we already know the outcome. Don't get us wrong, our injuries have nothing to do with General Zhao. We just chased him too eagerly and accidentally fell." "Yes, General Zhao is best at winning people over with virtue," the few quickly explained, but their expressions seemed a bit flustered. However, to the others, their explanations seemed somewhat unnecessary, even giving off the impression of trying to cover up. But from another perspective, this also indicated that Zhao Wuji's determination was set and could not be changed. Although some might be dissatisfied with this outcome, in the face of Zhao Wuji's strong attitude, they could only choose to accept it. "Wang Chen, you must be extra careful. Although that bastard Zhao Heng hasn't caused you any trouble in the past few days, I feel that he definitely won't let you off easily." 3 days had passed, and on the training camp square, 90 students were gathered together in neat rows. Lin Zhu leaned closer to Wang Chen and whispered a reminder. "Lin Zhu is right. I've also noticed that Zhao Heng has been particularly close to Gu Tianyuan and Long Tianao these days. They are practically inseparable." At that moment, Han Dong, from the other side, also spoke up, sharing his observations with everyone. "Don't worry, I'll stay vigilant at all times." Wang Chen nodded slightly, indicating he understood. However, at that moment, his gaze drifted into the distance. In the far distance, Long Tianao, Gu Tianyuan, and Zhao Heng were walking side by side towards them, eventually stopping not far away. Zhao Heng's eyes glinted with a cold light. Long Tianao wore a smirk, while Gu Tianyuan made a provocative gesture by running his hand across his throat. Wang Chen's expression remained calm, but his heart was turbulent. He secretly pondered that he too wished to bury Gu Tianyuan in the practical assessment. Old grudges and new enmities intertwined. It was time to settle the score. Soon, it was 9 in the morning. Zhao Wujie, surrounded by a group of instructors, slowly arrived at the center of the field. He stood tall on a podium, looking down at the students below. "Next, you will undergo your first practical assessment since entering the camp. The location for this assessment is an abandoned city occupied by demons. The task is simple: eradicate all evil. Only by slaying all the demons can this trial be considered complete. Moreover, depending on the level of demons you slay, you can earn corresponding points." As Zhao Wujie spoke, a chart appeared in his hand, detailing the points awarded for slaying demons of different star levels. Slaying demons from Silver 1 to Silver 9 will earn you 100 to 200 points. Slaying demons from Gold 1 to Gold 9 will earn you 1000 to 2000 points. Points are calculated based on the demon's bloodline and level, and the specific scoring criteria will be automatically determined by the smartwatches you wear. Additionally, I need to remind everyone that there are platinum-level demons in the assessment area. They are the lords of that abandoned city. If you can successfully slay one, you will earn 10,000 points. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of astonishment erupted from the audience. The boys' imaginations ran wild, with some already envisioning themselves defeating the platinum demon. 10,000 points. If you can slay a platinum-level demon, wouldn't that put you at the top of the training camp? What a joke! If you had the strength to slay a platinum-level demon, you'd already be in the top 3 of the camp, not waiting for later. You might as well stop dreaming. With our current strength,
it's impossible to slay a platinum-level demon. Some fantasized, while others remained grounded.
As you part ways, I advise you to stay realistic and never attempt anything beyond your capabilities, Zhao Wujie said seriously. His gaze swept over each student, as if warning them not to take unnecessary risks. It's not that I look down on you, but for the vast majority of you, if you encounter a platinum demon, my advice is to run as far away as you can. After Zhao Wujie finished speaking, 3 military buses drove into the training ground. Wang Chen, Lin Zhu, Han Dong, and the others from the training camp boarded a formidable military bus with a mix of tension and anticipation. As the roar of the engine filled the air, the bus began its journey towards the unknown challenges of the ruined city. Half a day later, through the car window, Wang Chen saw endless ruins and abandoned buildings. This used to seem like a city? At that moment, the instructor's deep and powerful voice began to introduce, the place we are in now is called Baishan City, which was once a prosperous area, governing 7 districts and 8 counties, a large city with a population of millions. The streets were bustling with traffic, and the sounds of laughter echoed in every corner of the city. The shopping malls were lively, the schools filled with the sound of reading, and the factories roared with machinery. However, all this beauty was completely shattered the moment the demons attacked. Those terrifying demons clawed and rampaged, mercilessly devouring the elderly, women, children, and soldiers. After that brutal assault, the once populous city of millions now has less than 3 million. The former splendor has dissipated like a dream, leaving only broken walls and ruins. The instructor paused for a moment and continued, the city 023 we are about to head to was originally a vibrant county with a population of 500,000. The demon attack turned this place into a hell on earth, with no survivors among the 500,000 lives. When we felt it, the houses collapsed, and the streets were littered with wrecked vehicles and severed limbs. The once bustling market is now left in utter silence. Instructor, did you participate in that battle? Lin Shu instinctively asked. Her voice carried a hint of awe and curiosity, wanting to hear more details about the battle from the instructor. The instructor fell silent for a moment, seemingly recalling that painful past. Then he slowly said, Baishan City was destroyed 20 years ago. I was just a new recruit back then. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stood in respect. The instructor before them was actually a veteran who had fought on the battlefield for 20 years. Regardless of the instructor's cultivation, just this experience alone commanded respect. At this moment, the instructor continued, when the support team we sent arrived, the battle was already nearing its end. That battle was truly horrific. Over 100,000 city guards and demon-hunting warriors from Baishan City perished. General Bai Xiaorong burned his soul's power and perished together with 2-star level demon generals. The instructor's words were filled with sorrow and anger, and tears shimmered in his eyes. The death of 100,000 warriors was an incredibly heavy price. That battle lasted for 10 days and nights. In the end, it was only when the overall commander personally descended and killed a demon king that the demon army was defeated. However, although we won, the destruction suffered by Baishan City was too great. It no longer held any value for reconstruction. Most importantly, all the people are dead. Even if it were rebuilt, it would be an empty city. The instructor's tone gradually became somber, and his gaze revealed endless sorrow. As he recalled the past events, his body trembled, and his eyes reddened. Over 7 million lives perished in that catastrophe, with bodies piled like mountains and blood flowing like rivers. The scene was unbearable. It was truly devastating. If the instructor were to describe the scene at that time, he could only summarize it in 2 words, purgatory. These despicable beasts. After hearing the instructor's account, everyone in the car felt a heavy heart, as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed on their chests. The painful images of homes trampled by demons and innocent lives lost kept flashing in their minds. Rage ignited within them, and anger flickered in everyone's eyes. One day, we will eradicate the demons. A student clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying. His words were filled with grief and indignation, like surging waves. Even Wang Chen's fists were clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. In this chaotic world, as long as one is human, no one can remain unscathed. Chen Hai, you have arrived at the drop-off point. Half an hour later, the instructor took out a list and called out loudly. Me? The named student was a bit dazed. He couldn't believe he was chosen to get off so soon. After all, this practical assessment was an important opportunity for every student. If one performed well, they could gain more resources and attention. So everyone hoped to stay a little longer. Perhaps if they lingered for a few more minutes, someone else would be eliminated, and their ranking could improve. Yes, it's you. The instructor replied affirmatively, his voice firm and powerful, without a doubt. Hearing this, Chen Hai's heart sank. He knew that this moment had finally arrived. Although he was prepared, he still felt a twinge of nervousness in the face of unknown dangers. "No, instructor, am I the only one getting off?" Chen Hai pointed to his own nose and asked in confusion. He looked around and found that the other students were still on the bus, showing no signs of getting off. "Yes, the practical assessment tests your combat and survival abilities, so of course, you cannot go in groups." The instructor nodded firmly, his expression serious. "This is a real test that requires you to face it alone. Moreover, I must remind you, do not intentionally team up to slay demons. If caught, your scores will be cancelled, and you will be directly expelled from the training camp." The instructor continued. There was a hint of warning in his tone. When the instructor said this, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept over Wang Chen, Han Dong, and Lin Zhu, as he had already noticed that the three of them were very close, so he specifically reminded them. However, in private, many students had already begun to make friends, and the instructor's words were not just directed at the three of them but served as a warning to the other students as well. "Understood." The students replied in unison, their expressions serious. Hearing this, Chen Hai's mood grew heavier. "You are the first to get off. The next person will get off at a different location." The instructor looked at Chen Hai, urging him seriously, "Alright, don't hesitate. If you lack the courage to get off, you can choose to forfeit. But the cost of forfeiting is being directly expelled from the training camp," the instructor urged. After all, they were about to reach the drop-off point, and time was running out for Chen Hai. "Okay, I want to get off." Chen Hai made a significant decision. Then, he looked at the person next to him. "Brother, let's meet again in the core area of City 023. It's a deal." "Good, you do have some spirit." The instructor nodded and pressed a button, and the door slowly opened. Chen Hai took a deep breath and stepped out of the bus. "Tell General Zhao that I'm not a coward." The person was already gone, but the voice lingered. "Next, Lin Zhu, prepare." The instructor read the next name from the list. Upon hearing this name, Wang Chen immediately looked at Lin Zhu, who was methodically organizing her gear and supplies. "Be careful," Wang Chen reminded with concern. Lin Zhu looked up, smiled slightly at Wang Chen, and confidently said, "Don't worry, although my strength isn't as monstrous as yours, dealing with those below the golden level demons is more than enough." Lin Zhu, carrying her backpack, walked to the door of the bus, looking at Wang Chen and Han Dong with a smile. "See you inside City 023, don't get eliminated on the outskirts." Wang Chen and Han Dong nodded simultaneously. Lin Zhu smiled slightly, then withdrew her gaze and jumped directly off the bus. Next, the instructor continued to call out names. Half an hour later, the bus was almost empty. As the last person, Wang Chen didn't need the instructor's reminder. He proactively stood up and walked to the door. He had long been prepared and even felt a bit of anticipation. Because there were numerous demons in the ruined city, enough to significantly enhance his strength. For others, this is a trial ground, a dangerous place, even a graveyard. For me, however, this is a hunting ground. Wang Chen thought to himself. Wang Chen. Just as Wang Chen was waiting for the command to disembark, the instructor suddenly called out to him. Wang Chen looked at the instructor in confusion, not understanding why he was being stopped at this moment. "General Zhao has a message for you," the instructor said seriously, looking at Wang Chen. Wang Chen was taken aback. "General Zhao has a message for me?" He felt a bit dazed. Although he had met Zhao Wujie a few times and exchanged a few words, there was no deeper connection. Why would he send a message to him? "The general wants me to tell you, when meeting on a narrow path, let the one with a precious life go first. Do not act impulsively." Ignoring Wang Chen's confusion, the instructor simply conveyed the message. When meeting on a narrow path, let the one with a precious life go first? Wang Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhao Wujie to send him a message, let alone one that was so cryptic. "I will remember." However, Wang Chen nodded, indicating that he would keep this in mind. "Alright, you can get off now." The instructor's task was complete, and he no longer held Wang Chen back. "Take care." Wang Chen leaped down from the vehicle. He rolled on the ground to dissipate the inertia and stood up, surveying his surroundings. At that moment, he found himself in the wilderness. The fierce wind howled past, lifting the corners of his clothing and creating a rustling sound. The withered yellow grass swayed in the wind, as if telling tales of desolation. He gazed at the distant ruined city filled with crumbling walls and broken structures, and began to walk towards it. As he approached, the outline of the ruined city gradually became clearer. The once towering buildings were now reduced to broken frames, the streets littered with rubble and debris, a scene of utter silence. The moment Wang Chen stepped into the ruined city, a wave of decay hit him. Wang Chen cautiously observed his surroundings. He knew that danger could appear at any moment. Caution is the key to survival. After merging with the general, Wang Chen continued forward. Just as he had anticipated, he hadn't walked far along the abandoned street when he was attacked by a demon. A demon leaped down from an abandoned residential building by the roadside. Its massive shadow enveloped Wang Chen. Swish! Wang Chen forcefully stomped his foot on the ground, propelling himself backward. Boom! At that moment, the demon crashed down onto the ground. The earth shook, and dust billowed. Wang Chen even saw cracks appearing where the demon had fallen. This demonstrated just how powerful the demon was. "You weak little bug, your reaction is quite quick." As the voice rang out, Wang Chen saw the demon emerge from the dust. It was tall and burly, over 3 meters high, with muscles bulging like hard stones. Its skin was a dark red, exuding a pungent sulfur smell, and its eyes glowed with a red light, like burning flames. At that moment, it was grinning menacingly, revealing sharp teeth that resembled daggers, glinting coldly. Fire Rock Demon. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, recognizing the identity of the demon. The Fire Rock Demon was skilled in strength and fire element magic, with a high resistance to fire elements. It was considered a demon of medium bloodline. The size of this creature indicated that its strength was around the golden level. It indeed had the qualifications to look down on Wang Chen, a silver 5-star weakling. "Aren't you afraid of me?" After a moment of confrontation, the Flame Rock Demon did not find any fear in Wang Chen's eyes. Originally, it wanted to enjoy the fear that Wang Chen displayed. "You're so weak, why should I be afraid of you?" Wang Chen said. "Do you have any other companions? Summon them all, so I don't have to look for them one by one." Wang Chen planned to gather more monsters to farm together. "You, seeking death." The Flame Rock Demon roared in anger and suddenly charged at Wang Chen. The Flame Rock Demon's strength was immense. As it swung its thick arms, a gust of wind was created, capable of crushing an armored vehicle. Watching the attack approach, Wang Chen remained calm. He simply waved his hand in front of him, and a flash of silver light appeared, causing him to vanish from his original spot. Boom! The Flame Rock Demon's heavy punch slammed into the ground, leaving a large crater about a meter in diameter. The demon's eyes were filled with undisguised shock. How did that human, who transformed into a wraith, evade my attack? It completely failed to capture Wang Chen's trajectory. It should know that it was a gold-level demon. However, what it didn't realize was that Wang Chen was using the ability to manipulate space. As a demon that mastered fire element magic, how could it see through Wang Chen's movements? Whoosh! In the next moment, the Flame Rock Demon glanced to the side, and Wang Chen's figure had appeared several meters away, with a smile on his face. "Not bad, the power of space is truly unpredictable. I just haven't mastered it yet." I originally wanted to teleport behind the Flame Rock Demon, but ended up beside it instead. Nevertheless, Wang Chen was already quite satisfied. It didn't matter if he was weak. He would just practice more. "Are you mocking me?" The Flame Rock Demon, seeing its attack evaded by Wang Chen, was filled with rage. It let out a furious roar and swung its arms to pounce at Wang Chen again. This time, its speed was faster and its strength greater. Wang Chen did not dodge, he directly swung his fist to meet the attack. Boom! The two fists collided, one large and one small, sending the Flame Rock Demon flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? The Flame Rock Demon felt as if it had been struck by a mountain, and its arm throbbed with pain. "Tougher than I imagined." Wang Chen smacked his lips. "Ant, do you dare to despise me?" The Flame Rock Demon's inner fury was completely ignited. It roared again and charged at Wang Chen. Wang Chen calmly watched the approaching Flame Rock Demon, and just as it was about to reach him, he suddenly sidestepped and kicked with the force of thunder. The Flame Rock Demon cried out in pain, its body swaying as it nearly fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chen launched another attack, throwing a series of punches at the Flame Rock Demon. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch landed with a dull thud against the Flame Rock Demon. Yet, the demon displayed incredible resilience. Even as its bones broke, it didn't utter a sound, becoming even more frenzied. However, this was ultimately futile. After Wang Chen's fists shattered the Flame Rock Demon's arm, it could no longer stop Wang Chen's advance and could only endure the relentless blows to its head. Finally, the Flame Rock Demon let out a piercing scream, its body crashing to the ground, its head resembling a ripe watermelon, covered in cracks, with a white liquid oozing from the fissures. You have killed a gold 1-star Flame Rock Demon, gaining 11,000 points of soul power. The notification sounded. Wang Chen's soul power increased again, and he was not far from silver 6-star. Let's see how many points the gold 1-star Flame Rock Demon can provide me. Wang Chen thought, aiming the watch on his wrist that recorded points at the Flame Rock Demon. In the next moment, he saw a set of numbers appear on the watch. 1,200. That is 1,200 points. Not bad, it's a good start. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction.
Killing a golden level demon had raised his level and significantly increased his points, which was a good omen. Moreover, this was just the beginning. He had only just entered the ruined city, and there were still many demons in City 023. However, just as Wang Chen was about to leave, he heard a strange sound coming from a distance. The sound included the roars of demons, heavy footsteps, and the sound of buildings collapsing. It seems that the battle just now has attracted the attention of other demons. But that's good. Faced with the impending crisis, Wang Chen remained relaxed, showing no signs of panic. Crack! He bent down and broke off two of the sharpest teeth from a magma demon, holding them like daggers in his hands. At that moment, demons began to rush out from the ruined alleys and crumbling buildings, their momentum astonishing. These demons were of various types and shapes. Some were short, resembling dwarfs, others were long and serpentine, able to weave through the ruins with agility, and some had wings, capable of flying and launching attacks from the air. Boom! A dilapidated signal tower behind Wang Chen suddenly ignited. The metal was burning, indicating just how fierce the flames were. Wang Chen turned to look and saw a figure made of flames at the top of the signal tower, wielding a blazing greatsword. It was a powerful flame demon. From the aura of the opponent, Wang Chen could tell that this was definitely a golden-level demon. But in the next moment, Wang Chen felt a chill, and snowflakes began to drift eerily from the sky. The intense heat brought by the flame demon dissipated significantly. Crack, crack. Immediately after, the ruined residential building where Wang Chen stood was instantly frozen. A blue figure appeared on the rooftop, looking down at Wang Chen. An ice demon. And it was also a golden-level ice demon. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that two golden-level demons would arrive together. Great! Wang Chen excitedly licked his lips. Killing these two golden-level demons would definitely allow him to break through in level. Wait! There's another golden-level demon. Wang Chen suddenly turned his gaze to a dark alley. Although it was empty, he had just distinctly seen a figure flash by. It was definitely not an illusion. That means there's another golden-level shadow demon. The shadow demon, with a body like a shadow, could blend into the darkness, making it hard to detect. The attacks of the shadow demon were very cunning. It could hide in shadows to launch attacks, making it difficult to defend against. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the appearance of several golden-level demons, they immediately launched a fierce attack on Wang Chen. The flame demon spewed out powerful flames, the ice demon summoned a storm of ice spikes, and Wang Chen felt a consciousness locking onto him, ready to unleash thunderous attacks at any moment. It was clear that the shadow demon was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. In addition, a large number of spikes, poisonous mist, and weakening spells rained down on Wang Chen. The demon seemed to know how troublesome Wang Chen was, attacking from a distance instead of choosing to engage in close combat. Wang Chen faced these demon attacks without any fear. He first charged towards the flame demon. To shoot a person, first shoot the horse. To catch a thief, first catch the king. This flame demon was the strongest and should be dealt with first. Meanwhile, not far from this place, many members of the training camp who had infiltrated City 023 were alerted. Such a large-scale attack, are the demons fighting over territory? When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits, perhaps we can pick the fruit. Could it be that someone has stumbled upon the demon's lair? Let's go take a look and see if we can lend a hand. Everyone had different thoughts, but they all rushed towards the place where Wang Chen was. At this moment, Wang Chen was skillfully dodging the flames spewed by the fire demon and finally reached the base of the tower. The fire demon, seeing this, was not the least bit flustered. Did this human dare to enter the range of its flames? If it did, it would surely be turned to cinders. In fact, it even stopped attacking, looking at Wang Chen with a mocking gaze, waiting for him to climb up. So what if I climb up? Wang Chen sneered coldly and suddenly charged up the flame-covered signal tower. As a result, the flames that could ignite steel did not harm Wang Chen in the slightest. Not even a hair was singed. How is that possible? The fire demon was stunned. It knew that even gold-tier human contractors would be injured in its flame domain, yet this silver-tier human was completely unscathed? A distance of several dozen meters was nothing but a moment for Wang Chen. Whoosh! Wang Chen swung the demon's tooth of the magma demon, striking at the fire demon's body. The sharp teeth collided with the fire demon's body, producing a crisp sound, sparks flying, scales cracking, and blood as hot as lava splattering. The fire demon cried out in pain. Its body swayed slightly, nearly toppling off the tower. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chen launched another attack, repeatedly stabbing with the demon's tooth towards the fire demon's vital points. Howl! 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 The fire demon was continuously stabbed, letting out cries of agony. Whoosh! In the next moment, it conjured fiery wings and flew down from the tower, landing on the ruined building where the frost demon was.
However, before the fire demon could catch its breath, it felt a sharp aura coming from behind. It and the frost demon turned at the same time, only to see Wang Chen appearing behind them like a ghost, with two demons' teeth stabbing towards them. What the hell? Did this human teleport here? But I've never heard of zombies being able to teleport. Clang, clang, clang. The demon's teeth collided with the bodies of the frost demon and the fire demon, producing a crisp sound, sparks flying. The frost demon cried out in pain, quickly retreating. The fire demon did the same. But Wang Chen's attacks were extremely powerful, 1 against 2 without losing ground, even completely overpowering the two demons. Moments later, Wang Chen suddenly threw two demons' teeth that pierced through the bodies of both demons, inflicting serious injuries on them. The two gold-tier demons howled in unison. They were calling for help. The sounds were urgent, sometimes deep, sometimes high-pitched. Wang Chen couldn't understand the demons' language, but he knew that at this moment, the frost demon and the fire demon must be cursing fiercely. As a result, the shadow demon, like a dark and venomous snake, could no longer hold back and chose to strike. In the next moment, Wang Chen felt a sharp aura approaching the back of his head. The shadow demon finally revealed itself. Look, it's Wang Chen fighting the demons. I was wondering who was so impressive, taking on several gold-tier demons alone. At this time, many people had already rushed over upon hearing the news. They hid in the shadows, carefully observing what was happening in the arena, and were instantly stunned. No! I have to go help. A hot-blooded young man was about to reveal himself to assist Wang Chen, but was pulled back by someone nearby. Wait a minute. Let go of me. I can't just watch my compatriot die. You want to reap the benefits while I do nothing? I refuse. The young man said with righteous indignation. No, I just want to remind you that with your silver-tier strength, stepping into the fire demon's fiery domain will turn you to cinders. Not to mention, there's also the ice element magic released by the frost demon. Hearing this, the young man awkwardly scratched his head. I'm sorry, I just spoke too loudly. Only then did he come to his senses. Someone of his caliber was completely incapable of intervening in the battle between Wang Chen and the golden-level demons. Stepping in would only mean delivering his own head. It was utterly meaningless. The fight between Wang Chen and the fire demon, as well as the frost demon, was clearly beyond his level of involvement. Not good. The universe god is in danger. The young man's pupils constricted as he whispered in alarm. From his line of sight, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded. The shadow behind Wang Chen slowly stood up, transforming into a grotesque demon, which then swung its dark claws at Wang Chen. It seemed as if Wang Chen was oblivious, continuing to suppress the fire demon and the frost demon, as if unaware of the impending danger. Shadow demon. Besides the fire demon and the frost demon, there's actually a third golden-level demon lurking. With this lineup, even a true golden-level contractor would have to kneel. At that moment, people's hearts leaped into their throats, and they anxiously sweated for Wang Chen. The shadow demon had the ability to traverse through shadows. Wherever there was darkness, it could teleport or move instantaneously, which was incredibly eerie. This was also why shadow demons were considered natural assassins. At this moment, the shadow demon felt secretly pleased, believing its ambush had succeeded by 90%. The next moment would be the decapitation of this human, with blood spraying everywhere. Whoosh! A black claw struck Wang Chen's neck like a long knife. However, just as the attack landed on Wang Chen, something unexpected happened. Wang Chen remained unscathed, as if that seemingly fierce attack had struck an indestructible barrier. The recoil even left the shadow demon feeling a tingling in its arm. Is his body forged from platinum-level materials? The shadow demon was horrified, unable to believe what it was witnessing. It widened its eyes, staring at Wang Chen's back, a strong sense of unease swelling within. Just then, it caught a glimpse of Wang Chen's slightly turned face, the corner of his mouth lifting into a strange smile. That smile was filled with confidence and mockery, ridiculing the shadow demon for its overestimation of itself. No way! This is a trap. That human deliberately exposed a flaw for me. In that moment, the shadow demon felt that Wang Chen's smile was even more sinister than that of a demon. It realized it had been deceived. However, before it could react, a powerful force erupted from Wang Chen. Blue arcs of electricity danced around his body, crackling with sound. The next moment, Wang Chen waved his hands, and countless bolts of lightning shot towards the three demons like sharp swords. It was a terrifying power of thunder, instantly illuminating the entire ruined city. The fire demon was the first to bear the brunt. Its blazing flames were instantly suppressed under the thunder's assault. The thunder struck the fire demon's body, producing a deafening explosion. The fire demon roared in agony, its body pierced by the powerful current, and its flames dimmed. The frost demon attempted to use solid ice to withstand the thunder's attack, but the ice shattered like fragile glass before the thunder. The lightning struck the frost demon, splitting its cold body in half. The frost demon let out a desperate scream before collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, the shadow demon wanted to flee, but it was already too late. The thunder enveloped it like a net, and its elusive figure had nowhere to hide under the thunder's assault. The powerful current instantly turned the shadow demon into charred remains. The 3 golden-level demons were thus reduced to ashes under the terrifying power of thunder. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Other than being awesome, I don't know what else to say. I originally thought the cosmic god was going to fall into a passive state, but it turns out he was deliberately feigning a flaw, drawing the 3-headed golden-level demons together, and then unleashing a violent attack. The hidden observers were stunned by Wang Chen's display of power. Looking back now, their previous worries seemed utterly unnecessary. Too unnecessary. As the lightning dissipated, the 3 powerful demons fell, their bodies now reduced to lifeless piles of charred remains. Kill the golden 2-star flame demon, gain 12,000 points of soul power. Kill the golden 3-star frost demon, gain 13,000 points of soul power. Kill the golden 2-star shadow demon, gain 12,000 points of soul power. After slaying the 3 major golden demons, Wang Chen also welcomed a transformation. In an instant, he broke through to silver 5-star, and his soul power surged to the peak of silver 5-star. He was just 1 step away from silver 6-star. Wang Chen looked at the silver and bronze demons that had not approached from a distance, excitedly licking his lips. I want you to assist me in my cultivation. Wang Chen leaped down from the rooftop. That human is coming to kill us. Damn human, don't come over. The surrounding demons panicked when they saw their leader had been slain. If even the leader was killed, weren't they just small fry? Their previously arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by endless fear. The demons began to flee in all directions, like headless flies darting through the ruined city. But how could Wang Chen let them escape? He pursued these demons like a wolf among sheep. Wang Chen unleashed his thunderous power once more. This time the lightning was denser and more ferocious. Blue arcs of electricity danced through the ruins, each arc capable of taking a demon's life. The demons let out piercing cries under the onslaught of the thunder, but this did nothing to stop Wang Chen's slaughter. His gaze was filled with coldness. He felt no pity for these demons. Kill the silver 5-star imp, gain 500 points of soul power. Kill the silver 7-star brute demon, gain. On the other side of the city, a massive and formidable brute demon stood quietly. This monster was over 5 meters tall, its scales shimmering with dazzling light, muscles as solid and strong as granite. However, at that moment, a mysterious gray light suddenly enveloped it. After the light dissipated, something astonishing happened. The brute demon's body began to change rapidly. Its once smooth skin became dry and wrinkled, as if eroded by the passage of time. The hard scales lost their former luster, becoming dull and lifeless, resembling the dried bark of an old tree. The once robust muscles vanished, leaving only sagging skin and weak bones. In the blink of an eye, the golden-level brute demon in its prime had transformed into a frail shell. As its body aged, its strength dissipated instantly, knees buckling. It involuntarily knelt on the ground. It supported itself with trembling claws, struggling to lift its head, staring in disbelief at the figure not far away. That figure was cloaked in a gray robe, tightly gripping a white bone staff. He stood there, exuding a mysterious aura that instilled an inexplicable fear. "Contractor, who exactly are you?" The brute demon spoke with difficulty, its voice hoarse and weak, yet still unable to conceal its shock and disbelief. A necromancer capable of controlling the power of time was truly beyond imagination. It had been on Earth for decades but had never encountered such a powerful opponent. No, it had never even heard of one. The figure slowly spoke, "The Eternal King." The Eternal King? The brute demon was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly turned pale with shock. "You are one of humanity's weapons, an S+ level contractor?" Many demons skilled in abilities like mental control had already infiltrated human society and obtained a wealth of confidential information. Some demons had indeed heard of the existence of S+ level contractors. "You actually know about S+ level. It seems your identity is not simple," Zhao Hong thought, a hint of vigilance flashing through his mind. "Hey, there's a golden thread behind you. You are actually a descendant of the Demon King." Zhao Hong looked at the other person in surprise, his eyes revealing greed. "But your bloodline is too impure. You haven't even awakened your bloodline skills. Still, it should be worth quite a few points." As he spoke, he raised the white bone staff in his hand, which shimmered with an eerie light. With a crack, the head of the brute demon, possessing a trace of the Demon King's bloodline, was severed by a mysterious force and fell to the ground. Zhao Hong watched this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, revealing a satisfied smile. 1,200 points, huh? Not bad. He opened his smartwatch to confirm the increase in points. After recording the points, Zhao Heng glanced to the side. You've been lurking around for so long, isn't it time to come out? Or are you waiting for me to invite you out? He said coldly. At the same time, he raised the white bone staff in his hand, which immediately lit up with a grayish glow. Young Master Zhao, don't make a move, I'm coming out now. As the voice sounded, a figure leaped down from an abandoned building like a ghost. Gu Tian Yuan. Zhao Heng frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. You've been following me? No. Gu Tianyuan quickly waved his hands, a look of panic on his face. Young Master Zhao, you misunderstood, I wasn't following you. I just happened to pass by here and accidentally saw you fiercely battling a demon. I wanted to come help, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful, killing that demon in the blink of an eye. As he spoke, he looked at the corpse of the brute demon on the ground, a glimmer of admiration and envy flashing in his eyes. As expected of the legendary S+ level genius, killing a golden level demon as easily as slaughtering a chicken or dog, it's truly eye-opening. Gu Tianyuan did not hide his admiration for Zhao Heng's strength. I guess this must be the first golden level demon you've slain, young Master Zhao, you truly are the best in our training camp. While saying this, he continuously flattered Zhao Heng, a tide of praise pouring out as if he wanted to elevate Zhao Heng to the heavens. You know about S+? Zhao Heng's voice was filled with surprise and confusion. Gu Tianyuan proudly puffed out his chest. Of course, let me introduce myself. I come from the Gu family in the imperial capital, the future first heir of the Gu family. His tone revealed an innate sense of superiority and confidence. I see. Zhao Heng nodded in realization. The Gu family was a renowned family throughout the Great Xia, possessing immense power and wealth. As the first heir of the Gu family, he naturally knew some secrets that ordinary people did not. However, Zhao Heng was not swayed by Gu Tianyuan's identity. He said, if you only want to say these things, you can leave. I need to continue killing demons to earn points. He issued the dismissal order without mercy. Gu Tianyuan's expression shifted slightly. He did not expect Zhao Heng to treat him so coldly. But he quickly regained his composure, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly said, Young Master Zhao, if you want to deal with Wang Chen, I can help you. A hint of malice flashed in Gu Tianyuan's eyes as he made a subtle gesture across his throat, indicating his determination against Wang Chen. You can help me? Zhao Heng's gaze flickered, seemingly uncertain and confused as he asked. That's right, I can help you. Gu Tianyuan's eyes were resolute as he replied earnestly. However, at that moment, Zhao Heng suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha, you think you can help me? That's just ridiculous. His laughter was filled with mockery and disdain. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyuan's face instantly turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He understood that Zhao Heng was belittling him, thinking he was unworthy of offering assistance. I must surpass Wang Chen, Zhao Heng said with determination. He then added, however, Wang Chen has the potential to become a pillar of the Great Xia in the future. I will defeat him, but I will never kill him. After saying this, Zhao Heng turned and left without hesitation. Gu Tianyuan stood there in a daze, filled with astonishment. He never expected that this seemingly arrogant eternal king harbored such profound righteousness deep within. Just incredible. Tap tap tap. A sound of footsteps approached, and a figure came to Gu Tianyuan's side. Cousin, Zhao Heng refuses to cooperate, Gu Tianyuan said with a face full of resentment. It's okay, Long Tianao smiled slightly. But if we don't stop that bastard Wang Chen, he will only grow stronger, Gu Tianyuan said anxiously. Don't worry, cousin. As long as those two fight each other to the death, we will have the opportunity to reap the benefits, Long Tianao said confidently. Cousin, you. Gu Tianyuan was pleasantly surprised. Long Tianao smiled, that's right, I've broken through to the golden level. Now I have enough strength to control the situation. When they are both severely injured, it will be our time to strike. On the other side, the battle was nearing its end. Kill the silver 5-star dream demon, gain 500 points of soul power. With the prompt sound, Wang Chen's expression brightened. Finally broken through again. Commander, we have received a signal back. In the elite genius training camp, Zhao Wujie quickly walked up to Dongfang Wujie, his expression serious. Oh, how did they perform? What is the gap between Wang Chen and Zhao Heng? Dongfang Wujie asked with great interest. He was full of anticipation for the results of this assessment. Zhao Wujie took a deep breath and slowly said, the gap is over 5,000. What? The gap is that large? Dongfang Wujie's pupils constricted sharply, his face showing shock. He never expected the disparity between the two to be so vast. This was the first time Zhao Wujie had seen the commander lose his composure, and he quickly explained, yes, I was also very surprised when I first got this result. So I confirmed it repeatedly, but the fact is, the gap is indeed very large. Dongfang Wujie furrowed his brows, lost in thought. He had originally thought that both Wang Chen and Zhao Heng were excellent students with comparable strength, but now it seemed he might have underestimated Zhao Heng's abilities. That kid Zhao Heng actually surpassed Wang Chen by over 5,000 points. This is truly unexpected, Dongfang Wujie murmured to himself, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. However, in the next moment, the smile on Dongfang Wujie's face abruptly stopped as he saw Zhao Wujie looking very awkward, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Just say what you have to say, no need to beat around the bush, Dongfang Wujie said. Well, Commander, the points are indeed over 5,000 apart, but it's not that Zhao Heng surpassed Wang Chen, rather, Wang Chen is over 5,000 points higher than Zhao Heng, Zhao Wujie finally mustered the courage to admit. What? Dongfang Wujie was taken aback. This was the second time he had lost his composure today. How could Wang Chen have gained so many points? Did you include the previous points as well? Dongfang Wujie asked incredulously. Of course not. The points earned in the camp and those from the practical assessment will only be accumulated after the practical assessment. Zhao Wujie quickly explained, the current results are just the scores from Wang Chen and Zhao Heng's practical assessment. Hearing this, Dongfang Wujie frowned, realizing something was off. At that moment, Zhao Wujie cautiously spoke up, Commander, I am very worried about something right now. Dongfang Wujie ordered directly, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Wujie finally voiced his concern, do you think this sharpening stone, Wang Chen, will ruin Zhao Heng's blade? On the other side, Ruin City 023. Wang Chen had already cleaned up the battlefield, and at that moment, those hiding in the shadows stepped into the light. There were at least 7 or 8 of them. You all arrived early? Wang Chen asked casually. The group felt a bit awkward. We initially thought there was some commotion here and wanted to take advantage of the chaos, but then we realized it was the universe god fighting a group of demons alone. We wanted to help, but found we couldn't intervene at all. Just as we were thinking of a strategy, the battle ended. Thank you. Wang Chen nodded. So, are we leaving? Let's go. Wait. Suddenly, Wang Chen called them back. What is it, universe god? The group stopped, looking puzzled. Wang Chen walked directly to a slightly plump boy, pointing at the capybara plush toy on his backpack and asked, where did you get this? Universe god, if you like it, I'll give it to you. The slightly plump boy took it off immediately. I asked where this came from. Wang Chen pressed again. I found it. Found it. The slightly plump boy was on the verge of tears. At that moment, he felt as if Wang Chen was about to eat him. In the training camp, Wang Chen had seen this plush toy with Lin Zhu, almost inseparable from her. Seeing it here, a strong sense of unease surged in Wang Chen's heart. He urgently inquired about Lin Zhu's whereabouts. I found it in front of an abandoned mall. I thought it was interesting, so I picked it up. The slightly plump boy quickly replied, but when I was at the abandoned mall, I felt a chill down my spine, so I didn't investigate further and left quickly. However, there did seem to be some signs of a battle around. The slightly plump boy tried to recall. Can you take me there? Wang Chen's bad premonition grew stronger. Of course. The slightly plump boy answered affirmatively. Good. Without saying another word, Wang Chen grabbed the slightly plump boy and walked off. Upon learning about Lin Zhu's whereabouts, Wang Chen decided to head to that underground mall immediately. Universe god, if you cross this street, you'll see that mall. But you need to be careful. When I passed through this alley before, I felt like someone was watching me from behind. After a long while, outside an alley, the slightly plump boy reminded him. I think your suggestion is good, you can go now. After Wang Chen finished speaking, he dashed into the alley. His speed was fast, and his momentum was great. The slightly plump boy. I thought you were going to listen to my advice. Just then, the dangerous situation described by the slightly plump boy suddenly descended. 2 dark figures leaped down from the buildings on either side like ghosts, revealing themselves to be 2 shadow demons exuding an evil aura. Their eyes flickered with madness and ferocity, fixating on Wang Chen as if he were a delicious prey. Crack! Immediately, 2 dazzling purple lightning bolts tore through the void, striking the 2 shadow demons at an astonishing speed. The purple lightning was extremely lethal, mercilessly erasing their lives. Wang Chen's steps did not pause for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed the entire street and reached the other side. At this moment, the 2 shadow demons struck by the purple lightning had turned charred and lifeless, plummeting to the ground. Awesome! The slightly plump boy silently gave a thumbs up as he watched Wang Chen's graceful silhouette. The mall was located deep within the city. Just as the slightly plump boy had said, Wang Chen discovered that there were indeed signs of battle here. As he entered the mall, he became alert. Once a shopping paradise for people, it had now transformed into a demon's lair.
A sinister atmosphere permeated the mall, with eerie lights flickering on the walls and various debris and fresh bloodstains on the floor.
There are also some dragging marks. Wang Chen's bad premonition intensified. Hiss, hiss, hiss.
Before Wang Chen could delve deeper, demons had already sensed the human intrusion.
Immediately, demons appeared.
These demons resembled gigantic spiders, their eyes glowing red as they crawled down the walls. Some were even hanging upside down by threads as thick as fingers. Wang Chen immediately recognized that these spiders were also a type of demon, spider demons. This was a race not considered very powerful among demons, but they were certainly not to be trifled with.
The moment the demons revealed themselves, Wang Chen understood that this was definitely not the time to hesitate.
Especially being in the demon's lair, where danger lurked everywhere, time was of the essence. Every second of hesitation could lead to fatal consequences.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Wang Chen's figure moved like a shooting star, constantly shifting within the dim space. A layer of silver light flickered on his palm, representing powerful spatial energy.
Hiss, hiss, hiss.
The spider demons were not foolish either and immediately retaliated. They lunged at Wang Chen with claws bared, their massive forms grotesque, and the venom they spat out emitted a pungent odor. Humans were also enemies of demons, so they attacked mercilessly, aiming to kill Wang Chen. If it were any other golden-level necromancer here, facing such ferocious attacks, they would have panicked long ago, because this was a situation where survival was impossible. However, in the face of such fierce attacks, Wang Chen's heart remained unperturbed. Whoosh! The silver light on him flashed, and he directly activated his spatial power, teleporting outside the spider demon's attack range, skillfully dodging their strikes while swiftly countering with a lethal blow to the spider demons. At that moment, Wang Chen's hands were like two indestructible blades, easily tearing through the void. Wherever he passed, the spider demons fell like dumplings. His hands moved as swiftly as lightning, ruthlessly slicing through the bodies of the spider demons, each one perishing instantly under Wang Chen's assault, their bodies neatly cut in half, green blood gushing out and splattering on the ground, creating a chilling scene. Whether bronze level, silver level, or golden level, the spider demons appeared incredibly weak before Wang Chen, as if made of paper. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen spider demons had been slaughtered, yet not a single drop of blood stained Wang Chen. He remained impeccably clean.
After finishing off these spider demons, Wang Chen did not linger at the spot. He didn't even record any points. His mind was solely focused on one thought: saving people.
He fixed his gaze on the bloodstains and dragging marks on the ground, unhesitatingly pursuing the trail. Along the way, although some demons sensed Wang Chen's presence and attempted to attack him, these demons were weak and could not hinder his progress. Wang Chen easily dispatched them one by one.
As Wang Chen continued deeper, he gradually arrived at the 4th underground level.
This mall must have been very luxurious when it was first built. Even on the 4th underground level, it did not feel oppressive at all. The ceiling was 4 to 5 meters high, and the spacious area made one almost forget they were underground. However, when Wang Chen stepped onto this level, the scene before him left him stunned. Before his eyes was a throne made of piled white bones, exuding a chilling aura. Sitting atop the throne was a figure completely shrouded in black armor, making it impossible to discern its features or what kind of creature it was. But Wang Chen could feel the powerful presence radiating from it. It's very likely to have surpassed the golden level,
Wang Chen silently assessed.
As his gaze shifted, he saw a chilling altar constructed from thousands of skulls in front of the throne. Above the altar, there were a dozen or so people bound by chains, their faces displaying expressions of pain and fear.
Wang Chen immediately spotted Lin Zhu.
She bore some wounds, her face pale, and her eyes were filled with despair.
It really is Lin Zhu. In that moment, Wang Chen's suspicions were confirmed.
He was relieved that there was still time. After all, Lin Zhu was his only friend in the training camp. The others around Lin Zhu were also members of the training camp.
Some were struggling in agony, trying to break free from the chains, but to no avail. Others lay quietly on the altar, seemingly resigned, their eyes vacant, and some lay motionless, their fates unknown.
In front of the altar, 4 grotesque figures knelt. They were also a type of demon, but relatively smaller, only about 2 meters tall. They had a single eye and horn, their mouths filled with sharp fangs, looking extremely terrifying. These demons seemed to be performing some kind of evil ritual, chanting incantations while holding strange artifacts made of white bones.
They were actually soul eaters. Soul eaters are a powerful race, possessing the bloodline of demon kings.
They excel in controlling and manipulating souls, devouring them to strengthen themselves.
One could say they are utterly evil.
They were making sacrifices to an unknown ancient entity.
Wang Chen instantly understood what these beasts were doing. To demons, humans were merely food, like cattle and sheep, and Lin Zhu and the others were offerings to the unknown entity. Wang Chen estimated it was likely related to the figure on the throne. But, no matter the reason, I will not let you succeed. Wang Chen directly formed a hand seal. Boom! In the next moment, a purple lightning bolt suddenly illuminated the space, lunging towards the 4 golden-level demons like a ferocious dragon. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire space seemed to tremble. Roar! This sudden attack shocked the 4 Soul Eaters. Who dared to attack them? Who was so bold? However, just as they had this thought, one of their companions was struck by the purple lightning before they could react, their body shattered and killed on the spot. The other 3 golden-level demons widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. To be able to kill a golden-level demon with just one strike, who was this attacker? They were filled with confusion and fear. Yet, despite their doubts, the 3 demons showed no hesitation and quickly sprang into action. They spread out, each taking a different position, warily watching the shadow. At that moment, a zombie undead stepped forward. You dare to cruelly kill my kin? Truly unforgivable. One of the Soul Eaters extended its sharp claws, angrily questioning. Aren't you also trying to kill my kin? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Wang Chen's voice was cold and ruthless, emanating from the depths of the 9 Netherhell, filled with endless killing intent. His words pierced like a biting cold wind, instantly chilling the air around him. Deserving of 1,000 deaths? Just because you're a mere silver 6-star human who can only ambush? A soul-devouring demon, after carefully sensing Wang Chen's soul power, couldn't help but sneer and retort. Its eyes flickered with disdain and mockery, clearly unimpressed by Wang Chen's strength. Wang Chen, run! At that moment, Lin Zhu on the altar also recognized Wang Chen and shouted anxiously, run! They are all gold-level demons. At this time, Lin Zhu was filled with worry and fear. She knew that these gold-level demons were powerful and not something an ordinary person could handle. Wang Chen's sudden appearance and ambush that killed a gold-level demon undoubtedly alerted the other demons. Now, with 3 gold-level demons attacking simultaneously, could Wang Chen cope with such a situation? Lin Zhu felt uncertain, but she absolutely did not want to see Wang Chen fall into danger because of them. Yushin, don't take risks. I'm afraid of dying, but I don't want you to suffer misfortune because of me. Just go. There's no need to risk your life for us. I just hope that after you get out, you can tell everyone that we are not cowards. The others on the altar also shouted at this moment. Some even spoke with a hint of tears, deeply afraid of death, yet they still hoped Wang Chen would not put himself in danger. It seems your relationship is not simple. However, at that moment, a soul-devouring demon suddenly revealed a sinister smile, coldly looking at Wang Chen with a mocking expression. Then, it extended its claws towards the altar from a distance, and a terrifying energy surged from its hand, instantly enveloping the entire altar. In the next moment, an invisible force quietly descended, sweeping in like a powerful whirlwind. This force instantly wrapped around Lin Zhu tightly, as if an invisible hand had lifted her into the air. Lin Zhu's face twisted in pain as she struggled desperately, but compared to the soul-devouring demon, her strength was simply too insignificant. Contractor, I think you wouldn't want your companions to encounter misfortune, would you? The soul-devouring demon let out a chilling laugh, its eyes flashing with evil light. Release the undead fusion state, then kneel. But just as the words fell, the soul-devouring demon's expression suddenly changed, a strong sense of crisis surging in its heart. It instinctively moved its body, trying to avoid the impending danger. At the same time, a pitch-black spatial rift over a meter long suddenly appeared where it had been standing. Although the soul-devouring demon reacted in time, it was still a step too late. The spatial rift mercilessly severed the arm it had raised, blood gushing out and staining the ground. Ah! It was only at this moment that the soul-devouring demon let out a painful scream, echoing throughout the space. Meanwhile, Lin Zhu fell from midair, landing heavily on the altar. Spatial power, it actually controls spatial power. How is this possible? First thunder, now space, what kind of undead has he contracted? At that moment, the 3 soul-devouring demons were stunned. They had seen many contractors, but a contractor so powerful and possessing multiple abilities was unprecedented. Even more absurd was that this contractor was merely at the silver 6-star level yet could easily injure them, gold-level beings. Let's join forces to eliminate him. We absolutely cannot let him live. The 3 soul-devouring demons realized the situation was dire and immediately decided to take joint action to eliminate Wang Chen. They simultaneously launched their attacks, condensing their mental power into a powerful storm, sweeping towards Wang Chen like a black whirlwind. Whoosh! At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly flashed from Wang Chen's body, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. This was the spatial transfer he had mastered. When he reappeared, he was already behind a soul-devouring demon. His palm shimmered with silver light, resembling an unparalleled divine weapon, and with a fierce momentum, he struck down hard, severing the demon's head. In an instant, dark blood splattered high into the air. The other demon, witnessing this, cursed loudly, #@yuan in star. Wang Chen couldn't understand what the soul-devouring demon was cursing, but from its grim expression, he could tell it was certainly very foul language. Whoosh! Wang Chen suddenly extended his right hand and thrust it fiercely into the void before him. What was this operation? In the distance, the soul-devouring demon showed a look of astonishment. Then, it slowly lowered its head to look at its chest. To its shock, Wang Chen's half-extended arm had actually penetrated the void, appearing in front of it, and had deeply pierced into its chest. There's actually someone using the power of human space. So despicably. The soul-devouring demon muttered in disbelief. Wang Chen ignored its taunts, clenched his fist tightly, and squeezed with all his might. With a muffled sound, the demon's heart was crushed by him. As Wang Chen withdrew his hand, the soul-devouring demon slowly knelt down. Hiss! The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in shock. They stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening before them. 2 golden-level demons were so easily slain by Wang Chen. The power of the cosmic god is a bit perverse, everyone marveled. Those who had been worried about Wang Chen were now stunned by his ferocity. Too strong. Truly too strong. The remaining soul-devouring demon, seeing its companion killed so easily, was filled with fear and panic. It cursed loudly while continuously retreating. However, how could Wang Chen let this demon escape? He instantly moved behind the soul-devouring demon and easily killed it. Incredible! 1 person against 3 golden-level demons, and he instantaneously kills them. Cosmic God, from today on, I am your most loyal follower. At the altar, people expressed their gratitude and admiration for Wang Chen. However, Wang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Because he had not received the system's kill notification, which meant that these 4 soul-devouring demons had not truly died? Crack, crack. Wang Chen broke the iron chains binding the people one by one, liberating them. Cosmic God, today's great grace is unforgettable. If you ever need my help, just say the word, and I will not hesitate. Wang Chen waved his hand. Now is not the time for this. Let's hurry and leave. He knew very well that although they had temporarily escaped danger, the area was still fraught with peril. Just then, a discordant voice rang out. Want to leave? Where do you think you can go? This voice contained endless anger and murderous intent, sending chills down their spines. Immediately, the ground began to tremble slightly, and dust fell from the ceiling. Wang Chen's heart tightened as he quickly focused his gaze on the armored figure. To his astonishment, the figure, which had been as still as a statue, slowly stood up, and at the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from it, sweeping across the entire area. This aura felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. The throne, made up of countless pale bones, exuded a sinister atmosphere. On the throne, a black figure slowly stood up, as if a demon emerging from endless darkness, exuding a chillingly powerful aura. This aura spread out like a surging tsunami, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Under this aura, everyone felt as if they were drifting on a vast sea in a solitary boat, with the possibility of capsizing at any moment. It was an indescribable sense of oppression that made their breathing quicken. Wang Chen stood among the crowd, his gaze fixed tightly on the black figure on the throne. A hint of seriousness was evident in his eyes. Platinum-level demon? Wang Chen's voice was not loud, but in the silence of the space, it sounded particularly clear. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the black figure on the throne slightly turned its head, revealing a pair of eyes flickering with a strange light hidden beneath the black armor. You could say that. The figure's voice was deep and hoarse, carrying a tone of disdain as it spoke. If it were decades ago, my aura alone would be enough to crush you all. Wang Chen frowned slightly, pondering the strength of this demon. From its words, it was clear that this demon had once been incredibly powerful, but for some reason, its strength had diminished. Those 4 soul-eating demons sacrificed their souls to awaken you. Are you the ancient ancestor they sought to awaken? Wang Chen asked casually. Upon hearing Wang Chen's speculation, the expressions of those on the altar changed dramatically. How dare I claim to be the ancient ancestor? The black armored figure slowly shook its head, the black helmet glinting with a strange light in the dim illumination. However, those soul-eating demons did indeed awaken me with their souls. Since you have come here, you shall become my sacrifices. I can smell the delicious scent of your souls. After the black armored figure finished speaking, it suddenly struck out. A beam of black light shot from its hand, striking towards the crowd like lightning. Seeing this, Wang Chen immediately shouted, "Scatter!" Upon hearing Wang Chen's call, everyone hurriedly fled in all directions. Wang Chen punched the black light, and the powerful impact caused his body to tremble slightly, retreating several steps. Is this the power of a platinum level? This was Wang Chen's first encounter with a platinum-level opponent, and he was quite shaken. The black-armored figure, seeing its attack blocked by Wang Chen, flashed a hint of surprise in its eyes. Not bad, but this is just the beginning. After saying this, the black-armored figure struck again. This time, it waved its hands, and beams of black light shot towards Wang Chen like sharp arrows. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed, knowing he couldn't just passively take the hits. His figure flickered and instantly disappeared from his original spot. The next moment, he appeared behind the black-armored figure, gathering a powerful force of thunder in his hand, and struck towards the back of the black-armored figure. The armor of the black demon had extremely strong defenses. Wang Chen's thunder attack landed on its armor, producing only dull thuds without causing any substantial damage. Wang Chen was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected the defense of this black-armored demon to be so strong. This was his thunder power, and it was his first failure. At that moment, the black-armored demon turned and swung its hand, sending a wave of black energy towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen quickly teleported again, avoiding the energy wave. If thunder power won't work, then I'll use spatial slicing. Wang Chen concentrated, channeling the energy within him, and a space rift shimmering with mysterious light appeared beside the black-armored demon. Swish! The space rift suddenly appeared, catching the black-armored demon off guard and instantly slicing through its armor. Through the gap, Wang Chen saw that beneath the armor was not flesh, but swirling black mist. What kind of demon is this? Wang Chen had no relevant knowledge in his memory. You hurt me? How dare you? The black-armored demon was filled with a mix of shock and rage, incredibly furious. At the same time, it released a power of the soul that filled the entire space, able to predict every move of Wang Chen in advance. Whenever Wang Chen prepared to unleash the power of spatial cutting, the black-armored demon could always sense it ahead of time and evade in time. So cunning. Wang Chen gritted his teeth in silence. The unknown variety of black-armored demon before him was the strongest enemy he had encountered so far. However, because of his ability to teleport, the black-armored demon would not be able to harm Wang Chen. Can the cosmic god actually contend with a platinum-level demon? Not just contend. Didn't you see how the black-armored demon was also very wary of the cosmic god's attacks? The crowd was once again shocked by Wang Chen's strength. They wanted to help, but they were all injured and their combat power was pitifully low. Moreover, the soul pressure of the black-armored demon was too strong. It was fine for them to stay put, but if they tried to move, it felt like they were sinking into a quagmire. Not adding to the chaos was the greatest help they could offer Wang Chen. And, do you only know how to hide? The black-armored demon, unable to attack Wang Chen for a long time, roared in frustration, I believe your soul power is endless, even more than mine. When your soul power is exhausted, that will be your death. Wang Chen's heart suddenly stirred. An idea emerged. Exchange injury for life. However, the soul power feedback from killing a platinum-level demon would surely be astonishing. Moreover, after slaying this platinum-level demon, Wang Chen believed he could create a significant lead. No one in the training camp could surpass him. Fortune favors the bold. I'll go for it. Wang Chen decided to take the risk. However, he did not show weakness recklessly but gradually displayed a look of depleted soul power. After enduring 2 or 3 strikes from the black rays, Wang Chen fell to the ground, struggling several times but unable to stand up. It really hurt. The attack from a platinum-level demon was enough to injure his body. Not jumping anymore? Bug! The black-armored demon was indeed fooled. It charged at Wang Chen and kicked heavily at his waist. The black-armored demon saw Wang Chen instinctively protecting his waist with his hands. But the next moment, its pupils flashed with shock. Because Wang Chen was not blocking the attack but had actively grabbed its foot. You! The black-armored demon exclaimed. Die! Wang Chen's expression twisted. In the next moment, a powerful soul power erupted from him, along with a blinding silver light. The space was torn apart like fabric, with spatial cracks appearing around the black-armored demon, cutting into it fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. The black armor, which could withstand the force of thunder, was instantly shredded like paper before the spatial cutting. In the blink of an eye, the black armor was cut into dozens of pieces, and a large amount of black mist escaped from it. Damn it! I curse you to die a miserable death. The voice of the black-armored demon echoed in the void. If curses were effective, I would have died long ago. As Wang Chen's indifferent voice rang out, more spatial cracks appeared, crisscrossing and cutting the black-armored demon's body into countless fragments, leaving only its head. Crack! Wang Chen shattered the helmet, revealing a hideous head. It was also a soul devourer. Wang Chen identified the opponent's race. That makes sense. Unless it reaches the Demon King level, a destroyed body can still survive, and the soul power must be extremely strong. Perhaps only a few races like the Soul Devourers can achieve this. Wang Chen thought. Kill a Platinum 2-star Soul Devourer, gain 52,000 points of soul power. Boom! With the prompt sound, Wang Chen's soul power surged. In an instant, it broke through the barrier of silver 7 stars. And it was still rising. Here it comes. Finally here. Wang Chen was overjoyed. To slay the black-armored demon, he had endured several strikes, and it was not easy. But now, the rewards are extremely generous. Over 50,000 soul power is enough for him to break through continuously. Crack! Not long after, a crisp sound echoed from within him, and his level rose again. Silver 8 stars. Not bad. A smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. This opportunity was rare. He thought to raise his level to silver 9 stars or even break through to the golden level before this assessment ended. Ding! Wang Chen used his smartwatch to scan the head of the soul-devouring demon. Soon, the display showed the words, points plus 10,000. Now, Wang Chen's points had surpassed the 20,000 mark. As expected, this lingering demon general is the boss of City 023. Wang Chen was even more convinced of his previous speculation. Is the crisis over? Just now, I thought I was done for today. If it weren't for the Universe God, do you think you could still be alive? Universe God. I want to sing you a song, always asking you for things but never saying thank you. The others in the training camp also came to their senses at this moment. Surviving a disaster, they were filled with joy. Facing Wang Chen, they felt even more grateful. Wang Chen. This lingering soul-devouring demon should be the lord of City 023, and demons have a strong territorial awareness. I think there shouldn't be any demons appearing here in the short term. Instead of risking going outside to evacuate, you might as well wait here. Once I kill all the demons outside and the assessment is over, you can safely evacuate then. Wang Chen said to the crowd. We'll stay here and not go anywhere. Everyone nodded. Wang Chen's reasoning was sound. However, saying he would kill all the demons outside seemed a bit overbearing, didn't it? Only Wang Chen could say such things. If someone else had said it, they would have thought the person was just bragging. Wang Chen. Lin Shu suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? Wang Chen asked. Be careful. Even though there were 1,000 words in her heart, Lin Zhu only managed to say these 3 words. Wang Chen waved at Lin Zhu, his figure gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. The wind howled, and dust filled the air. Wang Chen walked in the wind, his clothes rustling, black hair dancing in the breeze, and a pair of black eyes searching for demons. While others hid from demons, ambushing and launching sneak attacks, Wang Chen seemed afraid the demons wouldn't notice him. After leaving the mall, Wang Chen had already killed 5 golden-level demons and gained over 6,000 points. Now, he was looking for the next target. Wang Chen, I finally found you. However, Wang Chen did not find a demon but encountered Zhao Heng. There stood Zhao Heng, transformed into an undead, draped in a gray robe, and beneath the hood, a pair of eyes flickering with strange light revealed immense confidence. A mysterious power surrounded his body, making Wang Chen feel somewhat unreal. Wang Chen, today you will undoubtedly be defeated. His voice was deep and powerful, echoing through the ruins, filled with an air of invincibility. Fine, you win. Wang Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to Zhao Heng and turned to leave. What he wanted most was to kill demons, level up. There was no point in competing with Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng? What is this? He doesn't even acknowledge me? What does it mean to just turn and walk away? Is he admitting defeat? Zhao Heng felt like a child trying to arm wrestle with an adult, and the adult laughingly said they wouldn't arm wrestle anymore, that the child had won. Damn it, Wang Chen is mocking me. Zhao Heng felt insulted. No, you can't leave. Zhao Heng let out a sharp cry. Roaring in anger, Zhao Heng launched the first attack. He waved his hands, and the white bone staff erupted with light. The power of time surged forth like a tide, and Wang Chen instinctively chose to dodge. The light brushed past Wang Chen and shot off into the distance. All at once, where the light passed, the grass and trees withered instantly, the walls became mottled and worn, and the stones rapidly weathered, as if they had endured a millennium of wind and frost. Is this the power of time? Wang Chen looked at Zhao Heng in surprise. It was the first time he had encountered a spirit capable of manipulating time. It had even never been mentioned in books. Oh, you can actually tell that my ability is related to time? Zhao Heng sneered. That's right, my power is to control time. They all call me the Eternal King. Aren't you going to pay your respects? You think you deserve that? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. Hearing Zhao Heng say this, Wang Chen felt more relaxed. Then I'll make you kneel. This time, you won't escape. Time's torrent. With the words falling, Zhao Heng launched another attack. A brilliant light erupted from the skeletal staff, resembling a small sun. The overwhelming power of time surged forth like a torrent, sweeping in all directions. However, this time, Wang Chen did not make any resistance. He stood there quietly, facing Zhao Heng's attack head-on. Because the minister possessed the characteristics of immortality and indestructibility, he was not afraid of the ravages of time. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous one. The originally solid and coldly gleaming metal streetlight was ruthlessly washed by the torrent of time, instantly covered in mottled rust. The rust crept over the entire streetlight like a snake. As time passed, the rust continuously eroded the body of the streetlight, making it become dilapidated and on the verge of collapse. The once towering buildings also showed signs of decay under the influence of this mysterious power, exuding a rotten aura, each building gradually turning to nothingness, like a sandcastle blown away by the wind. The power of time has the ability to transform the world. Even if Zhao Hong was only displaying a fraction of his might now, it was still extremely terrifying. Boom! The torrent of time surged, yet Wang Chen remained unmoved. Zhao Hong, seeing Wang Chen no longer dodging, was momentarily stunned. He did not expect Wang Chen to be so bold as to face his power of time directly. Could it be that he could resist the onslaught of time? Wang Chen, do you think you can withstand my power of time? Wishful thinking. Even a platinum-level powerhouse wouldn't dare to confront me. Zhao Hong sneered. However, moments passed, and Wang Chen remained unharmed. His body seemed unaffected by time, still maintaining a youthful appearance, standing tall. The confidence on Zhao Heng's face gradually faded. How could you have no change at all? Zhao Hong was astonished. The pupils beneath the gray cloak flickered with surprise. It was too astonishing. Wang Chen's composure surpassed that of any platinum-level powerhouse he had fought. Wang Chen looked at Zhao Hong, a slight smile on his lips. Zhao Hong, your power of time is ineffective against me. Now, it's my turn to counterattack. After saying this, Wang Chen raised his hands, and the power of thunder erupted instantly. The sky darkened, filled with thick clouds and lightning. Thick bolts of lightning darted through the clouds like silver snakes, cheering for Wang Chen. In contrast, Zhao Hong was already dazed. Wang Chen's declaration that the power of time was ineffective against him had completely broken through his defenses. How could there be someone in this world who could ignore the power of time? It should be noted that even the supreme commander of the military, Dongfang Wuji, once asserted that he could not ignore Zhao Heng's attacks. At that moment, Zhao Heng's confidence, built after contracting with the Time Lich, crumbled. Boom! Wang Chen waved his hands, and lightning fell like raindrops upon Zhao Heng. Each bolt of lightning contained immense power, like a ferocious dragon, ready to tear apart the enemy before him. The dazzling electric light brought Zhao Heng's thoughts back to reality. Eternity within reach. Zhao Hong felt the destructive power contained within the thunder and did not dare to underestimate it for a moment. He quickly mobilized the power of time, forming a special field around him. A grayish light emanated from Zhao Heng's body, covering a radius of 1 meter around him. A normal person could cover nearly a meter in a single step. In an instant, the lightning could cross an unknown number of meters. However, when the thunder reached the 1 meter radius around Zhao Hong, it seemed to sink into a quagmire, its speed slowing down. What appeared to be a short distance of 1 meter actually required thousands or even tens of thousands of years to reach Zhao Heng. Time is slowing down? Wang Chen noticed the clue. He understood that relying on the thunder to strike Zhao Hong was far too difficult. In the next moment, the spatial power around Wang Chen surged, distorting the space itself. His figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Zhao Hong. Spatial power. How is that possible? Zhao Hong was filled with shock. Wang Chen displayed a capability that astonished him. Time and space were powers that far surpassed other elements. Time and space could also counterbalance each other. He had originally thought he could easily defeat Wang Chen, but he did not expect Wang Chen's strength to be so terrifying. Wang Chen swung his fist without any embellishment, smashing it down onto the head of Zhao Heng's transformed form. With a loud bang, Zhao Hong was sent flying. Zhao Hong was a time wraith. But wraiths were ultimately wraiths, skilled in magical damage, while their own strength and defense were relatively weak. At that moment, after taking a solid punch from Wang Chen, he felt a wave of dizziness. Wang Chen relentlessly pursued and continued his assault. Every punch and kick he delivered contained immense power, making it difficult for Zhao Hong to defend. Wang Chen's attacks came like a torrential storm, and Zhao Hong was continuously pressed and beaten by him. Bang! Zhao Heng's wraith fusion state was forcefully shattered by Wang Chen. Boom! Wang Chen threw another punch, sending Zhao Hong flying again, crashing heavily into a wall several meters away, and then watching as Zhao Hong slid down from the wall. You won, Zhao Hong said, his head tilting, and he fainted directly. His body and spirit had suffered a severe blow. Wang Chen looked deeply at Zhao Hong and shook his head. This person was arrogant, overbearing, unruly, and dismissive of others. but Wang Chen had never sensed any killing intent from him. In other words, he simply wanted to defeat himself. In the context of a martial arts novel, Zhao Hong was like a martial enthusiast aiming to become the number one in the martial world. Having suffered significant injuries, Zhao Hong might not be able to fuse with the Wraith for several months. Leaving you here, whether you live or die, depends on your fate. Wang Chen still did not strike the killing blow and turned to leave. Cousin, he really is here. Suddenly, a voice of surprise and cheer echoed in the arena. Immediately after, two massive figures leaped into the scene. One was a bone dragon, and the other was also a bone dragon. However, one bone dragon was entirely green, while the other was golden, resembling one forged from gold. Green bone dragon, golden bone dragon, two S-class wraiths. Wang Chen immediately recognized the level of the wraiths and identified the two individuals. Gu Tian Yuan, Long Tian Ao, you have finally arrived. Cousin, look, Zhao Hong is lying on the ground unconscious. Gu Tian Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Is this really S+ class? He can't even handle a single Wang Chen, it's simply embarrassing. Gu Tian Yuan scoffed disdainfully. The Eternal King is nothing more than this. Long Tian Ao also expressed his contempt. But Wang Chen's strength should not be underestimated. He spoke dismissively of Zhao Hong, but in reality, Zhao Hong's strength was still above his own. Since even Zhao Hong had been defeated, he had to treat this seriously. At that moment, Wang Chen glanced at Zhao Hong with some surprise. So, Zhao Hong was the legendary, incredibly mysterious S+ class. The Eternal King, is that his title? Quite impressive. Cousin, I think you are being overly cautious. Although Zhao Hong was defeated, I believe Wang Chen won't win so easily. Now is the perfect time to strike. Gu Tian Yuan suggested, let me test the waters first. Alright. Long Tian Ao agreed with Gu Tian Yuan's proposal. Crack! The emerald bone dragon exerted its strength, and with each step, the cement road beneath it shattered, cracks spreading outwards. Its massive head lowered, aiming its hardest skull at Wang Chen. Here it comes. At that moment, a series of vivid images flashed before Wang Chen's eyes, accompanied by venomous words echoing in his mind. Bastard, you still want to enter my house? Someone, tie him up in the doghouse. You dare to fight a dog for dog food? My dog is starving. Watch me break your legs. Remember this, here, my dog is 100 times more noble than your status. What? You want me to spare you? Ha, don't dream. Unless you die, I won't let you go. A child treated a youth with such cruelty. In the end, forcing the youth to a dead end. Although all of this was the experience of Wang Chen's previous life, at this moment, he felt a deep-seated anger. Kill. Destroy everything in front of him. At that moment, Wang Chen's eyes turned red. He wielded his palm like a knife, striking down. A silver blade several meters long sliced through the air, descending fiercely. Not good. In the distance, the golden bone dragon transformed from Long Tian Ao let out a terrified roar. But it was too late. It could only watch helplessly as Wang Chen severed the head of the emerald bone dragon. With a thud, the soul fire in the emerald bone dragon's pupils instantly ceased to flicker, and then, its skeletal body shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground, a flash of light, and it vanished. In its place, Gu Tian Yuan's figure appeared before Wang Chen. Please, don't kill me. Give me a reason not to kill you, Wang Chen said coldly, looking at Gu Tian Yuan. Don't kill me. As long as you spare me, I can meet any of your conditions. Gu Tian Yuan desperately listed what he could offer: money, beautiful women, potions, rare treasures. You know, I am the future heir of the Gu family. Even if you want the stars from the sky, I can find a way to get them for you. Gu Tian Yuan tried hard to please Wang Chen. He. Wang Chen suddenly laughed. Do you think I still need these things now? This. Gu Tian Yuan's pupils constricted. Wang Chen's words felt like a bucket of cold water splashed down on him. Indeed. The Wang Chen standing before him was no longer the beggar with nothing, lost on the streets. He was the rising star of the great Xia Empire, a terrifying genius whose talent could crush the Eternal King. In the future, the great Xia would belong to him. Wang Chen, I was wrong. I bow to you. Gu Tian Yuan knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. His forehead was broken, blood flowing, yet he did not stop. Compared to his life, this little injury was nothing. Have you ever experienced despair? Wang Chen suddenly asked softly. What? Gu Tian Yuan was taken aback, not understanding the meaning behind Wang Chen's words. Despair? I'm in despair right now, okay? I'm asking you a question. I am in despair right now. Not enough. What? Far from enough? Wang Chen frowned and struck directly. He swung his hand, severing Gu Tian Yuan's hands and feet. Ah! Gu Tian Yuan fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Wang Chen, you won't have a good death. Cousin, kill him. Gu Tianyuan screamed frantically. In the distance, Long Tianeo's heart was twitching. Wang Chen was truly ruthless. His strength was overwhelming. It filled him with fear. Wang Chen had just demonstrated his powerful abilities, making him very apprehensive. Long Tianao, what are you waiting for? Didn't you say everything is under your control? Hurry up and take action. You, shut up. Long Tianao angrily reprimanded Gu Tianyuan. Now that you are like this, don't drag me down with you. Wang Chen, actually, we have no hatred between us, right? In fact, we have no intersection at all. Long Tianao tried to distance himself from Gu Tianyuan. You kill Gu Tianyuan, and I can let you go. Wang Chen couldn't be bothered with Long Tianao's explanations. What? Long Tianao was shocked. Gu Tianyuan was even more bewildered. He never expected Wang Chen to make such a twisted demand. Snap! Wang Chen lightly snapped his fingers. Boom! A flash of lightning tore through the sky and struck down fiercely. Rumble! A building not far from Long Tianao collapsed under the thunder strike. Long Tianao's heart sank. The power of this lightning was extraordinary. Even a golden-level contractor would be reduced to ashes. My patience is limited, I will only give you 10 seconds. Wang Chen said. 10, 9, 5, 4, 3. Long Tianao's heart jolted. Wasn't it supposed to be 10 seconds? How did it jump to 5 in an instant? But the situation was stronger than the person. Fate was in Wang Chen's hands, and he didn't dare to defy him. Cousin, Gu Tianyuan had already developed a bad premonition in his heart. Tianyuan, I'm sorry. Long Tianao's voice rang out, and then the golden ancient dragon took heavy steps, slowly approaching Gu Tianyuan. No! Gu Tianyuan screamed in terror and despair. Faced with an enemy he couldn't resist, severely injured, and betrayed by a relative. At this moment, Gu Tianyuan truly experienced what despair meant. His heart turned cold. Boom! The golden ancient dragon stomped down heavily, directly crushing Gu Tianyuan and leaving a deep pit in the ground. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a round of applause sounded. Long Tianao turned around to look at Wang Chen, who was clapping. Are you satisfied now? Very satisfied. Wang Chen nodded. Then can you let me go now? Long Tianao asked. Of course. Wang Chen nodded. I have always kept my word and governed with virtue. However, but what? Long Tianao's heart suddenly tightened before he could even breathe a sigh of relief. But before you leave, I must first blow up your soul. Wang Chen's voice suddenly turned icy. Weren't you supposed to let me go? Long Tianao shouted in terror. Unable to merge with the soul, in this city filled with souls, it would be incredibly difficult for him to survive. Sparing your life is already a tremendous grace. What else are you dissatisfied with? As soon as the words fell, Wang Chen instantly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Long Tianao. Swish! A silver light flashed, and the S-class soul golden ancient dragon, known for its defense and power, was decapitated by Wang Chen as if it were made of paper. Bang! The body of the golden ancient dragon instantly collapsed. Immediately after, Long Tianao's true form fell to the ground. His face was pale, devoid of all color. Alright, you can leave now. Wang Chen looked down at Long Tianao. Long Tianao glared at Wang Chen with resentment and got up from the ground. But before he could walk far, a shadow descended from the sky. A flying demon with wings on its back swooped down like a hawk hunting, grabbing Long Tianao and soaring into the air. Wang Chen watched as the flying demon used its claws to tear Long Tianao into 2 pieces. Wang Chen thought for a moment but still did not strike down this understanding flying demon. 2 days later, Commander Zhao Wuji arrived in front of Dongfang Wuji. Now that the demons of City 023 have basically been slaughtered, the assessment can come to an end. How much of a gap is there now between Zhao Heng and Wang Chen? Dongfang Wujie asked in a low voice. Zhao Wujie spread his palms. 50,000. A wistful smile appeared on Dongfang Wujie's face. I really never thought anyone could surpass the Eternal King by 50,000 points. Wang Chen is truly surprising. Zhao Wujie nodded. Yeah, that kid Wang Chen really doesn't understand the ways of the world. The Eternal King came to our training camp to learn. Theoretically, he's a guest. How can you not leave any face for a guest? Zhao Wujie appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was thrilled. Dongfang Wujie looked down on Wang Chen, wanting to use him as a sharpening stone. Wang Chen had already proven through his actions who the real sharpening stone was. After hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Dongfang Wujie shot him a glance. Go ahead and laugh if you want, don't hold it in. You might hurt yourself. I admit, this time I misjudged. As the supreme commander of the Great Xia military department, Dongfang Wujie was a person of great resolve. If he was wrong, he had no qualms about admitting it. Since the Supreme Commander has said so, I can only obey. Ah, that kid Wang Chen is really something. Enough laughing, let's go. Dongfang Wujie said coldly with a snort. Zhao Wujie's smile faded, not daring to continue laughing. If he laughed any longer, the Supreme Commander might just hit him. The Supreme Commander, this way please. Zhao Wujie led Dongfang Wujie to an open area within the training camp. Dozens of helicopters were already prepared. Once Zhao Wujie and Dongfang Wujie boarded, they took off together, heading straight for City 023. You have killed a golden 1-star ice demon, gaining 11,000 points of soul power. In the ruined city, the last golden level demon fell. Wang Chen's soul power once again broke through its limits. The powerful soul power erupted from Wang Chen, directly pinning several bronze-level demons lurking in the distance to the ground, unable to rise. Is this the power of the golden level? Wang Chen clenched his fists. In 3 days, he had lost count of how many demons he had slain. His points had reached as high as 80,000. His soul power had also continuously broken through, from silver 8 stars to golden level. With the breakthrough to golden level, Wang Chen's strength had qualitatively improved. If before it was a rushing river, now it was the mighty Yangtze River. His strength had multiplied several times. Maybe now I can spar with a diamond-level powerhouse. Wang Chen thought to himself. Tat tat tat. A sound reached his ears, and Wang Chen looked up to see a squadron of armed helicopters gradually approaching from the distant sky, finally hovering above the city. All trainees please gather here. A booming voice echoed throughout the city. Immediately after, Wang Chen saw several figures leap down from dozens of meters in the air, landing on the highest building in the city, waiting quietly. When Wang Chen arrived at the rooftop, he found that 4 to 5 dozen people had already gathered. Lin Zhu, Han Dong, and others were all there. In front of everyone stood Dongfang Wujie, Zhao Wujie, and some instructors from the training camp. Wang Chen, Yu Shun. Upon seeing Wang Chen, everyone greeted him actively. Especially those whom Wang Chen had saved, their faces showed gratitude. Wang Chen, we've already heard about your deeds. One person saved many members of the training camp, well done. A smile also appeared on Zhao Wujie's stern face. The more he looked at Wang Chen, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. It was as if he saw a reflection of his former self in Wang Chen. Praised so highly by Zhao Wujie, Wang Chen did not seek to take credit, he simply smiled and nodded, then stepped aside. An hour later, the number of people on the rooftop had increased from 50 or 60 to 80 or 90. General, we have recovered all the smartwatches. 5 people will remain here forever. A uniformed instructor approached Zhao Wujie, producing several bloodied watches. Some of the watches were severely damaged, clearly having been destroyed in battle. After a moment of silence, Zhao Wujie said, "This is war. War means there will be deaths." Zhao Wujie's deep voice resonated. The survivors felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Some even shed tears, perhaps mourning their companions' fates or feeling moved by their narrow escape from death. I now announce that the assessment is over. Next, I will announce the assessment results. Zhao Wujie took a tablet from one of the instructors. The scores were about to be revealed. Who would be in first place? Needless to say, it must be Yu Xin. Don't speak too soon. Zhao Heng's ability to parachute into the training camp proves his strength. He might just be a dark horse. Many people were filled with anticipation. 93rd place, Shenqi, 210 points. 92nd place, Lin Zhou, 230 points. 91st place. Zhao Wujie announced the scores from the back to the front. At the moment his voice rang out, many hearts that had been in suspense finally settled. 3rd place, Han Dong, 10,110 points. Half an hour later, Zhao Wujie finally reached the top 3. Han Dong? Wang Chen instinctively glanced at the girl beside him. Noticing Wang Chen's gaze, Han Dong proudly lifted her chin. I'm not that bad, right? Quite impressive, Wang Chen complimented. Wang Chen, how many points do you have? Lin Zhu asked curiously from the other side. Guess? Wang Chen winked. Lin Zhu said, I guess Wang Chen has 30,000 points. Ah Zhu, I think you're being too conservative, Han Dong remarked. I dare to guess that Wang Chen has reached 40,000 points. 40,000? Wang Chen smiled. Wang Chen, am I right? Han Dong asked, looking up. About that. Wang Chen replied evasively. After all, Zhao Wujie was about to announce it, and he didn't need to say more. The others also perked up their ears, afraid to miss a single word. 2nd place, Zhao Heng, 31,230 points. Finally, Zhao Wujie announced Zhao Heng's score. How much? 30,000. How many demons did he slay? With such a high score, he isn't even first? How monstrous must Yu Xin be? When Zhao Heng's score was revealed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 30,000. That was a number many dared not even imagine.
I can't believe it, Lin Zhu gasped.
Looks like I guessed right, Han Dong smiled.
Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wuji finally announced the final result. First place, Wang Chen, total points,
85,200.
By the end, Zhao Wuji's voice rose several octaves, creating a deafening effect.
Hiss, 80,000. This. Incredible. At that moment, shocked voices rose and fell.
Yet no one could articulate a complete sentence. 30,000 was already an unimaginable number for them, 80,000
left them speechless. Excluding Wang Chen, the combined scores of the remaining 90 people barely exceeded 80,000.
This meant that Wang Chen alone had scored more than all of them combined.
No wonder he was called a god.
I originally thought 40,000 points was a bold guess. I didn't expect to only guess half right. Han Dong shook his head. Conservative, I'm still too conservative.
Wang Chen, you haven't killed all the demons in this city, have you?
Lin Zhu really couldn't understand how Wang Chen managed it. No, Wang Chen shook his head. My main target is to kill golden level demons. I will also slay silver level ones if I see them, but as for bronze level, I generally won't take action. Han Dong's eyes suddenly turned resentful. No wonder I couldn't find a single silver level demon in the demon nests I discovered. They were all just bronze level trash. Turns out I picked up your leftovers. The strong ones in that demon nest were taken down by someone else. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Chen quickly distanced himself from the situation.
Now I announce that the assessment is over. Everyone, board the aircraft in an orderly manner and leave the ruined city. After announcing the results, Zhao Wuji declared the practical assessment concluded.
Subsequently, under the instructor's arrangements, the students began to board the armed helicopters in an orderly fashion. Soon, out of more than 90 people, only Wang Chen remained unboarded. Moreover, there was no instructor directing him to board.
What's going on? Wang Chen was puzzled and didn't understand. Let's wait a bit longer, maybe there's another arrangement. Wang Chen thought as he continued to wait.
Wang Chen, your performance really surprised me. A voice suddenly came from behind him while he was waiting to board.
He turned around and was taken aback. Commander-in-Chief, General Zhou. Indeed, coming towards Wang Chen were Dongfang Wuji and Zhao Wuji.
The one speaking was not Zhao Wuji, but Dongfang Wuji.
In Dongfang Wuji's eyes, Wang Chen could see unmasked astonishment.
Just lucky, killed a few more demons, Wang Chen humbly replied.
Ha ha ha, what good luck. I'd really like to know how lucky you are to have earned tens of thousands of points more than others? Zhao Wuji asked Wang Chen with a smile. Wang Chen awkwardly scratched his head. Wang Chen, stop being modest, strength is strength. There's nothing to deny. What level are you at now? Let the commander-in-chief hear it. A word from Zhao Wuji eased Wang Chen's embarrassment.
Wang Chen replied seriously, I just broke through to Golden 1 star. Oh, Golden 1 star, no wonder you could slay so many demons.
Zhao Wuji instinctively responded.
However, as he spoke, he found himself unable to continue.
What was wrong? Wait, you said you broke through to Golden 1 star? He asked Wang Chen in surprise.
Yes,
Wang Chen nodded firmly.
This. Zhao Wuji was shocked. How could this be? He had clearly investigated Wang Chen's situation, he was clearly cursed, and breaking through should be extremely difficult. But just a few days had passed.
From silver 5-star to golden level? Even without the curse, normal people wouldn't be able to match Wang Chen's breakthrough speed, right?
He instinctively turned his gaze to the commander-in-chief beside him. However, to Zhao Wuji's surprise, he found a hint of astonishment in the commander-in-chief's eyes as well. Clearly, he was also shocked by Wang Chen's words.
Wang Chen, may I take another look at your condition? Dongfang Wuji asked Wang Chen. Sure, Wang Chen did not refuse the request. Good. Dongfang Wuji nodded, and the next moment, a powerful soul force erupted from his body.
Wang Chen felt a vast consciousness sweep over him, and then everything returned to normal.
Strange. Really strange. Dongfang Wuji frowned and shook his head. He discovered some things that even he couldn't understand. Commander-in-Chief, Wang Chen he.
Before Zhao Wuji could finish his sentence, Dongfang Wuji already knew what he wanted to ask and spoke up.
I know what you want to ask. The results we reviewed earlier showed no surprises.
The curse within Wang Chen is still there, blocking his soul's breakthrough.
But Wang Chen has managed to break through anyway.
After a pause, Dongfang Wuji added, moreover, Wang Chen has rapidly advanced to the golden level. What is happening to him now, even I cannot explain.
Ha ha, I told you this kid is extraordinary.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. No matter what, this is a good thing.
If we can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Time will give us the answer.
Dongfang Wuji could only nod. Later, I will find those old fellows to study Wang Chen's situation thoroughly.
Let's head back to the camp first. Zhao Wuji pointed to the instructor beside him. You go see Wang Chen off. Yes. The instructor approached Wang Chen. Please follow me. Unbeknownst to them, the instructor's tone had changed. He even used please instead of you. In his heart, he clearly regarded Wang Chen as someone of equal standing. Commander, what are your plans next? After Wang Chen left, Zhao Wuji tentatively asked Dongfang Wuji. At this point, Wang Chen's future was no longer something he could decide. Zhao Wuji, you are right. This time, I was truly wrong. I originally intended to use Wang Chen to forge a national protectorate blade, but unexpectedly, this sharpening stone has turned into an unparalleled divine weapon. This kid has really slapped my face hard. Dongfang Wuji smiled helplessly. As a king-level super powerhouse, he had misjudged a young man. What a huge embarrassment. If those old fellows found out, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? Commander, this matter cannot be blamed on you. It can only be said that Wang Chen is too astonishing. Even the curse of the Demon King bloodline cannot overshadow his brilliance. Truly, heaven blesses our great Xia with such an extraordinary talent. Zhao Wuji was extremely excited. You are right. Dongfang Wuji said, to have such a stunning talent is a fortune for our great Xia. In this era, no one can surpass him. This child is a peerless gem, and we must not let him be tarnished. Dongfang Wuji's voice was resolute, containing unparalleled determination. At this moment, he had completely recognized Wang Chen and placed him at a height never before reached by anyone. My subordinate is foolish and does not know how the commander plans to arrange things next? Zhao Wuji asked tentatively. You are not foolish at all. Dongfang Wuji rolled his eyes and continued, next, we will naturally provide Wang Chen with the best resources in all of Great Xia for his cultivation. And what? Once we return to the camp, let Wang Chen graduate early from the training camp. That place can no longer provide him with any help. He can choose any resources from the training camp at will. Dongfang Wuji said, as for what he should do afterward, let him study at the academy first, then I have further arrangements. Yes. Zhao Wuji's heart trembled. The academy. That was the gathering place for S+ level prodigies. There, various rare resources were readily available. From what Zhao Wuji knew, all the teachers at the academy were star-level powerhouses. Moreover, there was even a king-level powerhouse stationed at the academy who occasionally appeared to answer the disciples' questions for free. It should be noted that not to mention the geniuses of Great Xia, even he, as a general, would have to spend military merit to receive guidance from a king-level powerhouse. And as a general of the Great Xia Empire, he didn't even have the qualification to know the specific location of the academy. Wang Chen has taken a leap into the sky. Zhao Wuji sighed inwardly. Identity is something one gives to oneself. Wang Chen's qualification to enter the academy relies entirely on his own talent and strength, Dongfang Wuji said lightly. Zhao Wuji remarked, it seems that Zhao Hong has actually helped Wang Chen. Without him, we wouldn't have seen just how outstanding Wang Chen truly is. Mentioning Zhao Hong, a hint of helplessness appeared on Dongfang Wuji's face. But this child, Zhao Hong, is also a prodigy, yet he has suffered such a great blow. I don't know how long it will take for him to stand up again. Dongfang Wuji recalled Zhao Hang as he had seen him before, his eyes vacant, like a walking corpse. It was a stark contrast to the arrogant and unruly demeanor he had when he first entered the training camp. If things go poorly, the shadow left by Wang Chen might take a lifetime to heal. Zhao Wuji expressed his concern as well. After all, Zhao Hong was a good seedling. It would be a real pity if he were to fall into despair. Dongfang Wuji said, if he can come out of this, he will soar to great heights. Even if he is not as good as Wang Chen, he won't be inferior to the likes of Ling Xinju and the others, truly possessing the qualifications to become a pillar of the Great Xia. Commander-in-Chief, there is one more thing. Zhao Wuji's expression suddenly became serious. Speak. Among those who unfortunately perished this time, there are two who are quite special. Zhao Wuji already knew who would remain here forever. What is special about them? Dongfang Wuji asked. There are two young members of the Gu family from the capital. One is Gu Yanran's son, and the other is Gu Yanran's nephew. Dongfang Wuji snorted coldly. What of the Gu family? They sent their people here, they should know what they have to go through. Even the children of the head of state could encounter misfortune in the training camp. Commander-in-Chief, I'm afraid things are not that simple. Zhao Wuji slowly began to reveal what he knew. Wang Chen's identity, his relationship with Bai Yanlang, and so on. After a while, Dongfang Wuji said, so, you mean to say that Wang Chen killed Gu Tianyuan and Long Tianeo? This is just my speculation, Zhao Wuji replied. Speculation won't do, you need evidence. Dongfang Wuji shook his head, not just you, but anyone who accuses Wang Chen must provide evidence. Otherwise, it's slander. Even the Gu family from the capital has no right to slander Wang Chen. Do you understand what I mean?
Zhao Wuji nodded repeatedly, understood.
Dongfang Wuji's attitude could not be clearer. Wang Chen, he will protect. 3 hours later,
the helicopter landed in the training camp. Everyone disembarked, filled with a sense of joy at having survived.
It's really great to be back alive. Some couldn't help but shed tears.
Today, all training is suspended. Everyone should rest well, an instructor announced loudly in front of the crowd.
Great. I just want to sleep now. I want to eat meat, eat meat. Wang Chen, come with me.
Just as Wang Chen was about to leave, the instructor called him back.
Wang Chen silently followed.
On the other side,
capital city. Gu Group. Didn't I tell you not to come to the company to find me if there's nothing going on?
Gu Yanran looked at Bai Yanlang, who had barged into her office, a flash of anger in her beautiful eyes.
Bai Yanlang, you don't really think you're the master of the Gu family, do you? Gu Yanran, I'm not here to argue with you today.
What surprised Gu Yanran was that Bai Yanlang, who usually only knew how to submit, was unusually assertive.
For a moment, Gu Yanran was somewhat at a loss for words. And Bai Yanlang's next words struck Gu Yanran like a bolt from the blue. Tian Yuan is in trouble. What? Gu Yanran stood up in shock. Where is he hurt? Have the best doctors been arranged to treat Tian Yuan?
Bai Yanlang slowly shook his head and then closed his eyes. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes.
Bai Yanlang, you useless fool, do you still need me to teach you this? Gu Yanran said as she took out her phone.
No need to call, Tian Yuan is already dead.
It's too late for everything. What did you say? Gu Yanran was struck as if by lightning, her face filled with disbelief.
I know you're very emotional right now, but I hope you won't get too worked up. Bai Yanlang spoke without caring whether Gu Yanran could hear him.
Tian Yuan died a terrible death, not even leaving a body. Tian Ao also suffered greatly.
Gu Yanran was already sobbing uncontrollably.
How could this happen? I clearly sent Long Tian Ao to protect Tian Yuan. With Long Tian Ao's strength, he could definitely keep Tian Yuan safe. There must be something else going on. Gu Yanran dialed a number. I want to know the complete list of this genius training camp. Remember, the complete list, including instructors and students. Seeing this, Bai Yanlang couldn't help but advise, Yanran, this is just an accident.
Gu Yanran scolded, shut up, you useless thing, you have no place to speak here.
Tian Yuan is my son, not yours. How can you understand my feelings? In fact, you probably feel quite happy about this, right? Bai Yanlang's face showed pain. Yanran, how can you say that?
Although Tian Yuan is not my biological son, I care for him more than my own son, you know that.
Gu Yanran sneered, don't think I don't know.
The reason you treat Tian Yuan well is just because of the identity, status, and resources I gave you.
Exposed.
Bai Yanlang lowered his head, no longer speaking. In front of this woman, his dignity was trampled beyond recognition. After a moment, Gu Yanran's phone rang, and 2 lists were sent to her phone.
Gu Yanran looked closely. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply. Wang Chen. There's actually Wang Chen in this training camp.
I understand now. Tian Yuan and Long Tianao's deaths must be related to Wang Chen.
What? Bai Yanlang was shocked and looked at Gu Yanran. Which Wang Chen are you talking about?
In fact, a figure had already appeared in his mind, but he wasn't sure.
Bai Yanlang, stop pretending to be confused with me. Which Wang Chen could it be? Of course, it's your son with that bastard. Gu Yanran spat venomously, it's your son who killed my son. Bai Yanlang was instantly struck as if by lightning. How is that possible? How could he join the genius training camp?
Even if we assume Wang Chen, with Lu Changtian's help, managed to join the camp by luck, he wouldn't have the strength to pose any threat to Tian Yuan and Long Tianao. After all, he just contracted not long ago.
No strength? Ha! Gu Yanran laughed in anger. Wang Chen scored over 80,000 points in the practical assessment organized by the training camp.
His total score exceeds 100,000. He left everyone else far behind, and you tell me he has no strength.
What did you say?
Wang Chen actually topped the charts in the training camp filled with geniuses and got 100,000 points.
Gu Yanran's words stirred up a storm in Bai Yanlang's heart.
As one of the generals of Daxia, he was very familiar with the genius training camp. He knew deeply how difficult it was to earn 100,000 points in the practical assessment.
Let alone 100,000 points. Even earning 30,000 points was extremely challenging.
Throughout the history of the training camp, the most outstanding genius had only earned 50,000 points. However, that person had already become an S+ level existence in Daxia. The future will inevitably become the king.
100,000 points, something that has never happened before. Could it be that Wang Chen slaughtered a city? Otherwise, Bai Yanlang couldn't imagine how Wang Chen obtained so many points. Are we discussing how Wang Chen got his points right now? Do you think this question is important? Gu Yanran said coldly. Her voice was like a bucket of cold water poured over by Yanlang, quickly cooling him down. Now is indeed not the time to study how Wang Chen obtained 100,000 points. A hint of embarrassment flashed across by Yanlong's face. Do you still doubt Wang Chen's strength? Do you still think he poses no threat to Tian Yuan and Tian Ao? Gu Yanran looked at Bai Yanlang coldly. No. Bai Yanlang shook his head. I never expected that this ungrateful son would possess such strength. Still calling him an ungrateful son? Gu Yanran asked coldly. No, not an ungrateful son. Bai Yanlang immediately corrected himself. He is no longer my son, he is a beast. Moreover, he might even be the murderer of Tian Yuan, which is even more unforgivable. I deeply regret it now. If I had known this would happen, I would have fought to the death with Lu Changan to kill Wang Chen. A deep sense of regret appeared on Bai Yanlong's face. You are wrong. Gu Yanran shook her head. When Wang Chen committed suicide back then, he should have been dismembered and fed to wild dogs. Gu Yanran's voice was filled with hatred. Right. Bai Yanlang nodded heavily. Then he asked, Yanran, what do you want to do next? An eye for an eye, blood for blood. That little beast Wang Chen harmed Tian Yuan, so I want his life. But Wang Chen is currently in the elite genius training camp. It's hard to deal with. You have 1 day to gather your forces. Tomorrow morning, we will demand Wang Chen from the genius training camp. If they hand him over, that's fine. If they don't blame me for being merciless. Gu Yanran slammed the table, giving Bai Yanlang orders with an air of superiority. What? You want to attack the training camp? Bai Yanlang was shocked. He never expected Gu Yanran to be so crazy. Do you know what price you will pay if you forcibly attack the training camp? After all, there are a large number of military soldiers and generals in the training camp, as well as many geniuses who will play a crucial role in the future of the Great Xia. Once war breaks out, the crime would be tantamount to betraying the Great Xia. At that time, not to mention Gu Yanran and Bai Yanlang, even the Gu family would be reduced to ashes. The price is truly too great. Don't talk to me about family and national righteousness. Right now, I am just a mother who has lost her son. Whoever harms my son, I will take their life in return. Even if it means being enemies with the whole world, I will not hesitate. Gu Yanran's expression was frenzied. Bai Yanlang, are you afraid? If you are afraid, get out of the Gu family right now. But you must return everything the Gu family has given you. If my Gu family can raise a Bai Yanlang, we can raise a second Bai Yanlang. The Gu family can thrive without you, but if you leave the Gu family, you will be reduced to your original form, still that weak and humble contractor. Being scolded like this, Bai Yanlang fell into silence instead. Without much thought, Bai Yanlang said, I will prepare right away. After saying that, he left the Gu group. After venting, Gu Yanran calmed down. Then, she made a phone call. Li Juanhong, our son, is dead. Gu Tianyuan was not the son of Gu Yanran and Bai Yanlang. He was the son of Gu Yanran and Li Juanhong, the head of the prestigious Li family in the imperial capital. It was just that due to the long-standing feud between the Gu and Li families, both families disapproved of their union. In a fit of anger, Gu Yanran had thought of taking her own life. By coincidence, he was saved by Bai Yanlang. After dying once, Gu Yanran decided to change her way of living, so she brought Bai Yanlang back to the imperial capital's Gu family, giving him identity, status, and power. And Bai Yanlang became Gu Tianyuan's nominal father. In order to be a good father and to please Gu Yanran, Bai Yanlang abandoned his wife and child, watching helplessly as his biological son became a pet to someone else's child. He even harbored thoughts of killing his own son. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the training camp, Wang Chen's door was knocked on. Who is it? Wang Chen looked through the peephole and saw a military instructor standing outside in uniform. Creak. The door opened. Wang Chen asked in confusion, is there a sudden operation? Outside the door. The instructor shook his head. Don't misunderstand, General Zhao and the commander want to see you. Please wait a moment. Wang Chen returned to his room to change into clean clothes before following the instructor to Zhao Wuji's office. You can go in. The instructor stood outside like a doorman. Commander. General Zhao. Upon entering the office, Wang Chen saw Dongfang Wuji and Zhao Wuji standing side by the window. As his voice sounded, the two turned back. Wang Chen, don't be nervous. A smile broke through Zhao Wuji's serious face. We called you here to inform you that you can graduate. Wang Chen? He had a face full of question marks. I can graduate just like this? Yes, congratulations. But I've only been here for a few days. Then I should congratulate you even more. You are the fastest student to graduate in the history of our training camp. After hearing Zhao Wuji's words, hesitation appeared on Wang Chen's face. Just say what you want. Dongfang Wuji noticed Wang Chen's difficulty. Can I not graduate? Why? I can't bear to leave the instructor, my classmates, the big pork knuckles in the cafeteria, the flowers and plants. As soon as Wang Chen opened his mouth, both Zhao Wuji and Dongfang Wuji were taken aback. Zhao Wuji. He frowned, speak plainly. Wang Chen scratched his head. I want to stay because I haven't obtained the soul returning grass yet. After all, only the top-ranked person in the training camp can obtain it. Wang Chen did not forget his original intention. He had never forgotten that the purpose of this trip was to get the elixir that could bring Qin Feng's spirit back to life. Ha, so you can't bear to leave the reward. Dongfang Wuji shook his head and laughed. Wang Chen scratched his head. Don't worry, the soul returning grass is yours. I've already prepared it for you. As Zhao Wuji spoke, he waved his hand, and a black wooden box appeared on the table in front of Wang Chen. Instantly, a fragrant aroma filled the room. Wang Chen took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. This box contains. Surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. He was very excited. He had been in the training camp for a few days, and this was the first time he was so close to his desired goal. Inside this box is the soul returning grass you've been longing for, Zhao Wuji said with a smile. Hurry up and put it away. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Wang Chen said, but he quickly grabbed the box with lightning speed, holding it tightly. Your mouth isn't honest, but your body is very honest. I didn't expect you to be so slick. Zhao Wuji shook his head. Dongfang Wuji smiled slightly. No need to be so nervous. What's yours is yours, and no one can take it away. After all, you are someone with over 100,000 points. As he spoke, a look of emotion also appeared in his eyes. Having lived for more than half a lifetime, it was the first time he had seen such a monstrous genius. The reason for choosing to let Wang Chen graduate early was also considering that even if Wang Chen lay flat every day afterward, others wouldn't be able to catch up. Speaking of points, Wang Chen hesitated again. You can also redeem the items you need in advance with your points, Zhao Wuji said. General Zhao, are you saying that if I don't graduate early and continue to stay in the training camp, I could still earn tens of thousands of points? Wang Chen blinked, looking at Zhao Wuji with full expectation. Zhao Wuji was taken aback. This kid is trying to squeeze more points out of me. He instinctively glanced at Dongfang Wuji beside him. The commander of the Great Xia military slowly nodded. Good, since the commander has nodded, then it's not me, Zhao Wuji, who is abusing my power. Zhao Wuji waved his hand grandly. I'll give you a few extra tens of thousands of points, just get me to a total of 150,000. That should satisfy you, right? Very satisfied, Wang Chen smiled. He knew that one could be excessive, but not too excessive. Moreover, getting tens of thousands of points for free was already quite a lot. Many people graduate from the training camp without receiving such a large number of points. Then can I go back and prepare now? With the benefits in hand, Wang Chen didn't want to linger for a moment. Wait! Dongfang Wuji suddenly called out to Wang Chen. Wang Chen turned to look at Dongfang Wuji, waiting for what he would say next. What are your plans after graduating from the training camp? Is that it? Wang Chen didn't expect Dongfang Wuji to ask such a question. He almost blurted out that he would return to the military and hunt demons. However, as the words reached his lips, Wang Chen found himself unable to say them. Can I go back? He subconsciously asked himself. I can't go back. He had killed Gu Tianyuan and Long Tianao, and that woman from the Gu family was quite powerful. She would eventually find out about him. He hadn't forgotten the disasters that Qin Feng and Wu Lei had faced. If he returned to the ranks, those around him could very likely suffer misfortune. But, if I don't return to the military, where should I go? Wang Chen felt a moment of confusion. If you haven't thought of a place to go, I actually have a recommendation. I wonder if you're interested in hearing it. I would like to hear the commander's advice. Wang Chen understood that Dongfang Wuji was going to guide him. I know a place called Great Xia Academy. It can provide you with space for growth, and no one will disturb you there, Dongfang Wuji said with great significance. Great Xia Academy. Wang Chen's pupils constricted, and he nodded without hesitation. I am willing to go to Great Xia Academy to study. You're agreeing just like that? Dongfang Wuji was quite surprised. He didn't expect Wang Chen to not even ask for details. Wang Chen nodded seriously. I believe the commander's recommendation must be correct. Dongfang Wuji smiled. Good, now you can go redeem your rewards. Tomorrow morning, you can leave the training camp and return to Qin City. A week later, I will arrange for someone to pick you up in Qin City. Zhao Wuji reminded. Before you leave, don't forget to say goodbye to your friends. Creak. The heavy iron door was opened. Wang Chen walked out of the training camp, facing the morning sun. Wang Chen, I'll take you to the station. A driver approached Wang Chen.
However, before Wang Chen could get in the car, a dozen black business cars stopped not far from them, blocking Wang Chen's way.
7 or 8 people got out of each car. Their attire was very uniform, black suits, black sunglasses, and crew cuts.
They moved with an imposing presence. "Who are you?" The driver's expression suddenly changed.
"This is none of your business, get out of the way."
The leading man waved his hand impatiently. "Wang Chen, come with us." Saying this, the man reached out to grab Wang Chen. However, Wang Chen reacted quickly, grabbing the man's hand in return, and with a strong pull, the man felt an irresistible force erupt from Wang Chen's hand, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground.
Wang Chen stepped on his back. "Who are you?"
A cold glint flashed in his eyes.
"These people were not here for good. Xiao Yu, don't be nervous, these people are sent by me to pick you up."
At that moment, a voice came from behind the crowd. The crowd parted, revealing a figure familiar to Wang Chen, who stepped forward.
"White-eyed wolf." Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the person before him was none other than Bai Yanlang, the white-eyed wolf.
Upon hearing this, Bai Yanlang's expression changed, but soon, he returned to normal.
"Xiao Yu, how can you talk to your father like that?"
Bai Yanlang said warmly, "I know you graduated from the training camp today, so I specially brought people to pick you up.
How about that for a show of face?"
As he spoke, Bai Yanlang waved to Wang Chen. "Xiao Yu, come here.
I've booked a banquet at the best hotel in the capital to welcome you." At that moment, Bai Yanlang looked like a kind and amiable father. However, Wang Chen remained unmoved. He looked at Bai Yanlang with the eyes of an idiot. "Bai Yanlang, how many dishes did you eat this morning? Don't just drink, have some cephalexin too."
Bai Yanlang's expression changed.
Wang Chen pointed at himself. "Don't you see who I am? What right do you have to personally welcome me? And to give me a welcome banquet? It's probably a feast of betrayal." Wang Chen relentlessly mocked the white-eyed wolf.
Bai Yanlang stood there, his smile gradually fading, his expression turning cold. "Originally, I didn't want to resort to violence."
At the same time, a cold female voice came from afar. "Humph, useless trash.
I told you to take action directly, yet you insist on playing the emotional card. It's simply unnecessary." The crowd parted, and Wang Chen saw a woman in a black suit with a white flower pinned to her chest stepping forward.
Gu Yanran. Wang Chen immediately recognized the woman's identity.
At the same time, a flood of memories surged back.
"Get away, you dog-like thing, don't dirty my clothes.
You little beast, if it weren't for my son wanting to keep you as a pet, I would have dealt with you long ago." Back then, the original body, unable to bear the humiliation, had once begged Gu Yanran. The result was a brutal beating that nearly cost the original life.
Being publicly reprimanded, Bai Yanlong's expression was not good either.
"After all, this is outside the training camp.
I'm doing this just to help you avoid some trouble." "No need." Gu Yanran shook her head. "Wang Chen has already come out of the training camp. What trouble could there be?"
"The one in trouble is not us, but him." Gu Yanran pointed at Wang Chen. "Arrest him for me. I want his head to honor my son's spirit in heaven."
So it was indeed for Gu Tianyuan.
In fact, the moment Wang Chen saw Bai Yanlang, he had already figured out the reason.
By the time Gu Yanran appeared, his guess was completely confirmed. "I know about Gu Tianyuan's death, but what does it have to do with me? What evidence do you have to claim that I am the murderer?" Wang Chen said, "You can't just assume I'm the murderer because I was in the same training camp as him, can you?" Wang Chen secretly watched the crowd warily, calculating how to escape the current predicament. Not to mention Bai Yanlang, a star-level contractor.
Even Gu Yanran brought him a strong sense of crisis. And those men in black, each exuded a formidable aura, clearly very powerful. Forcing a breakthrough or confronting these people head-on would definitely not end well. However, with spatial power, Wang Chen still had a chance to escape, as long as he used it properly.
Evidence? Utterly ridiculous. Gu Yanran was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "When I, Gu Yanran, act, why do I need evidence?
As long as I deem you the murderer, then you are the murderer."
Gu Yanran acted wildly. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and take down Wang Chen." Wang Chen clenched his fists in silence. Gu Yanran was utterly unrestrained. This was the power of the Gu family.
"Make your move." Bai Yanlang also issued the command in a deep voice.
With his order, the men in black sprang into action.
Previously, Wang Chen had easily defeated their captain, so this time they were particularly cautious, each merging with the undead.
Bone knights, abominations, stitched giants, liches, bone tigers. Dozens of undead appeared before Wang Chen, subtly forming a siege.
20 gold, 5 platinum, 2 diamond, and 1 starry-level powerhouse backing them up. Such immense power is enough to support a medium-sized battle, yet it's being used against me.
They really think highly of me. Wang Chen looked at the many strong enemies without fear, instead laughing and joking. As his voice fell, a powerful soul force erupted from Wang Chen, merging with the general. He actually reached the gold level. Upon sensing Wang Chen's aura, Bai Yanlong's pupils shrank sharply, exclaiming in surprise, "Gold level? What kind of talent is this?" Gu Yanran's face also showed signs of being moved. It should be noted that Wang Chen had not contracted the undead for long, yet he had grown to this extent. The future. No, this person must not be left alive. At this moment, Gu Yanran's killing intent towards Wang Chen reached its peak. Whether for revenge against Gu Tianyuan or to eliminate a future strong enemy for the Gu family, Wang Chen had to die. Roar! Without needing Gu Yanran or Bai Yanlang to issue another order, those who had transformed into undead charged towards Wang Chen. Seeing the fierce onslaught, Wang Chen instantly made up his mind. He could only retreat back to the camp. As long as he wasn't insane, he wouldn't choose to confront these people head-on. For now, Wang Chen's only refuge was the training camp. As for whether he could truly withstand that madwoman Gu Yanran, avoiding her for the time being was the best option. In the next moment, a silver light began to radiate from Wang Chen's body. However, just as he was about to activate his teleportation, a voice rang out. "In front of the training camp, you dare to attack the students of the training camp? Do you really think there's no one here?" Boom! This voice was like a heavenly punishment, resounding powerfully. As the voice fell, those rushing towards Wang Chen were actually blasted away by a terrifying force. The overwhelming power stirred up rolling dust, sweeping outwards. "Yanran, be careful!" Bai Yanlang stepped forward, shielding Gu Yanran from the storm. Moments later, as the dust settled, everyone could finally see that a figure had appeared in front of Wang Chen. He was dressed in military uniform, his face stern, and his gaze sharp as a knife, making it hard to look directly at him. Even more striking was the shining golden star on his shoulder. General Zhao. Wang Chen looked at the figure before him, feeling a warmth in his heart, slightly moved. "Kid, are you alright?" Zhao Wujie slightly turned his face. "Fortunately, General Zhao arrived in time, or I don't know what would have happened," Wang Chen said, looking somewhat apprehensive. "Heh, don't put that on me. If I hadn't shown up, you would have been able to retreat unscathed." Zhao Wujie was not fooled by Wang Chen's act. "Zhao Wujie, you intend to protect Wang Chen?" Gu Yanran stepped out from behind Bai Yanlang, coldly staring at Zhao Wujie. "Gu Yanran, you dare to attack a student of my training camp? Do you really think I, Zhao Wujie, am made of clay?" Zhao Wujie shifted his gaze back to Gu Yanran. There was a hint of anger in his voice. Gu Yanran targeting Wang Chen at the entrance of the training camp was akin to someone making a big scene right at your doorstep. "Zhao Wujie, the matter between us and Wang Chen is a private affair, and it has nothing to do with you. Step aside." Bai Yanlang spoke in a deep voice from the side. "Private affair?" Zhao Wujie frowned slightly. "That's right. As a father, is there anything wrong with me coming to take my son home?" Bai Yanlang looked at Wang Chen. "It's just that my son is quite rebellious, and I can only forcefully take him back to discipline him." Zhao Wujie, as a general of the Great Xia, with so many affairs to attend to, you wouldn't still have the energy to deal with family matters, would you? Zhao Wujie's expression changed. "General Zhao, don't listen to his nonsense. Bai Yanlang's son, Bai Yu, has long been dead. Wang Chen has nothing to do with Bai Yanlang." Wang Chen was not swayed by Bai Yanlang's words. "Bai Yanlang, I warn you, stop trying to connect with me as relatives. I can't afford that kind of person." "You." Bai Yanlang's eyelids twitched violently. "Ha ha, did you hear that?" Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. "Wang Chen doesn't even acknowledge you. I'll give you 10 seconds to get lost." In the next moment, Zhao Wujie's expression turned cold. "If you don't leave in 10 seconds, don't blame me for treating you as trespassers in a military restricted area." Trespassing in a military restricted area? As soon as Zhao Wujie said this, everyone's expression changed. This was a serious crime. The lightest punishment could be imprisonment, the heaviest could be execution. "Zhao Wujie, are you really going to tear your face with me and the Gu family for Wang Chen?" Gu Yanran questioned coldly. "Gu family?" Zhao Wujie sneered coldly. "I am a general of the Great Xia, backed by 300 million people of the Great Xia. No matter how powerful the Gu family is, can they be stronger than the entire Great Xia? No matter how strong the Gu family is, can they stand against the Great Xia?" Zhao Wujie's voice was firm. 19, 18, 17. Ignoring the dark expressions of Gu Yanran, Bai Yanlang, and others, Zhao Wujie directly began the countdown. "Wait!" Gu Yanran suddenly interrupted Zhao Wujie's countdown. "What else do you have to say?" Zhao Wujie snorted coldly. "I advise you, it's pointless to make a fuss. I warn you, my patience is limited." Zhao Wujie showed an impatient expression. "I originally wanted to have a good talk with you and resolve the issue peacefully. But now, it seems that's impossible. Gu Yanran shook her head. Wang Chen's expression changed upon seeing this. His heart, which had just relaxed because of Zhao Wuji's appearance, tightened again. He felt that Gu Yanran definitely had something up her sleeve. I might have Zhao Wuji's handle or a way to counterbalance him. Stop pretending to be mysterious with me. Zhao Wuji's face was cold, his brows furrowed. I'm not pretending. Just look at this. Gu Yanran flipped her hand, and a brown paper envelope appeared in her hand. Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted. He noticed that under the sunlight, the surface of the envelope flashed with golden patterns. This indicated it was a confidential document from the military, and of the highest level. Whoosh! In the next moment, Gu Yanran flicked her finger, sending the envelope directly towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji reached out his rough hand and caught the letter. This is a personal letter from the deputy commander of the military, Lord Li Juanheng. He wants to summon Wang Chen, and we are responsible for escorting him, Gu Yanran said. She had also heard by Yanlong's words, so she found Li Juanheng and requested a hand order. This could avoid conflict and take Wang Chen away. However, Gu Yanran did not want others to know about her relationship with Li Juanheng, so she did not take out the hand order earlier. What? Upon hearing Gu Yanran's words, Wang Chen's expression changed. He had thought Gu Yanran had some means, but he never expected her to actually involve the deputy commander of the military. To Wang Chen, that person was a monumental figure. Dealing with him was as simple as crushing an ant. Wang Chen also noticed that Zhao Wuji's body trembled imperceptibly. Clearly, this general of the Great Xia was feeling the pressure. I can't believe the deputy commander would help you deal with a child, Zhao Wuji said in disbelief. A smile appeared on Gu Yanran's face, as if to say, see, victory ultimately belongs to me. Zhao Wuji opened the letter and read it repeatedly. It contained only a few dozen words, yet Zhao Wuji read it over a dozen times. After confirming that he understood the information in the letter and that there would be no deviation, Zhao Wuji put the letter away again. At that moment, his anxious heart finally settled. I really didn't expect the deputy commander to actually help you deal with a child. Zhao Wuji's face showed deep disappointment. However, Gu Yanran's heart erupted with hatred. If Li Juanheng wouldn't help me, would he help you? Gu Tianyuan was his own son, now brutally killed by Wang Chen. As a father, Li Juanheng would certainly seek revenge for his son. That was his duty as a father. I said before, no one can protect Wang Chen. Not even you, the general backed by 300 million people of the Great Xia. Because you are also standing behind Li Juanheng, ha ha ha. The more Gu Yanran spoke, the more pleased she became. Looking at Zhao Wuji's gloomy expression, she felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Zhao Wuji, oh Zhao Wuji, you were doing fine as a general. Why did you have to stick your neck out? Why did you have to oppose me? Just obediently hand Wang Chen over to me, and now, decades of fame will be lost, right? Then, Gu Yanran's gaze fell on Wang Chen. Wang Chen, didn't expect this, did you? Your former talisman has now become your death warrant. As a soldier, you should know that obeying orders is your duty. Now the military order is as solid as a mountain. What else do you have to say? As she spoke, Gu Yanran's tone turned cold, harshly scolding Wang Chen. What are you still standing there for? Come here. Wang Chen hesitated. You need to think carefully, this is a military order. Even Zhao Wuji cannot interfere. By Yanlang, Zhao Wuji, you are both generals of the Great Xia, important figures in the military. Tell me, what price should one pay for disobeying a military order? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji fell silent. He looked at Wang Chen, his expression filled with helplessness. He could still withstand Gu Yanran and the Gu family, but he could not ignore Li Juanheng's order. Those who disobey military orders shall be executed. Bai Yanlang replied coldly. Very well. Gu Yanran nodded in satisfaction, then pointed at Wang Chen. General Bai, go and behead Wang Chen. Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be killed as well. Yes. Bai Yanlang walked towards Wang Chen without any hesitation. As he walked, he waved his hand, and a gleaming battle knife appeared in his grasp. A tiger does not eat its own cubs. Yet Bai Yanlang was more vicious than a tiger. For the sake of power, there was nothing he wouldn't sacrifice. Today, he would kill a son to prove his path. Truly splendid. I have lived for decades, buried up to my neck in the yellow earth, and I never expected to see such a good show before I closed my eyes. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Who is sneaking around? If you have the guts, come out. I want to see who was so blind as to stand up for Wang Chen. Gu Yanran said in a deep voice. Even at this time, there were still people helping Wang Chen? Do they not know how to write the word death? The deputy commander's order is not a decoration, it is a proof of killing. However, Gu Yanran did not see that when Zhao Wuji and Wang Chen heard this voice, their eyes instantly lowered. fearing that others would see the surprise in their eyes. What a great leader of the Gu family, truly possessing the spirit of killing gods and demons alike. Stop the nonsense. If you are afraid, just stay far away. Afraid? I have never been afraid in the face of hundreds of thousands of demon troops. I have never been afraid in front of the Demon King. In my entire life, I truly do not know how to write the word fear. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yanlong's expression slightly changed. The old man speaking seemed to have quite a background. Meanwhile, Gu Yanran had long been blinded by anger and could no longer think calmly. She had only one thought, to kill Wang Chen and avenge Gu Tianyuan. Whoever stands in front of Wang Chen must die. Don't know fear? That's because you haven't met me. If you had met me earlier, you would know fear. Alright, then I want to see what ability you have that can make me afraid. Creak. The tightly shut door slowly opened. Everyone looked over. They saw an old man in military uniform, standing tall and proud, walking out from the door. He is that one. Hiss. How could it possibly be him? Those who had come with Bai Yanlang and Gu Yanran were all stunned. They did not recognize the old man, but the 5-star general insignia on his shoulder was simply too eye-catching. 5-star general. In the entire Great Xia, there was only one. That was the supreme commander of the Great Xia military, a king-level powerhouse, known as the war god of Great Xia, Dongfang Wuji. Did I just challenge Dongfang Wuji? Gu Yanran and Bai Yanlang were both frozen. In an instant, a chill rose from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads, causing their emotions to cool rapidly. Rationality overcame anger. Intelligence regained the high ground. Immediately, doubts arose in their hearts. Why was Dongfang Wuji, the stabilizing force of Great Xia, not stationed at the military headquarters but here? Greetings, Supreme Commander. As a military leader, Bai Yanlang immediately saluted. However, Dongfang Wuji seemed to ignore him, leaving Bai Yanlang feeling neglected. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Bai Yanlong's face, but he felt no dissatisfaction in his heart. He did not dare. Little girl from the Gu family, I'm here, why aren't you speaking? Dongfang Wuji asked coldly, I want to see how you can make me afraid? As Supreme Commander, Gu Yanran stammered. Just now, she had been blinded by anger. She also thought that having Li Juanheng's order would allow her to do as she pleased, but she never expected to kick a steel plate. Faced with this powerful old man, she had to respond cautiously. Supreme Commander, what I said just now was nonsense, but I believe you can understand a mother's pain of losing a child and won't blame me, right? Gu Yanran bowed deeply. Dongfang Wuji coldly smiled, as expected of the helmsman of the Gu family, quite shrewd indeed, putting yourself in the position of a weakling right from the start, trying to kidnap me. I advise you to have fewer schemes in front of me, even your father must behave properly and honestly in front of me. Dongfang Wuji showed no regard for Gu Yanran's face, reprimanding her and giving a warning. Gu Yanran's body trembled, and cold sweat immediately broke out on her forehead. Dongfang Wuji had only spoken a few words, yet she felt immense pressure. At the same time, she realized that this old man was not so easy to deal with. Hoof! Dongfang Wuji snorted and stood in front of Wang Chen. As long as I am here, no one can take him away. What? After Dongfang Wuji made his stance clear, Gu Yanran felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Supreme Commander, it was the Deputy Commander who specifically wanted to see Wang Chen. She brought up Li Juanheng as her support. Li Juanheng? Dongfang Wuji raised an eyebrow. Let him come and speak to me personally. Gu Yanran was left speechless. Would Li Juanheng really confront Dongfang Wuji in person? That was impossible. But, could she just let Wang Chen go like this? Gu Yanran was very unwilling. Just as she was contemplating a countermeasure, Dongfang Wuji spoke again. By the way, there's one more thing, I need your help. Just give the order, Commander-in-Chief, and Yanran will do her utmost at any cost. Gu Yanran answered without any hesitation, her words filled with conviction. In reality, she couldn't help but speculate about what scheme Dongfang Wuji was plotting. Dongfang Wuji pointed at Wang Chen. Wang Chen is my student. If you find anyone targeting him, please inform them not to harbor any ill intentions. If someone refuses to heed the warning, I will personally have a word with them. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in an uproar. The Commander-in-Chief actually took a child of just over 10 as a student. Every student of the Commander-in-Chief is a general of the Great Xia, a star-level powerhouse. What qualifications does Wang Chen have? Dongfang Wuji's decision greatly surprised Gu Yanran and Bai Yanlang. In fact, even Zhao Wuji and Wang Chen were caught in a thick haze of astonishment. Dongfang Wuji's words were too shocking. Moreover, they had not been informed in advance. The Commander-in-Chief is doing this to protect me. Wang Chen quickly realized that Dongfang Wuji must have seen him as being threatened by Gu Yanran and by Yanlang, which was why he granted him the identity of a student. With this identity, anyone who targeted him would have to consider facing Dongfang Wuji's wrath. The anger of the highest commander of the military was something even a madwoman like Gu Yanran would find terrifying to contemplate. What? Did you not hear the commander-in-chief's words? At that moment, Zhao Wuji stepped forward, coldly questioning, or do you only obey the orders of the deputy commander-in-chief? We heard. Gu Yanran came to her senses and respectfully replied, in the Great Xia, all military and civilians have the duty and responsibility to carry out the orders of the commander-in-chief. As she spoke, she looked at Wang Chen, we will also protect the commander-in-chief's student. Dongfang Wuji nodded slightly and said indifferently, since you remember, you may leave. I hope the commander-in-chief will have the leisure to visit our Gu family. My father often mentions the days of fighting alongside the commander-in-chief against the demon army. Gu Yanran bowed and then turned to leave. Commander-in-chief, Bai Yanlang takes his leave. Before leaving, Bai Yanlang did not forget to glance at Wang Chen. His eyes contained too much meaning, shock, confusion, and a lingering shadow. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, for helping me out. After Gu Yanran and the others left, Wang Chen expressed his gratitude. If Dongfang Wuji hadn't intervened, he didn't know how things would have ended today. Even if he managed to escape by luck, it would be hard for him to find a place to stay in the Great Xia afterward. After all, this matter had alarmed the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Great Xia. Refusing would be disobeying military orders, and the punishment would be death. Dongfang Wuji said, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. However, you don't need to worry too much. Now they all think you are my student, so they should restrain themselves and not harm you. Once you enter the academy, no one will be able to hurt you. Yes. Wang Chen nodded heavily. But he understood in his heart that while Dongfang Wuji and the academy could protect him for a time, they could not protect him for a lifetime. Only by becoming strong enough could he be unafraid of any threats. Even he could directly eliminate those who posed a threat. Zhao Wuji, arrange a special plane to send Wang Chen back to Qin City, Dongfang Wuji instructed. General, is there any news from Wang Chen? In Qin City Hospital, as Lu Changan walked into the ward, he immediately heard Qin Feng's voice inquiring. I shouldn't have come. Lu Changan felt speechless. During this time, every time he came, Qin Feng and Wu Lei would ask a whole bunch of questions about Wang Chen, and a whole lot of complaints. There's still no news. Lu Changan replied expressionlessly. Hey, why is there still no news? I don't know how that kid Wang Chen is doing in the training camp, whether he's being bullied. Qin Feng and Wu Lei lay on their hospital beds, sighing deeply. You should be glad there's no news about Wang Chen. Lu Changan said, there's still some time before the training camp ends. If Wang Chen contacts us early, it means he's been eliminated. If he's eliminated, then so be it. Qin Feng said nonchalantly, the training camp is so dangerous, it's not a good place. Coming back early isn't a bad thing. Wu Lei nodded, exactly, we're both getting old, and we're not of much value anymore. Wang Chen is so young, with such great talent, his future has infinite possibilities. It's really not worth it for him to risk everything for us. Lu Changtian. Their attitude left him speechless. Could it be that recommending Wang Chen to the elite genius training camp was a mistake? But, a sharp sword is forged through grinding. Wang Chen's talent is extraordinary, there's nothing left to hone him in Qin City. Only by going to the genius training camp, seeing more people, and experiencing a broader world can he grow. Lu Changtian firmly believed he hadn't made a mistake. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was knocked on. Is it time for the injection? Wu Lei instinctively said. Of course not. When have you ever seen a nurse knock before entering a hospital room? Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Maybe it's Han Yi or Zhou Yu coming to see you. Lu Changtian said, then shouted towards the door, come in. The door isn't locked. Creak. The door opened. Under the gaze of the three, a familiar figure walked in. No way. Wang Chen. Wu Lei exclaimed. It really is Wang Chen. Ha, you brat finally came back. At that moment, seeing Wang Chen, Qin Feng laughed out loud. The anxious heart finally relaxed. The training camp hadn't ended, yet Wang Chen returned at this time, which meant he had been eliminated? Lu Changtian realized the problem and wasn't as optimistic as Qin Feng and Wu Lei. No missing arms or legs, and no scars on that handsome face, not bad, not bad. Wu Lei looked Wang Chen up and down several times, nodding in satisfaction. Wang Chen could tell that Wu Lei and Qin Feng genuinely cared about him, and he couldn't help but feel a bit moved. In this world, there aren't many people who truly care for you. Captain, Vice Captain, how have you been lately? Wang Chen asked with concern. Wu Lei answered without hesitation, "We're fine, we can jog and jump." Lu Changan frowned, "You can stop right there. So far, the doctor hasn't even allowed you to get out of bed." Wu Lei fell silent. Is it really that interesting to undermine him? Wang Chen, it's only a matter of time before we're discharged. By then, we'll be retiring and enjoying our old age. Xin Feng looked at Wang Chen, expressing gratitude. I know you want us to become contractors again, but that's too difficult. You really don't need to run around for us. Fortunately, you came back safe this time. If something had happened to you, if there were any accidents, I and old Wu would feel guilty for the rest of our lives. After a moment of silence, Wang Chen said, Captain, Vice Captain, actually this time in the training camp. I know, you were eliminated. Before Wang Chen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wu Lei. Just now, Lu Changan was saying that it was still early before the training camp ended. If there was news about Wang Chen or if he returned, it meant he had been eliminated. Unexpectedly, what was just said came true so quickly. Eliminated? Wang Chen was taken aback, then shook his head helplessly. I didn't. Xin Feng gave Wang Chen a comforting look. Wang Chen, no need to say more. We know you didn't get first place, nor did you obtain the soul returning grass. But it doesn't matter, it's not your fault. Those guys in the genius training camp either have backgrounds or have signed contracts early. None of them are easy opponents. You've only been contracted for a short time and haven't received any resources to grow, so it's normal that you're not their match. Before Wang Chen could respond, Lu Changan slowly spoke up. Xin Feng is right. Asking you to go to the training camp and take first place is indeed asking too much. One failure doesn't mean anything, Wang Chen. I believe you will reach the peak in the future and trample all those geniuses who defeated you in the training camp underfoot. Lu Changtian's words were firm and full of encouragement. If I were truly a failure, this would indeed inspire me greatly. But I really am first. Wang Chen didn't want to explain anymore. He directly took out the backpack behind him and tossed it onto Wu Lei's bed. Inside this bag were all the supplies Wang Chen had exchanged in the training camp. And the soul returning grass, worth over 100 million, was among them. What is this? Wu Lei asked curiously. What else could it be? This must be the local specialty Wang Chen brought back from the capital. Xin Feng smiled slightly, very thoughtful. Wang Chen. Fine. A local specialty it is. After all, some things can indeed be found in the capital, so calling them local specialties isn't wrong. Let me see what's inside, Wu Lei said, opening the backpack with curiosity. He casually pulled out a vial. Soul cultivation liquid? What is this? Wu Lei was puzzled. What? Soul cultivation liquid? Lu Changtian's voice was somewhat surprised. General, do you know it? Yes, I know a bit. The soul cultivation liquid has the effect of stabilizing the soul, allowing the soul fire of heavily injured spirits to remain lit, nourishing the spirits and enabling them to awaken quickly. Also, I must remind you to be careful not to spill it. 1 milliliter of soul cultivation liquid is worth 1 million. Lu Changtian warned. How much? 1 million for 1 milliliter? Wu Lei looked at the specifications on the bottle in shock. 10 milliliters. So, this bottle is worth 10 million? Wu Lei tightly gripped the bottle, his body trembling uncontrollably. After a lifetime of hard work, his worth was only about 1 or 2 million. This vial of potion was equivalent to the efforts of 10 lifetimes. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Yes, that's right, Wang Chen nodded. Wang Chen had earned a total of 150,000 points. Converted to Daxia currency, it was equivalent to 15 million in resources. Team Leader Wu, this bottle of soul cultivation liquid is for you. There are also some other potions in the bag that can be used in conjunction with the soul cultivation liquid for better effects. Wang Chen stepped forward and took out 2 or 3 boxes from the bag, placing them in front of Wu Lei. Then he went to Qin Feng's bedside and took out a sandalwood box. The moment the sandalwood box appeared, a fragrant aroma spread out, intoxicating both Wu Lei and Qin Feng. However, Lu Changtian's pupils constricted. That box can't possibly contain. What's in this box? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Open it and see. Wang Chen blinked. Click. Qin Feng pressed the button on the box, and it opened to reveal a small white grass. The grass emitted a faint white glow. The moment he saw the small grass, Qin Feng's eyes widened. Soul returning grass. Having never seen a pig run, he had at least seen information about soul returning grass online. Wang Chen, how on earth did you get these treasures? Wu Lei and Qin Feng looked at Wang Chen with eager eyes, hoping for an explanation. The soul cultivation liquid and the soul returning grass. The items Wang Chen brought out were truly of immense value. Even if they worked for 10 lifetimes, they could never earn that much money. Not to mention the soul returning grass, a treasure that even the wealthy couldn't buy. Actually, I wasn't expelled, I graduated early from the training camp. And these things in front of you are all rewards I brought back from the training camp, Wang Chen said, spreading his hands. What? Graduated early. It could be done this way. Wu Lei and Qin Feng were stunned. What kind of strength did one need to meet the requirements for early graduation? Did you really stand out in that place full of geniuses? What Wang Chen said is true. At that moment, Lu Changan spoke slowly. Everyone turned their gaze to him as he continued. Just now, I received a message from the training camp commander Zhao Wuji, confirming that Wang Chen indeed outperformed many prodigies and came out on top. Hiss. Impressive. Thumbs up for you. Qin Feng and Wu Lei both gave Wang Chen a thumbs up. Wang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. It's nothing special, I didn't think it was that great. Captain, Vice Captain, hurry up and use the potions and treasures, Wang Chen urged. Okay. Qin Feng stopped talking and directly stuffed the soul-returning grass into his mouth. I never thought I would have the chance to drink millions worth of potions in my lifetime. Wu Lei also pulled out the cork and downed the soul-nurturing liquid in one go. In the next moment, a strong wave of soul power erupted from both Qin Feng and Wu Lei, radiating bright light. Wang Chen watched the two with great anticipation. Lu Changan squinted. Hey, these two guys might just turn misfortune into fortune. On the other side, Gu Group. Crack, crack, crack. Gu Yanran continuously smashed one valuable antique after another on the ground to vent her anger. Wang Chen, you deserve to die. Zhao Wuji, Dongfang Wuji, you two should die too for stopping me. One day, I will kill all of you. Gu Yanran used the antiques in her hands as stand-ins for the three, frantically venting her rage. Yanran, that's enough. Bai Yanlang, standing at the door, could hardly bear to watch. In just this short time, the damage caused had already reached tens of millions, enough to support a military's expenses for a year. Bai Yanlang, you useless piece of trash, how dare you speak? You talk so much, but why didn't you say a word in the training camp? Just stood by and watched me get bullied? Gu Yanran angrily scolded Bai Yanlang. Bai Yanlang immediately shut his mouth. However, a cold glint flashed in his lowered eyes. You really are a useless piece of trash. If it weren't for you giving birth to a bastard, how could Tian Yuan have gotten into trouble? Get out of my sight now, I don't want to see you, Gu Yanran shouted, pointing at the door. Gu Yan ran. Bai Yanlang suddenly looked up. Slap. Gu Yanran slapped Bai Yanlang's face. What did you say? I'll leave if I want to. Bai Yanlang suddenly turned and left the office. Gu Yanran suddenly felt that Bai Yanlang was being inexplicable. What was with the what did you say? She didn't care at all about Bai Yanlang's departure. A dog that was hungry would come back on its own. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after, the office door was suddenly knocked on. What a spineless thing, back so soon. Gu Yanran snorted coldly. The next moment, the door was pushed open. But it wasn't Bai Yanlang who walked in, it was a middle-aged man. He wore a well-tailored black suit, stood tall, and had eyes and brows like sharp swords, with a faint stubble on his lips. He looked a few years older than Gu Yanran but exuded a mature charm. If one looked closely, they would find that he bore some resemblance to Gu Tianyuan. Jun Hung. Looking at the other person, Gu Yanran's face showed a look of surprise. She even hurriedly tidied her disheveled hair and straightened her messy clothes, trying her best to appear more presentable. The man before her was none other than Li Juanhong, the deputy commander of the Great Xia military headquarters, hailed as the future successor of the Great Xia war god. He was also a renowned king-level powerhouse and the biological father of Gu Tianyuan. Yanran, are you okay? Li Juanhong asked gently. Gu Yanran's heart trembled. She first nodded, then shook her head. You've really suffered. A flash of pain crossed Li Juanhong's eyes. Gu Yanran said, Juanhong, I couldn't kill Wang Chen and avenge Tianyuan. As she spoke the last part, she could hardly conceal the deep hatred within her. Just mentioning Wang Chen brought her to the brink of a breakdown. Li Juanhong said, I already know about this matter. I never expected Dongfang Wuji to appear in the training camp, and I certainly didn't expect him to firmly stand in front of Wang Chen. Taking Wang Chen as his disciple is quite a bold move. In the future, anyone who wants to deal with Wang Chen will have to weigh their own identity and see if they can challenge Dongfang Wuji. Li Juanhong's voice was very calm, revealing no joy or sorrow. Is there really no way to kill Wang Chen and avenge Tianyuan? Gu Yanran felt desperate. The Gu family, as a prominent family in the imperial capital, had cultivated several powerful armies, but they lacked the courage to confront Dongfang Wuji. Dongfang Wuji had once said something very true. Behind him stood hundreds of millions of people. Even if the Gu family's strength were to increase several times, they would not dare to provoke Dongfang Wuji. However, Li Juanhong shook his head slightly. I came to find you to tell you that I will find a way to help Tianyuan avenge his grievances. In fact, it may not even require us to take action ourselves. Is there really such good news? Gu Yanran was taken aback, her face filled with disbelief. Li Juanhong asked, do you know where Wang Chen will go next? Isn't he returning to Qin City? Gu Yanran was quite familiar with Wang Chen's whereabouts. Qin City is just his temporary stop, but his true destination is the Academy. The Academy, that S+ level gathering place for geniuses, yet an ethereal realm unknown to many? Gu Yanran was stunned. Wang Chen actually has the qualifications to go there. The Academy was different from ordinary universities, it stood above all universities. Those who could study there would surely become the pillars of Great Xia in the future. But isn't that a bad thing? Everyone in the Academy is proud and arrogant. When new members join, they must gain their recognition. If one does not possess S+ level talent, life there will be very miserable. A cold glint flashed in Li Juanhong's eyes. Dongfang Wuji thinks that by sending Wang Chen to the academy, he can ensure Wang Chen's safety, but in reality, he is sending Wang Chen to a dead end. Is it possible that Wang Chen really has S+ talent? Gu Yanran said uncertainly, that old fox Dongfang Wuji has a very sharp eye. Even if he once had S+ level talent, he no longer does. I have an old general in the training camp who secretly told me that Wang Chen has been cursed by the descendant of the Black Scale Demon King, making it incredibly difficult for him to break through in cultivation. Unless the Black Scale Demon King dies, Wang Chen's life will be over. Li Juanhong revealed a secret. Good. A smile finally appeared on Gu Yanran's pale face. No matter how strong the talent, if one cannot break through the realm, it is meaningless. Li Juanhong continued, Yanran, today I have another secret to tell you. What secret? There is a prodigy from my Li family in the academy, codenamed Soul Master. He is also my son, Tian Yuan's brother. Soul Master. Gu Yanran's heart trembled, followed by a surge of joy. It's settled. Even if he enters the academy, Wang Chen is as good as dead. Qin City. In the hospital ward. The soul power of Qin Feng and Wu Lei was growing stronger. To avoid drawing attention, Lu Changan, with his formidable cultivation, directly set up an invisible barrier, firmly suppressing the aura emitted by the two within the room. So strong. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. It was clear that Qin Feng and Wu Lei had both gained significant benefits. After a full half hour, the blinding brilliance slowly dissipated. The figures of Qin Feng and Wu Lei reappeared before Wang Chen. Unlike before, Qin Feng was no longer lying in bed but standing by the bedside. Alright, everything is fine. I can jog now, and I can. Stop. You better not get cocky. Wait until you fully recover before you start jumping around. Qin Feng took a couple of steps, wanting to engage in more vigorous activity, but was pressed back in place by Lu Chantian's large hand. Got it. I just couldn't help myself. Qin Feng was as happy as a child. After a while, he finally calmed down. Wang Chen, I really don't know how to thank you. Qin Feng looked at Wang Chen, his eyes filled with gratitude. Actually, I have a younger sister, not much younger than you. Captain Qin, I'm not considering starting a family for now. Wang Chen waved his hand repeatedly. You can't offer yourself, and you want your sister to offer herself, right? I can't believe you thought of that, Lu Changtian said, also speechless. Qin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Captain Qin, what about your undead? And your level? Wang Chen timely changed the subject to ease Qin Feng's awkwardness. My undead has awakened, and my soul power has also broken through, reaching platinum level. In at most a month, I can return to the battlefield and send the demons back to hell. Qin Feng's voice was resolute. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen felt relieved. He then looked at Wu Lei, Vice Captain, why have you been silent? Wang Chen noticed that Wu Lei had remained quiet. I was silent because I wanted to quietly watch old Qin show off. Wang Chen, Qin Feng, Lu Changtian. Who could imagine that someone who had fought on the battlefield for decades, with a wife and children, could say such a thing? Indeed, a man remains a boy until death. Wu Lei got out of bed and put his arm around Qin Feng's shoulder. My situation is similar to old Qin's. My undead has also awakened. And my level has broken through to gold level. Phew! Things were finally turning for the better. At that moment, Wang Chen felt a sense of relief. Finally, Qin Feng and Wu Lei's efforts for him were being repaid. Captain Qin, Vice Captain, in a while, you will receive some potions, resources, etc. to help you with your recovery. Before leaving the training camp, Wang Chen found Han Dong. He asked Han Dong to help deliver some resources. This was also a promise made by Han Dong when Wang Chen agreed to spar with him. Wang Chen, you've already done enough. Yeah, how can we still accept your kindness? Qin Feng and Wu Lei felt embarrassed to continue accepting Wang Chen's generosity. Wang Chen wanted to say something more when a figure pushed the door open. It was Han Yi. Behind Han Yi was Zhou Yu. Wang Chen, you're back. Hani exclaimed in surprise and directly hugged Wang Chen. It's good to be back, Zhou Yu also said happily, repeating those words. Wang Chen, you have no idea, during the time you were at that genius training camp, we were all so worried about you, especially Captain Qin and Vice Captain Wu. Oh my, you guys have come back from the dead. Hani instinctively glanced over at Qin Feng and Wu Lei, and was instantly horrified. He found Qin Feng and Wu Lei standing together, arms around each other's shoulders, looking at him. You little rascal, how can you talk like that? We're not dead yet. How can you say we're coming back from the dead? This is called recovery, understand? Qin Feng and Wu Lei rolled their eyes in annoyance. Right, recovery. Hani scratched his head awkwardly. I was just too excited earlier and got a bit tongue-tied. Captain, how did you manage this? Zhou Yu asked, much more composed than Hani, her tone steady. This is all thanks to Wang Chen. If it weren't for him, we might have had to say goodbye to the battlefield for good. Wu Lei explained with a smile what had just happened. Hani and Zhou Yu listened carefully, growing more and more shocked. By the end, they didn't even dare to breathe, almost forgetting to inhale. So, Wang Chen not only passed the Genius Training Camp's assessment but also came in first. Zhou Yu looked at Wang Chen, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It was known that this training camp gathered the young talents of the great Xia, and Wang Chen had stood out among all the prodigies. This was incredibly impressive. He was undoubtedly the number one of the younger generation. Awesome! Wang Chen! No, you go, from now on you're my brother. Later, get me some autographs, and I'll treat them as family heirlooms. Han Yi's eyes were filled with admiration. At that moment, he declared in his heart that his idol had shifted from Lu Changan to Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled, sure, that's no problem. When I have time, I'll write you 100 autographs. Deal. Han clapped his hands and excitedly said, with Team Qin and Team Wu recovering and Wang Chen back, our squad is complete again. I can't wait for our next mission. I suggest we target a platinum-level demon next time. What do you think? Wu Lei grinned, no problem. I haven't killed a platinum-level demon yet. Qin Feng and Zhou Yu were relatively composed and didn't speak, but their eyes also showed eagerness. Everyone, I'm afraid I can't team up with you anymore. After a moment of silence, Wang Chen slowly spoke. Instantly, the ward fell into dead silence. Wang Chen, I must have misheard you? You said you want to withdraw from the demon hunting team? Wu Lei looked at Wang Chen in shock, hardly believing his ears. At the same time, Hani, Zhou Yu, and Qin Feng, along with others, turned their puzzled and surprised gazes toward Wang Chen. Wang Chen took a deep breath, then slowly nodded, speaking firmly, that's right, I've decided to withdraw from the demon hunting team. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap that stunned everyone into silence. After a while, everyone regained their senses. Hani asked in confusion, why? Wang Chen, haven't we always gotten along well in our team? And if you didn't care about us, why would you go through so much trouble to bring back those incredibly precious treasures for the captain and Team Wu to heal? Faced with everyone's questions, Wang Chen simply shook his head silently. He had the protective talisman given by Shangguan Wujie, but Qin Feng and the others did not. No one knew what that crazy woman Gu Yanran would do. Wang Chen was afraid of bringing disaster to those around him. For a moment, the scene fell into silence, the atmosphere feeling particularly oppressive. Don't ask any more questions, I support Wang Chen's decision to withdraw from the team. The one speaking was Lu Changan, who had been standing quietly to the side. At this moment, he walked over to Wang Chen with steady steps. General. Confusion and reluctance filled the eyes of the crowd, as if they would not rest until they understood the truth of the matter. However, Lu Changtian's authoritative gaze swept over each of them, causing the words that were on the tip of their tongues to be swallowed back down. Don't ask anymore. Lu Changtian sighed deeply, knowing too much is of no benefit to you. Some things are beyond what you can bear right now. You must remember, Wang Chen's decision was also to protect all of you. As soon as Lu Changtian's words fell, the faces of the crowd turned pale. Instantly, the harrowing attack they had previously encountered flashed through their minds. It's all because we were too weak. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but murmur. It's my fault as the captain. Qin Feng clenched his fists, his face filled with shame and sorrow. As the captain, he should have taken on the responsibility of protecting the lives of his team members. The reality was that Wang Chen had withdrawn from the team to ensure their safety. Captain, this isn't your fault. Wang Chen smiled slightly, the separation is only temporary, trust me. When I am able to suppress all the enemies one day, that will be the time I return to the team. However, in the face of Wang Chen's grand words, the crowd remained silent, because only they knew in their hearts just how powerful the enemies Wang Chen would face truly were. To suppress them all was more difficult than reaching the heavens. With Wang Chen leaving the team, his return seemed truly distant and hopeless. 3 days later, on a morning when the sun had just begun to shine on the earth, a helicopter descended slowly onto an open square in Qin City, like a giant steel bird. The wind whipped up by the rotor blades howled, causing the surrounding grass and trees to bow their heads. Wang Chen stood not far away, quietly watching the helicopter, having not informed Qin Feng and the others of his departure. "You brat are leaving and didn't even tell me." Just as Wang Chen was about to board, Lu Changan approached from a distance, his face cold. "General Lu, you really know how to joke. If a fly from outside lands in Qin City, you would know about it immediately, right?" Wang Chen replied with a smile. "Stop the nonsense." Lu Changan looked seriously at Wang Chen and said earnestly, "Wang Chen, I've heard about the academy. It's not an ordinary place, everyone inside is an elite among elites. You must be very careful." Wang Chen nodded, his expression resolute as he replied, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." In fact, from the moment he decided to go to the academy, Wang Chen had already made ample psychological preparations. After all, those who could become S+ level contract holders were rare geniuses, one in a million. There were very few people in the entire Great Xia Kingdom with such talent and strength. Recalling his brief encounter with Zhao Hong, Wang Chen could imagine the temperament of those S+ level contract holders. They must all be proud and arrogant, looking down on everything, and might even be a bit conceited. Interacting with such a group of people would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. However, fortunately, Wang Chen had never intended to coexist peacefully with these people. If reasoning could not solve the problem, then he would not hesitate to use his fists to make the other party understand. Lu Changan patted his shoulder heavily. "You must come back alive." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen revealed a carefree smile. "I remember the many times you've helped me, General. I haven't had the chance to repay you yet. How could I dare to die?" Lu Changan slowly shook his head, letting out a light sigh. "When I helped you back then, it was merely because I found your character unique and quite to my liking. I never imagined that one day you would reach such heights." As he spoke, Lu Changtian's thoughts seemed to return to the moment they first met. At that time, during their initial encounter, Wang Chen resolutely gave up the powerful Bone Dragon King and the fearsome Undead Knight, instead choosing a seemingly weak zombie as his companion. At that moment, Lu Changtian thought of Wang Chen as a willful and rebellious child, seeing a reflection of his own youthful self in him. However, as time passed, the developments far exceeded Lu Changtian's expectations. Later, when Wang Chen's zombie unexpectedly unleashed astonishing combat power, Lu Changtian realized he had completely misjudged him. Lu Changtian believed Wang Chen was a rare talent. But who would have thought that Wang Chen, relying on his exceptional talent, would enter that mysterious and legendary academy? Reaching this point indicated that Wang Chen would become someone he would have to look up to in the future. "You can take a break for now. It will take us a full day to reach the academy from Qin City." The helicopter lifted off the ground. At this moment, the soldier sitting opposite Wang Chen spoke. This soldier was tall and sturdy, with a resolute gaze, exuding an aura of someone seasoned in battle. He had come on the orders of Shangguan Wuji, specifically to escort Wang Chen to the academy. "Okay." Wang Chen replied briefly, then closed his eyes, beginning to quietly rest. The soldier's gaze flickered slightly, and he thought to himself, "This young man is quite special." Time passed quietly, and a day later, when the sunlight once again bathed the earth, the helicopter finally descended slowly among the rolling mountains. "The academy is actually in a place like this?" Wang Chen opened his eyes, looking at the scene before him, his face filled with astonishment. Surrounding him were towering peaks shrouded in mist, as if he were in a fairyland. Amidst the mountains and forests, an ancient building could be faintly seen, which must be their destination, the academy. This place has a long history, spanning thousands of years. Only here is worthy of the name academy, the soldier said earnestly. "So that's how it is." Wang Chen understood. After enduring the demon's invasion for hundreds of years, not to mention the Great Xia, there were hardly any ancient relics left in the world. It was indeed very fitting for the academy to be established here. "The rest of the journey will depend on you," the soldier continued. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you coming with me?" "I am not worthy to go up," the soldier shook his head. In that moment, Wang Chen noticed a hint of envy in his eyes. "I will wait for you here for half a day. If you return within half a day, I will take you back to Qin City. If you do not appear after half a day, it means you have entered the academy, and I will return alone." Wang Chen nodded, indicating he understood, and then walked towards the distant building. On the other side, in front of the mountain gate, Zhao Hang waited solemnly for the arrival of the newcomer. According to the academy's tradition, every student wishing to enter must gain the recognition of at least one senior student. As for how to gain recognition? Simple. Fight. If you can satisfy the senior with your performance, then you have gained their approval. Zhao Hong had gone through this himself. He still remembered how badly he had been beaten by that Soul Master guy. However, his tenacity and combat power far beyond his peers earned him the Soul Master's recognition, successfully becoming a student of the academy. Finally, it's my turn to test someone else. I wonder what level the opponent should reach to satisfy me? Zhao Hong rubbed his chin, contemplating his assessment criteria. 1 minute later, Zhao Hong clapped his hands. As long as this newcomer can last 10 minutes under my command without being defeated, I'll consider it passing my assessment. Just 10 minutes, isn't that a low enough requirement? Zhao Hong felt quite understanding. After all, the Lord of Eternity had beaten him for 15 minutes. More than 10 minutes passed. Just as Zhao Hong was becoming a bit impatient, he saw a figure slowly walking to the foot of the mountain. Finally here, taking your sweet time and still have the mood to enjoy the scenery? Take a good look, I'll make you cry later. Looking at the blurry figure, Zhao Hong felt a bit angry. However, as the figure became clearer, Zhao Heng's expression changed rapidly, shifting from anger to confusion, and finally to shock. Wang Chen, how did you end up here? Zhao Hong instinctively voiced his surprise. His tone was filled with strong emotional fluctuations. Zhao Hong? Wang Chen was also a bit taken aback. Of course, I came to study at the academy. Am I supposed to just be out for a stroll? Wang Chen rolled his eyes at Zhao Hong. Are you here to pick me up? I only have some daily necessities with me, nothing heavy. You just need to lead the way and explain the important matters of our academy along the way. Wang Chen spoke as if addressing a hotel staff member, as if asking for recommendations on what delicious food the restaurant had. Alright, our academy. Wait, something's not right. Zhao Heng's expression suddenly changed. I'm not here to serve you, I'm here to assess you. Only by passing the assessment can you enter the academy. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Wang Chen seemed to realize, you should have said so earlier. Next, let me explain the rules. No need to explain, I understand the rules. Wang Chen directly interrupted Zhao Hong. I just need to defeat you to enter the academy, right? I'm already prepared. Wang Chen said this while warming up. However, Zhao Hong felt something was off. Who said that defeating me was the requirement? Clearly, my assessment condition is just to last 10 minutes under me. Am I assessing you, or are you assessing me? Zhao Hong felt very uneasy. It doesn't matter, whoever wins gets to decide. Wang Chen was impatient. Are you going to fight or not? If not, just lead the way. At that moment, Zhao Hong felt an unprecedented frustration. He, the dignified king of eternity, looked down upon his peers and pushed through all enemies with great spirit. He had never been so belittled. Yet, he couldn't even defeat this person. Don't go too far. Zhao Hong gritted his teeth in anger. If he could win, he would have already fought Wang Chen. Zhao Hong, you really disappoint me. You're also bringing shame to the academy. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed through the mountains and forests. The voice had an ethereal quality, sometimes distant, sometimes near, making it hard to grasp. Wang Chen frowned slightly. The newcomer felt a bit eerie. Even his perception couldn't capture the figure of the person. Li Xingzhou, stop pretending to be mysterious over there, come out. Zhao Hong shouted with a dark expression. In the next moment, a figure appeared strangely beside Zhao Heng. It was a young man with a pale complexion, about 180 centimeters tall, and even his hair was white. What a strange method. Wang Chen's pupils contracted. He sensed a dangerous aura from the young man. Li Xingzhou, what are you doing here? Zhao Hong coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. I heard from Elder Chen that someone was going to climb the mountain to enter the academy today, so I came to take a look. It seems I came at the right time. I didn't expect the dignified king of eternity would actually dare not to lay a hand on a newcomer. Even being bossed around by the other party, it's truly embarrassing for our academy. Li Xingzhou said coldly, being ranked S+ like you, I suddenly feel it's a disgrace. Li Xingzhou, you are going too far. Zhao Hong reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. In front of Wang Chen, to mock himself like this, Li Xingzhou really left no face for him at all. What are you going to do? Do you want to hit me? But can you even beat me? Li Xingzhou ignored Zhao Heng's anger and instead showed even more disdain. You. Zhao Hong had the words on the tip of his tongue but couldn't say a single word. Li Xingzhou was 2 years older than him and had already broken through to the platinum level. He was truly no match. When they first entered the academy, it was Li Xingzhou who had assessed him. That beating. He remembered it vividly. Now that he thought about it, he had no confidence in defeating Li Xingzhou, and he really didn't dare to confront him head-on. It seems you still have some self-awareness, step aside. I'll handle this person. Li Xingzhou waved his hand, signaling Zhao Hong to step back. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Xingzhou seemed to be targeting Zhao Hang at every turn, as if he were in direct opposition to him. But Wang Chen sensed a faint, almost imperceptible hostility and coldness from Li Xingzhou. And this was his first time meeting Li Xingzhou. They had no prior interactions, so there was no reason for hatred. Wang Chen, you are at the gold level, and he is at the platinum level, a whole realm above you. According to the Academy's rules, you can choose to refuse him and have someone of your own level assess you. Zhao Heng's meaning was very clear. He wanted Wang Chen to choose him for the challenge. Do you think you can just talk here? Li Xingzhou's gaze suddenly turned cold. Do you believe I can take you down first? He had to make a move against Wang Chen, because he could not go against his father's orders. Li Juanheng had notified him a few days ago that if Wang Chen came to the academy, he must kill him. Otherwise, leaving him for later would surely become a hidden danger for the Li family, bringing unimaginable losses. Li Xingzhou didn't ask why, but he knew how terrifying it would be if an S+ level prodigy grew up. If the Li family had such an enemy, the future would be a disaster. So, he had a compelling reason to act. Only, Zhao Heng, this blind fool, insisted on challenging him. Zhao Heng's expression changed, and the next moment, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. If we fight, then let's fight. Even if it costs me my life, I will destroy most of your spirit. Li Xingzhou's expression instantly turned extremely cold. Since you seek death, then I will grant it to you. As soon as the words fell, the power of his soul erupted instantly. A powerful aura stirred up a whirlwind. Indeed, he was platinum level. Wang Chen felt a strong pressure from Li Xingzhou. Li Xingzhou was the strongest young person he had ever seen. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Heng was forced back a few steps by Li Xingzhou's aura. Who was strong and who was weak was immediately clear. Do you still want to fight me now? Li Xingzhou asked coldly. He thought Zhao Heng would know to back down, but the result was unexpected. Zhao Heng roared, "Damn you!" Boom! The next moment, a powerful aura of death erupted from within him. In an instant, Zhao Heng's figure disappeared, replaced by a time-worn lich clad in a grey robe, holding a bone staff. Zhao Heng's injuries are recovering very quickly. During the practical assessment, Zhao Heng had been severely injured by Wang Chen. Logically, he should have been unable to summon the undead for a long time, but now he was lively again, which must have consumed some rare treasure. Zhao Heng, are you playing with fire? Seeing this, Li Xingzhou became even angrier. You don't think I was just saying that casually, do you? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to suppress you? As the words fell, Wang Chen saw Zhao Heng's figure gradually becoming ethereal. At the same time, there was a breath of the dead emanating from him. Hiss! Kill! 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 Charge! What surprised Wang Chen even more was that a series of battle cries suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was as if thousands of troops were charging towards them from a distant place. Wang Chen realized that Li Xingzhou's spirit was not what he was familiar with. Li Xingzhou's spirit seems to be quite unreasonable. What exactly is it? Doubts arose in Wang Chen's heart. At the same time, he was also quite surprised, even feeling a bit amused. He never expected that the two prodigies from the academies would actually fight for him. I'm not even a beauty. But it's fine, he could take this opportunity to understand Li Xingzhou's strength. Enough! Suddenly, a voice of authority rang out, directly suppressing Zhao Heng and Li Xingzhou. Both Zhao Heng and Li Xingzhou's expressions changed simultaneously. What? Is my word no longer effective? Do I have to beg you for you to stop? The old voice sounded again. Even Wang Chen could hear the anger contained within it. I wouldn't dare. Li Xingzhou quickly retracted the soul power he was emitting. Elder Chen, how could I not listen to your words? Even the arrogant Zhao Heng dispelled his spirit fusion state, immediately showing a smile as he looked towards the mountaintop, his expression respectful. Elder Chen? Just with 2 sentences, he could suppress 2 S+ level prodigies. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Wang Chen was filled with curiosity about this unknown existence. He also turned his gaze up the steps towards the mountaintop. 2 minutes later, an old man slowly walked down from the mountain. However, at the moment he saw the old man, Wang Chen immediately felt a surge of respect. The old man was dressed in an old military uniform, his chest adorned with shining medals of honor. Without a doubt, the old man was a veteran with rich combat experience. No matter when or where, such a person deserved Wang Chen's respect. The old man's left pant leg was empty, relying on the cane in his left hand to walk along the mountain path. What's with all of you from the Great Xia, looking so restless? Have the things I usually teach you been eaten by dogs? The old man came before everyone and scolded Li Xingzhou and Zhao Heng without holding back. I was hoping you would continue to protect the Great Xia. I might as well rely on a pig. You really infuriate me. The more the old man scolded, the angrier he became, and in the end, he raised his cane and struck Li Xingzhou and Zhao Heng each once. Both of them surprisingly remained silent.
Seeing this scene, Wang Chen's heart trembled.
How could such proud individuals as Li Xingzhou and Zhao Hong willingly endure such humiliation? Elder Chen, you've scolded and hit us, so please don't be angry anymore. It's not worth it to get upset over us. After being hit, Zhao Hong not only didn't get angry but instead forced a smile. Humph, if I were to bicker with you little brats, I would have been dead from anger long ago. Elder Chen snorted and looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen's heart stirred. Elder Chen, I am. No need to say more, I know your name is Wang Chen.
That old bastard Dongfang Wujia has already communicated with me, but let me be clear, Dongfang Wujia has no right to interfere in the matters of the academy.
Just because you can stand here doesn't mean you are a student of the academy. If you want to join the academy, you must pass the assessment,
Elder Chen said with a serious expression.
I understand. Wang Chen nodded heavily. He could see that this Elder Chen was probably a powerhouse not weaker than Dongfang Wujia. Moreover, in terms of status, he would not be lower than Dongfang Wujia either. Otherwise, who would dare to criticize the great Xiao's war god as an old bastard in front of others? The rules are just as they said earlier, I won't elaborate further. Old Chen pointed his cane at Zhao Hang and Li Xingzhou, you can choose either of them. As long as you can hold on for 10 minutes under either of their hands, you pass the assessment. Old Chen.
Li Xingzhou hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping short.
If it were a choice, Wang Chen would definitely choose Zhao Hang. Wouldn't that mean he wouldn't have a chance to take action against Wang Chen? Once Wang Chen entered the academy, his opportunities would be even fewer. I choose. Wang Chen's gaze shifted back and forth between Zhao Hong and Li Xingzhou. Finally, it settled on Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong secretly rejoiced, a victorious smile appearing on his face. Although he still lacked confidence in defeating Wang Chen, holding on for 10 minutes under Wang Chen's attack should be no problem, right? However, just then, task issued, defeat Li Xingzhou. Reward, 1 body transformation. Body transformation? Brother Tonzi finally has another arrangement.
Wang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. The last body transformation had granted him platinum level defense and golden level strength, allowing him to look down on competitors of the same level.
But as he progressed, Wang Chen's enemies grew stronger.
Especially in front of the training camp, facing by Yanlang and Gu Yanran, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. At that moment, Wang Chen yearned for power like never before. If I were a king, who would dare to bully me? Gu Yanran and Bai Yanlang, kneel and sing my conquest. I choose Li Xingzhou. Without keeping everyone waiting, Wang Chen announced his choice. What? You chose Li Xingzhou? Zhao Hong was taken aback. Then what do you think I meant? Ha? Li Xingzhou was also stunned.
Is there still a twist in this? Wang Chen actually chose me as his opponent? Truly unaware of his own mortality.
Li Xingzhou sneered inwardly, since you chose me, I will not disappoint you.
In 10 minutes, I will send you to reincarnation. Hee, this little guy is quite interesting.
A hint of surprise flashed in Old Chen's aged eyes. He had thought Wang Chen would choose Zhao Hong, but instead, he chose Li Xingzhou. To dare to challenge a strong opponent shows a bit of courage. Tap, tap, tap.
Li Xingzhou walked down a few steps, facing Wang Chen. Merge with your undead. Boom! Wang Chen stepped forward.
As his foot landed, he had transformed into a general.
His posture was tall, his features enchanting,
and his long hair danced wildly in the wind, like a demon god descending to the world. This aura is not weak. No wonder he has the courage to challenge Li Xingzhou. Zhao Hong, if you lose to him, it won't be unjust.
Old Chen squinted slightly and said in a low voice.
Zhao Hong awkwardly scratched his head. I was careless last time. It won't be the same this time. Old Chen said, if Wang Chen can pass the assessment and join the academy, I will arrange for you to fight him later.
Zhao Heng's hand froze in midair. I don't think that's necessary. Kill!
Li Xingzhou shouted softly, and his body began to change.
He radiated a blue glow.
The glow flickered like a cold flame, swaying in the air, exuding a mysterious aura. In an instant, Li Xingzhou had undergone a significant transformation. He was clad in armor, the surface of which was covered in ancient runes that flowed like living beings, emanating a powerful aura. Li Xingzhou's helmet was particularly imposing, shrouding his face in a mysterious shadow. The shape of the helmet resembled a majestic eagle ready to take flight, with sharp wings extending on both sides. Embedded in the helmet was a massive blue gemstone, sparkling with a profound light, dazzling like the stars in the night sky. Is this Li Xingzhou's contracted undead? So strange, yet so powerful. Wang Chen watched Li Xingzhou warily. At this moment, Li Xingzhou was like a seasoned general who had been through many battles.
Bring the knife.
Li Xingzhou reached out and grasped a massive battle knife, its blade a deep crimson, still dripping with fresh blood. As he held the battle knife, a strong aura of slaughter radiated from him, sending chills down people's spines. Hiss! Kill! The moment Li Xingzhou gripped the battle knife, a shocking scene unfolded behind him. Countless heroic spirits surged forth like a tide, some rode warhorses, some wore tattered armor, and others wielded swords and blades. The sounds of clashing weapons and the neighing of warhorses echoed through the air. So the sounds I heard earlier weren't an illusion. His spirits can summon so many of them. The aura of those spirit knights is no weaker than that of gold rank. S+ rank is indeed not to be underestimated. Even Wang Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Before him, the number of heroic spirits summoned by Li Xingzhou was dense and overwhelming, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was a true army of thousands. However, unlike Li Xingzhou, the heroic spirits he summoned appeared somewhat ethereal. They seemed to be soul bodies. Li Xingzhou has summoned all the heroic spirits, hasn't he? Zhao Hong looked at the dense crowd of spirits and couldn't help but say, "Old Chen, isn't Li Xingzhou going a bit overboard? This doesn't seem like a test, it feels more like he's trying to kill someone." Old Chen remained silent, but his snow-white brows furrowed slightly. Kill! Without giving Wang Chen much time to think, Li Xingzhou swung the battle knife, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Under Li Xingzhou's command, the heroic spirits launched an attack on Wang Chen all at once. They surged forward like a tide, their momentum overwhelming and terrifying. Some spirits charged ahead on warhorses, their hooves shattering the void and stirring up a whirlwind. The speed of the warhorses was astonishing, reaching Wang Chen in an instant. The spirit on the horse brandished a long spear, thrusting it toward Wang Chen. The spear glimmered with a cold light, its immense power capable of easily piercing through metal defenses. Faced with this sudden attack, Wang Chen showed no hesitation and immediately threw a punch. However, his fist passed through the body of a spirit, striking only the air. Ignoring my attack? Wang Chen's heart sank as he realized that the spirits were immune to physical attacks. Although his punch caused no harm to the spirit, the attack from the spirit landed solidly on him. The spear jabbed into Wang Chen, and the tremendous force made him involuntarily take a few steps back. This is strange. Wang Chen frowned. He couldn't harm the spirits, yet they could hurt him? Another spirit charged in from the side, its spear striking toward Wang Chen like a venomous snake. Wang Chen hurriedly raised his hand to block, and the spear collided with his arm, producing a loud bang, like metal clashing, sparking a series of sparks. In the distance, Li Xingzhou's heart tightened at the sight. This is strange. The attack of a gold-ranked spirit knight only produced a shower of sparks on Wang Chen? What kind of defense is this? Li Xingzhou swung the battle knife again, commanding more spirits to attack. The onslaught of the spirits came like a torrential storm, leaving Wang Chen overwhelmed. Their methods of attack varied, some engaged in close combat, while others launched ranged assaults, making it difficult to defend against. Under the relentless attacks of the spirits, Wang Chen felt a surge of anger. I can't just passively take hits. Even water can wear down stone, sooner or later, I'll get hurt. Realizing the tenacity of his opponents, Wang Chen took a deep breath, summoned the power within him, and unleashed the force of thunder. Aren't you immune to physical attacks? Let me see if the power of thunder can immunize me too.